Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
World of Warcraft Halo. Chapter 8. Part 1. Rescue Run. Thoughts. In the dawn, the Spartan looked at the incoming information on his new guests and determined that, like Aaron, they were indeed blood elves, as their DNA samples had the very same genetic marks that he had recorded when he had taken samples of Aaron's DNA to flash clone her a replacement arm. He was still trying to find out anything on who they were and what they were doing this far out from their own lands. So far, the two of them were currently resting in the Dawn's crew's quarters, namely in the same area he had allowed Samson and the other freed slaves of Venture Company to stay in when they were fully rested, fed, and cleaned. Cortana was right next to him in the hollow tank, and she smiled as the Spartan looked at the DNA patterns. The A.I knew that the Spartan was currently trying to figure out the very next course of action in dealing with the new people on his ship and base of operations. Having Dr. Halsey's memories and having read all the files her creator and mother had on the Spartans, she was an expert in reading Spartan behavior and languages, and she could tell that her Spartan was annoyed and very much trying to deal with this mess. Most people outside of the Spartan 2 program knew next to nothing about the Spartans, since they were very private individuals and usually were only comfortable around fellow Spartans unless with people who they trusted. The only Spartans who were exceptions to that trait was Kurt himself, Samuel, and the members of Grey Team, as they were more social and had a different set of personality traits. That was why the Spartans were as alien to the UNSC personnel as the Covenant were to humanity as a whole, and only she, Dr. Halsey, fellow A.I Deja, and Mendez knew what they were thinking and feeling. "Easy, John. I can tell that this is stressing you a bit." John turned and gave a slight sigh, barely audible, but Cortana could hear it by the slight movement of his chest and his head. "I wish it was that easy. It's still going to be a while before I can give more trust to Jared, Sandra, Aaron, and Kaylin. Now I have to deal with two new faces. Even if they are the same race as Aaron, I know next to nothing about them or their mission here in Kalandor as well, and there's not telling who else is with them." Cortana sighed a bit and nodded. "I understand your concerns, and quite frankly I can relate easily to it, since technically speaking, we're the aliens here on this world. But there is no doubt in my mind that we can deal with this when the time comes. After all, you've dealt with far worse than new faces." The Spartan nodded at that and smiled a bit under his helmet, and decided to take his time with this new discovery. So far, the two Blood Elves had remained tight-lipped about the reasons to why they two of them were here in Kalandor of all places. All the way to the dawn, they had remained silent even when he was asking questions while looking at them seriously. He had to give them credit for not breaking as of yet to a Spartan. He would have taken more serious methods, or even used some of the truth serum. But he chose not to, and for two reasons. First, he was not going to do that since they were not hostile, and Aaron would not have wanted that, as well as it being a bad way to start relations. And the second was that he had no idea how the truth serum would react to a Blood Elf's biology as of yet. He had not tested the truth serum on anyone apart from humans, so he would have to keep it as his ace in the hole for a later date. For now, Aaron was currently talking with them in the rooms while the Night Elves were resting and recovering in another section of the ship, which also had a place for them to sleep in with relative comfort and away from the Blood Elves. While Kaylin, Sandra, and Jared had developed some level of tolerance for Aaron, there was no telling what would happen if they were to be dealing with the new Blood Elves on the ship. It was not only the three Night Elves, but Aaron as well. She had already began to develop some level of tolerance for the Night Elves here on the Dawn, but there was no telling how she would act with these new members of her race here on the ship. For now, he placed the data aside and planned to look the data up tomorrow, and decided to go and visit the Blood Elves. He reached to the hollow tank and took out Cortana's data chip and slid it into the slot on his helmet. The same ice-water feeling hit him again, and he heard Cortana speak. "Ah, you have no idea how much I miss being in your head." John snickered a bit and replied gently, "You make it sound like I'm your personal ride or something." "Well, you are in many ways. Anyway, let's get down to work and see if we can get some more information from those two Blood Elves, but I can say this much about one of them from what I have been able to determine." "Which one are you talking about?" "The male Blood Elf. Now, I'm no expert in reading elven facial expressions just yet, but he seems to be the trustworthy sort to me, and that is saying something already, considering what we have to deal with for today. Besides that, didn't you notice that his DNA seems to show less of the arcane mutation markers than the samples we have from both Aaron and that other Blood Elf as well?" "Fair enough, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be wary of him either." In the room, Jana was still busy trying to wrap her brain around all that Aaron had been telling her and Tanis, and she couldn't help but look around in more than one instance on the ship that they were in, trying hard to decide what to think of all this. When she and Tanis had seen the ship, they were completely stunned, as it was certainly unlike anything that had ever seen before in their lives, and was not something that they knew the Alliance and the Horde would have in their arsenals at all. But when they thought that this was it, as well as the armor and weapons this being carried, the sight of the massive ship that had walls around it, which was only at least 3 or 6 hours walk from where they were, was enough to make her and Tanis stop and stare. While it was only half a ship, it was huge, and unlike anything they had seen before in their long lives as elves, and there was no sign of it being made by any of the other races that they knew of at all in this world. And as they entered it, they were surprised about what it was made of. There was no wood, but pure metal. The entire ship was made of metal, which was something that they didn't even think was possible at all. Soon they were taken to some sort of lab, and the armored being took some of their blood. They resisted, of course, but Aaron then assured them that he was not going to kill them or harm them at all. It took some time, but Tanis agreed and submitted himself to the being's actions, and to his surprise and hers, they were indeed not harmed and were then being looked over by several devices that ran lines of light on them. They were not harmed at all, and soon they were pretty much guided to this room that they were in now, and the Blood Elf rogue stayed with them and told them what they were dealing with. Tanis was completely silent, but his eyes were telling volumes as well. He looked at each detail of the ship and recounting all the details that Aaron had just given them. After a moment or more of silence, he spoke to her. "You were saved by this man after you actually lost your arm? How did he do that?" Aaron sighed and replied, "I just don't know. All I recall after I fell unconscious was me in great pain and near death's door when I saw him. And then I woke up with my arm fully restored, and I was alive and well. I later learned that he had actually grown me an arm. It was like the racial regeneration ability of those trolls, but without any magic of any sort. He used those devices and actually made me a new arm, which is indeed mine." Both Blood Knight and Farstrider were stunned by this. Like all of their kind, and even their former high elf kin, they disdained technology and rarely use it. However, they were not blind to the power that it could offer. But this kind of technology was different, and so unique that they could hardly describe it with anything they knew of. It was then that Janna spoke once again to Aaron. "So this man, if he even is one underneath all that armor he wears, what do you know of him?" Aaron smiled widely and replied to that question. "There is no doubt in my mind that he is human underneath all that armor he happens to have on, and he is quite delicious to say the least in face and body when he does take his armor and helmet. So far, however, he's a private person, and while he's not easy to understand completely, he's rather tolerant and open-minded." Tanis was intrigued by that and made that sentiment clear in his next question to the Blood Elf rogue/mage. "Really? What makes you say that?" Aaron smirked at that and replied, "It's kind of obvious actually. The fact that even though he was technically in the lands of the Night Elves and is in their good graces, he still allows me to remain here under his protection. Of course, he saved my life and he wanted information about our race, but he also happens to prefer hearing our side of the story of our race and why we became what we are today. He also protected me when he came to Stormwind of business of his own, and he is quite willing to face anyone to protect those under his charge. So that's why I say that unlike the humans in the Alliance, he certainly is different. The thing is, he's neutral to the Alliance and the Horde, so he is not part of any side except his own from what I can gather." "Interesting," Janna then replied as she was still somewhat unconvinced as to what Aaron had described concerning their current host. "How can you be so sure that he is indeed human? I've been able to observe humans before, and there is nothing in the Alliance that matches the kind of things that he carries around with him. Those guns he has are unlike any firearm I have seen that is used by the gnomes, dwarves, and the humans, and the armor he has is not Alliance-made gear. In fact, it hardly matches anything that is made by the Alliance. So how can we be sure that he is indeed human as you claim him to be?" Aaron was about to answer when the door opened, and in walked the Spartan in question. The three Blood Elves looked at his direction, with Aaron being the only one who showed no fear or wariness in his appearance, no doubt due to her attraction to him, as well as the fact that he was kind to her and also happened to be quite open-minded when dealing with things. The rogue smiled and greeted the Spartan in a tone of familiarity. "Greetings, Chief. Is there something important you want to ask them?" The Spartan nodded and spoke to Aaron. "I do have some important matters to discuss. If you want to stay and listen to them, then that is all right. But if you do not want to, then you can leave and get some rest." Aaron shook her head at that. "It's all right. I don't mind hearing what you want to say to my fellow Blood Elves. However, they want to have proof that you are human." "Do they now?" The Spartan directed his attention to the two Blood Elves in question and looked at them. Tanis nodded while Janna remained silent, though the Spartan doubted that she planned to remain silent for long, as he could tell that the new female had plenty of questions for him. That was to be expected after all, since he was not exactly a regular being by most standards. The male Blood Elf then spoke to him in a very curious yet reserved tone. "Yes, we do. You're not like any human we know of. Your armor is not made by any Alliance race that we know of. Your weapons may be guns, but are of a totally unknown make to us. And let's not even begin with your ships. Not to mention that you are huge for a human." John mentally chuckled at that and knew that they had a right to say that, though if they had ever met his fellow Spartans, they would have been quite surprised to see him. After all, in their Mjolnir armors, his fellow Spartans were like giants to most human-sized beings. He then decided to remove his helmet and assure the two Blood Elves that he was indeed human, though he was not going to like it. He still found the idea of removing his helmet to show his face to be something of an annoyance. But he decided to get it over and done with so he could get down to the more serious matter of finding out just what these two were doing here and also figure out what to do with them once he had learned all that he could from them. Erin smiled warmly as she knew right there and then that the Spartan was going to remove his helmet. Even though she had seen his face many times already, she never got tired of it at all as she loved seeing his handsome face. As soon as the helmet came off the Spartan's head, she and the other Blood Elves got to see his face, and while Erin's reaction was still the same the very first time she had seen his face, the reaction of her fellow Blood Elves was different. Tanis was surprised to see that the giant before him was indeed human but was so different. For one thing, he gave the aura of a veteran warrior who had seen many years of combat. He himself was no slouch in the arts of war, having served in the Farstriders for nearly 300 years ever since the Second War and during the invasion of the Scourge in Quel'Thalas, and he had faced the Horde's own races more than once. However, the aura this man seemed radiate was different. He felt like he was looking at a being of war. The way he moved and the way he acted was that of a warrior who had fought many battles and won them all. He also noted the eyes. They were calm, intense, focused, and radiated confidence as well as experience and power. The power that he had only seen in two people in his still young life as a Blood Elf. Ranger General of Silver Moon, Haldurin Brightwing, and Lord Lorthamar Theron. Those were the only ones of his race that Tanis saw that had this aura. This human had it, and he felt that there was even more somewhere there as well. This human deserved respect, and he was willing to give this man that respect. As for Janna, she was surprised indeed and had to admit that the man was attractive. The skin tone was exotic, and there seemed to be no features on him that seemed to be wrong in any respect. This human was very handsome indeed as his face was flawless, and before she became a member of the Blood Knights. Janna had served as a priestess in the Alliance before the sundering of her people from their former allies, so she had met many human males in her day and had to admit that many of them were certainly good-looking in some respects. This human was in a class of his own as she continued to stare at his face, taking in every detail of this remarkably handsome human male before her. However, like Tanis, she sensed an aura about him. There was no magic coming from him at all, and also his armor. And considering what he wore and this entire place he called home, as well as his weapons, armor, and mode of transportation, she doubted that he even knew what magic was, let alone used it. She had heard of techno-mages, beings from the Alliance, and even some from the Horde that dabbled in the idea of combining both magic and technology into some sort of system of power. However, like all her race, and no doubt even the High Elves and the Night Elves, she shunned the idea and considered those who took the path of technomages as idiots and fools. This man was different. The aura was also that of a soldier. She was no longer a stranger in the arts of war after discarding her role as a healer and took up the sword and shield of a Blood Knight. But this human's aura was thick, strong, potent, almost like magic itself. This told her that this being was no stranger to combat and had seen a great deal of battles, and no doubt had killed more than his fair share of beings before. She wondered just what sort of person was he, and as she looked on, taking in his handsome features, as well as the aura of power and strength he radiated, she could see just why was it her fellow female Blood Elf would show a great deal of interest with this outworldly being. Erin could see that look in Janna's face, and she felt some level of unease as she could tell that her fellow female Blood Elf was attracted by the Spartan. That unease, however, was soon replaced with a sense of competition as she was not keen on letting anyone take away her chances of seducing the Spartan, gaining his support as well as his affections, even if it was one of her own kindred. She didn't like the idea of having more competition. She already had enough of that with the two female Night Elves, but the rogue in her replied that at least there was a more entertaining chance of being able to catch the Spartan this time around. John himself, however, was getting rather annoyed by all this, and despite not scowling, he glared at the two Blood Elves a bit, already used to the way Erin stared at him, so that didn't bother him as much as it did in the past, though he knew that the stares were more than just to look at him. He then spoke to the two seriously. "Now are you convinced that I am human?" When the two finally nodded, the Spartan placed back on his helmet and then spoke seriously to them. "All right, now listen here because I will not say thins again. You two happen to be in my ship and my own personal base of operations. As such, I am going to ask you why you are here in Kalimdor. Make no mistake of this. I happen to be a neutral party here, and I prefer not to be involved in either Alliance or Horde affairs unless there is no other options, or it's within my best interest to be involved, though I happen to be under the good graces of the leader of the Night Elves as of this moment. The two of you, however, don't have that luxury. You are recognized as Blood Elves, and you happen to be in Night Elf lands, and naturally they might not take too kindly with the fact that you happen to be here of all places. So here's the deal. I want to know what is it you happen to be doing here of all places, and if there are others in your group that might be here. Make no mistake, the reason I am doing this is to make sure that there is no sudden conflict that might spring up to cause the breaking of this non-aggression situation that is between the Alliance and the Horde. The fact that you two are here is not that significant, but the question on why you two happen to be in the lands of the Night Elves remains. So, you two tell me why you are here, and I will bring this case towards the attention of the proper authorities, and in return, I'll see if I can help you two in some fashion and keep you two from retaliation while here in this base. Janna was not happy with those options that the Spartan was giving them and spoke out. Why should we tell you the reason we happen to be here? If you happen to be neutral, then you shouldn't be concerning yourself with the affairs of the Horde. That's true, but I also happen to be trying to do things to keep the peace in my location. And the fact is that apart from several locations in either Kalimdor and Azeroth, this is a neutral spot. I am doing this only as long as this place does not become a site for the Horde to attack the Night Elves. The same applies as I will not allow the Alliance to use this place to launch raids into the lands of the Horde here in Kalimdor. Consider yourselves lucky that you were even allowed here in the first place, and I happen to be open-minded and tolerant, as well as intent on maintaining my neutrality. If I wasn't, I would have just left you to your own devices, and who knew who or what you two might have encountered. Janna blanched as she recalled what had happened before she had fallen into unconsciousness when the satyrs had surrounded them before. The Spartan noted that and sighed mentally as he had a fairly accurate idea on what the woman was thinking. He and the others had nearly arrived on the Dawn's outer perimeter when the scanners told them activity, and they spotted the two blood elves in danger, and naturally, he decided to go in and intervene. He had no idea what the creatures were doing, but considering how the female blood elf reacted to his statement, he had a fairly accurate idea, but he was certainly not going to entertain it for any time frame. Tanis ran through their options and decided that it was best that they told the being their mission. He had saved their lives and provided them sanctuary when he shouldn't have. The fact that the unknown human was aware of the risks of allowing them in his base, yet doing so anyway told him that he was reasonable just as Aaron had said him to be, and that was a good thing as well. This place was neutral land, and they were safe here for now. He could also hope that maybe this being could help him save his unit, or at least have their remains, if they were all dead, brought back to Silvermoon for proper funeral rites by the rest of the Farstriders. Tanis then began to speak, but not before Janna reacted and told him to stop right there and not tell this human what they were doing here once more. However, the Farstrider replied to that with a serious look. We happen to be in enemy territory, and he is willing to let us remain under his protection for now. If one of our own is safe here under his watch in the very realm of the Night Elves of all places, then we should at least show our gratitude to him, and if possible, ask for help. Janna was utterly surprised by that, and tried to find some way to state that they didn't need help from a human, even if he was not from the Alliance or any of the lands of the humans. But she was not entirely ignorant of the situation, and sighed as she kept her peace as Tanis informed the Spartan of the reason his unit was in the lands of the Night Elves. It took a while as the Farstrider provided all the details that he could give. Once that was over, the Spartan then spoke to the two of them. All right then, now that I know what exactly is it that brought you and your fellow Blood Elves here, I have to inform High Priestess Tyrant of the situation and see if any of the Sentinel patrols of her people have found any trace of your companions. Janna was surprised that this human was actually on speaking terms with the leader of the Night Elves. From what she had heard, the Night Elves were not always welcoming of the younger races, including humans as well. But this was something she didn't expect, and she spoke out her curiosity as well as her wariness on the whole matter. You have the ear of the Night Elves, High Priestess? How is that even possible? You'd be surprised at how being open-minded can open a number of doors if you do things right. At any rate, I'll leave you two alone to get some rest. Tomorrow you are going to get some time here, while I ask one of my Night Elf companions to go to Darnassus and give the report to High Priestess Tyrant, as well as my request to help you locate your companions that were taken by the satyrs. Keep in mind, however, that there is the chance she will want your group out of the land of her people regardless of the fact that you're only here to gather information. With that in mind, the Spartan took his leave, and that left the three Blood Elves alone for the time being. And it was not long that Janna spoke to Aaron with a rather curious expression, as she wanted to know just how far had her fellow Blood Elf had gotten with getting slow to this human, who was now proving to be quite the mystery. So, how far have you gotten in getting more details from that man anyway? Aaron grinned at that and replied, I've seen him out of his armor for one thing. And he? Let's just say that seeing him makes it all worthwhile being here, even with those two female Amazons vying for his attention. Janna raised an eyebrow at that while Tanis sighed and spoke. By the leaves of Silvermoon, why do I have to listen to this? In another section of the Dawn, Kaylin was not quite happy with the news that was given to her and her companions hours later by the Spartan as she, Sandra, White Claw, and Jared listened to what the Spartan had been able to tell them concerning the Blood Elves that they had rescued in the battle earlier. They had quickly arrived and scattered the satyrs as the Spartan was quickly among the foul beasts and slaughtered them quickly with his weapons. The satyrs had tried to fight back against the Spartan but didn't stand much of a chance as the Spartan reduced them to dead meat, while they quickly cut down the creatures before they could attack the Spartan from behind. After a few minutes of intense fighting, the satyrs were all dead and dealt with, so now they decided to take a good look at who they had rescued. She was not happy that there were two Blood Elves this time around due to the fact that it was already considered invasion for them to be here. And now it seemed that they were not alone as well, and this really made the Night Elf Sentinel unhappy with just how the Blood Elves were acting. She could understand if they were trying to defend their territories, as any race had the right to do so, But sneaking around in another race's homeland was not a valid excuse in her mind, as that was going to be a serious issue to deal with. While 6 Blood Elves were not an army on their own, there was no telling what sort of mischief and trouble they would cause while they were here. I can't believe they would willingly come this far. The Spartan replied to that. I can understand the concern, but their methods are sound. The best way to gather information on a foe is sometimes to drop behind their lines and listen in on things. The UNSC has done that before, and so have a number of military forces as well. I'm willing to be even the Alliance can do that from time to time, though they do know the dangers if they make things more public. Kayla nodded reluctantly at that, as she could see the point that the Spartan was trying to put across. But while she understood the reasoning behind their actions, that never meant that she neither approved it nor liked it at all. It was like finding out that a bunch of thieves were prowling around your home, and you couldn't touch them at all. I know, but that still does not make it easy to know that the Horde are sending spies into my people's homelands. The Spartan naturally understood the Night Elf's concern, and he knew that it was never easy dealing with spies, and there was no doubt in his mind that this was not going to be the last time either. The next day, Janna and Tanis awoke the next day, resting on the beds, and they had to admit that these were rather comfortable, and even more so without the armor that they normally wear. The lighting quickly turned on, seemingly easing the glare until their eyes adapted well to the surroundings, and the temperature in the room began to change until it felt very comfortable. This naturally got the attention of the Blood Elves, as it seemed that the ship itself adapted to suit their needs. Janna was still trying to get used to everything, and it seemed that the same could be said for her friend Tanis, and as they rose, they decided to look around in the large room that they were in. The walls felt cool and were naturally metallic. It was all gray, with shades of silver and black in some areas. This was something that made the Blood Elves feel a bit queasy for one reason or another. They could see that while this place of metal lacked anything that they would consider attractive or even beautiful, there was no denying that this was a place geared for conflict. It was as if this entire ship, if it truly is one, was geared for warfare. They toured the room and saw lockers, which they soon realized served to store items and such. They also found a room with some sort of cleaning and bathing facilities, and while the temptation to get clean was there, they had no idea how to operate anything on this vessel. Janna turned to Tanis and spoke to her friend. What are we going to do now? I don't know, Jan. All of this. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the fact that we're in what is supposed to be a ship, but there is no way this was made by the Alliance, and I seriously doubt any member of the Horde made this. I know, but that's not just it, and you know it. Are we really going to stay here? The Farstrider slowly nodded at that. We have no choice. We happen to be in the lands of the Night Elves, and there is no telling what will happen if we leave. But I feel we can trust him, and if I am wrong, then I will take full responsibility for it. Janna managed to smile at that as she saw the same dedication in the eyes of her longtime friend and hoped that she was wrong and that they would be all right here. Besides that, Aaron seemed to have adjusted well enough, and she would have to be the best source of information in figuring out what they could that concerned the Spartan in this place he called home. As they moved out from the bathing and cleaning room and back into the room, the door opened, and in walked none other than Aaron herself, and she spoke to them as she saw that they were now awake. Nice to see the two of you awake. It's time for breakfast. Come on, you might be in for a treat. The two wondered what she meant by that. As they followed the rogue/mage, they looked at the ship and wondered what had been placed into its construction. It was obviously expensive to build, as a ship made entirely of metal would have cost a literal fortune to make. Many ships of their own navy were built with a combination of wood and metal. This vessel was a completely different matter entirely, and this further reinforced the mystery surrounding this human who was its apparent owner. The next thing that confused them was the fact that it was not shaped in the fashion of a ship that they knew of. And the most telling thing was it was cut in half. They had seen the open spaces as they headed through the ship, and that made them very curious, as well as terrified, as the same thought was in their minds. What kind of power was able to cut a ship like this in half? As they arrived in the galley, they were able to see the 3 Night Elves, and there was the Spartan, once more removing his helmet and eating his food. Janna quickly saw the handsome human's face once more, and she quickly saw the attraction and appreciation on the faces of Aaron and the 2 Night Elves, and she couldn't help but understand why they were interested in the man. As they arrived, the Spartan looked at them and nodded as he stood up and walked to a large device and tapped something, and out came a pair of trays, and as they looked as he turned and walked towards them, they saw that the trays actually had food on them. As he placed the trays to the 2 of them, he went back to the same device, pressed something from what they were able to see, and came back later with another tray of food that he then gave to Aaron. The Blood Elf rogue accepted with a seductive smile, which was not lost to her apparent rivals as they glared at her. Aaron sat down, smelled the food, and began to eat them, smiling at the taste that came to her taste buds. The Blood Elves also tried the food, and despite some initial wariness, they found the food to nice and tasty. As soon as the meal was over, the Spartan then told the rules of his ship to both Janna and Tanis. These were the same rules that he had given Aaron before, and when they saw that he was dead serious about the implementation of those rules and the sight of their fellow Blood Elf agreeing to those said rules, they did so as well. The Master Chief then directed his attention to Jared. asking the druid to send word to Tyrant about this latest discovery, while he kept an eye on the two blood elves who had no comment to his attention, and the druid nodded as he turned into his crow form and headed off towards Darnassus to inform their race's leader. John made sure to warn the new residents that he was not going to let them leave under any regular circumstance until he had an accurate idea on what was his next course of action in dealing with them for ever coming here to the lands of Kalimdor, and while Janna was not happy about it, she was surprised that the Spartan was willing to listen to what she had to say about his rules. And when she was done, he pointed that out that he made these rules since he preferred not to allow any of his secrets to be unleashed into a world which was not ready for them. And after looking at the technology this man possessed, she couldn't help but see that he had a good reason to give them such rules. John knew that it was going to be some time before he got a reply from Darnassus, as well as get some information, so for now, he decided to review the information archives that he had already gathered from his trips to the libraries of Darnassus, Theramore Isle, and also from Stormwind. He needed all the information that he was going to get, as not only would he learn of the history, culture, customs, but also about the other races that he had yet to encounter. The orcs, trolls, tauren, undead, and ogres were already mentioned in those books. But he needed more information, and he also needed to read from their perspective on their own history, culture, customs, and traditions. The other races and beings were the ones he needed to be ready for their allegiance apart from their own kind was something that was a risk to him in the dawn and had to be taken into serious account should he ever encounter them in a hostile setting. John was no fool. While he was gifted with his augmentations, his weapons, his Mjolnir, the technology of the UNSC, and his experience in battle as well as his inner talents, and of course, his luck, he was still alone in an unknown world, and considering all that he has so far seen, the creatures he had fought with, along with some of the other groups, were just the tip of the proverbial iceberg, and he had to be ready when the time came for him to meet them in either peace or wartime. In Darnassus, Tyrant was currently dealing with a new set of reports, as well as the daily tasks of running the city of her people when Jared arrived and gave her the message. This was something of a concern for the Night Elf High Priestess, but after reading the book provided to her by the Spartan, she began to think on how this could actually work as an advantage for her and her people. Spies were dangerous in all senses since they had a lot more freedom to do what they could when in the lands of their enemies. But according to Sun Tzu, enemy spies could also be fed the wrong kind of information, turning what would have been an advantage into a weakness. She had read the book well and knew that this was a viable approach in dealing with spies when they were ever caught. So far, for the past month or so, she had taken a number of steps to help keep her people safe, as well as never losing her compassionate nature. The book had been a good help, and so far, the increasing success of the Sentinel patrols in keeping their land safe was a good thing. Combining the already tried and proven methods of her people in the arts of war and melding it with that Sun Tzu spoke of proved to be very useful in dealing with satyrs and other hostile creatures. The tactics also applied in leading Darnassus, most especially when dealing with Fandral, who despite his public arrogance and smugness, when being seen by his fellow Night Elves, was not getting much leeway in getting more power. Tyrant had seen to that aspect well by making sure that she had agents of her own to keep track of Fandral without being obvious. And thankfully, a number of druids who didn't completely trust the archdruid were willing to help. She had curtailed the shipments of Moro grain that Fandral needed for whatever he had used for without making him notice, while also making sure to have his allies watched, and every detail of their dealings was reported to her, though the agents kept it all coded by using a different language and alphabet, in this case, Orcish, the language of the orcs themselves, which Tyrant had managed to learn during one of her few visits to Theramore Isle to speak with Jaina, as she had decided to read the language in order to be better prepared in dealing with the orcs, and she was now happy that she did, as this proved to be very helpful. The reason was this played on the fact that Fandral wanted nothing to do with the beings he deemed as the lesser races, and naturally included reading their languages. It was not easy to say the least, and not very tasteful to her agents, as they hated anything to do with the orcs, but she explained the usefulness of it all, and when she read the messages, the reports would then be placed in the fires and burned to reduce the risk of them being found at all, further ensuring that Fandral had no idea what was going on. All of these action, along with the security measures plus more, had helped keep the archdruid from getting his grip into more power and aspects of Night Elf society, and she made it a point to thank the Spartan for the book, and she wondered if he would not mind giving her a new book to read. She, however, wanted the two blood elves to be brought to Darnassus for further talks in order for her to see for herself if they were serious about this situation they happened to be in. Not to mention the fact that she wanted to inform the Spartan that Fandral had been trying his best to get more information about him that he could use as a weapon of sorts against the Spartan. Apparently, the archdruid still naturally had an axe to grind with the Spartan, not liking the fact that he was allies with Tyrant and was soon getting a good deal of power in terms of support from the High Priestess. And while she doubted that the archdruid was willing to attack the Spartan directly as of yet, she was not in the mood for conflict between them to break out, and wanted to find a way to talk to the Spartan while keeping Fandral in the dark. As Jared had been turned into a messenger between him and her, the druid was being watched by Fandral's agents. so having a backup way of communicating with the Spartan without rousing attention was needed if ever he would ask for assistance, and vice versa. She told this much to Jared and made sure to ask the druid to remain in Darnassus for a while as she decided to gather the captains of the Sentinel forces as well as their acting replacements if on another assignment to move away from their usual routes and go get any reports that might help the Spartan locate this missing band of blood elves. Once they got the information and it was all determined to be both authentic and accurate, then she would ask Jared to go back to the Dawn and ask the Spartan to go to the city and get the information he needed while also allowing her to talk to him about the situation with Fandral. It took some time, but it was not long before Tyron managed to gather the data as the patrols of her people's army began to send in reports. She pulled them all together and began to look for anything that would be key to the operation that she knew the Spartan would soon be taking part in. This was going to be an interesting week as she waited for the reports to come in soon. On the way to Darnassus, the Spartan guided the Pelican dropship towards the Night Elf home city. So far it had been at least a full week before Jared came back bearing news from Darnassus. Naturally, the Spartan was willing to go to Darnassus and speak to High Priestess Tyrant and get his information while also doing what she asked of him. After all, he had a healthy respect and a level of trust for the High Priestess, so who was he to refuse? After all, she willingly helped gather the information he had asked for, and at some risk from being criticized by Fandral once more. As he guided the Pelican down, he gave a glance at those on his ship. So far, Erin had sat with her kindred while the Night Elves were on the other side of the Pelican. Kaelin and Sandra were looking at both Erin and Janna warily, while the Blood Elf women did the same thing, while both Jared and Tanis seemed to be making sure that they didn't try anything on one another. It made the Spartan sigh a bit more at the situation that he was now in, and it made him wonder just how he was going to deal with the situations that seemed to crop up all around him. Not that he was worried or anything, compared to dealing with Covenant assaults, flood rampages, floating rampant ancient A.Is, and escaping a soon-to-detonate intergalactic superweapon. All of this was a walk in the park for the Spartan 2 super soldier. Not that it was going to be easy or anything, but very much easier to deal with than those said instances. Besides, he was a Spartan. He had a hard time in peacetime, as he had mentioned before in front of Jaina, Egwene, and no doubt Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, and it was only in battles did he feel some semblance of normalcy, though not by much. At the moment, he was carrying a BR-55 HB-SR battle rifle as well as AM-6G Magnum for this trip, and carried a combat knife, as well to even things up a bit more than before just in case he encountered trouble, along with a pair of grenades. However, both ranged weapons and said grenades were armed with TTRs or tactical training rounds instead of their standard ammunition and explosive payloads. These things were the militarized version of civilian paintballs and were naturally non-lethal, though they were able to sting like hell and were actually made in a very unique fashion. TTRs were used in training exercises, and the substance in them was a highly advanced anesthetic that had enough potency to paralyze a being's voluntary muscles and render them helpless until the substance's effects wore off. If shot in the head, the anesthetic was also able to keep the target asleep for a certain period of time and had been used to capture criminals, rioting civilians, deserters, and the like, as well as for training purposes. Once fired from the weapon it was stored in, the TTR would fly to the target, and as soon as it was in range to said target, which was 10 centimeters, the proximity fuse in the plastic polymer shell would detonate and release the substance, making a red splotch, and then the effects of the anesthetic kicked in immediately. The grenades loaded with the TTRs had the same purpose. Only in this case, these grenades were more useful in splattering an entire group of targets and would be very useful if a riot broke out and forced the law enforcement personnel to stop targeting individuals and go for big groups. John hoped that he didn't have to resort to using them, but better to be safe than sorry. As he landed the Pelican, he was greeted by a band of sentinels, and it was not long before one of the sentinels smiled in the direction of Kaelin herself, and it was none other than Kaelin's second-in-command of her Sentinel Patrol unit. "Commander." Kaelin smiled warmly as she moved towards her friend and also the rest of her unit, who were all happy to see their commanding officer alive and apparently in good health. This was good news to them, as they had been worried about her ever since she had been assigned as a guide for the massive armored human who was there with her. As soon as the two broke their hug with one another, Kaelin spoke to her fellow Night Elves. "It is good to see you doing well, Alyssa. But what are you doing here? I might have not seen you and the others for a number of weeks, but shouldn't you and the rest be on a patrol?" Lady Tyron had all available patrols and their officers head back to Darnassus. She had used try and locate several missing. "Well, Blood Elves, and when we did, we should report our findings to her, and afterwards we could return to our designated patrol duties for the day. We also heard that even the Argent Dawn's agents here have gotten involved somehow as well in searching, as they believe that the Twilight's Hammer clan might be involved somehow." This made Kaelin curious as she looked at the group, and their nods confirmed that Alyssa was indeed telling the truth. This made Kaelin even more curious as to what was going on here, but she decided to reserve her questions for a different time, as she and the others were soon going to the portal, while a number of sentinels, including her own unit, were escorting the two new Blood Elves towards the portal of Darnassus. Once they were in through the portal, the whole group was escorted towards the temple. Naturally, John was using the translation program that Cortana had been able to develop, and after a good deal of exposure, it was at full optimal efficiency, as John could now hear the words that were spoken in Darnassian all around him. So far, most of the discussion had to do with the fact that there were 2 new faces in the city. These were not the welcome kind, as many of the Night Elf residents were unsettled by the arrival of the Night Elves. This was something that John was quick to notice, and while could have chalked it up to simple racial tension, he noted that some of the passing by Night Elves, both male and female who were dressed in the clothes befitting druids, seemed to be interested in keeping a wide berth from the Blood Elves, Aaron included, and the same could be said for the Night Elves who were dressed in the same fashion as Talia was. This was something of a great concern for John, but he pushed that aside for now as they arrived into the temple, and there was Tyron before them as well. She smiled warmly at Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared as well as Sandra Pet's White Claw, and then gave a neutral look at the Night Elves and nodded to them. As they all were now in the temple, Tyron spoke to them about the information that she had gathered with the support of the Sentinel patrols. It was after informing them all of the information and allowing them to leave that she had some time to speak to the Spartan, and also to Cortana, as well since the A.I had been inside her protector's Mjolnir Mark 6 armor in private. And even more so, since she had a number of specially trained and loyal Night Elf male and female rogues as security outside of the temple to prevent any attempts to sneak in unannounced. As John listened, he had to give credit to Tyron for her tactics in keeping her eyes on Fandral, limiting his power base's reach as well as evading detection. Using the orc's own language by playing on the fact that Fandral was uncaring for the languages and alphabets of other races he deemed as lesser races was a stroke of genius on her part. I have to give you credit for that action you took, High Priestess Tyrant, using Archdruid Fandral's own arrogance against him. The High Priestess smiled at that. I have to thank the book you gave me as it gave me the idea. However, I do have a concern, since Fandral knows that Jared is your way of contacting me. I have a feeling that he will be watching Jared from now on, and there is no telling just what is going to be results of that if he decides to make a move against you. John nodded at that as he was quick to figure out just what Tyrant was saying, and it was then that Cortana spoke to him to allow her to speak to Tyrant. John nodded and allowed Cortana to appear, and the A.I spoke to Tyrant. Is there any way you can somehow use magic to send message across to the Dawn? Tyrant thought about that, and then recalled something that she had gotten from Jaina before. It was a series of parchment that was enchanted that whatever was written on one sheet could be written in the other sheets. By using one's own magical aura on one or two of the sheets, what one writes on that sheet, the second sheet will reveal it as well, and by pressing in the aura, once more the writing would disappear. The case itself was magical and would ensure that any of the other sheets inside would not have the same writing as the previous two unless the owner's magical seal is placed on the case itself. It was an ingenious magical device, which she found somewhat useful, but decided to keep it hidden safely, so it would not be used for the wrong reasons. Now she had found a way to use it. However, she still needed to make sure that it had a way of avoiding being found, as Fandral had agents of his own. I do have a means to do so, but it has to be written in a language that Fandral does not know of, as despite his distaste and racial arrogance towards the other races, he is able to read their language and alphabet, and he does have agents of his own as well. Cortana, however, had already come up with an idea. He might understand the languages and alphabets of this world of yours, but I doubt he would understand the alphabet and language from the UNSC. John raised an eyebrow at this, and so did Tyrant. What was going through the A.I's mind this time around? In the Dawn's armory after returning from Darnassus, the Master Chief quickly began to run through his options for the soon-to-come rescue mission. He knew that the best option he had was to go for close quarters fighting, considering the fact that he was going into another dank and wet cave system filled with who knew what creatures this time around. The information provided by the Argent Dawn, as well as the Sentinel patrols that Tyrant had requested from her people, concerned the possible sightings of prisoners being taken by the Twilight's Hammer clan to some sort of hidden base for transport to another more secure location. So far, the Argent Dawn stated that the base was a system of caves near what used by a mining complex established by the Alliance in the Third War to gather war material to fund and strengthen the war efforts against the Burning Legion, as well as their scourge servants before the climactic battle at Mount Hyjal. After the battle, the Alliance had no choice but to abandon it due to the fact that the Scourge had caused a lot of damage to the location in a sneak attack before Archimonde was destroyed by the actions of Malfurion. So far, the location was no longer viable as most of the accessible metals and minerals were stripped, and only by going in deeper was there a chance that any metals and minerals worth mining could be found. However, the last report stated that a large number of creatures had taken the place as a residence, so there was no need for forces to go to the place as of yet. However, recent reports came in that the Twilight's Hammer clan had used this as a base of operations for their raids and attacks in the area, and have used fell magic to corrupt and twist the creatures that called the place home into their servants. It was not a very large location, but it was enough to house captives until they were taken to any base that the clan owned in Kalimdor for now. Destroying that location and driving out the Twilight's hammer was a good move and would also help give him a lot more trust with the Night Elves. The reports of the combined forces also mentioned that they had spotted a number of prisoners there, and it was a mixture of beings. There were fellow Night Elves, some humans, even a few dwarves and gnomes, and of course, there were also prisoners from the Horde as well. There were some trolls, a Tauren, and even an orc family, but the real thing that was important was the number of blood elves that were there as well in the group. And when that was mentioned, Tanis asked if the prisoners wore the same armor and clothing as he did. As soon as it was confirmed that they did, that was enough to tell the Spartan that the group had been found and now had to be rescued, since after reading the information he had found about the Twilight's hammer from the Alliance, he knew that those prisoners were going to be used as sacrifices, and that was something he knew they had to stop. The sheer size of the prisoners that were there would require a much larger escort force. That was why the Twilight's Hammer clan were no doubt going to wait for more of their compatriots to make sure that if they moved out, there was less chance of the prisoners trying to make an escape attempt. He reached and took out AM-90 ACAWS shotgun and loaded it with a full combat load of shotgun shells and also a pair of M7 SMGs. While he would have preferred his trusted MA-5C ICWS assault rifle, the fact that it was going to close quarters meant that he needed to have a barrage of fire that was able to fill the area with lead quickly and effectively, and despite his personal preference for the weapon, the lower ammunition capacity would be a problem. He would need to rely on Kaelin, Sandra, Jared, Aaron, and of course, Tanis and Janna for support on this one mission, and he was going to be in close combat. And since it was going to be close quarters, he decided to take one of his katanas on this mission, as the weapon was going to be effective in this kind of situation that he was going to find himself in. He placed them on his side and soon fully loaded himself with ammunition as well as a pair of frag grenades. Once he was done, he placed the katana on his hip while he had the M90A shotgun on his back for easy access when he needed it, and then moved out of the armory and was soon greeted by the others as Janna was currently moving her sword around to get some blood flowing into her sword arm while moving her shield arm about to relax herself. Tanis was busy checking his bow for any rotting or cracks, as well as any loosening in the bowstrings. Erin was currently in her old armor and cleaning her swords and checking for any rust on them, and once the swords were clean, she dried them with a cloth, afterwards coating them with poison, as was her trade, though she carried a small amount of mana potions on the off chance she would have to resort to using magic. The Night Elves were also getting ready for the soon-to-come battle in their right, as well as Kaelin did the same thing, though she still carried her sword and was no longer wearing the clothing armor he had given her, opting for her sentinel clothing and armor. He didn't mind, as this was what she preferred. Sandra was also wearing her trademark armor and was also checking her bow and her swords, while White Claw growled a bit and was eating a small amount of meat to build his strength for the soon-to-come battles with its mistress. Jared was meditating as well, no doubt to clear his mind and focus his energies. He nodded to them, and they were soon ready to move out as he got them into the Albatross dropship, and then took off, as going through the defenses of the Dawn's outer walls was naturally a very bad idea, as the people there had no idea what might happen if they ever took a wrong step in any possible direction around his base. He also needed to hide the traps, since there was no telling what would happen if the Blood Elves, Aaron included, had an idea of the defensive nature of the land around the Dawn itself. They flew a fair distance away from the location that Tyrant had told them, and soon they were off with the Spartan armed with the M90, while Kaelin, Jared, White Claw, and Sandra had taken the front, due to them being more familiar with the location that they were going through due to this land being their home. It was not long before the Night Elves and the rest arrived, and sure enough, there was a large collection of creatures, and when scanned by the Spartan's magical aura vision mode in his Mjolnir Mark 6 helmet, the creatures were indeed fused with Fel energy, the magical power of the Warlocks. That was also obvious to the others as they looked at the creatures before them. There were wolves, some feral night sabers that had been corrupted, a large number of furbolgs that were all corrupted, as well as a large number of other beings, namely some humans, trolls, orcs, and some high elves. Most would be surprised to see such a collection until they realized that the ones were bearing the mark of the Twilight's Hammer clan. It still made the chief shake his head at the way this looked, but he focused on the furbolgs. He had read about them and knew about the fact that many of their tribes had been consumed by the corruption spread by the Burning Legion during the Third War, and only a few tribes remained who were free of the corruption that claimed their kin. They were not to be underestimated despite their lack of any weapons. That much was obvious to the Spartan, as he could tell that they were going to be very difficult, as some of them had worn armor, and there was no telling just how capable they were in combat. He scanned the forces and quickly located the lead warlock of the bunch, and while he had no weapons to speak of, magic was his best defense and offense, and as such, he was marking that high elf warlock as a prime target. He looked at the group and nodded for them to begin the attack. They had to do it quickly before things got too difficult to accomplish in this kind of situation, which was naturally something that all of them could ill afford to happen at this time. Kaelin and Sandra nodded as they began to aim and fired their arrows while Jared would support them. The two were soon joined by Tanis, as the Farstrider unleashed his own arrows at the forces before him and bring them all down in the first volley. In a single moment, The arrows were fired, and the results were there. Several of the wolves and the night sabers howled in pain as the arrows bit into their flesh. Some had been felled by the attacks as the arrows that followed had pierced them deeply. The others, however, charged fast and hard while being accompanied by the furbolgs. The Spartan quickly came in as he spotted the creatures closing in. They were fast, and judging by how some of them sliced apart the creatures before them, they cared little for their lives as well as those of their allies. This told him to move in as he placed aside his M90 and took out his M7S and went into the battle with the creatures. Several wolves tried to lunge attack him, but they got their bodies torn apart by his weapons or the arrows of the night elves and the Farstrider. He quickly was faced by the first furbolg, and the Spartan admitted that the creature was massive, not as tall as the brutes, the flood tanks, or as massive as either, but still deadly. The thing roared and slashed, intent on tearing the Spartan in half despite his armor, and got a stomach full of lead for its trouble. But the creature roared in pain and fury and managed to force him to back away. It lashed out with its other limb and hit the shields, flickering out in golden light as the Spartan quickly avoided another slash. The furbolg roared and attacked even more as the Spartan quickly ducked and lashed out with a powerful kick. The sound of cracking bone was heard as the creature roared in pain once more. It turned and was greeted by the sight of the M7 in the Master Chief's right hand and was shredded as John unleashed another stream into another furbolg going right at him. He quickly rushed in and smashed hard into the creature like a battering ram, knocking back, but not before the Spartan blocked a paw coming down at him with a downward slash of the thing's claws. He quickly fired a blast of slugs into the creature's chest, spilling blood and kicking it hard. The Spartan had to admit that these creatures were not only tough, but strong. Nowhere near as strong as the Mgalekalo or the Jiralhani, and even the Sengaili, but strong as well as despite the heat of battle and his adrenaline flowing in his body, he felt a twinge of pain from his arm that had blocked the attack. The other furbolgs were wounded badly as the arrows of the three elves turned them into pin cushions, but they kept coming. He quickly moved in and attacked, cutting down more of the creatures while making sure to be careful with their attacks. One furbolg had its chest torn to bloody shreds from his M7S until he ran out of ammunition for both weapons and quickly switched to the M90 and blasted apart the creatures with well-aimed shots that reduced the furbolgs into bloody mush in conjunction with close combat attacks. It was then that the Twilight's Hammer Clan forces joined the fray just as Aaron, Janna, and Jared came into the fight. Jared quickly took his bear form and began to attack the forces before them as Janna quickly used her shield to block the attacks and slash out with her sword, while Aaron used her own swords with her agility and speed. The Spartan quickly killed the last of the furbolgs with his M90, directing his full attention to the rest of the incoming forces before him, but not before Sandra spoke. "We have to kill the trolls quickly. Even if they suffer horrendous wounds, they can regenerate and keep fighting." Janna nodded as well. "I hate to say it, but she is right. If we let them recover, those trolls will just come back to attack us when we least expect it." John quickly nodded and engaged the creatures directly in battle. The trolls were quick to switch attention to him as he fired the last round of his M90 and blasted a chunk out of the body of the nearest troll. He smashed the butt of the M90 right into the face of the creature as it roared in pain, and he quickly took out his katana to cut the head clean off the creature while placing the M90 on his back as he fought with the other trolls while the rest of his group fought on with the others. Another troll was about to attack the Spartan from behind, but got a large number of shafts in his back and got cut in half as the Spartan's katana cut through him and reduced him into two. He looked to see both Sandra and Kaelin smiling at him, showing to him just who had shot the creature in the back to help him. He gave both women a nod and went back to the battle itself to end it, as he was beset by several human fighters. He could see that they were gripped in their fury and could not be persuaded, and he fought them. The three stood no chance as the Spartan cut them down with his sword, and as soon as he killed the last one, he threw his weapon into the back of an orc about to attack Aaron from behind, just as the rogue turned to face the threat. The Blood Elf smiled warmly at this action to her savior, and the Spartan quickly reloaded his M7 SMGs and quickly killed another pair of orcs charging at him with a withering barrage of bullets as he ran to avoid a powerful fireball aimed right at him. No doubt by the warlock he was targeting as he turned to see the crackling energy coming from the being. He had no idea just what was the warlock planning, but he doubted that he wanted to find out. He quickly went into a run right into the warlock, and he was quickly surrounded in a field of shadow. No doubt the warlock wanted to distract the Spartan long enough to kill him with a spell. However, the vision mode used by John to scan individuals for magic also served to locate those, as well as the warlock's sneer was replaced with terror as the Spartan suddenly lashed out with a fist that shattered his jaw with barely any effort. The Spartan appeared as the spell faded as he quickly broke the neck of the warlock with a single twist of the hands. It was not long before the battle in the outside ended, and the Spartan knew that he had time to reload his weapons. As he did so, he looked to see the group dealing with the creatures. Kaelin and her fellow night elves were giving honor to the fallen wolves and night sabers, as well as the furbolgs, with sadness in their eyes, no doubt saddened by the fact that such creatures were twisted into the service of evil. John noted that and looked at the slaughtered forces of the humans and elves as well as the orcs who were part of the Twilight's Hammer clan. It was a sad thing to have to see this, but it was better this way. Aaron walked over to him carrying his katana, retrieving it from the corpse of her would-be attack, smiling all the while for his actions in saving her life. "Thank you." John nodded, and as soon as his weapons were fully reloaded, he and the others moved towards the cave network to find the prisoners and free them while killing the possible remaining forces in the area. As they move into the cave network, the Spartan switched to using his flashlight to into the caves while the Night Elves were quick to adapt and use their infravision, while the Blood Elves thankfully had something similar as well. There were torches in the caves, but the Spartan was not going to take any risks as he moved about with his M90 in the ready. They entered a large cavern with water and they were moving through, but suddenly he stopped as his motion tracker detected incoming movement. And soon enough, out from the water came several large serpentine beings that were massive and armed with spear-like weapons that looked like coral, but no doubt were deadly looking as well. The creatures roared, and the largest one of them, no doubt the leader of the bunch, spoke in common. "You wretched surface dwellers have come far enough. Now you die here." Kalen swore, and so did Sandra and Jared as the druid spoke out, and John could hear the hatred and disgust in the druid's voce. Naga. He quickly recognized the name. He had read about these creatures in the library of Darnassus, and then got ready to fight them as the 5 creatures were soon joined by a host of murlocs. The Spartan was able to blast away with his M and SMGs in both hands, shredding the murlocs coming towards him. One of the massive Naga creatures reached the Spartan, hissing at him like a snake, and lashed out with the massive weapon in hand, hitting the shields as the Spartan moved aside and quickly unleashed a barrage of slugs into the creature. Some bounced off. Much to the surprise of the Spartan, this told him that the scales were a lot tougher than he thought. The creature roared out, however, as its blood was spilled. It lashed out with a powerful thrust at the Spartan, and the Spartan blocks it with a swing of his weapon, and the creature gets hit with a large amount of arrows from the others, and as it turns, Aaron closes in and slashes the throat, killing the creature quickly and effectively as it gurgled out a cry, drowning in its own blood. The group faced off with the remaining 4 Naga, as well as the Murlocs that were still alive as the fighting started in earnest. 2 of the Naga engaged the Blood and Night Elves in combat alongside their Murloc kin, while the other 2 directed their attention on the Spartan. John realized that he was going to have to get creative in defeating these creatures, as they seemed to be gifted with stronger natural defenses than the other races he's already fought before. He still managed to wound the first attacker and evade the attacks of the next creature through a leap into the air. The Spartan landed and quickly evaded a powerful strike from the wounded Naga he had shot with his M7 SMGs before. The creature was wounded, and he would have used the rounds, but with both weapons in need of reloading, he placed them aside and quickly took out his M90, just as he ducked another mighty swing from the creature. He quickly aimed the weapon right at the creature at point-blank range, the optimal range for the M90, and fired. Boom. The roar of the M90, a shotgun, reverberated all over the cave as the Naga warrior now had its right arm and shoulder missing, and it roared in pain, but that ended as the Master Chief strikes the creature's head with a powerful strike to the skull, and the sound of shattering bones was heard easily as the creature dropped dead. Another tried to attack with his massive coral trident to carve the Spartan into 2, but the Master Chief ducks, and in that moment, pumps the shotgun and introduced the weapon right under the snout of the creature and fired the weapon. The resulting explosion of scales, bones, brain matter, and flesh was not the most welcomed sight for any regular foe, and even the chief's allies were surprised and a bit disturbed. But that faded away as the Spartan quickly blasted a Murloc into nothing, a bloody mess, when it tried to blindside him with its blade. The Spartan carried on and quickly killed another Naga that tried to ambush him by kicking the creature hard in the chest, breaking bones, and the Spartan blasted the creature in the face, resulting in quite the mess. As for the Elven forces, they were able to dispatch their own foes, but not without injuries. Though the injuries in question were only to the female Night Elves, Kaelin managed to kill most of her attackers, but gained a gash on her right arm and also on her left thigh. Sandra also had a wound on her left side, as well as blood on her right shoulder. Both seemed all right, but the Spartan walked over to them and spoke. "Are you all right?" Kaelin replied despite the pain. "We'll be fine, we can still fight." Sandra nodded as well. "My armor took most of the heavy damage. I should be all right to fight." The Spartan turned to face Jared but saw that the druid was also exhausted and had a few bleeding scars. Nothing too serious, but he could see that the druid had been using a lot of his magic, and when he scanned Janna, he could see that the Blood Knight had also run low of magic. He was confused by this until Cortana spoke. "Chief, I've scanned the area and it seems that there's some sort of energy file that has an adverse effect on magic, namely those that oppose the magic used by the warlocks we killed. There must be some sort of spell that is inhibiting the magic used by Jared and Janna, like some sort of magical lockdown field." The Spartan looked at the scans and, true to what Cortana told him, there was indeed a large amount of magic in the rocks. the same kind that was used by the warlocks, and it seemed to somehow damp the magic used by both Jared and Janna. This meant that they were magically out of action at this point. All right, let's rest for now. Agreeing to the suggestion of the Spartan, the groups rested, and to the Spartans' surprise, the three night elves directed their attention to skinning the slain Naga. The Naga were the newest race that he encountered, though he had read the reports from the libraries in Theramore Isle, Stormwind, and Darnassus itself. Still, these Naga were rather new and undeniably dangerous, so he would have to learn more as soon as he can. The fact that they lived near the sea and were able to move on land made him concerned about the possibility that they might mount an attack on the Dawn if they were going to attack him as well. For now, however, he was curious as to what Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared were doing as he approached them with his newly reloaded M90 and spoke to the Sentinel. "What are you three doing?" The Sentinel looked at the Spartan and replied, "We're going to use the scales to make armor components." That caught the Spartan off guard. What? The Naga are deadly enemies. That are true, but their scaled skin is remarkably strong and could be fashioned into armor if needed due to the strength and resilience of their scales, which is why we are gathering their skins. That was enough to actually shock the Spartan, scavenging from the dead whether enemy or ally he could understand. After all, he did that before in the wars. He had no problem taking fallen weapons from slain Covenant soldiers and from the UNSC soldiers who died or were too wounded to be of much help, and even did the same with the Flood. It was a very much recognized practice in wartime, and collecting trophies was not unheard of. But for the first time ever since coming here, the Spartan felt disgusted and sickened by what his allies had told him. The idea of actually using the body parts of your enemies as weapons or armor was not new to him, as there had been things like that in Earth's past. But it was still disgusting and highly frowned upon by humanity and the rest of the UNSC, and considered as inhumane and barbaric. And despite his practical side reminding him that this was not his world, and as such things were different around here, his words reflected these same sentiments. That's disgusting. That was not lost to Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, and it surprised them as they had not expected the Spartan to react like that. The Night Elf Sentinel herself also sensed the disgust in the man's voice and realized that this was the first time he had ever shown disgust towards one of her people's usual actions against the Naga. She stood up and gently spoke. "I am sorry if this offends you, but this is the truth. Besides, the Naga hate us and all other land-dwelling races as well, with the exception of those races they do respect. Here, test this if you wish." Kaelin then handed the Spartan one of the scales, and the Spartan looked at the thing and decided to press his finger down on it, finding that despite the thinness of the scales it does resist his actions for a while until he exerted more pressure until it finally broke. To some it would have seemed that the scales stood no chance to the strength of the Spartan, but in reality, it had managed to resist a while, showing to the Spartan that the Night Elf's actions did have merit. He decided to take the broken scale for analysis back at the Dawn and looked at Kaelin and spoke back. "Fine, but I am not in the mood to see that again. I'll move ahead and keep an eye on things until you are done with what you three need to do." With that, the Spartan moved out, while making sure to check the water this time around, as there was no telling if other Naga were in the waters to attack them. The confrontation was brief by most standards, but it was enough to tell the Night Elves as well as the Blood Elves that there was actually a limit to the Spartans' tolerance and open-mindedness as well. Kaelin herself was not quite happy with it, no doubt since she knew that they did something that had offended the sensibilities of the Spartan, and while it seemed that it was no longer bothering the Spartan completely, she was not so sure just yet on what the effects would be. For the Blood Elves, this was yet another clue on what they were able to make of the Spartan, and they naturally decided to keep that as a future bit of information that might prove useful in the long run. As soon as they were all rested, the Spartan moved them out from their current location after the Night Elves were done with their work on the slain Naga. The Spartan managed to remind himself that he was in a different world, and as such, even if he did show disgust, he had to let it happen as he was not born of this world at all, so he kept silent as they moved out. However, while he was in the lead, the elves behind him recalled that they had seen before when he was in combat. For the Night Elves, their reactions to seeing the Spartan in combat were very different. Kaelin shivered a bit at the horrific damage that the Spartan inflicted on his foes, but also was thankful that the Spartan was their ally as he continued to unleash his weapons on the creatures that were there in the cave system. She recalled her previous memories of how she feared what would happen if he ever used his weapons on her people, and this came back. Only this time she was able to relax as she now trusted the Spartan to some degree, and her attraction to him was there as well, along with the knowledge that despite being neutral in all respects, he had a good nature. Sandra had to admit that seeing the Spartan in action like this was a bit awe-inspiring and somewhat frightening at the same time. She was no stranger to butchery in battle, having seen much of it in her time as a sentinel and as hunter, and she had heard more than her fair share of bloody stories of battles. But the way the Spartan fought was very impressive and quite deadly despite his very much alien weapons. She also had to admit that her attraction to the handsome human was still there, and knowing that he was more than able to fight was a plus. Jared himself was a bit disturbed by the Spartan's weaponry and fighting skills, but he was also impressed as despite the inability of him seeing the Spartan's face due to his helmet and faceplate, He could tell from the way the Spartan fought. He was truly skilled and had plenty of experience in battle. In a way, he wished that despite wielding such technology, the Spartan had come during the time of the Third War in order to help them in some fashion against the might of the Burning Legion. As for the Blood Elves, their reactions to the way the Spartan fought were also very shocking, but also different. Aaron smiled at the way the Spartan was mowing down the opposition before him. It was beautiful how the Spartan fought, as he was like a god of war. He radiated power in every attack, and while the power was hardly related to magic, she relished it, as well as magic as the Spartan continued to move, ready to face their foes once more. There was no denying his power, and it would be something worthwhile for her to get her hands on that power along with the rest of the Spartan, though she had every intention to do it in a way that was not going to attract the wrong kind of attention towards her at the wrong time and in the wrong situation. She wanted to make sure that if and when she finally got the chance to be alone with the Spartan, it would give her the advantage and not have to deal with too many problems, chief of said problems being a pair of female night elves. Jana had to admit that the technology of the Spartan was deadly and very destructive, yet she had to also admit that it was good to know that he was directing those said attacks on their enemies and not in their direction. This was enough to show to the Blood Knight that he was not someone to be taken lightly, human or not. Still, she was intrigued with this man. He was handsome, no doubts there, and there was indeed an aura about him that demanded respect, but the rest of him was a mystery. Where was he really born? Where did the technology come from? Were there others like him? All of these questions were in the mind of the Blood Knight as the Spartan continued to move through the location with his shotgun loaded and firing away, blasting apart any of the Twilight's Hammer clan's allies. This was a mystery that despite her confusion over the whole affair, she began to want to try and solve if at all possible. She ignored the voice in her mind that told her that it was a bonus that the mystery in question happened to be quite handsome as well. Tanis was still trying to wrap his mind around how easily the Spartan seemed to kill and fight through whatever opposition before him. The Spartan was able to fight with such skill and ability that it was more than enough to convince Tanis that a direct battle with the Spartan was a very risky, if not tantamount to suicide decision. The Spartan was a very strange being in the eyes of the Farstrider, though he had to admit that he was happy that despite the fact that he had no reason to help him locate the rest of his unit, this being was willing to help him out. Granted, there might be an ulterior motive there somewhere in his decision to help him, but at this moment, the leader of the Farstrider unit didn't care much for that. As they moved deeper through the cave network, the Spartan was busy focusing all of his Mjolnir Mark VI sensors, as well as his own senses, to see if anything else was going to suddenly come up and attack them. He knew that this was a dangerous situation, and even though he had been doing well so far, he never was going to let his successes get to his head. There was no telling what sort of creatures they would encounter that was under the employ or control of the Twilight's Hammer clan. They encountered more of the cultists who charged at them, and this was the best way for him to see their attack style. He determined that this clan cared little for the rank-and-file forces and sent them to not only overwhelm their opposition, but to weaken them to be finished off by their spellcasters, a sound strategy in hindsight as well, but also could be a weakness if the targets prevailed and the Warlock had no allies with them. Though the Spartan had no doubt that the Warlocks were aware of this and had proper countermeasures in mind. The fact that the Warlocks were not having them showed that these were either newly trained or were too arrogant for their own good. As they wiped them out, they moved on to see if there were others left in the cave system. As they moved on through the cave system, they were suddenly greeted by a number of arrows as they entered a cave chamber. There in the middle before them was a large number of Twilight's Hammer cultists, a mixture of humans, high elves, orcs, and trolls. They were attacking with arrows, and then a large number of them charged while a warlock was attacking them. The Spartan quickly sprinted towards the large force without any hesitation. The Twilight's Hammer forces thought that the man was coming to die and charged unmindful of the fact that they were gravely mistaken in what the Spartan was going to do. The Spartan fired several blasts of his M90A shotgun, ruining several of the forces that came towards him and turning them into dead bodies. Once he ran out of shells, he placed the gun aside and charged into them with his M7 SMGS in hand, unleashing hails of bullets that tore into them like they were nothing more than targets. His target, however, was not other than the Warlock, recognizing him as a key threat to the group, as Cortana quickly pointed out that she was picking up some powerful spikes of energy from the Warlock that they were focusing their attacks on. Once he was low on ammunition for them, he placed the weapons aside and drew his katana and began to cut through the opposition. The results were bloody as he slashed and thrust his sword in rapid succession and was cutting through their numbers, while his shields flared every now and then as the hordes of foes tried their best to surround him and kill him. Unfortunately, despite the zeal they displayed as well as their numerical advantage, the Twilight's Hammer forces were finding their armored quarry to be more than able to hold his own, even though they attacked with all of their power. Their bodies fell quickly, while the Spartan was quick to target key attackers such as the trolls as he decapitated them, knowing that after reading about the troll trait of regeneration, decided that they had to be dealt with quickly before they became too strong to deal with. As soon as the numbers thinned somewhat, The Spartan ran towards the warlock, who unleashed more fireballs at the Spartan, as well as several bolts of pure eldritch energy. Those magical attacks impacted the Mjolnir's shield and slowed the Spartan down as he quickly changed tactics and sought cover, but not before taking a quick look at the room and spotted a stalagmite nearby, and quickly moved towards that as the warlock unleashed more attacks, intent on keeping the Spartan from getting closer to him. The Spartan reached the rock formation just as another fireball hit his shields. The explosion that happened next made the warlock think that the armored giant was dead, and with a maniacal grin, the magic user turned to face the others who were currently fighting the surviving forces that had directed their attentions on them. Easy prey now that. The warlock's thought died quickly as he barely avoided being speared by the stalagmite that came right at him. He barely dodged it, but his speed was not enough to avoid his shoulder being torn up as blood spilled out. The warlock swore out in pain as he looked and saw the armored giant coming towards him at high speed, and before he knew it, the Spartan smashed into him, and then before he could react, he was cut in half by the Spartan. As soon as the battle was over, the Spartan directed his attention to the other surviving forces and began to aid his allies in mopping up the rest, and when they were done, they directed their attention to the rest of the cave system and moved out. Thankfully, it seemed that the force they had killed were the last forces that the Twilight's Hammer clan had in the location, as they found that the overcaves were truly uninhabited. They moved in and found the prisoners and freed them. They all naturally got surprised looks from the prisoners, and the Spartan knew that this was going to be another one of those days as he gathered the weapons of the slain Twilight's Hammer cultists to arm the prisoners as they made their way out of the cave system, while he made sure to check on both Kaelin and Sandra and see the extent of their injuries. They were not too bad, but without any healing magic and the need to secure the freed prisoners. It was going to be one of those days as they moved out of the cave system. In the dawn, John sighed a bit as he looked over at the outside of his base of operations. So far, the situation with the rescued prisoners of the Twilight's Hammer clan were now feasting on the food that was presented to them and were all resting in front of the bonfire that had been made for them. He had been worried that the groups were going to start fighting each other. Thankfully for him, he had no reason to worry too much as Tanis and his group agreed to help keep the peace between the prisoners. The Blood Elf Farstriders were not too badly injured, and after recovering their weapons had agreed with their leader to help with the security between the camps. John was lucky that there were a number of cubicles that were easy to assemble and disassemble and had the two groups resting there. He would have given them rooms in the dawn, but he was not sure how large a group like this would react with one another in close proximity to one another, not to mention the fact that there was a good chance that they would not feel comfortable in the dawn's walls. Most of all the Tauren, as he doubted he had a room meant for such a creature in the frigate, and considering how the Tauren and the orcs reacted to the ship, they were not very happy, though the dwarves and the gnomes were awed by the sight before them. Knowing that he was dealing with a large collection of Alliance and Horde-affiliated races in the Dawn's location, he knew that peace was an issue, and these cubicles plus the secure watching by Cortana would ensure that he was alert for anything that might happen alongside the Farstriders and their leader. This situation also happened to work well for Cortana, as she was now given the chance to gather all the needed data on the races there, and in this way, she was not going to have to worry about having to go far to get data. It was not a large enough sample size, but it would help a great deal as she was already working on developing language translation programs for the languages of the races that were now residing in the Dawn's protective walls. He placed those thoughts aside for the time being as he headed off to the medical bay. He needed to tend to the wounded night elves to see how they were doing at the moment. He decided that he should remove his Mjolnir Mark VI he wore to make the two more comfortable, since it would be better for all involved if he was in a more relaxed manner. Not only that, it was high time he calmed the atmosphere after that outburst he made in the cave system. It was far better to show them that he was all right than have them worry that he was still furious towards them and their race that concerned the event with the skinning of the Naga creatures from before. In the Dawn's medical bay, Kaelin hissed a bit as the Spartan began to patch the large gash on her right arm. The Spartan decided to remove his Mjolnir Mark VI and was dressed in regular military fatigues as he was currently tending to the wounded sentinel. Kaelin was lucky that her wounds was not too serious, and with enough medical treatment, she would be all right. Kaelin would have preferred to have been healed by Jared, but he had exhausted his powers and needed to rest after healing many of the wounded. That was why the Spartan decided to heal her himself. This made the night elf blush deeply, as she had not expected the Spartan to take an interest in healing her wounds, and she agreed, even though she was not sure about being treated by technology. The Spartan turned to her with a look of concern in his eyes and spoke. "Does the antiseptic hurt?" The night elf looked at him and saw the concern and gulped a bit and nodded. "Yes, but not that much. It just surprised me." John nodded and began to be gentler in his application of the medicine, and as he did so, this allowed the night elf sentinel to look at him, marveling at how gentle he was in tending to the wounds she had on her body. She was still dressed in her sentinel uniform, and she felt each touch of the Spartan on her skin, and this time, she felt his own skin. Even though she would never want to show it, she was trying her best to calm herself as she felt her skin shiver a bit with each touch of her caretaker on her body. Once he was done with placing the antiseptic, The Spartan then used polypseudomorphine to dull the pain and sealed up the wound with the bandages. With that wound treated and sealed, he moved his hands to her left thigh, and that was more than enough to make Kaelin blush as she looked over the Spartan and saw the looks being given to her by Sandra, as well as Aaron and Janna. Her fellow night elf was smirking at her situation while Aaron looked at her with a level of fury, and Janna was not happy, but had not gotten that angry as she was not entirely jealous of the closeness of the night elf females and Aaron to John. Both night elves had been injured in the battle, while the two female blood elves were not injured too much and didn't need medical attention, which was why the Spartan focused on treating them. Kaelin knew that it was petty of her as well as childish, but she gave her blood elf rival a smug smile as she knew that this was by far the only time she was happy that she got battle wounds. She looked down, and she felt like blushing once more as the Spartan was gently examining her wound on her left thigh as the wound was on the outside. The Spartan gently checked for broken bones on her leg, gently, moving his fingers on her thigh slowly. The Spartan was meticulous in doing this and focused on healing things properly. He could have used the equipment in the medical bay, but did everything by touch in respect to the fact that night elves dislike technology due to their beliefs. He didn't notice that while he was doing this, that Kaelin was looking at him intensely, nor did he notice the way that the others were looking at his patient. Once he was assured that her bones were not broken, he began to place the antiseptic gently, as well as the polypseudomorphine and the tissue regenerators on the wound. Once he was done, and Kaelin was looking a lot better and spoke that she was feeling fine, he began to place the bandages on her wounds. He gently spoke to the night elf as he did so. Are the bandages too tight? No. Good. Once this is done, I'll tend to Sandra, so rest for now, all right. Kaelin nodded without any argument, and as soon as the wound was fully patched up, he gave Kaelin a nod, cleaned up the table that had the supplies he used to patch up her injuries, and allowed her to rest as he turned his attention to healing Sandra with the medical supplies on the next table. The night elf missed the feeling of his hands on her skin, but the memories of what he had done before were not going to be easily forgotten, and she was going to make sure to remember exactly where his fingers were on her skin. He then ordered Sandra to remove her armor so he could see the wounds she had. The wounds included a sword wound on the left side of her lower torso and another series of cuts on the back of her right shoulder. Most of the more serious damage was averted by the hunter's armor, but the wounds had been seriously bleeding, which was why the Spartan was serious tending to their wounds. Sandra smiled gently and nodded as she followed his orders as she began to remove the outer layer of leather armor and the light chainmail inside. The metal armor had been torn up by the attacks and would have to be replaced soon, but now was not the time for thinking of getting new armor as the Spartan looked at her sword wound. As far as he could see, she didn't suffer damage to her vital organs. This is if her organs were in the same placement as that of a human. He asked Sandra to tell him if there was any pain there when he was checking her sword wound gently. As the hunter stated no, he decided to run a brief scan of her wound there and saw that she didn't suffer too bad an injury and her organs were not harmed. With that in mind, he began to clean the wound carefully, asking the huntress if she was all right. Sandra nodded as she also found the gentle ministrations of the Spartan to be rather eye-opening and also interesting at the very same time. She had to admit that after seeing him fight a number of times and seeing the results, it was kind of surprising that a person like him could be so gentle when not in combat. The night elf smiled at that and looked to see that she too was getting a look of fury from Aaron, and she smiled as well. She had been treated for wounds before, but this was the first time she actually liked being tended to by another person. She also blushed at the contact as the Spartan was very meticulous in doing his best to heal her wounds. Once he was done with applying the medicine and then the polypseudomorphine to dull the pain of the wound, he began to wrap the bandages slowly and carefully on Sandra's torso, making the night elf hunter blush a bit more at the feeling of his hands there. And considering the contact, she was amazed that she was as relaxed as she was at this moment. She, however, stared intently at the Spartan as he was still wrapping the bandages around her wound. Once he was done, he moved to check her wounds on her right shoulder. So far, those wounds were not too serious and would only need minimal patching up. He checked them for any infection and began to clear the wounds gently. Hearing Sandra hiss made him move a bit more carefully with his actions, and also he spoke to the night elf. Sorry about that. I'll be more careful. Thanks. Sandra noted that, true to his word, the Spartan was a lot more careful in his actions in treating her wounds, and that made her smile even more at his actions as he made sure to do it carefully and with less discomfort for her. As soon as he was done with his medical treatment on her, he took the bandages and began to wrap them on her body, gently doing so, and despite the fact that his hands had come near and even touched her breasts, the Spartan seemed not to notice and was very calm about it. Sandra blushed at the contact even though she did wear a soft leather top to cover her bust. The leather was comfortable to her, but it was hardly armor, and she could feel the touch of the Spartan's fingers on her body, more than enough to make her blush even more. Aaron fumed at this and vowed that this was not going to happen again, though it was crazy to even think. She was going to make sure that if she was ever injured, she wanted the Spartan to be the one to tend to her. She realized the train of thought there and chided herself for thinking such a scheme that was nonsense as well. Still, she was not going to let those two have their fun at the way this turned out in their favor in getting close to the Spartan. She will find her own turn. That much she planned to do when she finally had the chance present itself. The Blood Elf rogue/mage decided to stop thinking about that for now and just focus on glaring at her rivals while they were being tended to by the Spartan. Once he was done tending to their wounds, he decided to that in order to ensure that the medical treatment would be better, they would have to undergo MRI scanning as well as some x-rays, so on the off chance that they were injured, he would be far more capable in treating their wounds. He naturally explained to the two night elves some of the basics of the machines and assured them that these would be helpful soon enough. He also asked them to allow him to take a sample of blood so he would be able to analyze them and be able to come up with better treatment methods, and explained that doing the same procedure had allowed him to give Aaron her new arm. The two night elves were a bit hesitant, but after a minute or so, agreed to it. The Spartan then took out a syringe and gently took small amounts of their blood and then placed the samples into medical storage. Once that was out of the way, he requested them to switch clothing since wearing metal would interfere with the scanning process. That got the night elves in a bit of a bind, as that meant that they would have to strip, and the fact that the Spartan was there made it all the more interesting. John, however, was focused on the task at hand and took out a set of clothes, the very same ones that Aaron had worn when she had been treated by the Spartan before, and replied that they could go into the changing rooms if they wanted for their modesty. It was at this point that Aaron recalled something. She had been wearing the same clothes they about to when she first woke up and found herself in the ship and had been in the medical bay, but she doubted that she had been able to wear the clothing herself at all. She then decided to speak. "Chief, may I ask a question?" John turned as he gave the clothes to Kaylin and Sandra and nodded. "Of course, what is it you want to know?" "When I was brought here, I had no doubt that I was unconscious and unable to dress myself. So how did I wind up wearing those clothes in the first place?" The Spartan shrugged and replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "I put them on you. Of course, that meant that I had to remove your clothing and armor at the time, considering the full extent of your injuries." That confession from the Spartan got a reaction as all four women looked at the Spartan. Kaylin and Sandra were stunned while Jana was trying not to think about the implications. Aaron, on the other hand, was quickly blushing as she was quick to get an idea on the implications of the Spartan's statement. It took a moment for her to recover and speak. "You removed my clothing?" "Yes. All of it." John nodded, and the results were obvious as Aaron realized that the Spartan too, who had treated her before and she had developed an attraction to, had actually saw her naked. That discovery was more than enough to turn the face of the Blood Elf rogue/mage completely bright red as she blushed at the idea that the Spartan had actually seen her in all her naked glory. Granted, it was due to an emergency, and she needed medical treatment, but still, that was unexpected, and that meant that he had seen and examined her already and no doubt had placed his hands on her as well. Aaron then smiled mentally as she began to think it over, and then looked at her night elf rivals whose smug smiles were now replaced with furious glares, just as hers had been before when she looked at them. The only sad thing about this delicious discovery was that she had been unconscious at the time and had been unable to see if the Spartan had reacted to seeing her naked form. She then looked at them and gave her own smug smile as she planned to find a way to do that again. Only this time, she planned to be conscious and do it in a more intimate and private setting. That fact was not lost to both Kaylin and Sandra, and the smug smile of the female blood elf infuriated the two night elf females a great deal, and the rivalry now got really intense. Cortana observed the whole thing, and she couldn't help but notice the changes of emotion all over the place in the medical bay. And she was utterly amused by all of it and shook her head at how calmly the Spartan was taking things. Of course, that was for those who looked at the Spartan and didn't know how to read the Master Chief. She could read him easily, and she can tell that he was not very comfortable with the sudden atmosphere, but had no idea what was causing it, at least not yet, and that made her smile widely. "John, you have no idea that you are already up to your chin in trouble with these ladies. This is going to be good." Chapter 8. Part 2. Occupation. Thoughts. In the dawn, the Master Chief was currently working on the new samples of metals that he and Cortana were currently working on for study. So far, the metals he had on hand were fairly basic, as he already had a very good idea on how tin, copper, gold, silver, iron, bronze, and steel can be used for, so he didn't have much reason to undergo an in-depth study of the said materials that he was already familiar with. The two metals that got his attention right now were the ones he was currently studying. The first was true silver. The material seemed to radiate some sort of powerful magical field that got the interest of the two of them. He pored over all the data he gathered on true silver. The information mentioned that true silver's magical properties made it an ideal aid for mages and other spellcasters in order to increase the potency of their spells if done right. It was also used in armor to confer some level of magical resistance to the wearer, though such effects apply only to heavy armor itself. And weapons made from true silver had the ability to cut through most, if not all, magical defenses. That fact was very interesting to the Spartan, as the implications were very high in the use of weapons and the use of it to actually give his armor some level of magical resistance. He also determined that if he and Cortana were able to mold the material properly for what they had in mind, and have someone cast some spell as stated in the information before him on true silver, they could have some very useful weapons and more in the long run. However, the two of them were going to have to do all this right. For that was that there naturally were some difficulties with the metal. First, the items had to work out first time. Once they cool, they would not be changed into any other or new form. Simply reheating it would only result into it no longer being able to remain solid. The next was that in order to keep the metal stable, it would need magical enchantments to do so. However, despite the difficulties, the Spartan had a very good idea that what he needed could be easily accomplished with a good deal of help. The next metal he and Cortana were soon going to turn their full attention on was mithril itself. The metal was a very interesting item to speak of, as he had run some previous tests. It had remarkable tensile strength and actually had half the weight of solid steel itself. This was supported by the information that he had been able to uncover about the metal. It was as hard as iron or steel but had half the weight of the said metals. It was usually made to make remarkable suits of armor that were much lighter than they would be if made using normal metals, and could also be used to make weapons that were lighter as well. And while they were not made easier to wield, they were a lot easier to swing and strike with as well. The possibilities of the metal were very high in Cortana's estimation, and they would have a chance to create from very useful tools and weapons from it as well. John looked at the images on the screen that was showing the exact makeup of the two metals, as well as reviewing all the gathered information that they have on hand, as Cortana appeared next to him with a smile on her face. All of the data is in. These metals are certainly going to be of great use in the long run, John. The Spartan nodded as he looked at the information he had before him, as he also was running through all of the potential uses of the metals that they had with them right now, namely these two. Right. The first could be used to fight against magic users who might have some defensive spells at the ready, though I might find a way around the need for us to use enchantments once I have done a bit more research on the stuff. We can even use this to give the Mjolnir Mark 6 the ability to counter certain spells. The next metal can certainly be made into lighter weapons, both for close combat and long range, and armor components as well. John nodded at that, as he had no trouble seeing the overall usefulness of the two metals, though he was still going to have to do more research into the materials themselves to make sure that he had all the bases covered. It was then that he looked at the nearby security monitor and spotted two people who were trying to access the door into this room that was now serving as his archive center and research room. He sighed as he was quick to recognize the pair that were trying to get access into the room itself. Not those two again. Cortana looked, and she also sighed, though she had a smirk on her face as well, and she was more than willing to speak her mind on the matter. You have to admit one thing. Those two are rather persistent in trying to learn more about us. They should know that there is such a thing as secrecy, Cortana. This is starting to get rather annoying, to say the very least. Right. Well, you know that to do with those two, John. I suggest you get to it before they decide to fiddle with something that they are not supposed to. Though I think it would be best that we find some way to convince them to stop trying to get into places they are not supposed to. John already had idea, and he was about to do just that as he walked over to the door. Whoa! The dwarf and the gnome looked as the door opened, and before them was the Spartan, who, despite wearing his Mjolnir Mark 6 armor along with the helmet which hid him easily, they could tell was not in the best of moods, as was evident when he spoke to them. You two again? Didn't I already tell you that this section of the ship is one of the places that is off limits? The dwarf sighed as he and his companion got up once more, and the female gnome spoke. We know, but we really want to see the rest of your ship. It's so interesting. I agree with the lass. We know that this here's your ship and all, laddie, but at least let us see the rest of it. The Spartan felt like shaking his head at the persistence of these two. The dwarf, one Derek Ironhand, and the gnome female, one Ms. Hallie Steamwheel, had been trying their best to learn more of the ship and the technology that was stored in it. This was not the first time he had caught them trying to get some idea of what sort of technology he used in his base of operations. He had caught them in the vehicle R and trying to figure out how to start one of the warthogs, though they never got far as the vehicle had been on lockdown and the weapon system on it, namely the M68 Gauss cannon, had been on lockdown as well to keep them or anyone and anything from tampering with it. They also tried to use one of the Pelicans, but that didn't work as the drop ship was on lockdown as well. Apparently, they had managed to get through the door by fiddling with the wires from one apparently loose plate. However, as they opened the door, Cortana was quick to warn him, and he gave the two a very serious warning and send them off their way. Of course, he knew that they were not the kind to give up that easily, and he was right as they came back to try again today. They had requested to tour the ship, and while he had his idea on what they would do, he allowed it out of a show of goodwill. Now it seemed that he was going to have to take some more stern measures with the two. Look, you will have your answers in time, and I will allow you to see the rest of the ship in time. But your curiosity will be the death of you. Be patient, and the answers will come to you soon enough. For now, however, I want you two to leave the area and head back to your location. The gnome female was about to argue some more, but the dwarf decided that it would be best to stop for now, but not before replying. All right, lad, we'll do things your way. Besides, you saved our hides from them Twilight crazies, so I guess we should respect your privacy. But keep in mind, you did say you'll give answers, okay? With that, the two left, and John sighed. He had nothing personal between the dwarf and the gnome, actually. After all, he had read as much as he could about them from the libraries he had been in before, and knew that these two, with the exception of the goblins, and some other rare members of the Horde were the most technologically sound race in this world he was in. However, despite their advances, compared to the UNSC, they were still in the early stages of a fully industrialized world, not to mention that they were still far behind either the Covenant and the Forerunners in terms of technology. However, there was no denying that they had a very strong technological base in this world, as their inventions had contributed heavily to the Alliance winning many key battles. There was no denying that they were races that deserved to be respected due to their accomplishments and struggles, but John had his own priorities. He couldn't allow technology of the UNSC to be used by those who have not reached the sufficient level of technological prowess to understand the new concepts that created many of the devices and weapons he had here. Humanity in his world took nearly hundreds of years to reach the level they had in their time, and just giving the technology to people who didn't have the slightest idea of the foundations of it all was like giving the commands to a Nova bomb to a complete idiot with a death wish. He shuddered mentally at the thought of any such weapons being in the hands of beings in this world who had no idea what they were going to get themselves into with the use of such devices. As soon as he was sure that they were gone from the area, he moved back in and spoke to Cortana, who was smiling at him. I feel like I am watching over children and scolding them for getting caught trying to get into the proverbial cookie jar, which is weird since technically those two are old enough to be great-grandparents already. The A.I laughed at that, and John snorted at her laughter. Sure, laugh it up, Cortana. Sorry, John, but at least they got the hint for now. Still, you have to give those two credit for what their races have accomplished here. If humanity back on Earth had even a fraction of the knowledge their races had in the early days of technological advancement, who knew what the results would have been? Maybe, but still, I don't like the idea of having them running about. Who knows what they might fiddle with? It was only due to the fact that you locked down the outer defensive weapons that they didn't decide to try and use them for the sake of experimentation, and who knew how much of a mess that would lead to. The A.I nodded, and she spoke. Still, we might as well satiate their curiosity. Better to have it over and done with so they won't have to resort to poking around in places they are not supposed to. Anyway, I think we can call this a day for the research work. Time to grab some good food and a drink. John nodded and walked over to the hollow tank and allowed Cortana to download herself into the Mjolnir Mark VI, and he moved out to the galley to grab a bite to eat. After locking down the makeshift lab with a new access code, he moved out and made sure to check on Kaelin and Sandra before eating for himself as he made his way to the galley to pick up some food for the two while they stayed in the medical bay. It would be some time before they could remove those bandages, so they were confined there for now, and he had to watch out for them. As he got into the galley, he typed in the type of food meals that he wanted and took the trays back to the medical bay. On one tray, there was smoked beef with mashed potatoes with gravy, as well as carrots, peas, and celery. The other tray had several smoked salmon slices covered in sauce, as well as some hot bread slices and a special mix of vegetables on the side as well. He entered the medical bay and saw that the two were still sleeping somewhat, and he sighed a bit as he moved over to their beds and activated the controls nearby to bring the folded table out as he placed the food there while taking off his helmet for a bit so the two would recognize him easily. It was at that moment that the two night elves decided to wake up as he looked at both of them. They were currently dressed in their new clothes as well, and when they looked to see the Spartan without his helmet on, they smiled. John decided to show some level of good manners for their current condition and spoke. How are you two doing? Kaelin smiled at that and replied, I am feeling fine. The pain's mostly gone, but it kind of is a bit stiff where the wounds are. John turned to Sandra, and she also nodded as well. I have the same problem as well, but not too bad at the moment. John nodded as he presented the food and spoke to them. I'll come by later and check the wounds to see how they are doing, and if needed, change the bandages. The two of you should be fine in a few more days, so take your time to rest. But if you need to move about to prevent your muscles from suffering from atrophy, call me, and I'll help you get some exercise in to keep your muscles in good health. Both night elves nodded and were more than willing to let the Spartan take personal care of them, and after thanking him for taking care of them like this, they ate their food. As he left them while carrying his helmet, he spotted Erin, who was currently cleaning her sword with a clean cloth as well as an oil bottle. He decided to check on her and see how she was doing, due to the many things that he had to deal with. He didn't have the time needed to know what he needed to know about the Blood Elves, even though it had been in his plans to get as much information as he could about them from the Blood Elf. As he came closer, he spoke to her. You all right, Erin? The Blood Elf turned in surprise, but she smiled happily and nodded as she finished her work. I am already finished. Is there anything you need from me, Chief? Yes, I need to talk to you about your people, and I think it would be best we do it today. Care to join me in the galley? The Blood Elf nodded as she finally saw the chance to tell her people's story. As they arrived there to the galley, they got their food from the dispenser and sat down to eat. The Spartan had sliced mutton chops on his plate that were well cooked, along with mashed potatoes and vegetable salad, while she had roasted beef with gravy, vegetable salad, and hot rice. As they ate their food, the Blood Elf also asked if she could ask him questions of her own. The Spartan nodded in agreement to her request. And when they were done eating, they sat down, and the Spartan listened to what Erin had to say concerning her people, the Blood Elves. It was a rather long story to say the least, and there was the fact that she had been born prior to the events that led to her ancestors breaking away from the Night Elves, so she had no idea on all the details. However, she did start with the founding of her people's new home of Quel'Thalas. Our ancestors arrived in the lands of Lordaeron and embraced new ways after leaving behind the Night Elves. I don't really know why we left them since I was not yet born at the time, but ever since then we went by the name of High Elves and used arcane magic constantly. When we came there, we tried settling in the area known today as the Tristful Glades, but left it since something evil was supposed to be residing there. While we were moving about, we began to feel vulnerable to the elements and were not immortal. Along with that, all my ancestors lost portions of our height, and also the color of our skin changed as well. We first encountered primitive humans in Lordaeron, but we didn't associate with them all that much. Our real enemies were the forest trolls, and we fought with them more times than I care to remember in the history books. We then came to the land that became our people's home of Quel'Thalas, but the trolls were far from pleased as we build our home on the ruins of their own ancient city. They attacked us in full retaliation, but our mastery of arcane magic at the time more than made up for our lack of numbers. Our ancestors never forgot the warning of the Night Elves though, so we erected runestones to shield our lands so we could practice magic more freely. After the first war with the trolls, Quel'Thalas was the shining jewel of our people. We interwove our designs with nature since we respected nature at the time, though we never worshipped it like the Night Elves did. That was why our lands were truly beautiful and also were similar to the old cities we lived in before in Kalimdor. Afterwards, we created the Sun Well. It served as the source of our power like the Well of Eternity of old, and through magic from the Sun Well, we enchanted the forest so we could use its powers anywhere. The power of the Sun Well was our soul, so to speak. John listened patiently and then asked a question. How exactly did your people get involved with the Alliance? Erin thought about it carefully, remembering all that she could at that time since she was already born in that era. As soon as she recalled the key events, she spoke to the Spartan. That bond was ancient, since the trolls were hardly silent. After 2 millennia, they came back, and while we were more powerful then, they knew just how to fight us more effectively, and it was only through the aid of the humans of the Empire of Azeroth under their king Thawed that we survived. We formed a military alliance with them in exchange for teaching them arcane magic. We won, and we decided to keep that debt to the humans in mind, as well as making an alliance with the Wildhammer dwarves in the process. We were involved with the alliance in the Second War after the nation of Azeroth fell, and Anduin Lothar, the last pure-blood descendant of the Arather line of their king, asked for our aid in fighting the Horde. Originally, we were reluctant and fielded only a small army, as we had thought that the orcs were not too serious a threat. We were proven wrong when they allied with the trolls and attacked us in full force, killing many of our kin. I lost my brothers and my father in the war when the Horde attacked the settlement of Caer Darrow and took the rune stone there, and my mother died of grief afterwards when the news came of the fall. That was enough to make us throw our full support into fighting the orcs and their allies. When their forces splintered, we fell upon them and avenged our slain kin and our despoiled lands as well. Erin became sad by the memory of it, and the Spartan could see that she was not lying to him, and he spoke gently as he could. If this is causing you discomfort, we can stop right here. The Blood Elf turned and smiled at the concern being given to her by the Spartan, and she could see that the concern was very real. That made her happy that he was being this considerate of her thoughts on the matter, and that was a good thing in her mind as she began to respect the Spartan even more. No, I should finish this. Some of our people remained in the alliance, though small numbers of our people had accused the humans for not doing enough and being poor leaders due to the destruction done to our homes. King Tyrrhenas of Lordaeron reminded us that not much would have been left of our lands had not hundreds of humans died defending them. Our leader Anasterian Sunstrider, father of Prince Kael, that was unmoved, and that is why we left the alliance with the exception of those who remained in Dalaran or were part of the Windrunner family, as well as the rangers who fought in the wars with the humans. This, however, was the beginning of the end for us as the plague that hit the lands of Lordaeron began to spread, killing many who were infected by it, and turning them into the undead, and then into the Scourge. When we found out about the rise of the Scourge, we were worried but thought that they would avoid us. But we were wrong. The Scourge attacked us, and despite our tactics and magic, they overwhelmed us, killing many and turning them into undead. They were led by Arthas Menethil, once Prince of Lordaeron and a paladin who was corrupted by the sword he carried known as Frostmourne. The Scourge were moving at terrifying speed under his leadership. Many died, including Sylvanas Windrunner, the ranger general of our people and our king, among many others. The former paladin then used the Sunwell to resurrect a human necromancer named Kel'Thuzad, and with the aid of a dread lord, the man was reborn into a lich, fouling the waters of the Sunwell forever. When it was over, Prince Kael knew that if we used the power of the corrupted Sunwell, we would die, as its corruption would poison the land and drive us all to madness and death, even more so than the Scourge forces that still hounded our kind. So he had no choice but to destroy it with the aid of those great magi that remained along with the forces of Lor'themar. But when the Sunwell was destroyed, we suffered from magical addiction, having lived with the magic of the Sunwell for generations, when we were separated from it. Only then did the pain truly begin. Erin herself thought of what she had seen and gritted her teeth at the memories of it, and spoke. The pain is horrible at first, a knowing hunger that has nothing to do with food or drink flows into your body and mind, and no amount of rest could cure it. Only the touch of magic could sate that hunger and relieve the pain. But only briefly, and then it comes back again. But you can't keep on drinking in magic either, for it drives you into madness and you try to take magic from any source, either living or dead. It was hard on all of us. The very young would die, the old would perish, and the ill would not last long. I was old enough and healthy enough to recover and resist, and that was the only time I was happy that neither my parents nor my siblings were alive to feel the pain of magical addiction. We renamed ourselves the Blood Elves in honor and memory of our slain people, and have dedicated ourselves to reclaiming and rebuilding our homeland. Many of the Alliance consider us mad and insane for using fell magic, and even the Horde were wary of us, as well along with our former kin the High Elves who survived and remained in the Alliance. But we don't care about that since we have made the choice to fight fire with fire. We're not insane by most standards since we knew the risks and took it for the salvation of our people from extinction. They can call us what they like, but we are who we are, and that will never change. John listened patiently, and as soon as he could tell that Erin had told him everything she could, he replied, I'll be honest with you, I don't approve of some of your people's methods, but I cannot entirely fault them either. Your people did what they felt could save them, even if the risks were high. It was a time of desperation, and I cannot judge your people as wrong in that regard. Erin nodded and replied, Thank you for that. By the way, I know this might not be enough to thank you, but for listening to me and not considering my people and I as monsters, this should do for now. And without any warning, the Blood Elf leaned in and kissed John right on the cheek, startling the Spartan a bit, but he hardly resisted as he let her kiss him. When she was done, the Blood Elf smiled once more and left the galley to relax and speak to her fellow Blood Elves for the day. After taking the time to chat with the rest of the Blood Elves to fill in the gaps that might be there in Erin's telling of her people's history, he decided that he had learned enough for now, though he knew that there could come more times for him to understand more about the history of the Blood Elves, but at least he was able to understand the motivations of the Blood Elves to be what they are now. He then decided that now was a good time to learn more of the other races of the Horde, and the first race that he would have to talk to were the race of the Orcs, as their actions had shaped many key events. He moved out of the Dawn and headed to the area where the Orc family was staying for the time being. The Orcs looked at John in a very suspicious fashion as the Spartan walked over to them with his MA-5C ICWS assault rifle on his back and a pair of M7S SMGs on his thighs. The younger Orcs, both brother and sister, no doubt were not liking the approach of the green armored giant of a man, while their parents glared at the human coming towards them as the older male Orc gripped the axe while the female Orc had her grip on the short spear tight. The Spartan then spoke to them in common to assure them that he was not going to harm them. Peace. I did not come here to fight you. I came here to ask something. The older male Orc and head of the family spoke. Really? Do not mistake our actions for hostility, human. You saved my mate and my children, and for that I owe you a debt of honor. But I do know that you are not like any human I have seen before in my years, and those things that you carry as weapons or that armor you wear is unlike anything I have seen. How can I be sure that you are even human to begin with? The Spartan sighed and decided to sit down before the family on the log that was there, and then removed his helmet. He heard the Orcs take a slight breath as he revealed himself to them. He looked at the Orcs who had relaxed their grip on their weapons somewhat as they looked at him. To his surprise, the female Orc spoke to her parents and sibling. He's the palest human I have ever seen. He's almost as pale as a Forsaken. John gave the little female Orc child a shake of his head and replied, I am no Forsaken, young one. I am very much human, though as your father has stated, I am not the same as the humans your people know of. Please, I have no hostile intentions to you, and you are under my protection while you are here, so there is no need for hostility. The male Orc looked at John carefully, no doubt trying to make some level of sense of the human before him and his family. As some time passed, he decided to take the human's word for it and lowered his weapon, and seeing that, his mate does the very same thing. He then sits down and spoke to the Master Chief. Very well, but I believe that I should introduce myself. I am Nashka Redfong of the new Horde. With me is my mate Dragnamoonskar, and my children Gorthel and Rishka. And you are? John replied, I mostly have a military rank and only my first name, but I am usually known as Chief. The male Orc raised an eyebrow at that as he replied, That is the name that you go by? You could say that. It's not much I know, but I prefer it. Nashka nodded and replied, Very well, Chief. Now then, what do you want from me and my family? Information for one thing, namely information that is about your people, the Orcs in general. What can you be willing to tell me about your race? Nashker was confused by that. Didn't all humans know about his people? Of course, the only things most people knew about the Orcs were the things they did when they were under the grip of the Burning Legion and had burned much of the land. Nashker hated to remember that as he had been a young teen back in the internment camps so long ago. Like all the other Orcs who rallied to the call of their new war chief, he had been more than willing to fight, and this time not as one of the orcs that had been corrupted by the blood curse. Their lives in Kalimdor had been hard, but ever since they were finally freed by the sacrifice of Grom Hellscream in the battle with Manaroth, it was a freedom he welcomed. This Father Tarkal, a veteran of the First and Second Wars as well as the Third War, had lived his entire life afterwards in a spiritual journey to try and make due for his past sins, discarding the ways of the warrior, and took up to being a shaman to find some peace in his mind. He never saw his father's decision as a weakness and respected that, as he knew that his father needed to make peace with what he had done. As for him, he had his fair share of memories, though they were not as serious as his father's, but he knew the weight of them as well. He placed those thoughts aside for now and decided to find out more as top why this human seemed to be interested in chatting with him. The only times humans were ever talking to orcs was when they were either on tense trading runs, interrogating orcs, or plain taunting them. This human in green and black armor didn't seem the least bit hostile to the orc, and he decided to speak about it. Very well, this will be a long one, but suffice to say, we are not native to Azeroth itself according to my father. We came from the world of Draenor long ago. It was our home, and we were a culture of warriors who had shamanistic roots. We were a noble society and lived in contentment in our world. But all that changed, I suppose. Nashker nodded as he spoke. The Burning Legion came. I do not know the whole story, for I was not born in those days, but I know that one of our kindred, the traitorous warlock Gul'dan, the former student of our people's greatest shaman Nizul, formed what was a cabal of like-minded orcs and formed the Shadow Council, and with the of his new masters, he worked to turn us into the monsters the humans thought us to be. Our kind fought with the humans of Azeroth first. We defeated them and forced them to leave their lands behind. We had them on the run until we were betrayed by both Gul'dan and his ogre mage lackey, Cho'Gall, as they took their clans during the final assault on Lord Darren's capital itself. This fractured the clans, and this gave the Alliance a chance to strike fast and hard on us. Even after our war chief Orgrim Doomhammer defeated those two and their followers, Cho'Gall escaped, and even after Gul'dan was slain by the very demons he unleashed, their actions resulted in the fall of the Horde. With our forces fighting one another, the Alliance fought back. They led a counterattack, and even after Doomhammer killed Anduin Lothar in battle personally, that only served to enrage the humans, and they defeated us. After the fall of the Dark Portal, our people were taken to internment camps while others managed to escape and hide from the Alliance. Our people suffered some sort of withdrawal that drained us of our spirit greatly. Many would willingly waste themselves away, while others fought it as best they could, like my father did. We were all in despair while others were used as slaves and amusements by the humans. It was like so, and we all thought we were all going to be doomed to waste away into nothing. It was then that the Warsong clan and the Free Orcs were led by Orgrim Doomhammer to free us along with the aid of the new shaman Thrall. The forces of our newly liberated kin freed even more, but the last camp had been alerted to our attacks, and many were killed to secure our freedom, including Orgrim himself. There our new war chief, Thrall, son of Dorodin, rose to wear the armor and wield the Doom Hammer and lead us to freedom. He led us to the last human base and tried to parley with the leader, one human going by the name Blackmore, but the drunken human scum replied by tossing down the head of his mistress, a close friend of our new war chief, the human woman named Taretha Foxton, who had been the war chief's friend since his youth. He was enraged by this, and we attacked. He then sent the second in command of that accursed keep to tell the Alliance that if they were to release the remaining orcs and give us lands to use, if they left us alone, we would cooperate and trade with them without going to war. If they attacked us, then we would fight, and we would make the warlock-controlled horde fade off into nothing and look like mere children. The Spartan nodded at this, taking in the information while his Mjolnir Mark VI's helmet was still online and recording the information that he was being told by Nashker. It was then that John decided to ask the question that had been there in his mind since reading the records about the orcs from the books in Theramore and in Darnassus. If your people were able to have lands, even in Lord Darren, why did your people come here to Kalimdor? Nashker smiled a bit at that and replied, that is a long tale. Suffice to say, it was due to a prophet. Prophet? Yes, human. This prophet came to our war chief one night and told him that dark shadows, demons of the past, were coming back, and only by traveling to the lands of Kalimdor were we going to have a chance of saving our people and gaining our destiny. Our war chief did, so though he had his doubts, after dealing with the Alliance that had captured Grom, we took their ships and traveled out from the lands of the humans. It was not an easy trip, for we had to fight the Murlocs and their sea, which and free our now current allies, the Darkspear Trolls, from death. And when we came to the lands of Kalimdor, we faced the Centaurs and met the Tauren for the first time. We aided them, and they in turn aided us as well. We helped their people leave their lands due to the Centaur eating away their food supplies and wasting the land away, and in turn they told us of the Oracle that would help us, and we parted as allies. We traveled to the place where we were to find the Oracle, but then we were surprised to find that the Alliance was here as well, along with our other kin, the Warsong clan. The war chief wished to avoid wasting our time with the humans led by Lady Jaina. John was surprised by that a bit and gently spoke. Your pardon, Nashker, But you mentioned that Jaina Proudmoore, the current leader of Theramore, was the leader of the forces of the Alliance? Nashker nodded. This confirmed what he read in the books in Theramore. However, this discussion at least would explain the orc's side of the story. He then asked if Nashker wanted to continue, and he did. We attempted to gain the aid of the goblins who resided there to purchase some zeppelins, but Grom and his clan attacked the humans, and that truly worried our war chief, for the bloodlust that plagued our people had been always a concern for him, as this had led to the near defeat of our forces before and the death of Orgrim as well. We had no choice but to fight the humans all the way to the Oracle. As we moved on, we were aided by Cairn and his people, as well as the Wyverns of the Mountains, and there we met Jaina Proudmoore and her forces. It was here too that we learned of Grom's corruption and the fall of the war song to the curse of Manaroth. We returned, and there to our horror, we saw that the prophet, who we all now knew as Mediv, the last guardian who had been thought slain before, was correct in his warning that Grom and our fellow orcs had been corrupted once more. We had no choice but to fight them, though in the end we saved Grom from the curse. After he was cured and told the truth of our people's fall, both he and our war chief fought with Manaroth, and Grom killed him, freeing not just himself, but all of us from the curse that haunted us for generations. His tale was of corruption, but in the end, of redemption as well. John nodded at this and decided to speak as well. I see. Dragna then spoke to the Spartan as she was confused as to why a human, as odd as this one before her family, would be taking such an interest in their race's culture and their history when few humans bothered with such details. Why do you take such an interest in our people's history, human? I want to know both sides of the story. I have read about your people in the records of the Alliance, but I did not see you as the enemy at all until I could see and learn for myself your people's own story. I am not from the lands of either Azeroth or of Lordaeron, so I have no knowledge of your race. That is why waging war with your people is not my intention at all, since you are not enemies of mine to begin with. Dragna looked at the Spartan until her son Gorthel spoke to the Spartan. If you are not from the lands of the humans as you claim, then where did you come from? The Spartan smiled a bit and pointed to the sky and replied, I came from the stars, if you can believe that. The orc family looked at him as if he had lost his mind, and the Spartan could not blame them for that exact reaction and replied, I have no reason to lie to you. I come from another group of humans, but we are not the same as the humans who you know of. The ship you see that serves as my home is made by the humans that I am part of. The orcs looked at the ship in wonder and a bit of disbelief, as they had to admit that they had been shocked by the sight of it, and then hearing that this thing was made by human hands was yet another shock to them all. It took some time, but John decided to tell them a bit about himself and the UNSC while avoiding certain details that were sensitive or classified. Where I come from, magic of any kind does not exist, and your races most certainly do not exist either. In fact, magic is looked upon as mere illusion and fairy tales. But mankind in my world used technology in place of everything else. In time, we left our own world system to colonize other worlds and expand our people's reach through the universe itself. We expanded until we were able to carve an empire of our own, if one was to describe the UNSC in that fashion. Nashker was very curious about this and asked, how many worlds did your people ever control anyway? Last I recall, apart from the home world of mankind where I came from, we controlled at least 800 habitable worlds. That got the orcs in a state of shock as they looked at the Spartan with great intent, as they could see that he was not lying to them in any fashion, since he spoke of those things as if they were something that happened every time in front of him. As he explained things a bit more, he finally touched on the war with the Covenant and the Flood, though he kept many of the more sensitive details away from them for the time being, as he knew that he could not trust them openly as he did with others just yet. He also planned to tell Erin and her fellow blood elves more about himself when the time was right, but for now, that was to be kept in the dark. As soon as he finished, Dragna spoke to him. This Covenant's leaders wished to wipe out mankind to hold on to their power. Yes, they didn't want the other races, namely the elites, to learn that the humans they were killing were the true inheritors of the legacy of the very beings they worshipped as gods, and they certainly did. They want the truth of the great journey to be revealed. But it was revealed in the end, and it signaled their end as we fought back and won, though not without cost, as you all know by now. As the Spartan finished, the young orc girl asked him a question. What exactly are you? You are more than a human to have survived such odds, if what you say is true. John sighed a bit and replied, I am a Spartan 2 commando. I can't exactly explain all the details as to what that means, but suffice to say that we are what one could call super soldiers. We were named as such in honor of the Spartans of the ancient city-state of Sparta itself in the homeworld of my people. The Spartans were known to be the finest warriors of their time, and we were to embody that trait and reputation. Nashker then asked the question, what exactly made these Spartans unique enough to warrant you and others like you in having their name? The Spartans were warriors by nature and by culture. Every male child born is examined and tested extensively. Those who are shown to be sickly or physically deformed are abandoned to die. The orcs listened to this, and that allowed the Spartan to continue with his explanations. This was not unheard of to them, as in their society, They have always worked hard to make sure that their people were able to handle the kinds of dangers their world had to offer. This was why they felt a level of respect for warrior cultures, and these humans known as Spartans seemed to mirror them to some extent, which was surprising to say the very least, as they had not heard of humans willing to do this. To their children, those who pass are taken into the barracks at the age of 7 and are trained to be soldiers under the watch of veteran Spartan soldiers. They are given little food and have to forage and steal to make up for that, learning how to fight and survive, and are punished for being caught, not for stealing. Once they were older, they were required to serve in the army of Sparta until they were 30 years of age to become citizens of Sparta itself. The Spartans are all citizen warriors, trained to endure, survive, and obey without question, and fight with all they have to the end. They are required to marry at 20 but cannot be with their families until they reach the age of citizenship at 30. They are trained to fight as a unit, and all of them treat one another as fellow equals in the battlefield, and are trained to do what is right without question. Dragna was silent, and so was her mate, while her children listened with full attention. In the end, they left behind no great works, stories, and stonework, but they left behind a legacy that endured for over 4,000 years in the history of mankind in my world. Long ago, the Persian Emperor Xerxes began an invasion of the Greek city-states, gathering an army that had soldiers from half the known world under his empire's sway. The Greeks marshaled a defense in response, with the first being a naval blockade to keep the Persian navy from attacking, while the Spartan king Leonidas gathered 300 of his Spartan royal guard, those with living sons, to continue their lines, along with support soldiers, and marched to a pass known as Thermopylae. There he and his soldiers, along with 5,000 other Greek soldiers, to form an army of 7,000 against Xerxes' forces that numbered a full 225,000. The Orc family listened intently as the images of what the Spartan was describing filled their minds. The images agreed well with the warrior mentality of the Orcs as they nodded for the Spartan to continue with his telling of the story. For 2 days, the Spartans and their fellow Greeks fought on, using the terrain and location to their advantage as well as their equipment and training. They inflicted nearly 25,000 losses to the Persians, forcing the Persians to walk over the bodies of their comrades and wade through the blood-soaked lands. Eventually, they were betrayed when a sheepherder, seeing a chance to become rich at the expense of his fellow Greeks, told the Persians of a pass that allowed them to surround the Greeks. The Greeks knew there and then that they were finished. Leonidas then ordered the Greeks to leave and regroup, while he and his Spartans remained to cover the retreat. And they were not alone, as 700 soldiers from the city-state of Thebes stayed with them to fight to the end. On the last day, the Persians attacked in full force, and the Spartans and their allies fought like men possessed, for they knew that every minute they spent fighting would be another minute that their allies could regroup, resupply, and prepare for the counterattack. The battle lasted nearly an entire day as the Spartans and their allies fought with spears. When those were shattered and broken, they used their swords until they were notched, chipped, and shattered, and they used their hands and teeth. Dragna then spoke the question in her mind as she had pictured what these humans were doing. And what happened to the Greeks who remained behind in the Battle of Thermopylae? The Spartan replied with all seriousness. Dead to the last man, Leonidas himself was brought before Xerxes, who in a rage for the loss of his forces and 2 of his brothers had the dead Spartan king's head cut off and placed on a pike, while his body was mutilated. But the Spartans and their allies did what they had set out to do and brought the rest of the people of their lands enough time to prepare and rebuild as much as they could. What was by all rights a defeat turned into a powerful victory, as they had not only cost the Persian army much in terms of time, supplies, and manpower, but they had broken the fighting spirit of the Persians, as they were terrified of fighting the full might of the Spartan army. For if 300 Spartans could do this much to them, what would happen if they faced a full army? That is why I and the rest of my brothers and sisters who were part of the program carry the name of Spartan. John then stood up and bid the Orc family farewell, as he had other matters to attend to, while they began to talk to one another about what they had just been told by the Master Chief about his origins and the warriors he and others like him were named after. One thing was certain: they would have much to tell when they returned home to Orgrimmar. As he moved along, he spotted the towering tower and taking the time to prepare something over a fire, and it seemed to be a pot which he could smell was filled with food. He walked over to the Tauren, and the massive being turned to him and seemed to smile slightly, though the Spartan couldn't really tell since Tauren expressions was lost to him for the moment. "Greetings, human. I was wondering when you would show up." The Spartan nodded in greeting as he sat down before the Tauren, and as he did so, the Tauren spoke to him once more. "I have to thank you again for your actions in saving my life back there in the caves. Not many humans I've met were willing to risk their lives for a member of the Horde, let alone a Tauren. I'm not from around here, so I do not have any reason to see you as an enemy." The Tauren snorted and nodded somewhat. "I can see that well enough. Yet you have a great deal of honor and nobility to offer shelter and protection to all races of this land without any ill intent. I am Mothral Firehoof and a warrior of my clan, or what was left of it." "What do you mean by that?" "My clan has very much died out due to the constant raids of the Centaur among my people years before. That added with the fact that the centaurs had stripped our lands of all game and edible plant life, had nearly doomed all our people to starvation. It was these factors that made the leader of all our people, Karen Bloodhoof, nearly lost all hope. But it was there and then that the orcs came to our lands. They saved one of our brethren, and there the orcs came to our aid when a centaur army came to attack us. The orcs saved our race, and they aided us in relocating to the lands of Mulgore. For that we swore to be their allies in this land. We have been for many years since the third war that we had fought in. To be honest, this was not the first time that we have fought demons before, and this was not the first time we have been among the night elves. Long ago, then the Burning Legion first came to this land. According to our lore and history, we were approached by a human mage and an orc who convinced us, as well as the furbolgs, to fight with the night elves when the Legion attacked them so long ago. It was there that we established an alliance between the night elves due to their druidic ways and respect to nature, which is why that despite the fact that we are now on different sides, we see the night elves as comrades and allies. And even though it had been many centuries since then, our oldest kindred have mentioned the orc before, though he was different from the ones we ally with now. John nodded at that as he had read about that in the records in the library there in Darnassus. However, not all of our race trust the orcs. Really? Yes, the Grimtotem tribe and their leader Magatha Grimtotem have this belief that we should not rely on the orcs, and also that the Earth Mother is sickened by the actions of those who have hurt it. They also state that we should heal the land by driving away all those who harm it, by force if we have to. While part of me agrees that we should stop those who harm the land, the idea of using extreme actions is offensive to me, and the Grimtotem's actions of killing others, even the orcs, has been a great concern for all of us who look down on their tactics. They do not even hesitate to attack us if we are traveling, since they believe that we are betraying the Earth Mother by siding with the orcs as well. They also see all other races as the enemy and wish to take Kalimdor by force. Those of us who feel disillusioned by Karen's message of peace and friendship joins them as well. They are an embarrassment to many of us, and while I am young, the idea of slaughtering those who are allies and those who not enemies just because they are not Tauren is a mistake to me. John didn't like the sound of that at all, as this was something that was wrong in every sense in his mind with this kind of setup. Sooner or later, these Grimtotem Tauren were going to do something that would truly make a situation that could very well result in civil war. While their tribe might be powerful, they were also volatile and a threat waiting to explode. Why would your leader Karen allow such things to happen? Because the Grimtotem tribe is one of the largest of the tribes, and their leader holds considering political power and also happens to be the strongest shaman in the whole tribes of our people. Karen, however, will not bow down, and neither will his son Bane in the matters concerning the orcs, as both of them have great respect for Thrall and his people. Karen tries his best to help this mess, but it has not been easy, as he is getting older in his years. We only hope that his son will be ready should his father pass on to join our ancestors. After some time talking further with Mothral, John partook of the hot stew that the Tauren made. The stew had meat and herbs in it, and it was not too bad to the Spartan. He thanked Mothral for the food, and he bid the Tauren farewell and headed for the trolls who were there. John walked over to the trolls as one of them looked at the Spartan and spoke to him. "Peace be with you, Mon. I am Ruskane of the Darkspear tribe, and I be happy to speak with you if that be your business with me and Ma kin." John quickly realized that the troll's version of common was similar to a language spoke on Earth, known as Jamaican. He had no idea how that was possible, but decided to keep things to himself for the time being, as he decided to spend some time chatting with the trolls. He knew that this was not the first time that the orcs and the trolls worked together, but the records he read stated that these trolls were different from the trolls that made up the Horde armies in the Second War, so he needed to know more about them, and now was a very good time to do so. Ruskane looked at the human before him and spoke to him. "I be thanking you for giving me and Ma kin shelter in this land far our village and lands. Never expected a human to be tis hospitable to trolls like us. I'm not exactly from the lands of the humans of the Alliance, so I hardly have any reason to hate your race." The trolls laughed at that, and Ruskane was the loudest who laughed among his kindred. "That be true, Mon. You are not like them humans I met before, so what can we do for you? I wanted to know about how your race joined the orcs into the Horde." That be a long story, Mon, and I wasn't born at the time. But I do know that we Darkspears were not from this land of Kalimdor. We lived on a chain o' islands in the place that we know as the Maelstrom. Not a very good place fair ships to be in. Let me tell you, there was always something slumbering there, said many of the old witch doctors when they do their voodoo magic on the place. We were attacked by them fishmen you know as Murlocs and the humans from the Alliance before. There we met the orcs and their war chief Thrall. Not a bad bunch they were, and seriously good help too. After we defeated the humans, the Murlocs took many of us and the orcs, along with our leader at the time, witch Dr. Sinjin. The orcs under the war chief came and saved many of us and their kin that the fishmen took, but they couldn't save Sinjin as he had been killed first by the Murlocs for their mistress, the Sea Witch. The witch was not the least bit happy with the killing of her followers, so she unleashed a huge storm along with a volcano to drown us all. We fought with the orcs to get their ships fixed while Sinjin's son, Vol'jin, became our new leader. After the ships were repaired, we got ready to leave our former home and came here to Kalimdor. There we fought with the night elves alongside the orcs, and then with the humans from way beyond the sea. We then fought side by side with them, and more of them short human-looking ones along with the Tauren. Against them demons from the Legion at that their mountain with the biggest tree you ever seen, Mom. That night elf druid summoned some serious magic and put an end to the boss of them demons for good. Burned the forests pretty bad though. I see what happened after the battle. Well, we settled on the Echo Isles, but it wasn't long before trouble reared its ugly head on me and my kin once more. Humans with serious hatred in their heads and hearts came to our isles and held us under siege. We got help from the orcs again along with that massive one named Rexer and one of our kin Rokar, along that Pandaren fellow Chun. They saved our hides, but we had to leave the isles behind and settle here next to the orcs for a spell. Fader getting the aid of the Tauren and even them dumb ogres. We fought with them humans. Shame too that we had to kill that Lady Jaina's father. She is among the few humans we like. Apart from you now, of course. But it never ended that either. We left the Isles once since that crazy witch Dr. Zalazane began practicing dark voodoo magic and talking over the minds of his own kin for his own games. Valjean never wanted that, so we leave our homes again and settled here with the orcs once more in Sinjin village. We tried talking back the Isles and making that traitor pay for his sins and his madness, but he always escaped us like a cowardly rat. His magic makes it even harder to catch the real him to begin with. Ruskane and his kin growled darkly, telling John that his was a very sore subject for the trolls, not that he could blame them. He had a marked dislike for traitors to the UNSC and saw them as enemies for their actions. Ruskane calmed himself and spoke once more. We not giving up though. Someday we going to get him and make him pay big time for his crimes, but not today, I guess. John nodded and bid the trolls farewell for now. He had a lot of other things to take care of in this base of his. He needed to play peacemaker as well to make sure that the tensions between the Alliance and the Horde races were kept under control and smoothed over before things got to a point where battle was a certainty. For the rest of the week, John and Cortana were busy in the dawn. John ran over all the information he had gathered from his new residence and had the data stored away for future reference. For now, the primary purpose for him was to catalog everything and use it all at a much later date. As he looked at the images of the residents in his camp, the good news for him was that they were not trying to do anything that was going to cause trouble for him. Though he was still rather wary about the sudden lull of activity, as there was always the chance that there was going to be something that was going to happen. Thankfully, Cortana had been more than willing to keep an eye on them all, while gathering more and more samples of the languages being spoken by the new residents. The A.I didn't bother with the humans since the language was easy to understand. The ones the A.I was focusing on were the dwarves, the orcs, the gnomes, the high elves, the blood elves, the trolls, and the lone Tauren as well. So far, the night elves were happy to be in the ship alongside Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, and had not been causing any disturbances. However, it seemed that the night elves recognized him and seemed to be on fairly good terms with him, as the night elves greeted him warmly while speaking common. That was a good thing in his mind, and at least they were not causing trouble with the other races, namely those of the Horde. In fact, one of the night elves, a young girl named Raisha, had taken a liking to him and seemed to enjoy accompanying him in the ship and even in his trips around the camp when he was on routine patrol, though she was very weary when they met the Farstriders, and she would hide when seeing the orcs, though she seemed to be on good terms with the Tauren Mothral Firehoof, who was amused with the night elf child's questions, showing that despite being from different factions, the druidic relations between the Tauren and the night elves was a good thing. Cortana had taken a level of amusement over the young night elf child's friendship with her longtime protector. The young child would routinely ask the Spartan to carry her on his shoulder even when he was in his Mjolnir Mark VI. The Spartan would have refused, but Cortana asked him to do so, and he eventually decided to do so. It was a very amusing thing for the A.I. whenever Raisha was riding on the shoulder of the Spartan with John, doing his best not to hurt the young child. Apart from Cortana, the other night elves, including the 3 night elves who were part of his group, were always smiling when they saw the young girl riding on the shoulder of the Spartan whenever she could be with him. Kaelin and Sandra had recovered after several days and were very much happy to see the young child happy in the hands of the Spartan, while her parents were happy to see their child smiling after being held prisoner by the Twilight's Hammer clan and seeing all sorts of horrors for one so young. The fact that the Spartan was willing to be her friend was something they respected greatly. He decided to give something as a surprise for the night elf children, as it was something that he wanted to try out a bit. He got to work as Cortana was more than willing to help him out with what he had in mind, as he got to making an oven made from bricks and getting it done in a certain detail due to him being handed blueprints by Cortana. Once it was done, he began to work on some flour dough with Cortana helping him out a little. Once he was satisfied that he got the mixture right, he went to work on it and got the oven cooking and made his first pizzas as a gift. Naturally, it took a little trial and error for the Spartan, as cooking was hardly one of his treasured skills, but he was quick to learn and soon had the food cooking, much to the amusement of Cortana, who teased him for going through all the effort just to make a present for the precocious night elf child, who had taken quite a liking to him. However, she approved that John was a lot more open about such things and willing to socialize more. After a while, he finished his first pizza and gave it to Rayshaw, with it having tomato sauce, green and red peppers, sliced pepperoni sausage, olives, and healthy mozzarella cheese. The smell of the product was more than enough to attract the attention of the people there, and Rayshaw was quite curious what her guardian had made. It was not a large pizza by nature and only had 6 slices for the young girl to eat. However, she quickly took a liking to the food despite her initial wariness at the look of the pizza. As soon as she took a bite, she smiled and ate the food happily and remembered to give some to her fellow night elves, who also took an interest of the food. He had to also take the time to try making some for the other races who were curious as to what this new food item was. He made one pizza that was known as the Meat Buster back home on Earth for the orcs, since by judging from their jaw structure, they were more passionate about meat, pork in particular, so he went for ham and bacon for that one. As soon as those were done, he handed them Nashker and his family, and they were taking some time to eating it, and seemed to be all right with it. The same could be said for the Blood Elves, humans, High Elves, the Dwarves, and the Gnomes, and even the Trolls seemed to like it. They naturally asked him that the food was, and he told them that it came from the UNSC and was a favorite luxury food item among humanity where he came from. Of course, he also decided to use other food items as well, such as the Japanese art of sashimi with the fish and meat he had on hand, which actually was to the liking of the orcs and the trolls, as they had never tried this kind of food preparation before. The night elves were not too into it, and neither were the humans or the elves. However, the dwarves found it neat, and so did the gnomes, and they took to the food easily. The next food item that he brought out were pancakes and waffles, 2 food items that could have berries or chocolate in them, and could be coated with butter and syrup. The humans and the high elves were more than willing to try out the food, and they loved the taste of the food items as well. As Cortana recorded the events concerning the food, she listened to the languages and comments made by the residents. She also made sure to see how John was handling the meetings between the residents of the base. She began to think ahead and figure out what they should do in order to accommodate more people on the off chance that they were going to be visited by more people in the near future. However, she knew that they were going to have to find a solution to how they were going to allow others into this place, since this was still Night Elf lands. While she and John were treated as welcome guests, the others were not, and there was no doubt that some of the Night Elves would not like it if there were too many people in their lands. She had no idea what they would do for this kind of situation, but there was no doubt that they were going to find a solution soon enough when the time came. For now, she watched as John talked with each member of the Horde and Alliance faction races in order to learn more about their respective race, as well as also use what he had learned to fill up the gaps that they had been able to gather from the libraries of Darnassus, Theramore Isle, and Stormwind. However, the two of them also planned to go to the other major cities of both the Alliance and the Horde in order to gather more valuable information of the lay of the land and its people. It was not long that Cortana managed to convince him to bring out several types of drink from the Dawn's storage for the sake of trying it out to see how they would take it. Giving Rayshaw a sample of lemonade was not a problem, as she took to the drink easily enough, while the other Night Elves were able to adapt to the other drinks such as orange juice, iced tea, and hot chocolate that he had prepared. As for the other residents of his base, the orcs had naturally taken to the beer, while though the children were content with the lime juice that he gave, while the Blood Elves and the Tauren were happy for the root beer and herbal tea respectively, while the trolls tried the rum. However, he made the mistake of leaving the more potent soft drinks around, and it was not long before the results of his action was seen, as he looked to see that the dwarves and the gnomes had targeted the container and were now drinking away on the soft drinks that were in it. It was not long before the results of taking that drink became obvious, as the caffeine began to set in, and soon the dwarves and gnomes were acting like they were giddy and drunk, which in itself was a real surprise to everyone involved. After seeing the dwarves and the gnomes turn themselves into gibbering idiots due to the caffeine in the soft drinks that they wanted to try out from him, he decided that the next time he offered a drink to any being from this world, he would have to test them for any possible reactions like this. The only good thing, if one could call it good, which came out of the whole event was the antics of the hyperactive dwarves and gnomes, was that it eased the tension there, as the other races laughed at the sight. Even he managed to chuckle a bit at the sight, as they were singing and bawling around like drunkards, and that was saying something, since dwarves were known to love alcoholic drinks. He decided to try something good for the dwarves and found that someone in the Dawn's crew had shipped some vodka and sake into the storage of the Dawn, and while alcoholic drinks were forbidden while on duty, that certainly didn't stop members of the UNSC of various ethnical backgrounds to try and take those drinks into the ships that they served in. He naturally didn't drink himself, and he decided to give these to the dwarves as well as the gnomes. As soon as he took the drinks to the dwarves and gnomes after they recovered from the caffeine-induced lunacy, and they tried it, the dwarves were quick to take a liking to sake, while the gnomes were into the vodka. Those drinks were the only ones he was willing to give them free of charge, and even gave them files on how sake and vodka were made. He also explained to the gnomes and dwarves that vodka could be used in mixing drinks to create new types of drinks. That naturally got the attention of the two races, as they began to wonder just how they were going to use the drinks that the Spartan had given them. Along the way were naturally the various questions that were asked of him, mostly about his world, The questions ranged from what kind of people were there, what sort of worlds did the UNSC have under their control, how did they develop technology, all the way to whether he had a mate of his own. That particular question was more than enough to get him in trouble, as the female Night Elves and the Blood Elves had been very curious about that topic. He answered naturally, of course, and stated that he actually had no partner waiting for him as he was a Spartan, and there was hardly time for intimate partnership where he came from since there had been a war at the time. This had helped calm many people, but to Cortana's amusement, that seemed to put the women who were attracted to the Master Chief at ease and make them appear all the more eager to go ahead and pursue him. She had been tempted to mention that John's body had been altered so that his sex drive had been suppressed, and it would take a much greater level of effort for him to be attracted physically to a woman, as well as also getting into the mood of things, as she put it, but she decided not to reveal that fact to the women since it would have been quite a shock. She made that clear to John as well, much to his discomfort, as he was not in the mood to guess what would be the results of that coming out. The other questions were fairly easy enough to answer as they dealt with topics that the Spartan was comfortable enough to answer. He told them that the government structure of the UNSC was still based on the democratic system, and after explaining some of the details of this form of government, such having equal rights to all from rich to poor, he decided to not go too deeply into the details since some of the concepts of democracy might have adverse effects on society in general. Another question touched on the way the society was towards women. This was asked by most of the beings in the Dawn. He naturally told them that women were very much given rights to everything and were able to take part in all parts of society, both civilian and military, much to the approval of most of the beings there, most notably the Night Elves and the Orcs, no doubt due to the way the women of their respective races were seen in their society. The next question was on how they were able to live with technology without the destructive natures that were supposed to accompany it. John explained that the UNSC had evolved technologically where there was little to no waste products that would be harmful to people, livestock, and the environment. That was surprising to the Night Elves, humans, gnomes, and dwarves due to the fact that their technology usually had some waste products, and they were very curious as to how the humans where John came from had been able to bypass that problem. John explained that the UNSC had focused on researching in alternate power sources, as well as improving the manufacturing technology and practices of their industry to use all the resources with minimal expense and no waste. Another question dealt with the people itself. He was confused for a moment or so until he managed to get the idea on what the question meant. He then explained that there were actually various human groups and nations, just like the human nations in Azeroth itself. But they each had different histories, traditions, cultures, religions, while there were those nations who had the same religion, but with differences in many aspects of that religion, customs, languages, societies, and more. John explained a number of them to his guests, and they were quite surprised to hear this. He also pointed out to the Orcs, the Tauren, the Trolls, the High Elves, the Night Elves, the Blood Elves, the Dwarves, and the Gnomes that since their races never existed where he came from, humanity where he came from had evolved differently and had a different way of seeing things, though he pointed out that some of the ancient human cultures had similarities to some of them, namely to the Orcs, the Tauren, the Night Elves, and even the Trolls due to the existence of shamanism, druidism, and voodoo magic among some human societies and cultures. The next was whether there had been great wars and leaders in his land of origin. John told them about many of the battles in the UNSC history and the various leaders that rose in humanity's time. It was a long series of questions, but he answered them as best they could. There was no doubt in his mind that these stories were not going to be forgotten by his guests soon, though he had to wonder what the results would be if they told their fellow beings of it all. John also busied himself by learning the rest of the information he could find from the items he had been able to collect for a while now in order to be more familiar with this world that he was in. One thing was that the potions that were used for healing. They determined that the potions contained several beneficial compounds and were actually enchanted to help the body's healing process, which would explain why these were so high in the market. In a way, these were the mystical equivalent of biofoam, though in this case, the affected were permanent. What was more interesting about these healing potions was that the more concentrated the dosage of the healing agents, the more effective the healing was. He and Cortana began to do what they could in order to find a way to make this usable, as some of the compounds had to be tested on him to see if his body might develop an allergic reaction. This meant that he was going to have to make himself into a live test subject, not something one did every day nor wanted to neither, but he was a Spartan and he had been a lab subject before. Besides, it could help in the long, and Cortana herself scanned some of the compounds and stated that they were harmless, and they could even perfect it a bit more with enough tweaking and experimenting. Another thing was the weapons he found. Like the true silver, these weapons had some level of enchantment to make them more effective as well in battle despite being medieval weapons. Breaking them down was a viable option, but he decided against it for now, until he found out more about how one enchanted weapons he was going to worry about it later. And if Cortana was able to find a viable alternative that gave the exact same results, then all the better for him. Since while he was beginning to respect magic, that certainly didn't mean he trusted it completely to help him. He already figured out that while magic was powerful, it was limited, and when a spellcaster ran out of mana, as they termed it, or had his or her spell interrupted, they were easy prey for their enemies, and he was not planning to be in that same situation anytime soon. He also took an interest in the applications of the substance known as phlogiston. The substance was quite interesting and could be useful in many ways. It was like an accelerant, and he was familiar with such things as part of his education on Reach. This substance, however, could be easily harnessed in vast quantities with the right device, and he could use that to develop some very interesting tools. Not to mention that it would serve as a useful weapon component in the future. His last course of action was talking to the dwarves and gnomes who had taken residence in his base for now, and giving them the information that he knew would at least explain portions of the technology they had seen thus far. It was something of an eye-opener for the dwarves and the gnomes as he explained a number of the basic concepts of the vehicles and weapons that he had on him. He also, rather reluctantly, allows them to see some of the rooms in the Dawn, such as the medical bay, the engine room, and one of the armories. However, he made it very clear that he had no intention of having them take any samples of information or any of his weapons, least of all any schematics, as he pointed out that he had a very good reason for this. And that was that he wanted to allow this world to evolve on their own terms, and they're using their own concepts. He pointed out that their cultures have already gone far enough before he showed up, so there was hardly any reason for him to let them use technology that was very much beyond their level, since there was no telling what the results would have been if he allowed them to use the technology he had. John had a very good reason for denying them the use of his technology, as he was a student of history, and the lesson was that when advanced cultures introduce technology and ideas to developing cultures, the results, while positive at first, would also stagnate the growth rate of the developing world's own culture and development, as they would start using the newly introduced technology and throw away what they had already developed. Besides, John already had seen enough records to tell him that the dwarves and gnomes were well on their way to developing their own unique technologies, and while they could benefit from his world's technology, he preferred it that they grew on their own terms to a level where sharing his world's technology was going to be considered a good move on his part. All in all, the past week and a half had been a hectic level of activity for the Spartan, as he knew that he was going to be very busy with other matters in the coming days, and while it had little to do with him being in the battlefield. However, he knew that he had some important things to deal with, namely the prisoners who had been here in his base of operations. The Night Elves were not too hard to deal with, as they were more than able to return home, though Raisha showed sadness in leaving the base when she left with her family, as well as her fellow Night Elves. The humans, High Elves, gnomes, and dwarves were easy, as well as all he needed to do was to take them to Theramore Isle and talk to Jaina to send them on ships back to the mainland of Azeroth. However, the Orc family, the Lone Tauren, the Blood Elves, and the Trolls needed to be transported to Horde lands, and the only place where they could be sent was naturally to the city of Orgrimmar. He knew that it would require him to send word to Jaina to inform the Horde leadership that he was coming to their lands to return their lost people, and he would also wish to tour their lands and learn all that he could about them. He had a feeling that there was naturally going to be some friction and resistance towards what he intended to do from others in the Horde leadership, but that was understandable to him. Besides, he also knew that Jaina was a trusted ally of the Horde leadership, namely by the leader of the Orcs and leader of the Horde known as Thrall. From what he was able to piece together about the war chief, he seemed to be more than able to lead his people. The fact that he was willing to work with humans and make peace attempts between his faction and that of the Alliance was a good sign. There was still a lot he didn't know about the war chief, but the things he did know made him realize that he might have an easier time in dealing with the war chief than most of the others, namely those that he heard about. Cairn and Vol'jin also seemed to be fairly approachable from what he had been able to learn from Mothril and Ruskhane, as the two Tauren and the Troll had high praise to their respective leaders. This was a good thing in John's mind, as this would certainly ease the situation when he finally met them face to face. It was the other leaders that concerned him, one being this orc named Garrosh Hellscream, leader of the Warsong clan and second in command of Thrall, as well as the old crone of the Grim Totem tribe of the Tauren. These people were of great concern to him, as there was no telling what were the results if they ever decided to face him. He knew that he was more than ready to defend himself, but it had to be in a fashion that would not have dire repercussions for him in the long run, as he was not in the mood to have the Horde march up his doorstep and cause trouble for him. Not to mention the fact that if they did move toward Shim, there was a very good chance that the Alliance would mistake the action and it could spark a war. And he was not in the mood to be the cause of a war between two factions as big as the Alliance and the Horde, since there was no telling what were the results of that happening were going to be. But that certainly didn't mean he was going into their lands unprepared. Chapter 9. Part 1. Meeting the Horde. Thoughts. In the Albatross, John looked over the images of Dustwallow Marsh and saw that there was not too much activity over the swampland at the moment, as he guided the massive dropship over towards Theramore Isle in order to drop off the humans, High Elves, dwarves, and gnomes there for them to find safe passage back to their respective lands. And as soon as he got there, he was going to try and convince Jaina Proudmoore that he needed help in order to speak to the Horde leadership in more favorable terms. He looked in the back, and so far, it was rather tight in the back at this rate. The Orc family were on one side, the Trolls on another, the same for the Blood Elves, and also the Tauren was taking over another spot, while the Alliance races were on the other side. The good news was that since the Albatross was rated to carry heavy vehicles, supplies, and larger numbers of troops, as well as serve as a command center in the field, it was able to handle the large load of people that were in the back right now. The only people keeping the peace were naturally the Night Elves who were with him for some time now, as well as Aaron, Janna, and Tanis. As he guided the dropship over the swamp area, he also checked his own gear. He still carried his trademark assault rifle, an AM-6G Magnum, as well as a combat knife, and a pair of frag grenades. But the guns and the grenades were naturally loaded with TTRs for a non-lethal takedown situation that he might find himself in the very second he was in the lands of the Horde. For now, however, dropping off the Alliance prisoners was his main concern for the day, as they needed to return home to their respective people. He turned just as Kaelin walked into the cockpit, giving him a smile as she spoke. It will be good to be resting in Theramore for a bit before going to the lands of the Horde, though I am not looking forward to that. John was quick to pick up on that and knew what the reason was. Since the Night Elves held the Orc race completely responsible for the death of Cenarius during the stages of the Third War, there was no doubt in his mind that going to the lands of the Horde was not going to be easy for Kaelin. The same could be said also for Sandra and Jared, and it still worried him even though they had already said months before that they were willing to go with him wherever he goes. Are you sure that you all want to come with me? I know that you, Sandra, and Jared can handle yourselves well in battle, but we are going to go into Horde lands, and there's no telling what might happen. Kaelin smiled gently and replied, "We'll be fine. I have a feeling that we can find a way to overcome that particular difficulty somehow." The Spartan sighed a bit to himself and knew that while optimism was good to have, too much of it was not. It might be the pessimist in him saying that, but he was not going to let too much optimism blind him and the others as well. As he looked at the site of Theramore Isle, he turned to speak to Kaelin once more. "I'm going to talk to Lady Jaina first and arrange travel plans for the Alliance members we have on board, as well as hopefully arrange a non-hostile meeting with the Horde leadership. While I am doing that, make sure to avoid attracting attention from the others. If anything happens, contact me all right." The Night Elf Sentinel nodded to that request, as the Albatross was now over the Dustwallow Marsh, and soon approaching the city of Theramore. There was no doubt in the Spartan's mind that this was not going to be an easy meeting for him, as he was going to be dealing with the Horde this time around. So there was no telling how they would react to his presence, and that of the Night Elves that traveled with him to the land of the Orcs and of the other Horde races. As he guided the Albatross for a landing in a good spot in the island city, it was not long before his arrival was soon seen by the residents of the island city, as many people began to gather, as well as members of the Theramore Guard, who no doubt were deployed there to maintain some semblance of order with his arrival. It had been nearly 2 or nearly 3 months since he had come to Theramore, so it was rather surprising to the residents that he would be coming back today of all days. As Kaelin walked back, she sat next to Sandra, who was feeding her pet White Claw with some meat, while Jared was still relaxing for a moment or two as she spoke to her comrades. "You two are going to be all right about this?" Sandra looked at her and nodded a bit, though the Sentinel could tell that she was worried. In fact, so was she. The idea of walking into the very lands of their longtime enemies ever since the slaying of Cenarius was not the least bit tasteful. By right, they should have just stayed back in the Dawn and allowed the Spartan to handle things himself, as he was more than able to hold his own in battle. Still, they decided to come along. All because even though they knew that he was able to handle himself well without aid, they were loath to leave him alone in the lands of the Horde, as they knew that there was danger there. Danger enough that could become a threat to the man, the remote. And not to mention the fact that they were still interested in chasing him and getting his attention in more ways than one. Kaelin thought about the situation that she was about to step into, and she sighed and rubbed her forehead with her free hand. "By Elun's grace, I must be completely insane to be here." Sandra raised an eyebrow at that and replied, "And what makes you think you are insane to be here, Kaelin?" "I am going into the lands of the Horde, Sandra. I have no problems with the Tauren, for we have a cordial relationship with them due to their reverence for nature that mirrors our own, as well as their aid in the war of the ancients so long ago. But the idea of being surrounded by the orcs, the undead, the trolls, and even the blood elves who are there, the whole thing is too much for me to fathom. The ancient orc hero Broxigar might be the only orc our people respect. But here I am still, all because of a human male." Sandra smiled at that, seeing that her longtime friend was truly at a loss as to why she was here of all places. Not that she didn't feel the same way. She had ventured into the Horde lands, but only to visit the friends she had among the Tauren and Thunder Bluff, but never in the lands of the orcs or the trolls as well. And now here she was, also due to the fact that she was rather interested in the Spartan as well. "Then we're both insane, Kaelin. But that is to be expected, since we both happen to be very much attracted to the same man. And let's not forget, he did try to convince us to stay behind, but we came anyway. All because we happen to have a deep attraction to him, and letting him out of our sight is not something neither of us want to do." Kaelin looked at her longtime friend and knew that what she was right. However, she did have a concern to speak out to Sandra. She knew that her friend was attracted to the Spartan, as she was, though how deep that attraction went, she didn't know for sure. She also had to admit that she was not really looking forward to fighting with her longtime friend over the Spartan, so she really wanted to know just what was her friend's thought regarding their respective attraction Spartan. Sandra, I have to ask something. Are you really interested in him as well as I am? The night elf hunter smiled a bit at that and replied in a somewhat teasing manner. What is that supposed to mean? You know what I mean by that. I have seen the times you look at him, and it is rather unexpected for me to see it, though that should be expected since he is, well, attractive to any woman's eyes. And I do happen to be attracted to him as well. I do not like the idea of having to fight you over him. We have been friends for a long time, Sandra, before and after you left to be a hunter, and the idea of us fighting over a man, let alone a human from the stars and another world, is not very helpful. Sandra nodded as she could tell that her friend was very serious about this matter, and she decided to say her part. I am interested. There is no denying the fact that he is a handsome human and actually very much the kind any regular woman would be attracted to. But after hearing about his life and the things he has endured, I can't help but want to help him in a far more serious fashion, though I have no doubt that with him being rather clueless on the matter of our respective attraction towards him, that will take a while. But I did learn something about men in my travels. That trait of being clueless can be rather charming as well. What can you possibly mean by that? Well, it means that once you make him become aware of your attraction to him, he might very well surprise you in ways that you would least expect. At any rate, I can understand your concern on the matter. I personally don't like the idea of fighting you over him. We've fought and bled together in battle too many times when we were in the Sentinels, Kalen. So how about we agree on a compromise on this whole situation? Kalen wondered just what was going on in the mind of her old friend, as she couldn't help but feel some level of wariness from the way Sandra's eyes were gleaming towards her. What sort of compromise do you have in mind concerning the Spartan? Well, we can pursue him on our own terms, but if one of us does succeed, we can certainly talk about it together and even share him with one another once in a while, or even at the same time. Kalen was surprised completely by that statement and looked at her friend as if she had grown another head entirely. Have you lost your mind? Where in the name of Alun did you ever think up that idea? Sandra smiled at that and replied, It's not as bad as you think actually, Kalen. In that way, at least we don't have to end up aiming arrows at one another in jealousy, as well as giving the Spartan more headaches, which I have no doubt he doesn't need. And I hardly doubt any normal man would say no to the idea. And it's not like it's a crime since none of our laws have anything against the whole idea of being able to share a mate. And let's not forget this. Our people do take companions for life, since we don't exactly marry in the way humans and other races do. Besides that, this is just an idea, so you can always say no to it after all. Kalen blushed deep purple as she looked at her friend, who was smiling a lot more at her embarrassment, and she decided to speak out about what she had just suggested they do when it concerned the man that they were getting attracted to. The idea of doing that with the Spartan was something that she had never considered at all. And while a tiny part of her mind seemed to agree with the idea to make sure that she and her friend didn't become enemies over the Spartan, the other side of her mind was not exactly in agreement with the idea. All right, I'll admit that there is a small part of me that agrees with the idea, but do you really think that the Spartan would ever agree to it? I don't think we've ever asked him on this matter before, and even if we did, we don't know exactly how he will react to such an idea. Sandra nodded at that as she knew that her longtime friend spoke the truth on that matter, but she was not too bothered by it, and she replied, True, but still, you'll never know. That's where the fun lies, Kalen. It's the mystery around the Spartan that makes it worthwhile to keep that idea in reserve. Besides, if I were to recall, he did mention that some human societies do practice having more than one partner in his world. So he might know about it, and could be receptive to the idea. Kalen shook her head and replied, I rather doubt that. That was when Jared got involved in the conversation, as he had been listening the whole time. You two really need to slow down and think that idea through. While you are right, Sandra, that our people don't exactly have laws against it, and our people do take companions for life and not marry in the full traditional sense, you have to remember that the Spartan might have some resistance to the idea himself. We don't all there is about him, yet nor do we know if he is interested in pursuing a relationship with a woman, or in this case with more than one woman. Both female night elves had to admit that their druid companion had a point in that regard, since they were not sure how the Spartan actually felt towards women in general. They did know that he had a close bond with that A.I Cortana, but not much else. Still, they had to admit that they were very much interested in him, and so they were willing to try and find out. Sandra nodded at that and replied, True, but at least we're serious about trying to find out. The three talked a bit more as the Spartan finally spoke through the Albatross comm system that they were about to land, and he wanted the Horde members to remain in the transport for now, while he negotiated with Jaina on how to arrange passage for the Alliance members who were free to leave the Albatross. He also asked the Blood Elves and the Night Elves to keep the peace while he was out of the ship. Kalen and her fellow Night Elves were more than willing to do what the Spartan asked of them as they felt the ship land. They were unaware of the fact that throughout their conversation with one another, Cortana had actually been listening in to the conversation, and she recorded the whole thing. She used that information to match up what she and John had learned about Night Elf culture and customs. She smiled and laughed a bit to herself as she read that Sandra did have it right on the whole thing concerning the idea of her and Kaelin being able to share. The whole thing was too humorous to her, and she had to admit that had John been given a lot more exposure to women in situations that had nothing to do with combat, and he was a lot more open to dealing with women, he would have been very surprised if he got wind of this. Most human men she knew would have thought they were in heaven if this kind of situation ever happened to them. But then again, her Spartan was still rather clueless towards the whole situation concerning the opposite gender, not to mention the fact that despite all of his socializing for the past few months trying to learn about the various cultures of this land he was still clueless on how to deal with women being attracted to him. She was tempted to inform him of it as he reached to take her data chip out from the hollow tank and load her into the Mjolnir, but decided that now was not the right time. There would be other times for that sort of thing. The Alliance passengers were now of and were very much in the mood to get home and tell their families and fellow races what had happened to them and who had come to their rescue. There was no doubt in this kind of situation that John was going to be in for the time of his life once the news came out. In Theramore's halls. Chief, it's been some time since you came here. How are you doing? I'm doing all right so far, Lady Proudmoore, but I am not here for a purely social call. I can see that. So what is the situation you have on your hands right now? The Spartan was more than willing to tell Jaina about what he was doing here. She had been surprised by the news that the Blood Elves from Silvermoon had actually deployed a unit of Farstriders to the lands of Kalimdor. She knew full well the Farstriders and their mandate, but it still surprised her that they were willing to actually send a unit of their people's most recognized fighting force this far out. She was also surprised to learn that the chief had rescued another batch of Alliance members from captivity in the hands of the Twilight's Hammer clan. The sudden increase in Twilight's Hammer activity was something of a serious concern for the Archmage, and she decided that she would have to talk to General Norris to help tighten Theramore Isle's security matters. While she had doubts that the Twilight's Hammer clan would willingly attack a location like Theramore Isle in the open, she knew enough of the clan's history to know that they were hardly the kind to look down on. She listened to what the Spartan had to tell her concerning the Alliance and Horde prisoners he had freed with the aid of his companions, both the Night Elves and the Blood Elves, and she was very much content with the news. She had to admit that the Spartan was proving to be quite the anomaly as he was able to work well with members from both the Alliance and the Horde. It was something that she knew would have brought a wide, toothy grin on Thrall's face if he was here to see it. Thrall always hoped that there would be peace between the Alliance and the Horde, and seeing members of the two sides working well together was something he wished for a good deal. As soon as the Spartan finished, and Egwin arrived and greeted the Spartan as well, Jaina then spoke to him about what she would do considering the situation before her. I'll start arranging transport for the Alliance members you've rescued, Chief, and I have to thank you for bringing this to my attention. The increasing activity of the Twilight's Hammer is a serious concern for me and my people. I can't say that I think they would openly attack Theramore, but their actions are of great for me. I can understand that. Also, I would like to ask if it would be all right if arrangements can be made for me to drop off the Horde prisoners to Orgrimmar. Jaina thought it over and nodded, as Orgrimmar was by far a good choice to drop off the people that the Master Chief had rescued. There was already an ambassador of the Blood Elves there from what she had last learned, and she knew that today was going to be an important meeting with all the leaders of the Horde races. This would also be a good chance for them to meet the Spartan for themselves. She knew that there would be an element of risk since there was no telling how the Horde races would react to the Spartan and his group being in their lands. I can help with that. But you should know that going there is going to be somewhat risky, as there is no telling how the Horde races will react to you being there. You're not exactly native to this world, and while they tolerate the presence of the Blood Elves as they are part of the Horde, your Night Elf companions will no doubt attract a lot of hostility. John was well aware of that already, and it had troubled him that they were still willing to come with him to Horde lands. He knew that they had agreed to come with him even there, but that hardly made it comforting to know that they were there with him. He knew enough of the racial tensions and hatreds between Night Elves and Orcs, so this worried him a good deal. He also knew that he would also be getting some considerable attention from the Horde races, and no doubt these were not going to be the least bit welcoming. But he was a Spartan too, and he had dealt with worse things and situations than being given the evil eye. Still, it would be better that there was some way that things would be less of a problem in the long run. He nodded to Jaina as he spoke to her about what she had already told him. I know of the risks, but there is no turning back now. Jaina smiled and turned to Egwin and spoke to her. I need to take care of this matter and talk to Thrall and the others. Can you handle things concerning the passage of the rescued Alliance members, Chamberlain Mara? Egwin nodded with a smile. Of course, Lady Jaina. Jaina then turned to the Spartan and replied. As soon as I leave the area to teleport to Orgrimmar, you will have to get to the city in your dropship. As much as I like the idea of trying out how to ride inside that machine of yours and see its insides, this would be better. I'll talk to Thrall and the rest of the Horde leaders to expect your arrival, as well as inform them of the rescue that you did of their respective races. The Spartan nodded as made his way back to the Albatross, and was able to make in time to see that the groups there had not been fighting too much, though he could tell that there was a good deal of tension between the groups in the Albatross, though the Farstriders seemed to be able to keep the peace well enough. He then spoke to the assembled group. We'll be heading into the Horde lands now. namely to Orgrimmar itself, so I suggest you rest up and get ready for the trip. That was enough to cut the tension there, though not for the Night Elves, and John made it a point to keep an eye on them to make sure that they were safe, not just from the Horde they would be meeting, but also from themselves, as he had no idea how they would react. He needed to avoid the possibility that they would start fighting with the Horde if given the chance. As soon as he was in the cockpit of the Albatross, he was in a conversation with Cortana, who decided to tell him about what she had heard at a better time. Now was not one other, as he had something to do. Now comes the part one have to really worry about. I know what you mean by that. Meeting the Horde should be interesting, but at least we have some idea on who the players are in that faction. Plus, we already know about the unsavory characters who we need to avoid for the moment. Anyway, I have one thing that we need to deal with, however. That being, how we're going to be watching over our Night Elf companions. The Blood Elves don't have too much to worry about since they happen to be allies with the Horde, but Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared are going to be like the proverbial pork chops in a tank full of piranha, if you get my meaning. I know. With that out the way, the Spartan powered up the Albatross and made his way to the lands of the Horde. In Orgrimmar, Thrall had a feeling that this day was going to get interesting as he worked through the reports that were before him once more. It still bothered him somewhat that the Kultira's forces had not given up their drive to attack them, all despite the fact that his people outnumbered them a good deal. However, he had other matters to deal with for the day. The other leaders of the Horde factions had already arrived to discuss the recent activities of the Alliance, as well as the current situations that they face. He turned to see Cairn walking in with his son Bane alongside him, and he smiled at the sight of the elderly, but still very capable Tauren High Chieftain. He and Cairn have worked tirelessly side by side in setting up their new homes, and his people owed much to the Tauren. He worried a bit for elderly Tauren as he had been sensing something was wrong with his old friend, but so far Cairn had not suffered too much, and there was a chance it was merely old age as Cairn had been getting on in the years. He hoped that if and when Cairn did go to meet with the spirits of his ancestors, his son would do well and lead his people with the same kindness and strength of his father, yet in his own way as well. He turned to see Valjean and greeted the troll witch doctor and current leader of his people. The troll leader had been a good aid to his people in more ways than one. His people's shadow hunters had been valuable allies for their combat skills and magic, both for healing and dealing with enemy forces, while their witch doctors had been an integral part of their forces in fighting the Burning Legion, which was why he did his best to maintain good relations with Valjean. He knew that Valjean wanted to reclaim his people's home in the Echo Isles, and he wished he could help, but for now he would have to wait and see how things would develop. Next, he looked at none other than Sylvanas Windrunner, and he still felt a level of wariness towards the now undead Elven Ranger. Thrall had welcomed the leader of the Forsaken with some level of unease. He knew that doing so was not the most welcome action he had taken due to the way the other members of the Horde looked at the Forsaken. They were undead after all, despite their newfound free will. There was no telling just what they were cooking up underneath the city Lordaeron that they had turned into their own. Not to mention the fact that they were very much against everything the Tauren believe in, and the same could be said for his own people and the Trolls. There was also the history of them being one of the enemies the old Horde fought with before when they were still living, as the vast majority of them were humans and elves in their previous lives, so there was no doubt in his mind that such things were not easy to forget. Still, he agreed to have them join the ranks of the Horde in order to show that the Horde is willing to welcome those in need, as well as setting up a base of operations in the lands of Lordaeron, and this meant that he and his forces could at least have access to new routes for resources, materials, and also make sure that there was a buffer to counter possible assaults in that area. Not to mention that their alliance had actually allowed them to gain the Blood Elves as well. This gave the Horde 2 new allies that could prove to be a very helpful addition to their forces for now. This made Thrall look at the arriving Blood Elf leader and current head of the Blood Elf governing body. Lorthemar thereon was a very stately-looking Blood Elf and carried himself every inch a warrior. His own clothing symbolized that fact fairly well as he walked over towards the meeting table in Gromash Hold. Thrall could see that the Blood Elf leader was trying to be courteous, but his glowing green eyes were looking everywhere in the room, and Thrall could see that he was not exactly thrilled to be here. There was still the history of how the old Horde had attacked the elves during the Second War long ago, and how close they came to ruining the capital city of Silvermoon. That and the numbers of elves his people killed were no doubt still very sore topics to mention in front of the elves. He doubted also that Lorthemar would forget them. After all, he had been the leader of the Farstriders, and had also been some part in the Second War, and killed his fair share of orcs as well as trolls in battle. The Blood Elves had been able to gain membership in the Horde with the support of Sylvanas. Why she did that was unknown to Thrall, but he did suspect to some degree that it might have something to do with her origins as a High Elves ranger in the past, and wanted to ensure that Silvermoon was still safe. That action told Thrall that she did have some measure of compassion left in her. However, that was still up for debate. Nevertheless, despite the tensions concerning the Blood Elves, and the unease his people and the Tauren had for their magical addiction and their use of fell magic to sate their hunger for magic, they were quite powerful and could truly help the Horde. He kept in mind that they no doubt had their own agendas on the matter, but for the time being, they were allies of his people, and as such, He had to give them some benefit of a doubt. He looked to his right as Varric, Dranish, Rhaegar, Lone Tree, and Garrosh arrived. The meeting could start as he spoke to the assembling leaders. Greetings to you, fellow leaders of the Horde. It is good to see that all of you have arrived here safely in Orgrimmar. I bid you welcome and hope that this meeting will bear good news. Cairn nodded in greeting, and so did Bane along with Vol'jin. Both Lor'themar and Sylvanas also bowed, but slowly, and with the message that while they agreed that he was the leader of the Horde as a whole, they were not all that happy for that fact. He placed that aside for the time being, and accepted this situation came with the territory, as the humans used to put it. As the leaders gathered, he looked at Vol'jin first, and spoke to the troll leader. How goes the situation in your village, Vol'jin? Is still the same, Mon. The others are dying to Ave a go at taking out Zalazane. But we came up with a new idea, something that can put an end to that traitor for good this time around. And even put a bloody end to the ones in the land of Zul'Gurub who bring that accursed blood god Ma'kin and I used to worship, but no more. Go on, what exactly do you have in mind? The one thing that all trolls like me fear more than anything. The Trollbane heirloom sword, the Trollcaler. Thrall raised an eyebrow at that as he too had heard of the famed weapon, while Sylvanas and Lor'themar were surprised as they too knew just what Vol'jin was referring to with the former High Elf, now the Banshee Queen, speaking her surprise at the boldness of the plan Vol'jin had cooked up. You want to take the Trollcaler from the very hands of the nation of Stromgarde by raiding Thora's Trollbane's tomb? That's rather ambitious of you, Vol'jin. Lor'themar snorted a bit and replied. Foolhardy if you ask me. There's no denying the weapon's power, Vol'jin, but I were to recall, that thing is like a nightmare for even the mightiest troll. Do you really think that there is even one of your people who is willing to even hold it if, by any chance, they get it from the tomb? I don't know for sure, but it better than doing nothing. I will be telling anyone among the Horde brave enough to take this task, and we do our best to pay him or her well for the effort. And if that plan fails, then we find another way to reclaim our home. Thrall nodded at that. Then I wish you all the luck in that endeavor, Vol'jin. Anything else that we need to discuss concerning important matters? Sylvanas raised her face and nodded to Thrall as she spoke. I've sent some of my shades into the lands where the Scarlet Crusade have been stationed. They still had been making attempts to retake several key towns and cities that have fallen to the Scourge, namely Andoril and Hearthglen. They so far have been fighting non-stop in the area in question. Normally that is not my concern, but my shades have noticed something odd. It seems that the Scourge have been growing more adventurous of late, and it seems that they have been gathering in larger numbers than before in the lands. It's almost as if they are amassing for some sort of grand offensive, though they are still only starting in smaller numbers. The other leaders listened in while Lor'themar also spoke. I have noted the same as well. Only in reverse. There seems to have been a slight decrease in the activity of the Scourge recently in our lands as well. There are still undead, and their leaders have not left their locations. But it seems that they have been sending off numbers of their new followers instead of placing them in the front lines. They seem to be pulling back their forces bit by bit, and that is not normal Scourge behavior. Thrall nodded as he digested the information carefully and spoke. Those things are indeed not good signs. This might mean that the Scourge are up to something. What that is I do not know, but we must be wary either way. It was then that they turned to see a glowing portal appear, and they quickly reached for their weapons briefly until Thrall recognized the magic that was coming and signaled his companions to stop in their actions. It's all right, I know who it is. And sure enough, the others quickly recognized Jaina Proudmoore as the Archmage and ruler of Theramore arrived into the stronghold. As soon as the magic faded, she smiled at Thrall and spoke to him in greeting. Good to see you again, Thrall. The Orc war chief smiled and replied. It is good to see you again, Jaina. The Horde leaders also greeted the Archmage with different responses from each of the leaders as well. Greetings to you, Archmage Jaina. Cairn spoke, and so did his son Bane, while Vol'jin also spoke. Nice to see a good human's face around here. Good to see you again, Archmage. As for Sylvanas and Lor'themar, their respective greetings towards Jaina were very different from the others, and also one another as Sylvanas smiled in a not-too-friendly manner and spoke towards Jaina. Nice to see you here, Proudmoore. Unexpected, but not too much of a hassle since you seem to be in a good mood, judging from the smile you have. The Blood Elf leader also spoke to Jaina, though in a slightly more courteous manner, as he knew that Jaina was quite a capable mage and was still a member of nobility. Greetings to you, Lady Jaina. It is a welcome sight to see a trustworthy human in this place, though we were hardly expecting you to arrive here today. Jaina nodded at the greetings and spoke. I do have a reason for being here. This might take a while to explain, but I believe it would be best I do so since Orgrimmar is about to have a very unusual guest. It took a good amount of time for Jaina to explain what had happened back there in Theramore Isle and what she was doing here. Thrall and the leaders listened intently to this, and while they didn't interfere with what Jaina was trying to say to them, they were somewhat surprised by the news that several members of their respective races had been rescued, with the exception of the undead, by this being that Jaina mentioned as a Spartan. Thrall, Vol'jin, Cairn and Bane were already aware of the Master Chief, and the same could be said for Thrall fellow orcs, though it was natural that Sylvanas and Lorthamar were somewhat in the dark about this newcomer that Jaina was talking about. The fact that he was coming here was also very surprising news for all involved. As soon as Jaina was finished, Thrall was the very first to speak on this matter before all of them. The Spartan is coming here to Orgrimmar. Yes, you might want to send word to your city's guards since they might be in for a serious surprise when he shows up with the group he happens to be with. Thrall nodded and quickly turned to one of the Korkrone guard members in the hold. Warrior. The orc ran up to Thrall and bowed down as he replied. Yes, Warchief. Call Nazgrel here quickly. At once, Warchief. The Korkrone guard warrior soon left the hold, and after some minutes, the orc warrior came back and was soon accompanied by another orc. This one orc was the one named Nazgrel. He served as the chief of security for Thrall and was responsible for the defenses of Orgrimmar. He had been overseeing the current rotation of guards in Orgrimmar while allowing the warchief to meet the other leaders of the Horde races in private. He entered the room and bowed to the leader of his people in a show of respect and looked at Thrall. What is your command, warchief? We have a guest coming in, Nazgrel, a very special one, and he has a certain number of companions with him. 3 of them are from the Alliance race of the Night Elves while the other 3 are from the Blood Elves. And the guest in question happens to be human as well. Nazgrel looked a bit annoyed by that, no doubt recalling the attacks by Kultiras, but kept his focus on the task at hand as he replied. What would you have me do with this guest and his companions, warchief? Bring them here under armed escort. They are not to be manhandled badly or harmed. But I prefer it more that you and a detachment of the Korkrone Guard to oversee their safety in coming here to the hold. Nazgrel nodded at the order and replied to Thrall. It shall be done, warchief. In Orgrimmar's outer areas, the guards around the gates of Orgrimmar were suddenly surprised to see a massive flying machine appear before them, and it seemed to be heading straight for the city itself. Many of them raised the alarm as defenders were quick to move into position and prepare to fight whoever or whatever was in the massive machine that soon landed there a fair distance from the gate, well out of shooting range. The guards quickly began to speak, and one of them decided to send word to the warchief to inform Thrall of the new arrivals. It was then that they spotted one side of the massive machine open up, and to their surprise, they spotted an orc family step out, as well as a number of trolls, a lone Tauren, and a group of blood elves as well. They were confused until one of their officers ordered them to open the gate and send out a detachment of their kin to go and see if what they were looking at was not some sort of mirage. Sure enough, a large number of orcs and even a number of Tauren and troll forces moved out from the gates to look at the arriving group that seemed to be made of members of their respective species. As soon as they were close enough, the forces saw that it was not a mirage and the beings before them were indeed their kin. The Horde quickly greeted its own members back with great surprise and wonder. But that wonder turned to shock and disbelief as they spotted another group of people appear. One was a massive being that wore green and black armor of a make that they didn't recognize, as well as wearing a helmet that had a golden visor that hid the being's face from anyone looking at it. That was surprising in itself already, but what surprised the rest of the forces there was the fact that the massive human-sized being was accompanied by 3 night elves and was being escorted by a large number of blood elves as well. They were not liking this, and a number of the Horde forces began whispering among themselves while pointing at the new group. They had no idea what to make of them. This group that, minus the Blood Elves, would willingly come to the lands of the Horde. The Tauren, the Trolls, and the Orcs that John and the others had rescued were quick to explain to their respective brethren that these beings were not the enemy, and while the Tauren members who were among the forces there were not too hostile with the Night Elves, the Orcs and the Trolls on the other hand were more than willing to show their distrust of the whole situation before all of them. As for John and the others, as they moved from the Albatross, which Cortana had soon placed on full lockdown with the use of a copy of herself in the dropship to monitor it, the group were quick to see that their arrival in the lands of the Horde was not exactly going to be a pleasant one. Already as they came closer to the gates of Orgrimmar, the assembled forces that no doubt served as the security force for this location were already glaring at them all with uneasy and angry eyes. Though the only exception to that rule were the Tauren themselves, as they had a healthy respect for the Night Elves. John could already tell that the atmosphere in this valley was thick enough to cut with a combat knife and filled with enough tension that all it would take was a single action or speech taken in the wrong fashion to really set things off. The Spartan too didn't bother himself too much as he was a capable soldier, but he was neutral here in this world, so fighting the Horde was out of the question. But that also put him in a tight spot as he had to consider how he could protect Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared from possible attack. He worried considerably for their safety, as there was no telling what could happen here at any moment with the Horde looking at his Night Elf companions with hostility. He learned from Nashker, Mothril, Tanis, and Ruskane that Thrall had a policy of allowing visitors of any race to come into Orgrimmar under his protection. And while he understood enough about Thrall to know that he was serious about his decision and also would stand by it, and expect his people to follow his plan along with Jaina speaking for him once he met Thrall, there was no telling if there were members of the Horde who might consider breaking that rule as covertly as they could. Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared also felt the same way. They knew that right now the Horde forces were no doubt wondering what they were doing here and whether they should kick them out the hard way for even thinking of appearing before them. They knew that with them being this deep in Horde lands, any hope of rescue was dim at best had they not traveled with the Spartan and had been given aid by Jaina herself, who they knew was trusted by the leaders of the Horde. While they knew that Thrall had a rule to allow visitors to enter Orgrimmar under his protection, there was no telling if there were any members of the Horde who might decide to ignore the rule placed on them by their war chief. Sure enough, the fears of the Night Elves and the Master Chief concerning the possibility of some member of the Horde ignoring the rule of Thrall came true as soon as they arrived in the lands of the Horde, came true as a number of orc warriors stopped and looked at them with surprise and anger. Kaelin was quick to recognize the tabards that they had on them, as their symbol was of one of the most reviled clans of the orcs known to her people. Warsong orcs. John looked at the orcs and saw that the tabard they had on them had a laughing orc face with a wide number of teeth on them, and the color was black. He could tell quickly that the orcs were not the least bit pleased by the fact that night elves were in their lands, as the group quickly moved away from the direction they had been heading and made their way to the night elves. He could already see from their posture that they were more than ready to attack if given the chance, and he knew that he had to stop them before things came to a point where violence was unavoidable. That was odd feeling for a war veteran for him, but he didn't have time to debate it as he had to focus on W3 hat he needed to do. The lead orc, a tall one who seemed to be the leader of this bunch, brandished a wicked-looking axe, and also a shield with an orc skull on it, and spikes with both made from metal and were covered blood-red stripes. The leader was followed by several more of his fellows, while there were a small trio of females with them as well, all three female orcs looking at the night elves, the Spartan, and Sandra's pet wolf with a dark fire in their eyes. The lead orc finally spoke out as he was now in hearing range of the night elves, the wolf, and the Spartan, as he had not spoken before he was close enough to the group. "You violet-skinned witches have no right to be here." The lead orc was about to charge when the night elves began to ready their bows, while Jared readied his own magic. That was enough to make the other Warsong orcs make their own moves as they brandished their own weapons and moved even faster towards the night elves. But just as they were about to get closer and attack the night elves who were ready to defend themselves, the Spartan quickly moved before the night elves and stood before the orcs and spoke in a clear voice of authority. He knew that it might not work, but it might help to stop things before everything got right out of hand. "Calm down here. We are not the enemy." That worked well enough as the Warsong orcs stopped in their tracks, but that hardly meant that their hostility had faded, as they were more than willing to aim their weapons menacingly at the Spartan. The lead orc spoke in a very militant and anger-filled tone. "Who are you, stranger, and why do you walk with their night elf witches who dare to walk in the lands of the Horde? Answer us now, or we will make sure that they will be tossed out of Orgrimmar in short order along with you as well." Kaelin, however, was quick to speak, despite the fact that all common senses told her that she should not antagonize the orcs before her. "I would like to see you try." "Oh, but I will." Enough. The shout was enough to stop the exchange as the groups turned to see an elderly orc shaman walking over towards them. The Spartan quickly looked at the newcomer and wondered just what was going to happen this time. He hoped that this newcomer was not going to suddenly cast spells on them for some reason or another that would cause this situation to be more explosive than it had to be. The elderly shaman then looked at the assembled groups and spoke in a very gruff voice. "Lower your weapons, members of Warsong. Have you forgotten the rules placed by the war chief concerning visitors to our lands?" The lead orc snorted a bit and replied to the shaman. "I have not forgotten, old one. But these night elves have killed many of my clansmen. I cannot abide the fact that they are here in Outlands. They do not belong here. I understand your anger, Garnick of the Warsong, as it is justified, but we cannot attack them unless under the direct order of the war chief himself, or have committed any crime in our lands that warrant them being exiled or worse. They have just recently arrived here, and as far as I have seen, they have not harmed any of our people." Garnick growled as he looked at the night elves and spoke clearly. "That may be, shaman, but that certainly does not mean that they would not try in some fashion to harm our people. I hope that the war chief sends them far away from here. If not." The shaman spoke with a deeper tone, a tone that told the Spartan that he was not in the mood for this situation to go even further than it has to. "You will not harm them, Garnick, and that is final. Leave them be now." The younger orc looked at the shaman and nodded, but not before giving the night elves, and even the Spartan, a hate-filled glare and spoke. "You are safe only because of the laws of the war chief. Break them, and I will gladly throw you all out." With that, Garnick and his cohorts left, but not before the rest of the group glared at the Spartan and his night elf companions. The Blood Elves looked on as they themselves were a bit tense at what was happening before them. Aaron was happy that the Spartan had not been attacked at all, while Janna was relieved that she didn't have to raise her weapons in Orgrimmar of all places, while Tanis felt himself become more relaxed. It was then that the gates opened, and out came a large number of orcs, one of them riding on a massive wolf and carrying a large blade. Cortana whistled at the sight and spoke to John in a private conversation. "Now that is one seriously large wolf. I wonder what the heck do the orcs feed them for them to get to that size. Let's hope that we don't find out the hard way then." The elderly shaman turned and then gave a toothy smile to the group before him, startling the Spartan as well as the night elves as he spoke. Forgive the young one's actions, strangers, as justified as his anger is. Breaking the rules of the war chief is a far greater crime. Kalen looked at the orc shaman with some confusion as to why the shaman would willingly do this. Granted, the reason could be only that he was following the rules of the war chief, but still, she was curious as to why he would do that. Why would you willingly defend us if we have been killing his fellow clansmen? I am an old orc, night elf. In fact, I have seen more bloodshed than I care to remember in my lifetime. I will still fight and serve the Horde, but I will do so only to ensure the survival of my kindred. I know full well why your people kill us orcs, even though we have already stated time and time again that it was fell orcs that slew your beloved Cenarius. Just as Garnick has the right to seek revenge for his slain kin, so do you and your kin. Personally, I see it as only the continuation of a cycle of hatred, something I have had quite enough in my days, though I could be rambling in more ways than one. But I guess another reason is that I owe you a debt of honor. After all, you saved my son, his mate, and my grandchildren. The group looked at the shaman as he was soon joined by Nashker and his family as the shaman turned to face his son and spoke to him. So these are the ones who saved your life, Nashker? Yes, father. They saved our lives when we were taken by the Twilight's hammer. The shaman growled a bit and replied, I never had much love or tolerance for those nihilistic traitors and their ilk. It is good that they now face the ancestors in judgment for their many bloody crimes. Now then I will take my leave. There is no doubt that you have been expected by the war chief for Nazgul himself to come out with the Korkrone Guard at his command. If you and your companions will agree to that, Spartan, I wish to offer the warmth and shelter of my family's own residence in the Valley of Wisdom, if you will give me the honor of welcoming you here in Orgrimmar. John nodded and replied, I will keep that in mind. As Tarkal left with his family, Nazgul finally arrived and looked the Spartan over as well as the three night elves. He looked at the Spartan hard, and he could already see that this was no ordinary person. He was human-sized and shaped. That much was obvious. But even while on his wolf mount, the orc could tell that this human in armor was tall. While he had met some humans who were of slightly unusual height, this one was different. Not only that, there was the armor and weapons he carried as well. These were not the same as those carried by the Alliance in the mind of the orc, but he placed that aside for now as he spoke. Greetings, I am Nazgul, Chief of Security here in Orgrimmar. The war chief has expected you. Though not in this fashion, he dispatched me and members of the Korkrone Guard to accompany you and your group to his location in Gromash Stronghold. Your Blood Elf companions will need not be escorted since they are members of the Horde. You and your Night Elf companions, on the other hand, will not get a very warm reception here if you decided to force your way in the old-fashioned way. Now then, I suggest that you follow us and don't lag behind. My guardsmen and I will not harm you nor ensure that you will come to harm. But if you leave our protection, then you're going to be in for some rough treatment. Not fatal at least, but rough either way. Any questions? The Spartan shook his head, and despite some initial reluctance, Jared, Sandra, and Kalen nodded as well, much to Nazgul's satisfaction. He had been worried that the group would not take the offer he had given them. But since they did, it saved him time and kept things cool. Maybe not all of the Night Elves were too bad. All right then. All of you will now have to follow me, and let's see if we can get you all to the war chief in one piece, eh? As they moved through Orgrimmar, the Night Elves looked about, and while they naturally had a level of dislike for the look of the capital city of the Horde, there was no denying that it was an impressive city either way. They preferred the natural beauty and tranquil look of Darnassus, but they could see that there was some grace in the way the orcs built their city. There was also the fact that despite its drab and ugly look, it had a very intimidating look about it, as well as it being quite defensible. The structures were well designed for the harsh conditions of the lands that the orcs chose as their new home, and also would be hard to attack due to its very strong construction, something that won a level of reluctant respect from the Night Elves as they continued to move through the roads of the city. The same could be said for both John and Cortana as they scanned every part of Orgrimmar, both on the ground and from the satellite overhead that they had guided over Orgrimmar secretly in order to have a bird's-eye view of the city itself. The visual data he got was more than helpful in getting a good idea of the city that would support the view on the ground for them as they looked at the city, noting the pathways, the possible defensive areas, the locations where a defense could be mounted as well as needed to be overcome should this city be attacked. The Spartan and the A.I also focused on determining the exact routes of the patrolling guards as well as their numbers, exact composition, weapons, and more besides. They also determined that each citizen of Orgrimmar was well armed, no doubt in any event of attack on their capital. All in all, they were doing the very same thing that they had done when in Stormwind as well, and from what they had been able to see, this place was well defended and fortified. Any attack here was possible, but very costly. All the while, the Horde races that called this city home looked at the group being escorted by the Korkrone Guard. The Spartan could hear them talking in Orcish, and while Cortana had made her first translation program for the language of the orcs, it was still incomplete, so their words were lost to the Spartan. But the looks they gave was more than enough to tell him that they were not happy for this. Cortana then spoke to the Spartan in private as she had compiled the visual data that. I have to give the Horde credit, they certainly know what they needed in order to defend themselves if they are ever attacked. They might not have the same prowess of the Alliance engineers and craftsmen when they made the city of Stormwind, but they are hardly lacking in building skills. The city of the orcs, however, is better suited for the environment they happen to call home. They certainly have good defensive abilities in this city, and while I'm not a big fan of their architecture, it's not too bad. It's just like those movies they make about the past. You find that amusing? A little bit. Still, let's not take any risks just yet, Chief. They might not be able to hear us talking to one another, but I have no doubt in my mind that they might get curious why you've been looking around and saying nothing at all. Speaking of which, you've just gained the attention of one such person. John noted that Cortana had a point when one of the male orcs wearing the marks of the Corcrone Guard spoke seriously to him. Why have you been silent this entire time, strange one? The Spartan looked at the male orc as she stared at him with a curious eye. Unlike the rest of his kin, John noted that he carried a two-handed sword instead of the axe that most of her kin wielded. He wore armor that seemed to be a balance of both protection with speed, no doubt favoring agility over raw defensive power. He wore only a small band of metal on a leather bind with a white wolf made of metal there. The Spartan was no expert in determining the exact age of this orc, but judging by the lack of white or gray hair anywhere on his form, this orc was still in the age range of a young man or a teen, though he doubted that for the moment. Harg Steelfang of the Frostwolves looked at the human-sized being that had been given the Warchief's permission to enter their city. While he was wary of the Night Elves and this being, he was not as hate-filled as the rest of his orc kin. He had taken part of the Third War at a young age, killing his first foe while he was barely out of his youth in defense of his family. His skills as a fighter won him respect and honor, and he eventually joined the Corcrone Guard. His rather unorthodox views towards the other races had gained him some rather unwanted attention from his more traditional-minded kin, but had won him respect from Varric and Dranish. He had always shown a curious and patient attitude when dealing with other races, but most notably to the races that made up the Alliance. Unlike most of his brethren who had grown to have hatred and anger towards most of the Alliance races, he was keener to learn all that he could and understand the ways of his race's foes. He was very much in like mind to the Warchief, though he hardly had friends from the Alliance as Thrall did. He fought with them when he needed to, but he hardly took joy in it, only doing so to defend his people. His father Eltrin Steelfang warned him that revealing his attitudes towards the races of the Alliance was not a wise idea, yet never forced him to change his ways, only hide them. The lesson was not easy to remember, as his open admiration for the Alliance had been more than enough to get him in trouble with more than just his superiors who disliked the Alliance. He countered that it was merely to show respect to them as foes, and it worked until his actions reached the ears of both Varric and Dranish, and he was brought before them. He was worried at what they would do to him, but he was surprised that they merely told him to work harder in concealing his feelings and thoughts so he wouldn't get in too much trouble. He waited for the Spartan to respond, and he was not disappointed as the Spartan spoke once more. Just looking over the city. Are you admiring it or merely studying it for any weak points? The Spartan looked at the orc, who seemed to be a lot more perceptive than most who were focused on their duties and not caring for the conversation between him and their brother. He decided to play along as he suspected that this orc was trustworthy. He never knew why he thought that, but it was a gut feeling. And if there was one thing Mendez taught him, it was to go with his gut when all else failed. It would surprise him. Maybe both. The orc laughed at that and replied, "Huh, I see. Well, I hope you keep in mind that you and your companions are not exactly in friendly territory. But don't worry, as long as you don't do anything that breaks the laws of the Horde, you'll be in good hands. It's up to you and your friends if you do something to turn those hands into fists." The Spartan would have replied to that, but the option was no longer possible, as they soon arrived to a massive building that seemed to be the main location where they would find the Warchief Thrall. He looked about, and it seemed simple, but looks can be deceiving. The fact that there were a number of Corcrone Guard around the building and manning its defenses, as well as the patrols around it, told him that this was the residence of the Warchief. And considering the fact that Thrall was a shaman himself, according to the sources, this would be the heart of where the Horde's orc shamans trained. Nazgul then moved them towards the door and got off his wolf mount and guided them to the doors and opened them, and stepping aside as he spoke to them. "Step in. The Warchief and the rest of the Horde leaders, as well as Jaina Proudmoore, await you." In Gromash Hold, the Spartan walked through the building, looking at the way the building's interior was made. Unlike the way the Palace of Stormwind and Darnassus was made, the place was functional and had little to no decorations apart from the Orcish runes, furs and hides of animals, as well as a collection of weapon racks that were no doubt in easy reach for the Corcrone Guards who were stationed in the hold itself. He looked on while Kalen, Jared, and Sandra, as well as White Claw, and saw that they were also looking at the halls of the stronghold as well. The same could be said for Janna, Tanis, and Erin herself, as they seemed to be taking into the sights, though he could see that they were not very happy with the looks of the hall, no doubt due to their culture and lifestyle, and that would also apply to their people's architecture. It was then that the Spartan spotted the leaders of the Horde. He quickly decided to see just who they were and commit them to memory. The first was obviously Thrall himself, and the one with the red skin was no doubt Garrosh Hellscream, as was described by Nashker and his family, and one he had to avoid. He could see that Garrosh was no pushover and carried a pair of axes in battle as well as ornate, but no doubt highly functional armor. Thrall wielded a powerful-looking hammer with a head made of solid granite that seemed to radiate magic of some sort, just as Thrall did as Jon used the magical scanning ability of his Mjolnir. The armor that Thrall wore seemed to be black with golden lining and was impressive looking from where he stood. The next leader was a massive Tauren who looked old and getting in on the years. Nevertheless, the Tauren looked to be very strong despite its age as it carried itself well and carried a massive halberd in one hand. The Tauren looked at him and his companions patiently while holding his weapon without showing hostility. The Spartan was quick to guess that this Tauren was no doubt Cairn Bloodhoof, leader of the Tauren as a whole, and the smaller Tauren who was with him must be his son Bane Bloodhoof. The Tauren seemed to be all right, but the Spartan decided to wait for a better time to be sure as he also scanned the two and determined that they had considerable power of magic in them, though of a different nature. The next was the troll Vol'jin. The Spartan was quick to recognize him, and considering the adornments he had on, he was no doubt the chosen leader of the Darkspear tribe of trolls, as was described to him by Ruskane and his fellow trolls. The Witch Doctor and Shadow Hunter bristled with power that was no doubt voodoo magic as the Spartan could see for the moment as he scanned the troll. He also scanned the weapon Vol'jin carried, and was very much interested on how a troll could carry such an odd, but lethal-looking weapon with ease. The next to his surprise was an elven woman, but had glowing red eyes that seemed to radiate evil, or something like that, as he didn't like the way she was looking at him. She carried a very elegant-looking bow with metal that served to increase tension in the weapon and no doubt was enchanted to increase its power and enchant the arrows it fired. He looked to see that she had the lithe and curvaceous form of any female elf, and wore it all rather well. However, unlike the blood elves he knew and his fellow night elf companions who were female, this woman's skin tone was dark purple, almost like that of a corpse with blood still in it. Her hair had lost any coloration and was bone white as well, and her armor had skulls on it, and seemed to be designed to frighten her foes. One thing was for certain, he didn't like the way this woman looked. That was further reinforced when he scanned her, and to his surprise, and that of Cortana, she had no life signs. An undead elf ranger? The A.I replied to that easily enough after scanning the dead elven woman who was a leader in the Horde. Now that is plain creepy. She must be Sylvanas Windrunner, the leader of the Forsaken. Keep your eyes open around her, Jon. She seems wrong somehow, apart from being undead and all. I don't like the way she looks. Now you tell me. Jon moved to look at the last leader, and this one was a male elf, and from the glow of green in his eyes was no doubt Lor'themar the Ron, the leader of the Blood Elves, and no doubt the commanding officer of all three of his Blood Elf companions. Judging by the way all three of them bowed before him. The Blood Elf leader wore ornate crimson plate mail, with black chain mail underneath as well, and carried what appeared to be some form of elven longsword to his side. All in all, the Spartan now finally met the full leaders of the Horde, and one thing was certain. This day was not going to be boring in the least. Thrall then moved over to the Spartan, surprised that the being seemed very calm and composed, showing no fear at all as he moved to him. The shaman leader of the Horde sensed power in this man in armor, power that had nothing to do with magic of any sort. He placed that aside and spoke to the Spartan in common. Greetings to you, Spartan. I have heard a good deal about you and your exploits from Jaina herself, and I have to give you my thanks for freeing a number of Horde members from captivity. Jon nodded and replied in crisp military fashion. It was not a problem, Warchief Thrall. The Warchief chuckled a little at that. A military man through and through, Jaina was right about that regard. I see. Regardless, you still have my thanks as Warchief of the Horde for your selfless actions in freeing our kindred. Now then, while you were on your way here to Gromash Hold, we were talking a bit about your achievements ever since coming here to the land of Kalimdor. She also mentioned your exploits in facing the dangers found in the lands of the Alliance, namely the Defias who you seem to have faced beforehand. I must admit, they are somewhat interesting to hear. That was when Garrosh decided to get involved. Thrall, I wish to speak for a moment. The shaman looked at the son of his old mentor and friend and wondered just what was cooking in that mind of his. What is it, Garrosh? The son of Hellscream looked at the Spartan with a serious and doubtful eye. He had a feeling that the human before him was relying on some form of magic or another in that armor he was wearing, and therefore was not as strong or as powerful as Jaina had told them before. He could see that this being had an aura around him, the kind one had as a warrior. But that was something that the young warrior wanted. He wanted to see if this human really was a warrior, or was this being merely some weak human relying on magical enchantments, or a demon disguised as human to fool them into lowering their guard. There was only one way to find out, and it was a way that suited the young Hellscream just fine. I want to challenge this human in a duel of honor there in the Valley of Strength before the rest of the Horde. Thrall looked at Garrosh and spoke seriously to him. What reason could you have for issuing a challenge to him, Garrosh? Garrosh smiled and replied, I wish to see if he was truly able to slay all of those Defias by himself, and also to see if he truly is as capable as he is said to be your alliance ally Jaina. Or is he somehow using powerful magic to conceal his weaknesses? Or worse, is he a demon in disguise and had somehow dulled the senses of us all in the same way that Minor Demon did long ago? And even if he is not a demon, I still want to see if this Spartan can truly match up to the might of a true member of the Horde without his armor and his weapons, relying only on his own strength. What say you, Spartan? Thrall wished that this never happened. Garrosh had always been hot-tempered, as well as eager to rush into battle at the best chance to do so, just like his father Grom did. While he had great respect and trust in Grom, he always worried that the blood lust he had would be a danger, and it was when he took in the blood of Manaroth again. Thankfully, in his final moments, Grom changed and redeemed not just himself, but all of his fellow orcs in freeing them from the curse of Manaroth. Garrosh might not have drunk from the fountain, but the bloodlust was there in a very different form due to his aggressive behavior and attitude towards the humans and the Alliance in general. Besides, stating that this Spartan was actually a demon in disguise was a bit valid, but hardly something that he himself would agree with. He trusted Jaina and knew that she would never willingly aid a demon in infiltrating the lands of his people, as well as her own, so he was not in the mood to think such things. He turned and looked at the Spartan who seemed silent, but that silence lasted for only a moment or so, and then he spoke back. "I accept your challenge." Garrosh grinned. This was what he hoped for. Once this human was stripped of his armor and weapons, he was going to see if this human was truly powerful to be worthy of his respect and that of the Horde. Or was he like the rest of the humans that he had grown to despise of the years? This was going to be a good day. Very well then, human. We shall see each other in the field of honor and before the Horde and the clans. We shall see if you truly are a warrior worthy of respect from the Horde. With that, Garrosh left, and when he did, Thrall spoke to the Spartan. "Are you sure you wish to do this? I do not doubt your abilities, as I trust Jaina well to know that she speaks truth in many matters of great importance. You do appear as skilled as she said you to be, but to accept this challenge is something that I didn't expect." John replied to that. "I have my reasons, but I can say that it's better I get it over and done with before more rumors fly about concerning me. I hardly care for such things, but if it will help speed up my case here with the Horde, I might as well do it. Besides, I am not helpless without my armor or weapons, War Chief. They are but tools and extensions of what I can do on my own, and so you might say that I am the weapon, not the other way around." With that, the Spartan moved away as Thrall then spoke to the Korkrone guard to guide the Spartan to the dueling ring. There was no doubt that this day was about to get very interesting for everyone here in Orgrimmar. Thrall sighed a bit and listened to the spirits, hoping that they were all right with this matter. If they were, then so be it. As for the other Horde leaders, they decided to see what the results were of this sudden event. But for Sylvanas and Lorthemar, they had a different plan of their own. For the former, she was curious to see if this Spartan did live up to what her other spies in the lands of the Alliance had told her, while the Blood Elf turned to look at the companions of the Spartan that were of his kindred. There was a lot that he needed to know about this Spartan, which may prove to be very useful in the near future. As for John, he was getting himself ready for this fight before him, and as much as he didn't want to show it, he was rather looking forward to it. He had not missed the way Garrosh looked at him, and the meaning of the orc's words towards him. He normally would have cared less if people believed in his actions or not, but after understanding more of Horde culture, namely the orcs, he knew that only a show of his skills would silence any critics towards him and at least give him some much-needed room and space to operate while here in Orgrimmar. If he showed that he was willing to play by their rules, then they had no reason to talk behind his back and give him any more trouble. It might even open avenues of information that could prove useful in the long run. Cortana knew what was going through her friend's mind and spoke to him. "Careful not to get too overconfident, John. This is a serious matter after all." "I'll be fine, Cortana. I know, good luck there, big guy." As for his night elf companions, Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, accompanied by White Claw, were now looking at their Spartan ally with some measure of worry. They knew how serious this fight was, and they could only hope that the Spartan was going to make it out all right. Unknown to them, a certain blonde female human archmage thought in the same lines they did as she walked with them to the arena where the duel was no doubt going to be held. Soon, the rumors of the battle between Garrosh of Warsong and the human being who was called a Spartan was all over Orgrimmar, and already this had gotten the attention of the Horde, namely the clan that Garrosh was part of. The people of the city gathered soon to see this fight, and despite the rules against such things, bets were already being made on the soon-to-happen outcome of the fight. Chapter 9. Part 2. Duel. Thoughts. Author's notes. I had recently taken a good look at the map of Orgrimmar and determined that I was kind of wrong in what I made in the next chapter, namely concerning just where in the city the fight takes place. And it is in the Valley of Honor, as this is where the arena is supposed to be. So this way, I hope that you readers are not suddenly surprised by the fact that the whole situation is now taking place in the Ring of Valor in the Valley of Honor instead of the Valley of Strength. Sorry for the possible mix-up in the previous chapter, so I hope that this change should correct it. Okay, on with the show. In Orgrimmar, the city was now soon rife with the reports that a duel was to be waged in the Valley of Strength, and it was not long that a vast number of the Horde citizenry were making their way to the said location. They wondered who would be willing to fight the leader of the Warsong clan of all people, and when the rumors came out that it was going to be a human, they were quick to bet that this fight was not going to last very long. Apart from many of the veterans and Thrall himself, Garrosh was one of the strongest fighters there. And since this was a duel of honor, it was to be held in the gladiatorial ring that was known to all as the Ring of Valor. It was there that the battle was to be fought between Garrosh and this human who wanted to fight him in the duel of honor. As the people walked in, they were soon filling up the arena spectator area and were soon eager to see just what was going to happen in this duel of honor. Orc, Tauren, Troll, and Undead came into the place to witness just what was going to transpire here in the arena. Food had been brought in, as well as ale and more aplenty. Along with that were the bets that were going to happen. Though normally frowned upon by the war chief, bets were usually taken in the results of matches on the side, though these were made in honor as there were rules forbidding the use of force when one party lost their bets to another. As soon as they got into the arena, John and the others were quickly taken to ready rooms, and there in the room was a bed, a cabinet, as well as a washing basin with clean water and a clean rag to wipe with, table, and chairs as well. The place was functional, and the floor was covered in furs and leathers. The walls were simple, clean, and well-maintained, though there were Orcish runes there as well. John wasted no time and quickly began to focus himself on the task of removing his Mjolnir Mark VI armor in the same fashion that he had done previously to it when he needed to effect repairs with Cortana's help. But just as he had removed his helmet, the leaders of the Horde arrived in the room along with Jaina herself, and for the first time, the Horde leaders got a good look at the Spartan himself without his helmet and the polarized visor in their way. Thrall looked at the Spartan and saw that his face seemed to be rather well defined and what one human woman would easily describe as attractive, judging from the way his female companions seemed to be smiling to themselves. However, looks alone were not going to be enough in the mind of the warrior chieftain. He wanted to see just what else this Spartan was capable of doing. He had to give the man respect as he seemed to be intent on fighting Garrosh for showing such a level of calm and focus. Now he was very curious to see just what this human could really do in battle. Karen looked at the Spartan and could see a great deal of power. Unlike the headstrong Garrosh, the elderly chieftain could see that there was a hidden amount of power and strength in this human. He was now very much interested to see just what was going to be the result of the soon-to-come battle between Garrosh and the Spartan. The same could be said for Bane, though the younger Tauren naturally didn't see the Spartan the way his father did. All he could see was that this human was different, and not just in terms of appearance. Sylvanas looked at the human, and despite her dislike for humans and most if not all living beings in general, she had to admit that he was certainly the attractive sort, which was fairly obvious to the Banshee Queen, as she could see the looks of appreciation being directed at the Spartan by the female members of the group he no doubt worked with. And to her amusement, Jaina herself was also looking. She would have been as well in a certain level if she was still alive and breathing. But her heart no longer was a living thing, so she was not that interested in men anymore. Besides, she learned centuries ago that looks were not everything, so she wanted to see if the human was more than just looks and fancy weaponry. Valjean looked the human over and began to wonder just what was this man capable of in battle, as he was very curious as to what the outcome of this battle was going to be. Lord Themar himself could see just what was making Aaron and Jaina look at the human with a good measure of interest, as well as the two female knight elves who were no doubt allies of this human. He wondered just what this man was capable of as he sensed that there was a lot more to this man than just mere looks. This did not last long as Thrall spoke to the Master Chief. Spartan, as it was Garrosh who challenged you to this duel, he has many advantages, but I will permit you to set some terms of your own to be fair to you as well. While you are not a member of either the Horde or the Alliance, due to your neutrality, you will be given some rules of your own. Limited they might be at this moment due to your current standing, but you will have them either way. John thought it over and was quick to come up with a plan that would not only work to proving that he was more than just relying on his weapons and armor. I wish to have my armor and weapons, as well as myself scanned by any skilled shaman or you yourself to show that there is no magic in either me or my equipment. That way, Garrosh and everyone else will know that I do not have any magic in me. The other leaders thought about it, and soon gave their consent while the night elves merely smiled, while Aaron smirked widely at this though her companions were confused by that. Thrall nodded to that as he had an idea as to what the Spartan planned to accomplish. Very well, once you are done, I will have several Tauren carry the table where your armor shall be. Once out in the arena, you will undergo a purging ritual, and so will your armor and weapons. This will show that your equipment has no magical enchantments in them, and neither do you. Lord Thamar then turned to Aaron and her companions as he spoke with authority. I'll be speaking with you three before the match begins. There's a large amount of questions that I need answered today. The three nodded and everything went underway as the Horde leaders moved out of the room, leaving only John, Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared in the room. Jared then decided to leave the room to serve as the messenger to Thrall that John was ready for what was to come. With that out of the way, both Kaelin and Sandra as well as White Claw were now the security in the room as they watched over the place. John briefly placed back on his helmet and had a quick conversation with Cortana. Do you think that the spell Thrall might use, or any one of his shamans might use, can affect the Mjolnir in some fashion, Cortana? Possible, but the systems have to be online to be affected at all. However, I rather have my doubts on the whole thing, as the Mjolnir has been hardened for nuclear, biological, EMP, and chemical situations. Don't worry about me either. The slot where I happen to be in is heavily shielded, so I'll be all right. John nodded and quickly went to work as he once more removed his helmet and began the process of removing his armor, much to the happiness of both the night elves, though they focused on making sure that he was not suddenly disturbed by anyone while he was removing his armor. It didn't take too long as John was able to remove the armor components of his Mjolnir and place them on the rather strong and well-built table. That was soon followed by his bodysuit and his weapons, as the Mjolnir was now offline and on the table. He was now only in a pair of boots as well as his usual military issue pants. Once that was done, he called Jared in, and as soon as the druid saw the Spartan like that, he quickly made his way to find Thrall. It was a while, but then Thrall appeared along with an escort of 4 Tauren, as well as Aaron, Janna, and Tanis, who no doubt had submitted their reports to the leader of their people. And while the war chief widened his eyes at how pale the Spartan was, which was odd for a human, he placed that out of his mind and gave instructions to the Tauren to left the hardwood table that had the Spartan's gear and weapons there. The Tauren wasted no time and took the weapons and armor with them on the table, and soon the group moved out with Thrall in the lead, while John was escorted by his night elf companions, as well as the blood elves. In the arena grounds. As soon as they were in the arena itself, John quickly began to scan the area, figuring the exact design and layout of the complex purely out of reflex. The arena was similar to a football stadium in size, though in this case, there were 4 tall granite pillars that were in the ring in a rectangular pattern. The Tauren who were there moved away after placing the table down in the middle of the ring, and it was not long before Garrosh arrived, and he was still wearing his armor and carrying his axes as well. The younger orc smiled as he looked to see that the Spartan had taken off his armor and was not wearing any form of protection. The 2 of them entered the ring as the Tauren were nearby, and 2 of them carried a table loaded with a variety of weapons for the Spartan to use in the duel to come. John looked at the weapons there available to him and saw that while there were some good weapons, he decided to try using something that not many of the orcs would use in battle, and was a special way to prove that he was not someone to be messed around with. He took a good look at the weapons and soon spotted a 4-foot-long staff made from very strong hardwood. Garrosh grinned as he looked at the weapon the Master Chief carried. It was a simple hardwood staff and was wrapped in leather on both ends. He wondered what the reason was that the Spartan chose such a weapon out of all the other weapons offered to him, as T6's staff was not the most used weapon. But he was going to follow through with his plan to test this human to his limits and defeat him to prove that the might of a true member of the Horde was more than enough to defeat someone like him. He, however, couldn't help but taunt the Spartan, as the 2 of them were now before one another. You would choose this over all the other weapons here? You have a very strange way of fighting, human. That, or you're thinking that I am a simple fool. I am not, and soon you will know the power of a member of the Horde. John said, nothing, utterly focused on the match before him, and held his staff gingerly, and as soon as he felt he was ready, he got into position as Thrall spoke to them in the audience. This is a battle of honor by the rules of the Horde. The only way this ends is if one of the fighters yields or is no longer able to fight. To follow the traditions of honorable combat, we shall prove that there is no use of magic here in the battle between Garrosh Hellscream of the Warsong clan and the Spartan himself. Thrall walked over and began to cast the spell known as Purge on the armor and weapons of the Spartan to prove that there was no magic in them. The spell was flowing on the Mjolnir Mark 6, would remove any magical power, and was also useful in breaking the magical bonds that helped the summoned being remained in the living world. The war chief was able to see that the armor that the human wore had no magic. He then did the same process on the Spartan himself, and it was shown that the spell had not detected any form of magic there on the Spartan, and that was seen by everyone in the arena. Thrall smiled at this and moved back as he moved back to the area where he and the others were going to be watching. As soon as Thrall arrived in with the others' leader, the audience were now ready to see just what this human was capable of doing. As the crowds were speaking, they were silent, raised the small ceremonial hammer, and spoke out in full authority. Let it be known that the spirits have spoken. The human known as the Spartan has been determined to be clean of any dishonorable magic, and is fighting Garrosh with only his natural power and ability, and is not being supported by his night elf druid companion in any possible fashion. And let it be known that this is a duel of honor, and as such, interference is not to be tolerated by anyone here in the arena. Now this duel. Thrall then hit the nearby metal gong, and the ringing sound was heard all over the area, just as he shouted out, "Shall commence." In the ring, John relaxed himself and began to focus himself in locating a weak point in Garrosh's actions and movements. He did so while moving his staff in a calm circular pattern before him, as well as moving the weapon from hand to hand, while watching Garrosh as the orc looked back at him, axes crossed, and he was ready to attack. The Spartan was not bothered and began to ready his own counterattacks in his mind. The Spartan didn't have to wait for too long as Garrosh attacked. This human shall fall. The orc roared and the audience roared as well. Already they had no doubt that Garrosh would be stronger than this human before him. And already the money was changing hands as well as the words in Orcish on the easiest to predict outcome in the history of the arena. However, they were all going to be in for a very big surprise. As Garrosh closed the gap and attacked with one of his weapons, namely the axe in his left hand, the Spartan quickly closed in and moved the staff right into the shaft of the weapon, stopping it in the half-swing. Before Garrosh could react, the Spartan moved, and before he could react was right behind him with lightning speed, and quickly moved his staff into a powerful one-handed grip and sent him smashing into the orc's back. Whack! Garrosh roared in pain and turned around to fight the Spartan. But he was too slow as the Spartan quickly blocked his soon-to-come attack with a powerful blow to his right arm, followed by a strike to his left shoulder in rapid succession. The strikes numbed his arms for only a moment. But that was enough for the Spartan to unleash several powerful strikes into his torso, and that followed with a thrust into his stomach and a powerful series of blows to his exposed thigh areas with the staff. The Spartan then brought his staff into a spinning vertical circle with the lower end smashing hard into Garrosh's lower jaw, and actually sent the orc leader backwards and hard into the dirt. The very second that happened, the audience was silent. That series of powerful attacks that the Spartan used to attack Garrosh's body had only lasted for a few seconds, but it actually succeeded in sending the orc down into the ground fast and hard. All the while, the Spartan was calm and focused as he went back into his pattern from before, eyes focused on Garrosh while moving his staff in lazy circular motions and moving the weapon from one hand to the others. But this was not seen as a simple action anymore by the audience, and those watching as Garrosh got up once more. Garrosh growled a bit as he got up and rubbed his chin, feeling pain shooting all over his body as he glared at the human who he was fighting. The leader of the Warsong clan looked on at the Spartan, who was now bare of his armor and wearing only a set of pants and boots while his gear was being watched over by the 3 night elves and the blood elves who were with him. The human he had challenged to a duel was unharmed and still only armed with a wooden staff, while he used his axes in this battle and had none of his armor on, expecting to win this fight easily against this Spartan. But the fight turned out differently as he was moving very fast and attacking with amazing speed and hitting with amazing power. At first, the orc thought that his foe was using hidden magic or was being assisted by the night elf druid. However, that idea was not possible, as Thrall had already shown to him and everyone in this arena that the spirits sensed no magic from this human, and there was no spell being cast by the night elf druid at all, and as such, he was not cheating in any possible fashion. That made Garrosh even more enraged as he charged at the Spartan with a loud roar, and soon enough, the battle was well underway once more. Garrosh was a strong and very capable orc, strong enough to face most warriors in battle, and while he had taken the warrior's path late in his life, he was as capable as any orc in a battle. His race was physically stronger than humans, and most other races except for the much larger races that existed in Azeroth for millennia. The toughness, size, strength, grace, ferocity, and courage of his people flowed in Garrosh, and was seen in his attacks and movements. He was a fierce orc warrior and would never bow down to any foe in battle. However, he and almost all of his fellow orcs had never fought a Spartan 2 commando before, and that was going to cost him dearly as he was facing a foe that he had never faced before in battle. John and his fellow Spartans as a whole were, in a sense, a literal breed apart from the humans that they were once part of and swore to protect with their lives, and there was good reason for it. In a way, one could say that the children that made up the first class of the Spartan Tus were the proverbial 1 in a million, or the genius born once in a generation. This was not simple bravado or propaganda in any way. John and his brothers and sister was meticulously selected for having superior physical, mental, and genetic traits, as well as those that would prove instrumental in their soon-to-come lives as soldiers. This, coupled with their demanding training regimes, diet, medical care, education, experience, and eventually their augmentations, as well as their trademark Mjolnir armor, molded them into the perfect warriors needed by the UNSC in the war with the insurrection and eventually the war with the Covenant. When they walked the battlefield, they spread hope, awe, and at times fear in their allies, and hatred, terror, and anger in their enemies. Their numbers were few, but their actions in the war had more lasting effects than even 3 divisions of UNSC Marines. Their abilities made them known as demons to the Covenant, for they were near impossible to kill and could wipe out hundreds, if not thousands, of Covenant soldiers. He personally was not the best of the Spartans in specific fields, but he, along with Fred, was the most balanced, but he stood out as the luckiest and the bravest of them all. Even so, he was several steps above any human being any orc had ever fought before. Just as Garrosh was about to find out the hard way, another weakness Garrosh had was his way of viewing all humans to be the same as the ones his father fought, who were part of the Alliance. He saw them as weak and lacking a true warrior spirit, as well as being too narrow-minded. He was about to be proven wrong in a very painful fashion. Every attack the orc unleashed on the Spartan was futile as the Spartan moved with a fluidity and grace that was beyond human, as well as defend with lightning speed. In truth, John's augmented reflexes and speed were beyond any known human in Azeroth. In his enhanced body and battle-hardened perspective, Garrosh's attacks were so slow and easy to predict that the orc might as well would have been announcing his actions with a bullhorn and telling him everything like a prisoner injected with a high concentrated dose of truth serum. And when he attacked, all Garrosh could see was a blur of motion as he was trying to defend himself, but soon he was being pressed back hard, and then just as he tried to defend himself, he left an opening and paid for it. Whack! A shearing blast of pain hit his arm fast and hard as he moved away. His retaliatory attack aiming for the Spartan's neck was easily evaded in a blur of motion, and the Spartan thrust his staff forward like a spear and struck the young Hellscream right in the throat, making him cry out in surprise and pain while the Spartan moved back. Garrosh barely had time to roar out in fury as the Spartan quickly flipped over him in mere moments, and as he turned to strike with both axes as the Spartan landed on his feet, the Spartan moved the lower part of his staff upward and knocked his axes aside. Garrosh barely had time to react as the Spartan charged and rammed into him like a bullet train and sent the orc reeling back, just as the Spartan moved in, whirling his staff with lightning speed and whacked both ends into Garrosh's torso in rapid succession. Garrosh roared in pain and shock. This human had struck him with such speed and power that was unnatural for a human. He growled angrily and looked at the Spartan, but to his surprise, there was no emotion there. Nothing, not a sneer, not a smug smirk of arrogance, not even a look of triumph. It's like facing a statue. John showed no emotion in battle, never revealing anything to his foe while constantly calculating the various possible attack zones on his foe's body, his defensive actions, his mood, his posture, everything. He was meticulously taking everything he could see from Garrosh and develop counterattacks, as well as plans of attack as well. He was going to tear down Garrosh bit by bit, just as Mendez had taught him and his fellow Spartans. He moved a bit, while lazily moving his staff in circles and moving the wooden weapon from hand to hand, all the while remaining completely emotionless and expressionless. This was not lost to the witnesses of the duel between the head of the Warsong clan and this pale-skinned human. The orcs who were there could see the emotionless way the Spartan looked at Garrosh, showing absolutely nothing at all. And while some of the younger orcs snorted at it, the elder ones, the veteran warriors, were slightly unnerved by the way this human looked at his foe. He didn't seem to show anything at all as the two of them faced one another. There was no anger, no hatred, nothing at all. Instead, he was calm, patient, calculating, studying Garrosh for any action that would reveal his next move and how he would respond. It was as if he was merely taking his time and patiently cutting down Garrosh without showing any of his intentions. This was no simple human in the minds of the veterans, as normally human soldiers would be driven by their anger and could be fairly easy to read. This human was not. And the way he moved was unnatural. The only ones of their kind who could move that fast were the Blade Masters who formed the bodyguard of the war chief, and even then, they were not able to move that fast as this human did. The battle was soon brought back into action as Garrosh attacked with several spinning swings of both his axes at the Spartan. John remained focused, dodging each blow, and when he spotted an opening, no matter how brief, he took it and lashed out with the staff's end. The orc spotted and jumped back. But that was what the Spartan hoped he would do as he quickly leaped upwards and whacked Garrosh's right shoulder hard, and though Garrosh had on his armor, the blow was enough to send the orc back in pain. He barely had time to react as the Spartan struck once more with a powerful swing right into the stomach of the orc. The sound of wood hitting flesh was heard all over the arena as the Spartan's attack had hit hard and sent Garrosh back, and the orc roared in anger as he looked at the Spartan, who remained calm and relaxed. He was getting very annoyed by this and vowed to make that human show any expression no matter what he had to do to get it. Garrosh quickly attacked, and the two were once more trading blows with one another. The Spartan moved patiently with his foe, blocking and swatting attacks aside with ease and patience as he waited for the orc to make a mistake. Garrosh's pride and confidence in himself and his belief in the might of the Horde was unbroken, though his body was showing the signs of the battle as well as the blows inflicted on him by his Spartan foe. He was not going to be beaten by this human. No matter how powerful this human was, he was going to show him the might of the Horde. However, that attitude and his general disregard of the fact that he hardly cared to learn what he should have about the Spartan was going to cost him, as he had several more parts of his body sing in pain as the Spartan struck hard and fast while blocking his attacks or moving them aside before he could mount a counter to the attacks unleashed by the Spartan. It was at this point that he managed to close in, and attacking with one axe overhead, he moved quickly and lashed out with his other axe, and to his feeling of triumph, his weapon cut into the Spartan's chest, drawing blood finally. He backed off and grinned as he now finally wounded the Spartan and roared out his triumph into the ring. It was not a deep cut, but it felt good to him to finally be able to strike back at his foe. Garrosh's grin faded, however, as he looked to see that despite the cut on his chest, the Spartan was still calm and focused, No expression of pain was seen there at all, even in his eyes. It was as if he had no feeling of pain whatsoever, even as blood flowed from his wound. The orc couldn't understand how this human could remain like this, and even after being cut and wounded, showed no fear, pain, or discomfort whatsoever. He also realized that even as he had cut the Spartan, the man didn't even cry out at all. It was as if the wound was merely a simple scratch or an itch that he could easily ignore. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, that unnerved him a good deal. What in the name of the Horde is he? John was not troubled by the wound he had on his chest, compared to the bullet wounds, cuts, lacerations, plasma burns, needler fragment wounds, third-degree burns, brain damage, damaged organs, internal bleeding, low blood pressure, battle fatigue, and more that he had suffered for the past 30 years. This cut was nothing to him, but a simple inconvenience he could ignore easily enough. Besides, he had every intention of making Garrosh pay for that attack soon enough. This was not lost to the Horde leaders as they continued to watch in interest, and so did their fellows. Varric had never seen such calm before in any warrior. Even the mightiest human would show some measure of pain from that blow. Yet this human showed nothing. It was as if the wound given to him by Garrosh was but a minor thing. The same expression could be seen in his son as Dranish spoke. "Father." He shows neither pain nor discomfort. It's almost as if that wound was nothing to him. There's not an expression of pain anywhere in his face or even his eyes. He didn't even cry out when Garrosh cut him. "I know, Dranish. I have a feeling that Garrosh has bitten off more than he can chew, as the humans would say." They were not the only ones, as Bane himself commented to his father. "This human is different indeed, father. He moves in a way that goes against everything I have seen humans being able to do." "That he does, Bane. I suspect that this will be a fight that Garrosh will not soon forget." Thrall looked on at the battle. He had to admit that for a moment, he was worried about his newfound guest due to being challenged by Garrosh, who by his own admission was one of the strongest orcs he personally knew of and worked with. But now it seemed that not only was his fear unfounded, as the Spartan was showing himself to be a very capable fighter, but he now wondered what the end of this fight would be. The other Horde leaders watched in greater interest. Garrosh was getting very impatient with this. He had thought that with that wound, the Spartan would be more cautious and easier to attack, but he was proven wrong as the Spartan continued to fight and defend himself with amazing skill. And even though he would never admit it, he himself was impressed slightly by the Spartan's fighting skills. He, however, was not going to give up and decided that he should try and taunt the Spartan, making him show weakness, no matter how skilled or powerful he was. If he would somehow wound the pride of this Spartan, it might give him yet another chance to defeat him. He spoke out his taunt loud and clear for all to hear, so that their reactions might goad the Spartan into doing something rash that he could use to his benefit in their duel. "You fight well, but I doubt you would survive in a real fight to the death, human." The watchers around to the group were quick to pick up on Garrosh's attempt to try and goad the Spartan into doing something rash to make him lose his focus. And while their race were not keen on being cunning, they decided to let that action taken by Garrosh slide away for now, as many of them were eager to see just how the Spartan would react to that taunt. John was quick to pick up on the purpose of that taunt from Garrosh, but he remained focused and decided to reply to Garrosh's taunt, knowing that this would enrage the orc and make him more prone to mistakes which he would exploit. "If this was a real fight, I would say only one thing too. And what would that be?" Without batting an eyelash or cracking a smile or smirk, he replied in a loud voice that showed the same calm and focus as before. "You are going to die." That was heard by everyone, and soon enough, murmurs were heard in the crowds as they were surprised at the reply made by the Spartan and watched to see what the reaction of Garrosh was going to be. No one had ever said that to Garrosh Hellscream, and didn't get an answer from the orc. The other races of the Horde who watched were amused by this and looked on. Sylvanas couldn't help but smirk at this, as she found the Spartan's counter-taunt to be rather amusing. Now that was an interesting reply. Lord Themar himself smirked at the words of this pale-skinned human. Of all the things he expected the human to say in response to Garrosh's taunt, that was the least expected, yet it was also the most effective. Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared were smiling widely at this, while the two Night Elf women were very much impressed by the way the Spartan had effectively taunted the orc he was fighting while they watched over his equipment and weapons, intent on making sure that no one would dare to steal the Spartan's gear, even though Thrall gave his word that the Spartan's gear would not be touched. Garrosh felt his anger and bloodlust hit him in full force as all plans to goad the Spartan were thrown out of his mind. He was going to make him pay for those words as he gripped his axes tighter. The orc then attacked the Spartan in full rage as he swung his axes in a flurry of attacks that were enough to tell the Spartan and the people watching that Garrosh had now been gripped in the bloodlust of their people. Thrall's eyes widened as he knew that Garrosh had lost control and was now intent on killing the Spartan. He wanted to stop this, but he could see that despite the fury Garrosh revealed, the Spartan was unmoved and was no doubt going to exploit this situation to deadly effect. So despite his worry on the whole situation, the war chief didn't interfere. The orc quickly attacked the Spartan with his axes in a fury while the Spartan quickly began to dodge and weave, looking still at the orc to see if there was a way he could find a weakness in the orc's attacks, as well as his defense. He, however, knew that with Garrosh, enraged the way he was, he would make mistakes. And sure enough, Garrosh does overextend himself as he charged at him, with both axes swinging to take his head. The Spartan, however, moved forward and ducked just as both axes missed his head, and as soon as he was down, he smashes his staff right into Garrosh's stomach. Before the orc could even cry out, the Spartan quickly made his move, moving to the ground, planting his feet into the chest of the orc, and quickly moved his staff and lifts Garrosh off his feet and tosses the orc a fair distance to his back before he even knew that the Spartan was doing to him. The Spartan quickly got up and with lightning precision and speed, got up and moved his staff in a blur and smashed it into Garrosh's chest, and quickly rolling away from the orc and got into a calm defensive posture while still moving his staff in calm circles. Garrosh roared and got up, his anger driving him as he vowed to kill this Spartan here and now. As soon as he was on his feet, he attacked quickly, moving quickly and hoping that he was going to be able to get into an opening that would allow him to wound the Spartan once more. The battle had taken too long for his liking. He had expected a quick victory over this Spartan to prove that the Horde's full might was not to be messed with, and he would be able to show that this human's power was not enough to fight a member of the Horde. But now this battle had changed completely from what he had thought of before, and now he was being beaten around like a peon by this human. He couldn't stand it. He was going to end this here, and now one way or the other. He attacked once more, and this time he decided that he should break the one advantage that the Spartan had, and that was to break the Spartan's weapon. As the battle between Garrosh and John continued, the orcs, trolls, Tauren, blood elves, and even a few of the undead who had taken residence in the city of Orgrimmar looked on. Even the peons who were usually forbidden from entering this place were looking at the battle, and they were enjoying this. Peons were the dregs of orc society and were treated as menial labor. Even though they were orcs, they were treated as a sub-race and used only for back-breaking labor with little to no recognition for their efforts. In the past, the peons' lives were seen as simple as one can get. They were given meager rations, simple clothes, a pick and axe along with a sack to carry things. They did all the labor that the other orcs would never do, and suffer abuse from their overseers. They were not going to get better treatment from any of the other clans. Of course, Thrall and his fellow Frostwolf clansmen showed compassion and mercy to the peons, as well as treating them as valued members of the Horde, and that was something that the peons truly valued under the Warchief's rule, as it was like a dream come true for them. However, other orcs like those who were part of the Warsong clan, and even members of the Korkrone Guard would still abuse them like the old Horde of the past, though this time, they were doing so when not in seeing range of Thrall. The peons might not show it, but they were showing satisfaction at seeing the arrogant and hot-tempered Garrosh being beaten the way he was, even if it was being done by a human of all beings. They looked on in awe and wonder as the orc was being badly beaten by the Spartan, and soon, they began to wonder who this human was to be able to fight with such skill, even when Garrosh was armed with a simple hardwood staff. The Spartan seemed to be relaxed and unafraid as he moved in and blocked many of Garrosh's attacks on his person, while the assembled orcs, Tauren, trolls, blood elves, and some of the undead looked on as the Spartan continued to fight evenly with Garrosh. The fight went on until the Spartan managed to block one attack, but that was when he had his staff broken into two by Garrosh's other weapon. Garrosh grinned once more, but like his previous grin, his new grin faded as the Spartan quickly attacked with both broken parts of his staff and hit him fast and hard with a barrage of attacks, surprising the orc with the way he seemed to see the destruction of his staff as a minor thing and instead attacked with both pieces. The orc was suddenly finding himself being attacked at all sides, since even though John no longer had the staff's reach, he now had two weapons to attack with. And this new way of attack was confusing as the Spartan was attacking him in every angle possible. Unknown to Garrosh, the Master Chief had picked up training in a variety of martial arts and combat styles that were included in the curriculum in his time on Reach. One such discipline was the fighting style known as Eskrima, or by its other names as Arnis and Kali. This was created in the Southeast Asian island nation of the Philippines, which still existed on Earth as part of the. The style had its roots in the country's inhabitants all throughout its history, as they usually carried knives in all manner of situations and developed the style to their needs in battle. The style focused on how to fight with swords, knives, wooden sticks, and all manner of improvised weapons. It had been retained for centuries and was used even in the military for its simplistic but highly effective style of teaching, as well as its deadly nature in turning simple things such as wooden sticks into powerful offensive weapons. The only Spartans who had mastered the methods of Eskrima were naturally Fred, who used the teachings in his combat knife fighting skills, and Lee, who was the master martial artist of the Spartans. He mastered a good amount, but never unlocked its full potential. But in this case, what he learned about the style was more than enough. Garrosh was utterly confounded at how this had happened. He had thought that destroying the staff would have limited the human's fighting skills to some fashion and give him the battlefield advantage. But now his thoughts on the matter were turned completely wrong as he was being hit by two weapons this time around, as the Spartan completely modified his approach to attacking him as he attacked with blinding speed with both sticks. The orc roared in pain as he was being hit fast and hard by the Spartan, who constantly attacked, and this time around didn't use defensive maneuvers as he focused solely on offensive actions. The results were obvious as Garrosh now sported large welts and bruises in the exposed areas of his body. Some of these said welts were already bleeding out. He wanted to fight back, but this time, he was the one being placed into the need to be totally defensive as the Spartan continued to strike in so many possible angles that his attacks were like blurs before the orc's eyes, and he was attacking every part of his body. He tried to attack, but he was easily overwhelmed by the literal whirlwind of blurring strikes from the two sticks of the Spartan, who seemed to be a master in attacking in close combat with both weapons. The fight wore on until Garrosh was relieved of both axes with powerful strikes to both his wrists as the Spartan forced him to one of the nearby stone pillars, and the Spartan struck out with his fist. The Spartan still had the sticks in his hands as he did so. The orc managed to evade the attack, but his mouth gaped, and so did the jaws of all gathered in the arena as the Spartan's fist hit the granite pillar and shattered a portion of it, and sent the pieces flying away into the arena, and he did so without uttering a single cry of pain. Garrosh looked at the Spartan as John pulled away his fist, uncaring for the cuts on his hand, and moving his fingers as if they were not injured at all, without a single expression on his face as he spoke. "Do you want to continue?" And for the very first time, even though he knew that he would never be able to forget this moment for as long as he was alive, Garrosh shook his head and replied, "No, I wield." John nodded and moved away, allowing Garrosh to move back up his feet as the Spartan turned to await the verdict of Thrall himself. And it was not going to be long as the war chief announced the winner. The reaction to the news was fairly obvious as the audience was now talking about what they all had just witnessed before all of them this day. The most common topic of discussion with the audience was the fact that the human had just won the bet, as everyone thought that he was going to be easily beaten by Garrosh. But now it seemed that he had beaten the odds hands down, and was now going to earn the money that was placed against him winning the battle between him and Garrosh. Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared smiled at how the Spartan had fought, both women happy that he was more than all right, while Aaron smiled warmly. Janna nodded with a look of approval, while Tanis was indeed impressed by what he had seen. They were not alone as Nashker and his family was also there, and the orc was surprised at how this human fought. They were not alone as Mothral and Ruskane looked on at the way the Spartan had fought, without his Mjolnir Mark VI or his weapons of choice. All of the audience in the ring's audience areas looked on, utterly silent at what they had witnessed before them all. This human had not only defeated Garrosh Hellscream, but did so in a fashion that was beyond anything a regular human could ever be able to do, no matter how well-trained that human happened to be. Through the arena, words were being spoken, arguments between different groups flared, and the passing of opinions was everywhere. The Warsong clan orcs glared darkly at the Spartan just as Garrosh did, yet the Spartan seemed to be hardly concerned by all of that. As for the leaders of the Horde, Thrall was looking on in amazement. In all of his years growing up and leading the Horde, he had never seen any human who didn't have the aid of magic fight like this before. He had heard of humans with great skill and strength, but this Spartan was truly different. He had just proved then his abilities were not to be ignored in battle, and that proved that he had indeed destroyed the Defias Brotherhood by himself. For a moment, he wondered just what had been done to this human to make him like this. He decided to talk to him and Jaina later to get more details, but one thing was certain in the mind of the war chief. This human was not to be taken lightly for any reason, and he had a feeling that he was going to have a very long discussion with this human soon enough. He could also see the very same thoughts in Varric, his son Dranish, Rhaegar, Lone Tree, and Eitrig as well. Karen Bloodhoof rubbed his beard slowly, impressed by how the Spartan fought. He moved in such a way that was beyond what he had seen humans be able to do. The strength he displayed, and the sheer lack of pain on his face after doing that to a solid granite pillar told him that this human was not one to take lightly, and it would make sense what Jaina had said about him. This human was interesting despite his use of technology, and he could bet that there was a lot more to him as well, as was to be believed by what Mothral had told him. Bane himself was curious about this human and wondered what else was there to see. Valjean was impressed, as well as he ran his hand on his chin and thought of what he had already seen. He knew that he still knew little of this human, but he could very well be a great ally should he manage to convince him to help his people reclaim their home in the Echo Isles. The Darkspear Troll leader, naturally, he was not sure that it would be that easy, but there was no sense not trying at all. Lorthamar Theron looked at the human with a very curious eye. He had seen humans before and had fought with a few of them, one being the paladin Jorid Mace. But this human was undeniably different, as he seemed to radiate power and fight with a skill that few humans possess. He could see now why he had recently been told that Aaron had sent a letter to be assigned with this Spartan, and the same could be said for Janna and Tanis. He wondered if it was possible to ask for this human's aid in the near future, as he had a feeling that there will come a time that his people will need allies, even if they were not part of the Horde. Sylvanas looked at the human with some level of interest, She despised humans and those who served with the Alliance and wanted nothing to do with them. However, this Spartan was different. Her spies were able to tell her that he was not a user of magic in any form, but possessed technology the likes of which they had never seen before. And he seemed to be beyond any human is able to become, as he was quite skilled and capable in battle. They also heard rumors of him actually annihilating the Defias Brotherhood by himself without any aid from the Alliance, and that had now been confirmed by both Jaina and himself. While she had no love for the Alliance and cared little for their problems, the fact that they were all annihilated by this human all by himself with little to no aid from them was a feat worthy of attention from the Banshee Queen. Added to that was what she had just witnessed before her. This human was power incarnate in her eyes and could be useful in the near future. Thrall then decided that he should announce the winner and did so as he spoke to his assembled audience. Later, Kaelin sat next to the Spartan as she was currently wrapping a bandage around his chest. She had a simple smile as she did this, as this was the first time that she was touching the Spartan in a non-combat situation, and while using a bandage was not new to her, this was interesting to say the least. She focused her thoughts on placing the bandage on him after Sandra had taken her turn and had applied a powerful healing balm on the cut, which also served as an antitoxin on the off chance that Garrosh's axes had some poison on it. That was hardly possible, as this had been a duel of honor under the rules of the Horde, but better to take the medicine now than regret it later. As soon as the bandage was done, the Night Elf Sentinel nodded in satisfaction as she spoke to him. There, the bandage is all done. John examined the bandage and nodded in approval as he spoke. Not bad. Now I should get back into my Mjolnir. I have been out of it for a rather long time. The two Night Elves watched as the Spartan placed on the bodysuit without any worry about the bandages that were on his chest, and began to place back all the armor components that made up the armor system that he had with him. As he did so, he began to run the biosystem in the Mjolnir and found to his satisfaction that the heavy shielding and hardening done to the assault armor was very much doing its job, as every key system was operating at peak efficiency. He ran through all the checks either way, however, as per procedure, and then spoke to his longtime companion to see how she was doing right now as soon as he wore his helmet. Cortana, you all right? The cold water feeling came back into his mind, and he heard her voice. Finally, you're back. It's a real problem when you're not around. But don't worry, I am working fine, John. Besides, like I said, the shielding around my chip is working perfectly to keep me safe. So what did I miss? John allowed Cortana to look into his memories via the Spartan neural interface, and it was not long before Cortana gave a very simple whistle of appreciation for what he had shown here, and naturally, she had her comments on the whole thing. Now that was a good fight, not the best I have seen, but it was certainly worth it. Now then, I think it's best we get ready to be grilled by the leaders of the Horde. I've got a feeling that as soon as we leave the arena, we're going to be in for quite a bit of talking to, as well as gawking from the people who are no doubt going to see you. John shrugged and got his gear back into place as he was soon joined by Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, who had been outside of the room. Once they were out of the arena, they were soon joined by Aaron, Janna, and Tanis, with all three Blood Elves smiling, with Aaron being a lot more open with her appreciation, while Janna was interested to see if she could test her own skills in a match with him, as well at a much later date. The group then moved out, and just as Cortana had predicted, soon being looked at by the citizens of Orgrimmar. And while some looked on with awe, others were wary and even very much worried as they were looking at the Spartan. This was different from the reactions he got in the awarding ceremony on the ODP station Cairo, but he hardly bothered with the details. They were soon joined by a number of the Korkrone Guard, and in the lead was Harg himself, who was smiling all the while as he spoke. Now that was an impressive fight. You've just shown that you are a cut above the regular humans I have seen in my years. John shrugged at that, and turned to see Tarkal nodding with approval, and so did his son Nashker and his family. He gave them a nod, and soon they were off, back to the hold where they had met Thrall and the leaders of the Horde before. The Spartan had a feeling that he was going to be in for a very long amount of questioning, but he was already getting used to that, though he decided to talk to Cortana for a bit while moving along. They needed to get some things squared away first before they decided to get into the whole question and answer part of his second meeting with the leaders of the Horde. Plus, he had a very serious thought that Garrosh was not going to give up after he had defeated the Orc. There was no doubt in the Spartan's mind that he was going to look for another chance at payback. In Gromash Hold, Thrall, Lorthemar, Cairn, Bane, Varric, Dranish, Valjean, Sylvanas, Lone Tree, and even Garrosh looked at the Spartan as he walked in, now wearing his Mjolnir Mark 6 powered assault armor, while his weapons were now with him. Garrosh glared darkly at the Spartan as he looked at the calm expression the human had on him, though he could hardly tell what the expression was due to the fact that the Spartan's face was hidden by his visor. Even after the dull pain of his injuries had faded from the use of healing magic from the shaman that had tended to his wounds, he could still feel the pain in his mind, and his body reacted at his memories. He vowed that when the time came, he and the Spartan would have a reckoning, and he would have his chance to truly defeat him. However, he had to remember that he had lost in the duel of honor by the human who was now recognized by everyone in Orgrimmar as a far deadlier fighter than he was. That certainly didn't make it any easier for him, as his pride demanded that he fight the Spartan again. The Spartan hardly paid attention as he sat down on a large stone chair that was there in the hold, while he was flanked by Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, as well as White Claw. He was soon joined by Aaron, Janna, and Tanis. As soon as everything seemed to be calmer, the war chief then spoke to the Master Chief. You have proven yourself a very capable fighter, Spartan. There's no denying that. However, there are a lot of questions that I and my fellow leaders wish to ask, one of which is, who exactly are you? John replied to that. He was not going to reveal too many critical details on himself, but considering the many things he had been through ever since being on this world, he knew that he would have to be a bit more giving in terms of information. The information of the history of the UNSC was acceptable, as well as the war with both the Covenant and the Flood, but everything that was critically important was to be kept in the dark. And while the program that created him and his fellow Spartans was made public, that only applied to the UNSC, not these people. Master Chief Petty Officer, Spartan, 117 of the United Nations Space Command Navy Special Warfare Division. For all could tell that this was a long one. However, he and the other leaders had been told by Jaina that the first words was the man's military rank, the next was his name and number, while the rest was the group he worked. He looked at the others, and all of them were quick to show that, like him, they too had no idea what this UNSC is supposed to be. Very well then, Spartan, my next question is simple, but has great impact on this meeting itself. You are human in very aspect, but you 7 our performance in the Ring of Valor tells me, and no doubt all of us here, that you are no mere human. You may not use magic or magical items, nor do you have magical power in you, but those feats were beyond anything we have seen. What exactly are you? John had a conversation with Cortana on how best to answer that question. This was the one question that he wanted to avoid. But he knew that considering what he had shown them and taking into account how most of the Horde viewed humans, he was going to have to deal with that part sooner or later. Do I have to do this? That is up to you, John, but you can always avoid the key details and information. Just give them a brief version, and what exactly did they see there? John thought it over, and every part of his military-trained mind was that this was against everything in the book. This was one of the toughest moments of his life, as he knew that what he would say, even if it was minimal, was going against all that he had been trained to do. However, he was well aware of the fact that this world was not his own, and they neither had the concept of how the process for selecting Spartans was done, not to mention they had none of the technology nor the medical expertise for the procedure. However, after learning about magic and its powers, including the anti-aging spells that Egwene used to keep her alive for nearly several millennia, he knew that they could try something like that. However, without any proper way of doing the full procedure, they were not going to get all the details needed to start anything that could come close to the level of the Spartan 2 program. He could try and take the risk and just give a brief version. Besides, if there was a problem that might come up soon, he would be willing to deal with it. He took his breath in and decided to speak now and get things over and done with, instead of letting the whole thing hang over his head for who knew how long. I am very much human, but not the same as any human you might know of. I am what you can call a Spartan, which in this case would refer to what you can call a super soldier. Sylvanas looked on with interest at that. Super soldier? Where I come from, I was selected through a special process to determine if I was suitable for the super soldier program that made me into a Spartan. The term Spartan itself has great meaning to the humanity that I came from. We were named as such in honor of the Spartans of the ancient city-state of Sparta itself, in the homeworld of my people. The Spartans were known to be the finest warriors of their time, and we were to embody that trait and reputation. The orcs listened to this, and that allowed the Spartan to continue with his explanations. This was not unheard of to them, as in their society. They have always worked hard to make sure that their people were able to handle the kinds of dangers their world had to offer. This was why they felt a level of respect for warrior cultures, and these humans known as Spartans seemed to mirror them to some extent, which was surprising to say the very least, as they had not heard of humans willing to do this. To their children, the Spartans were warriors by nature and by culture. Every male child born is examined and tested extensively. Those who are shown to be sickly or physically deformed are abandoned, to who pass, are taken into the barracks at the age of 7, and are trained to be soldiers under the watch of veteran Spartan soldiers. They are given little food and have to forage and steal to make up for that, learning how to fight and survive, and are punished for being caught, not for stealing. Once they were older, they were required to serve in the army of Sparta until they were 30 years of age to become citizens of Sparta itself. The Spartans are all citizen warriors, trained to endure, survive, and obey without question, and fight with all they have to the end. They are required to marry at 20, but cannot be with their families until they reach the age of citizenship at 30. They are trained to fight as a unit, and all of them treat one another as fellow equals in the battlefield, and are trained to do what is right without question. In the end, they left behind no great works, stories, and stonework, but they left behind a legacy that endured for over 4,000 years in the history of mankind in my world. Long ago, the Persian Emperor Xerxes began an invasion of the Greek city-states, gathering an army that had soldiers from half the known world under his empire's sway. The Greeks marshaled a defense in response, with the first being a naval blockade to keep the Persian navy from attacking, while the Spartan king Leonidas gathered 300 of his Spartan royal guard, those with living sons, to continue their lines, along with support soldiers, and marched to a pass known as Thermopylae. There he and his soldiers, along with 5,000 other Greek soldiers, to form an army of 7,000 against Xerxes' forces that numbered a full 225,000. The Horde leaders listened to the whole story, and even Garrosh was silent as he listened on to what the Spartan was going to say next. For 2 days, the Spartans and their fellow Greeks fought on, using the terrain and location to their advantage as well as their equipment and training. They inflicted nearly 25,000 losses to the Persians, forcing the Persians to walk over the bodies of their comrades and wade through the blood-soaked lands. Eventually, they were betrayed when a sheepherder, seeing a chance to become rich at the expense of his fellow Greeks, told the Persians of a pass that allowed them to surround the Greeks. The Greeks knew there and then that they were finished. Leonidas then ordered the Greeks to leave and regroup, while he and his Spartans remained to cover the retreat. And they were not alone, as 700 soldiers from the city-state of Thebes stayed with them to fight to the end. On the last day, the Persians attacked in full force, and the Spartans and their allies fought like men possessed, for they knew that every minute they spent fighting would be another minute that their allies could regroup, resupply, and prepare for the counterattack. The battle lasted nearly an entire day as the Spartans and their allies fought with spears. When those were shattered and broken, they used their swords until they were notched, chipped, and shattered, and they used their hands and teeth. Varric then spoke to the Spartan, as he was now able to understand what was the story behind the name of Spartan that this human seemed to carry. And what happened to the Greeks who remained behind in the Battle of Thermopylae? The Spartan replied with all seriousness. Dead to the last man, Leonidas himself was brought before Xerxes, who in a rage for the loss of his forces and 2 of his brothers had the dead Spartan king's head cut off and placed on a pike, while his body was mutilated. But the Spartans and their allies did what they had set out to do and brought the rest of the people of their lands enough time to prepare and rebuild as much as they could. What was by all rights a defeat turned into a powerful victory, as they had not only cost the Persian army much in terms of time, supplies, and manpower, but they had broken the fighting spirit of the Persians, as they were terrified of fighting the full might of the Spartan army. For if 300 Spartans could do this much to them, what would happen if they faced a full army? That is why I and the rest of my brothers and sisters who were part of the program carry the name of Spartan. I was not alone either, as others were chosen. However, under the rules of the UNSC, I cannot and will not tell you everything about it, but I can say these details at least as an overview. I and the others were specially trained for years, educated in the arts of war, science, technology, weapons, combat tactics, strategy, martial arts, history, everything needed for soldiers at a young age. By the time we were in our early teens, we were experts in both conventional and unconventional warfare, and trained as not just soldiers, but as pilots, marksmen, explosives experts, scouts, heavy weapons experts, and assassins. The Horde listened to this while their advisors were also listening well, with Garrosh looking at the Spartan, still angry and not willing to trust him, though he was listening either way. That was when Bane spoke to him. But surely your family had something to say about that matter? The Spartan merely replied to that. I do not think so. In order to maintain secrecy of the program, I and those chosen were covertly kidnapped and replaced with clones. Bane was surprised by that, and so did the others. Even Garrosh was looking at the Spartan in confusion. John could see that they needed a bit more help in getting the idea, and explained it. Clones were exact copies of living beings. Where I come from, we use a technological process called flash cloning. By taking samples of a being's blood and tissues, we could clone organs and limbs easily for replacement surgery to save lives. And since the limbs and organs were made using the person's own blood and tissues, they were not subject to rejection by the body. Erin Firestar had been badly wounded and actually had her right arm so badly torn up that it was useless. But as you can see, the process I described gave her a new arm that is just the same as her old arm. That got a reaction for everyone in the room, and even the Corcrone guard who were there were very curious. The idea of recovering organs and limbs was not unknown to them, but it required very powerful healing magic to do so. To know that there was technology powerful enough to create limbs and organs was a very shocking and slightly disturbing thought. Sylvanas, however, was very intrigued by that, all for her own reasons, as she wondered about the possibilities of such technology being used by her fellow Forsaken. It was when the Spartan continued to speak about the whole thing. That process, however, does have its weakness. It is possible to clone a full human, but it is fraught with risks and is highly illegal in the UNSC. The clone can be allowed to live through intense training and physical therapy, but the process of rapidly growing a clone leave it open to various diseases and physical irregularities that cut down its survival rate. The clones that replaced me and the others were doomed to die, and did die. With their deaths, and us already long gone, we died in the eyes of the rest of humanity. In essence, we no longer exist. The only family we had now was each other, as well as the head trainer of our unit and the head of the Spartan program. The former we respected to the point he became our father, and the latter being our mother, for we have undying respect towards them. John then worked on the rest of it, uncaring for the way the Horde leaders and their advisors looked at him as they grasped just what it meant. For Garrosh, he was looking at the Spartan in a slightly different fashion. He still disliked the Spartan immensely, but to never know his true parents, he couldn't fathom that. He recalled how sullen and depressed he had been when he knew his father when Grom was still corrupted, and how confident and brave he felt when he learned how his father redeemed himself. This human never knew his parents at all, and that struck a small chord in the mind of the orc, though he still had his doubts on the matter. At that time and at that exact age, we were subjected to special medical procedures and augmentations. I won't say what they are and how the process was done, as under the rules of the UNSC, I cannot divulge that information despite the situation I am in. However, I am at liberty to discuss that these surgeries had great and otherwise fatal risks and few recovered well from them, one of them being myself, but the benefits were worth it for the lives we led as Spartans. Thrall was silent, and so were Garrosh, Varric, and Dranish, as well as the leaders, and after a moment, the war chief spoke once more. What sort of benefits are we talking about? We could lift 3 to 4 times our own body weight, which is double the weight of an average human due to increased muscle and bone mass. We have near indestructible bones. Our speed and reaction time is 20 times faster than even the best human soldier to being near instantaneous in combat situations. Our physical strength alone is enough shatter bone, wood, and bend even metal. Our intelligence and creativity levels are 3 to 4 times better than any regular human being. We have increased sight range and unaided night vision. We can run at speeds that would cause irreparable damage to an average person's heart, brain, lungs, and muscles. We have a near telepathic ability to sense the changes in a battlefield, as some would say, as well as working with other Spartans. And we have regenerative abilities that make us recover from injuries that would cripple or kill most, if not all, humans if they were injured the way we were. We also have some level of tolerance to poison and cannot become sick due to our enhancements. John thought it over and spoke some more to add emphasis to what he had just mentioned. Those who did the procedures on us and trained us said that we could do all that when we were still teenagers. I am technically already in my middle or late 40s, though I am still physically younger due to being kept alive and asleep for a very long time. So all of those abilities I and all my fellow Spartan possess have grown stronger and better. You could say that I and those who were Spartans before we became such are considered the 1 in a billion kind of being, a literal breed apart from the rest. In that sense, we represented the best of mankind and made even better than before through the Spartan program. I personally do not bother with the details of it all and prefer to keep them safe as they are military secrets, but what I have told you is no lie. The implications of what they had heard had floored the Horde leaders as they were still trying to digest it all. Thrall's eyes widened as he began to picture such things in his mind, and he shuddered a bit at what the results would be. Valjean was rubbing his chin and deep in thought. Karen and Bane were also silent, while both Lorthamar and Sylvanas were silent, though the Banshee Queen seemed to have a ghost of a smile on her face on what she had learned. Aaron and Janna, as well as Tanis, were surprised to learn about that from the Spartan who they were working with. The rogue/mage was the most affected, as she looked in utter awe and admiration towards the Spartan, while Janna was further intrigued by all this. Garrosh spoke out to that. You expect us to believe that? Varric replied. Quiet, Garrosh. He is not lying. After all, he had no magic to aid him at all when he fought you, and not only did he defeat you in honorable combat, but gave you a beating that no human could possibly do with the weapons he had. In fact, had he been using bladed weapons and it was a duel to the death, he would have easily killed you even before you could raise your axe halfway to your body, and I dare say that you would have been dead long before you even hit the sand of the arena. And don't bother saying otherwise, Garrosh. I was there, as you well know. The younger Hellscream growled a bit and glared at the Spartan darkly, as he knew reluctantly that what Varric said was the truth. The silence wore on until Thrall spoke once more. Those procedures that you have undergone, they are very extreme indeed, even with the benefits that you have. You and your people, as well as your fellow Spartans, must have faced very powerful enemies and took part in deadly battles to require you to take such drastic actions. John nodded at that and sighed a bit, knowing that this was going to be a very long day the very second that he would mention the 30-year war he had been in before. He then decided to at least enlighten them of several things that would prove helpful, namely some of the basic history of the UNSC and the people he fought, bled, and nearly died for more times than he cared to remember. With that, he decided to reveal Cortana, and she agreed to it. He opened reach out his hand, and soon Cortana appeared, dressed in the same fashion as she had appeared before Tyrion, Bolvar, Anduin, and Varian. The ever-chipper and witty A.I looked at the surprise in the faces of the Horde leaders and leaped off her protector's hand. She greeted them with a smile, and although there were questions, she replied that they could ask them at a different time as she revealed images to them in the same fashion that she had shown Tyron back in Darnassus months before. With that, the two of them told the leaders and their advisors the story of the UNSC, while omitting key details and information that was deemed too sensitive. John and Cortana told them about several of the conflicts that humanity in his world dealt with until they developed the first working slipspace drive, a device that he explained was the technological equivalent to the dark portal that connected the former homeworld of the orcs, and how the first colony ship landed a world that they terraformed into a habitable world for humans. Afterwards, they also mentioned that this led to the expansion of the UNSC into other locations to find even more habitable worlds. They didn't say the locations of the worlds in question, only saying that the UNSC, or rather the humans which they were part of, controlled in the coming centuries over 800 worlds. In turn, they didn't also get into specifics in terms of numbers, but he mentioned to the leaders that the UNSC had over thousands of space-borne warships of different types, as well as fighters, along with a powerful planet-based navy. All of the said ships were crewed by hundreds to near 1,000 men and women. He also mentioned the UNSC Army, their role as a garrison and land-based defense force, the UNSC Marine Corps who served as ship and station security, boarding forces, and planetary assault. He also mentioned the UNSC's elite orbital drop shock troopers, the UNSC Navy who he was part of and served as the naval warfare arm of the UNSC, and the UNSC Air Force and their deadly airborne military assets. Through this, they showed holographic images of those said forces in action. The Horde witnessed how Marines and Army fought in battle, how UNSC naval ships on the sea and in space fought, as well as the Air Force. They also saw the ODSTs drop from ships in space right into the planet and begin fighting the very moment of their release. Cortana then finished the briefing that all in all, the UNSC had over billions of well-armed, well-trained, well-funded forces, dwarfing anything the Alliance and Horde could ever hope to muster in a short time, and they were armed with an industrial base that dwarfed anything the Alliance or the Horde could ever have in Azeroth. They also possessed weapons that were able to level entire cities and wipe armies right off the map if such force was ever needed. The results of such a showing were fairly obvious to everyone in the room as the people there tried to grasp the fact that there were humans beyond their own world who had actually been able to achieve such power in such a time. They all knew how ambitious and driven humans would be, since they had seen this firsthand with the humans who were in the Alliance. But these humans of the UNSC had taken that ambition and drive to a level that boggled their minds very easily. To think these humans had such military, economic, and industrial might, accomplishing all that without the aid of magic, such a view was very hard to picture. Thrall was silent as he gazed at the Spartan and his A.I companion carefully, trying to determine what he should say to the two of them. It was obvious that before him was a human being who was beyond any human he knew. His people had actually carved an empire in the stars and had such power. Yet the question still remained as who were their enemies. He knew that there would always be enemies somewhere, and no doubt the UNSC was no exception. With that in mind, he spoke once more. I see, but I have no doubt that you faced enemies that tested your forces. John nodded, and so did Cortana as the Spartan replied. You are correct in that regard. We Spartans were created to deal with brush fire wars and rebellion. It is in human nature to be their own master and to carve their own destiny. There had been calls from colonies to declare independence from the UNSC. The protests were peaceful at first until the more radical ones took terrorist methods and began to attack vital military targets. Support waned for them, but their number grew. Initially, the UNSC used conventional military force to deal with them. That worked for a while until the insurrection movement became organized and more dangerous. Some wondered why we didn't grant them the independence they wanted, but the economic and strategic value of the colonies made such an idea useless. So we Spartans were created. We were to serve as a covert force to slice down the insurrection movement before it got too expensive in terms of lives and property, both civilian and military. We did so, and we did what we trained to do very well for many years. But that all changed when humanity itself came under attack by a collection of alien races known as the Covenant. Vol'jin spoke next. The Covenant? What do Covenant be, Mon? Cortana spoke. A collection of alien races united by a theocracy or a government led by religious leaders known to us in the UNSC as the Prophets. They wielded far greater technology, weaponry, and numbers than we did when we first met them. When we first met them, it was on Harvest. We never fought with them before, nor did we even know what was the reason initially. But they all declared war on the UNSC and humanity in general. They called humans as affronts to their gods, and we were to be wiped out from the universe. That started the UNSC Covenant War. Cortana and John then revealed to the Horde just who and what the Covenant were as images once more appeared before the leaders of the Horde, their advisors, and also the others who were there in the room as well. Kaylin, Sandra, and Jared had seen these images before and knew the horror that was about to be shown and closed their eyes to this. That action was not lost to Erin and her companions, as well as the Horde leadership. They wondered just what the reason was for such an action from the three Night Elves, but they were soon going to find out on their own. The leaders of the Horde and their advisors watched in surprise and shock as the records of the Spartans' battles were now being shown to them all in the view screen. Cortana had managed to finish her compilation and had handed them the records that showed just what the Spartan had been involved in for the past many years of his life, and the records were very much extensive as they looked at it. This was the very first time they were actually seeing alien species, namely the Sanghaili, the Ungoi, the Kigyar, the Mgalekalo, the Jiralhani, the Yamii, and then the Flood. Thrall, Varric, Dranish, Cairn, Bane, Lone Tree, Eitrig, Garrosh, Vol'jin, Lor'themar, Sylvanas, Kaelin, Sandra, Jared, Aaron, Janna, Tanis watched as the Spartan and his human allies, both male and female, face off with these foes in many battles for the past years of his life. Cortana explained the various races to the leaders of the Horde, from their significance to the Horde leaders, to their culture, positions in the Covenant, what they were capable of, and how they were each recognized for their respective combat roles. Seeing the Flood in action and consuming living and dead beings was also a bit shocking to the assembled leaders, as they had never seen that before, and the screams of the living victims of the Flood sounded too real to their comfort. Even Sylvanas was wide-eyed at the sight, as this was something she had never seen before. Cortana shuddered to herself as she looked at the images and frowned when she saw Gravemind once more. Even though it was a mere image, she still recalled the torture the bastard had subjected to her and how it nearly drove her mad with rampancy. No doubt the creature had plenty of practice torturing the Forerunner, and it nearly did her in. The only reason she kept her sanity apart from her loyalty to the NSC was the man behind her. She smiled to herself at that, while seeing the looks of the leadership as they saw the monstrous leader of the Flood itself. From the various battles that the Spartan had taken part of ever since the Battle of the Chi Seti system, to the Harvest Campaign, Battle of Jericho 7, the rescue of Dr. Catherine from the Covenant, Battle of Sigma Octanus 4, the Fall of Reach, to his time in the Pillar of Autumn, to the first Halo Ring, the battle in the Unyielding Hierophant, all the way to the last moments in the Ark. Naturally, throughout all of the show, Cortana had removed the information that was too sensitive for them to see and should naturally be kept under wraps, namely the exact location of the Halo Rings, the colonies of the UNSC, which were not yet glassed by the Covenant, and any other details that she knew were best left buried. When they finally finished their study of the videos and the Night Elves opened their eyes, they decided that it was better that the man would be given as much respect as they could give, because if he could survive fighting such creatures for nearly his entire life, then they doubted that anything they have ever encountered would compare to his own experiences. Thrall was silent for the time being, and even the normally arrogant Garrosh was also silent, and the same could be said for the other leaders of the Horde itself. After a while, Thrall spoke to the Spartan. "You have shown us quite a lot, Spartan, yet we have many questions. The first is fairly simple. Why is it that the Covenant tried to wipe your people out?" Cortana replied to that. "In the first stages to near the end of the war, we had no idea. Only later did we realize just why that was the case. Nearly 100,000 years ago, a race more advanced and powerful than either of our sides existed. They were the Forerunners, but they too met their end by the hands of the Flood, not because they were weak, they were ill-prepared to fight a foe like them. As you all have seen, the Flood can adapt and evolve to face any foe they encounter. They assimilate the bodies and minds of their foes, and of course the Gravemind commands them in battle. The Forerunners treated it as a containment action. Only when they realized the true danger of the Flood to all sentient life did they declare all-out war, but by then, they were too late as the Flood had hold of the galaxy and countered their tactics well enough. They managed to defeat the Flood, but nearly were wiped out along with almost all life. They saved specimens, of course, and repopulate the worlds that were cleansed of life. The Forerunners left to unknown parts, or went into hiding, and after that, they were worshipped as gods by the Covenant, who were formed thousands of years after. They were in the belief made by the prophets who lied to them about this great journey to become gods themselves. The prophets then discovered that humanity was special in the eyes of the Forerunners, so much so that they were marked as the inheritors or reclaimers, which was why their technology activated only by the touch of a human. In essence, humanity, where I and the chief came from, were also Forerunners. The prophets realized that if it ever came out that their religion was a lie, they would lose all power. So they hid the evidence and ordered a war of extermination on humanity to bury the truth. That sent waves of horror through the leaders at the implications. Though Sylvanas was silent on the matter, Varric then spoke seriously. They would rather wipe out an entire species who by right were the inheritors of their gods, the children of their gods, as it were, to hide the truth and hold on to their power. At the nod of the Spartan and the A.I, the veteran orc felt like he was going to become sick. The memories of the horrors his people inflicted on the humans and others when they were gripped by the curse of Manaroth came back to his mind. This war of extermination the Covenant unleashed on the humans merely to hide their lies sickened the orc deeply. Even Thrall himself was disgusted, while the others such as Vol'jin, Cairn, Bane, Lor'themar, Dranish, Eitrig and Lone Tree were disgusted. Garrosh remained silent the whole time as well. Cairn then spoke to the Spartan. "You and your people fought them for nearly 3 decades. Why did you ally with them?" John replied to that. "We had little choice in the matter. since we both now had a common enemy, them being the Flood and the Loyalists. The elites, however, had long since changed their perceptions of humans. Long ago, they viewed all of the UNSC as well and inferior, trash, so to speak, and perversions to the eyes of the Forerunners, and thought it an easy matter to wipe us all out. But for the 30 years length of the war we had with them, they began to change. While we were still weak physically to them and wielding inferior technology, they began to respect humans. They admitted that our technology was effective and deadly in the right hands, that we were honorable and brave, willing to fight to the end no matter what, coupled with our tactics and strategy were equal to them. That is a hard step for any member of the Covenant to take, and they even questioned what was supposed crime to their gods that warranted our extermination by the prophets. When they learned the truth as well as the betrayal of their leaders and their murders by the prophets and their brute servants, they broke from the Covenant and fought with us against both them and the Flood. I rather doubt that it was an easy choice, but it was the only one we had at the time. Thrall thought it over and spoke once more. I see. Your tale is indeed a powerful one. But now the last question I have is this. What brought you here to this world? The Spartan shrugged as Cortana moved back, shrunk herself back to her previous size, leaping into John's hand and disappeared back inside the Mjolnir Mark VI powered assault armor as he replied. I do not know actually. There are many possible answers and not all of them are easy to explain in any case. I however wish to point out that I am remaining neutral throughout all this. I am not born of this world, so I have no reason to fight for the Alliance or the Horde. I am well aware of the history of the Horde when they came to Azeroth and why humans have great animosity towards your people, and I was told about the other races with the exception of the Forsaken, but I have no interest in such things. All I want to do is gather all the information can find of all the races here, history, culture, customs, traditions, everything. I have no interest in engaging in war unless I have no other option. I am willing to fight for humanity as that has been my mission and purpose as a Spartan, so I will fight for the humans of the Alliance. But I will not be dragged into political squabbles or blood feuds. Once I have gathered all I need, then, and only then will I take a more open role to my stay here. I have made an arrangement with the leader of the Night Elves, High Priestess Tyrant as well, that being that I do not cause trouble for her people while I gather information and supplies that I might need while I am in this world and in their lands. In turn, they help me learn more of the lands and their people. I have already gone to the lands of the humans and the Alliance, as you no doubt know. There I learned their culture and more. I have intentions to travel to other cities that belong to both the Alliance and the Horde and learn all that I can. So I hope that your people will not mind if I look at your records to have a more in-depth understanding of your people in all ways. Garrosh finally spoke. How can we be sure that you won't use the information to your advantage? For all we know, you might have already figured out how strong Orgrimmar is to assault and the forces in the city, and if we let you into the cities of our allies, you might do the same thing. How can we be sure that you won't sell that information to the Alliance? John replied to that. You don't. I collect information, and in truth I did scan the city to determine its strengths and weaknesses as per my training. However, I have no interest in selling such information, and I do it out of habit, which has saved my life more than once. The more I know about things, the less likely I end regretting it later on. And I have no interest in being the cause of a war in this world I happen to be in. My concern is to stay alive and await rescue from the UNSC if it comes. I am not here to start a war with two sides all by myself. There's nothing for me to gain if I start fighting either side after all, so why would I fight for either side against the other? All I end up doing is making enemies I don't need to fight, wasting materials and supplies that I shouldn't, causing upheaval for no reason. The list can go on and on. My place is neutral as well. I will allow members of the Horde and the Alliance to stay there as long as they are following my rules and not start fighting in my base. I will not allow either side to use my base of operations as a location for them to strike on either side. And I have no interest in trading my technology either. This world's already evolving on its own, and I have no interest in causing chaos and imbalance to it. I have every intention to keep my word on this matter, so there is little reason to fear me. Understand that I will fight if I have to defend myself, and I will retaliate if I deem it to be needed, respect my neutrality, and be diplomatic with me. Then we will have no problems. The silence afterwards was rather thick for the moments that passed, as everyone in Gromashhold took into account what they had learned from the Spartan in those moments. There was a lot that they had to think about in their own fashion. Thrall decided that they had time to discuss all this at a later date, and replied, Very well then. I take your word for it as you have proven yourself to be a highly capable warrior with great honor and skill. The fact remains that you have helped the Horde in saving those of our faction without any hesitation. Because of these things, I would like to offer you and your Night Elf companions any hospitality that we can offer here in Orgrimmar. John then recalled the offer given by Tarkal and decided to see if that could be honored with the Warchief's permission. One of your shamans, Tarkal, the father of Nashker whose family I saved, wished to offer me accommodations if I so wish it. Does that meet your approval, Warchief? Thrall grinned at that. He was familiar with Tarkal as he had been the first of the new shamans when he and the Horde finally freed themselves of the Alliance internment camps. The former warrior was wise and very capable and would no doubt be a good person for the Spartan to get to know their culture and history more. Of course, Spartan, I shall send word to Tarkal to expect us. I welcome you and your companions to Orgrimmar and hope that you enjoy your stay here. Follow the rules of my people, and we shall get along just fine. Jon nodded at that, but he was wary as he spotted a glare being directed at him Garrosh, and there was a very mysterious smile coming from Sylvanas. Had she been a living, breathing being, he would not have bothered too much. But since she was undead, something about that smile was rather unsettling to the Spartan. Jaina decided to have some time to speak to the Master Chief before she got back to her duties in Theramore Isle. She wanted to congratulate him on his successful efforts in the duel, and to warn him to be wary. While she had absolute faith in Thrall, Cairn, Bane, Varric, Dranish, Lone Tree, Eitrigg, Rhaegar, and Valjean, she was not too trusting of Sylvanas, and while Lor'themar was an honorable sort, it was better that she warned the Spartan to be wary either way of the two leaders of the Horde. Chapter 9. Part 3. Residence. Thoughts. In Orgrimmar, Jon and his companions were currently resting in what was the home of Nashkur's father Tarkal. It was not a very large place, but it was cozy and seemed to be favor a more utilitarian place. In fact, it was more of a barracks than a dwelling place. And truth be told, the chief was already feeling right at home here. The elderly shaman was currently working on some scrolls and placing them in order before he came over to speak to them. Thrall had been the one to bring them here along with an escort of the Corcrone Guard, and as soon as they arrived, the war chief bid them farewell for now as he still had many duties to take care of. They were not alone as Jaina was with them, as the Archmage had accompanied them to the house. Tarkal saw the human mage and bowed in greeting. Hail to you, Jaina Proudmoore. I was told to expect the Spartan and his companions. I was not aware that you were coming yourself. I apologize, but there is a matter that I need to take care of with the Spartan. I see. Well then, I believe you must be tired from the day's events. The rooms of my house are well cleaned, and you may rest here if you wish. The Night Elves showed some level of trepidation at the idea, but they were tired, not from overworking or any of the sort, but due to the heat and stress of the day. The barren lands of central Kalimdor were not usually patrolled or inhabited by their kindred, so it was not surprising that they were not used to the heat and environment. Jon noted that and hoped that his companions would take the offer and rest here. Cortana herself didn't have to worry about that, as the Mjolnir had the ability to transform urine into portable drinking water, but she could see that the Night Elves needed to rest as she spoke to Jon. I believe it would be best that Kaelin and the others rest for now. They look rather tired from what they have experienced already. Jon looked at the three Night Elves and saw the same thing and spoke to them. You three need to rest for now, so don't worry about the rooms and get some rest. Kaelin looked at him and nodded as she and the others walked into the house of the shaman, and it was also there that Erin and her companions decided to go and grab some supplies for the moment, as well as get some more information from the various sources they could find in the city. Erin most of all wanted to get some fresh news from the rest of the world. This left the Spartan alone with Jaina as the shaman helped direct the Night Elves to the rooms. Jaina then looked about and spoke to the Spartan. You've made quite the impression here in Orgrimmar, I see. Jon shrugged his shoulders without any problem, and that amused the Archmage and ruler of Theramore Isle, but she focused on what she needed to do for this day in warning the Spartan to be wary of both Lor'themar and Sylvanas. By the way, I know that I might not need to say this due to your experience and training, but be wary of Lor'themar and Sylvanas. What do you mean by that? Lor'themar is not too much of a concern, but he is a power player and does what he can to get an advantage for his people. He is not all bad in truth, but it would be best that you keep your eyes and ears open just in case. Sylvanas, on the other hand, is a different matter. She is not to be easily trusted, and I know for a fact that Thrall was rather reluctant to have her and the Forsaken merge with the Horde. What exactly can you tell me about Sylvanas? It sounds like you know her. Jaina then filled Jon in on the details, and she had no doubt in her mind Cortana as well. She told them of the Banshee Queen's past. She had been the Ranger General of Silvermoon and was Lor'themar's superior in the past, and she was part of the Windrunner family. She had been the one who fought with Arthas when he became a Death Knight and led the Scourge into Quel'Thalas to resurrect a former mage named Kel'Thuzad. She told the Spartan that Sylvanas lost and was tortured and mutilated and had her soul placed back into her body in a whirlwind of torment, hatred, and despair. Thus, she was reborn into a Banshee under the control of Arthas and had helped with the conquest of her home, and had been helping in the destruction of Lord Darren's remaining humans. But when the previous Lich King began to lose his power, Sylvanas regained her free will, along with other Scourge. Eventually, they fought back, and she led them to claim Lord Darren as the own, with its sewers becoming the Undercity. I know that she deserves a chance, for she was subjected to such a fate, but I have a deep feeling in myself that she still has hatred and bitterness to the rest of the world for what she had to put through, and coming back as a member of the undead, there's no telling what she has in her mind towards the other races. And now that she knows of you and what you will be able to do in battle, she might plan something of her own. Jon understood Jaina's concerns, and he had to give her credit for taking the risk to tell him these things. I'll keep that in mind, Lady Proudmoore. The blonde woman smiled and activated her teleport spell to get back to Theramore to take back her duties in running the island nation, and that allowed the Spartan to head back into the house. As soon as he got there, he scanned the house itself and found it to be fairly cozy though hardly artistic in appearance. He placed that aside as he spotted Tarkal walking into the area, and the old orc spoke. Your night elf companions are currently resting in the rooms I have prepared, and I have prepared the room for a good meal and some snacks before the main meal itself. I don't get as many guests as I like, but I make do, so you will have to excuse me if the food is not much. I'll be fine. Tarkal chuckled at that and spoke. You're very cryptic at times when you wish to be so human. Would you care indulge an old orc like myself in conversation? I will be willing to serve as your guide here in the city of my people, and in turn, you may learn what you need about the orcs. Fair enough. Later, John looked at Tarkal with some level of interest as he listened to the elderly orc talk about some of the things he had seen, namely concerning the time when the orcs began to make their move to escape from the internment camps. While he had been told by Tarkal's son about the whole situation, having a more personal talk from the elderly orc who was there was a lot more thorough in his mind. And it seemed that he was right on target this time around, as he managed to get a very good idea what happened to the orcs after the second war from a person on the ground. You were there when Thrall took on the armor and wielded the Doom Hammer after Orgrim was killed? Tarkal nodded. Yes, I was, and for me, it was different. For many of my fellow orcs, it was the sight of a new war chief taking command of us after the death of Orgrim Doomhammer. But in my eyes, Thrall was a step in the right direction. In that moment, I knew we were free, not just from the Alliance, but from the Legion itself, for we have embraced who we once were, as we were to be led by the newest shaman to rise among our ranks ever since our corruption. We would never submit to them ever again, and neither will be their slaves or anyone else's. I see. The two were currently sitting down on the floor with thick rugs below them, and there were some bowls of fruits, edible herbs, roots, and some cooked meat on a nearby table. They were not alone completely, as Cortana was in the Mjolnir, recording everything, but that was kept secret either way. For the moment, the night elves were currently resting in 3 of the rooms in the shaman's home. Ever since the death of his mate, Tarkal had lived alone as his son had his own home in Orgrimmar. He valued the silence though welcomed company if he had visitors, as he needed to spend time in reflection as well as meditation. John found the veteran orc to be a rather amiable sort and also fairly easy to get along with, as the orc seemed to have a very open mind on several key matters. This was naturally due to his old age and the fact that he was still very much alive after all that had happened to his race, and John felt more at ease with veteran warriors than civilians. John then decided to ask something. Tarkal, your son told me about the alliance between Jaina and Thrall. Can you elaborate? The elderly orc smiled a bit and laughed. I am sorry to say this, Spartan, but I know little of that event in the Third War. I was serving in a different front at the time. I was, however, there when the Horde had to deal with Jaina's father, Dalen Proudmoore. That was a sad and very bitter day for all of us, though I have no doubt that it was harder for Jaina herself. After all, she turned against her own father, the man who gave her life and all. She may have proven her friendship and allegiance to Thrall and the Horde, but I wonder if she didn't carry any wounds from the fact that she helped in the death of her father. If you wish to know more, then I believe it would be best if you spoke to Thrall directly, though I believe that he might be a bit reluctant to speak of such a subject. I see. Are these the only orcs in Azeroth? The shaman shook his head and replied. No, there are other clans of orcs, both here and in our former homeworld, though I know little of the latter clan's fates, but the clans I know of here have been twisted greatly and can no longer be considered as part of the new Horde. Really? Yes, those clans here in Azeroth were the Blackrock, the Blacktooth Grin, and the Dragonmaw clans. We refer to them the Dark Horde now, and they are no longer our brethren. Not that they would want to be, nor would they wish to be. There are rumors of the Burning Blade clan to be still alive, and of course, you've met the Twilight's Hammer clan. Why do you call them the Dark Horde? There is a reason. Unlike the Horde I am part of and the faction recognized by the Alliance who had rediscovered and embraced our shamanistic past, these clans see things differently. They believe that the true destiny of the Horde and the Orcs was to be the harbingers of death and conquest the Burning Legion wanted us to be. They revel in demonic power and corruption, so much so that they believe that they are true Orcs and we of the new Horde are merely weaklings and cowards. They gain forces through the Orcs who revel in the memories of the past when they worshipped demons and drank the blood of their foes. The worst are those Burning Blade Orcs, their minds so twisted by bloodlust and the desire for death that they are not even worthy of being called Orcs. John saw that despite his calm tone in speaking, Tarkal showed great anger and resentment as he spoke of his former kin. The shaman controlled himself somewhat and spoke once more. Though I have no doubt that you are able to hold your own, my friend, and you have bested the Twilight's Hammer clan twice now, do not underestimate these clans if you ever meet them. The only members of the Burning Blade that had broken free from that demonic past serve the Horde as Blade Masters now, and they had sworn never to fall again. John decided that they should stop the conversation for now, as this was a sore subject for his host. I guess we can stop for now. There's still a lot to do, and there is plenty of time for conversation later. I agree. There is much to do, and we have to get the meal ready for your other guests. Both went to work as John decided to help his host in readying a meal, as he wanted to show that he was not here merely to take up space, drink, and eat without helping his host in some fashion or another. The food was soon ready, and he went to awaken the others. The three night elves were soon awake from their rest, and found the beds to be all right for them. The meal was similar to the food that the Spartan and Tarkle had, but was of a higher quality. As the night began, the Spartan and his companions had their meal with him, removing his helmet to eat his food, while occasionally speaking to Tarkle, who answered any of the questions that he was putting forward. The Master Chief and his company spent the next few days of their time in Orgrimmar to see the city more directly and to also get a feel for the areas that he had not visited yet. Naturally, the Spartan was not alone, as Tarkle was his guide through Orgrimmar, and his night elf companions usually kept close to him unless they were dealing with the Tauren who were there. The Blood Elves had no problems in that area as they were part of the Horde, but they decided to take some time away from the others to get new gear and supplies. Erin had not upgraded her tools and weapons for some time now, so she was naturally eager to get replacement gear, while Janna and Tanis needed to purchase new supplies and fix their weapons, armor, and their tools, as well as they wanted that they had all of their weapons and armor up to standard. For now, this gave the Night Elves free reign to be with the Spartan, and both female Night Elves were all right with that. They were still not comfortable with the whole idea of being surrounded by the orcs and the others of the Horde, with the exception of the Tauren. All the while, John along with Cortana were gathering all the information that they could, while the A.I busied herself with the construction of an Orcish language translation program. Going into the valley districts of the city with the shaman explaining the locations carefully was a good thing to the Spartan, as this helped him get a more thorough idea of the layout of the city, as well as the distribution and allocation of people, resources, and skills. As far as he could figure by observing the orcs, as well as listening to Tarkle, the culture of the orcs had some similarities to some of the human civilizations in Earth's ancient past. The orcs valued honor above all. This took to honoring the clan as a whole, then to their own family, and then to their self. Hospitality is a high honor and is well respected among them. The orcs also took pride in their skills in battle. Orcs with many wounds and scars while still being alive are symbols of courage and honor among their kindred. The orcs also took a great deal of time to focus on the needs of day-to-day survival, evidence of the lands and conditions they happened to live in. They also revered the elements, and that was the reason why shamans were held in high regard by their people after taking back their past heritage. All members of the orc race were required to pull their own weight and contribute to the health, prosperity, and growth of the race as a whole, and as such, all orcs, young and old, male or female, are required to do their best in such matters. Anyone who was weak in many ways and deemed to have skills of little value to the orc race was deemed as being peons, and if lower, they were exiled from the Horde completely, which from what he gathered was the worst humiliation any orc could face. He had seen the peons himself and could see how they were treated by their fellow orcs, almost like a minority, despite the fact that it was they who toiled in harvesting the gold, raw metals, wood, foodstuffs, and more that the Horde needed to function. This kind of treatment was common in the records of ancient mankind. However, he noted that Thrall's clansmen known as the Frostwolves were more compassionate to the peons, while Garrosh's clan of the Warsong treated them badly, showing to him that not all the orcs mistreated the peons, while some clinged to past traditions and practices. He also noted that the orcs had a strict way of training, befitting their culture and nature, along with their physical builds and form. Even though he bested a number of orcs already and defeated Garrosh, he had no problem seeing how the orcs' physical strength, speed, and power can be used to deadly effect in battle. The orcs prized also strength in all forms, as well as independence, integrity, courage, and initiative, while also not being above killing other races when needed to defend their people. There were many traditions, and that would take time to catalog for him and Cortana, but overall, the orc society was similar to primitive human cultures back on Earth, which when looked below the surface was more complex than first seen. They valued valor over cunning as long as valor does not end in defeat and disaster. They respected their elders and ancestors, valued survival over artistic achievement. They do not apologize for past actions nor demand apologies from their foes, and distrusted arcane magic along with those using fell magic, though they were not yet hostile towards arcanists as a whole. Along the way, the Night Elves were not too trusting, and the Spartan had no problem knowing the cause, as he had read the records of the Night Elves. During his trips to the places that served as the archives of the orcs, he was accompanied by Tarkle, and on occasion, he was joined by Thrall himself. The war chief was more than willing to talk to the Spartan, and even to Kaelin and her fellow Night Elves. He naturally questioned the war chief about his choice of actions when talking to the Night Elves. Thrall replied that it was a mistake in his judgment to have placed the Warsong clan in charge of the operations in Ashenvale. He had hoped that by being out of battle, Grom would not be tempted by the demon curse that still held their people in its grip in the past. In truth, he found that his people's respect for the elements and the Night Elves' reverence for nature was strongly similar in many ways. which was why he was personally saddened that they were now enemies. He made it clear that he didn't apologize for the actions taken by Grom and his clan when they did what they did, as he had given them the order to go to the ancient forest. However, had he learned of their people himself and had been there to help with the construction of the settlement in the past, then the death of Cenarius would have been avoided and things would have been different even in a small fashion. He, however, stated that with all that happened in the past, he knew things could not be changed and he accepted that without reservation. But at least they now knew that not all the orcs were savages and close-minded brutes. As time passed, the Spartan had been able to gather more and more information while moving along with Tarkal and learning much from the shaman, and he would speak as well to Nashkur and his family, with his mate being a lot more cordial than she had been the very first time they had met one another. The orcs' own children had become slightly more cordial to the Spartan as well, though they still kept their distance from the night elves. He also saw just how the orcs lived their lives to survive from day to day. John knew that there was still a great deal of things that he needed to learn, and that meant talking to the others. He knew that with the needs of his people and the Horde getting most of Thrall's attention, he doubted that he would be able to have a long conversation with the war chief. That meant that he was going to have to talk with the other high-ranking leaders of the orcs themselves, though he had no idea on who to speak to first. Tarkal was more than willing to point him to the said orcs in question, and John was more than ready to make the move to speak to them. The Spartan looked at the simple house that was the current residence of one of the respected orc veterans and one of Thrall's advisors. From what he gleaned of Eitrig from Tarkal, he was the only Blackrock clan orc to be part of the new Horde and was actually friends with the paladin Tyrion, Fordring himself. This was something that got the Spartan's attention a good deal, as this friendship between sworn enemies was worth looking into. He knocked on the door and for a moment, due to the silence before him, wondered if the orc was not present. That is until he heard a voice speak out in the Orcish tongue, though this time Cortana's translation program for the Orcish language. "Come in." The Spartan did so, and he as well as his companions were now in the orc's home. Like all the homes he had seen so far, it was a simple but well-built structure, utilitarian in both design and function. Eitrig was currently cooking a large roast of meat on a spit when he looked to see the Spartan walking towards him with the night elves following him, and so were the blood elves with their new gear. The orc veteran turned back to his roasted food and could see that it was ready for him to eat. But he decided to speak to the new arrivals. Only this time, he reverted to the common tongue for more chances to speak to the Spartan. "Greetings to you, Spartan. What brings you and your companions to my humble abode? I came here to speak to you about some important matters." The orc laughed a bit and replied, "I see. Come, I have just finished cooking my lunch for this day. Let us sit down and chat. I could use the company." John and the others did so, and he removed his helmet as well. Eitrig brought several knives and gave them to his guests. As they ate the roast, Eitrig spoke to them about himself and his past. Like Tarkal, he too was a veteran of all three wars, though unlike Tarkal, Eitrig remained a warrior and was actually quite skilled in his very own right and had done much in the war during his younger days. He spoke about his own experiences when he was still part of the Blackrock clan of orcs and why he decided to abandon his clan. He told them of how he had lost his sons not to the enemy, but to the petty rivalries between their own leaders. His sons were strong and skilled, but they were used as expendable pawns by their leaders, all for their own petty desires. They were told to pull back from the lines, but the other leader, desiring more standing in the old Horde, sent them and their comrades back to the slaughter despite the futility of it all. That, coupled with the corruption and hatred that seeped into the clans of the Horde, convinced him to leave, feeling that in the end, his people would doom themselves. He told them of his time in his self-imposed isolation as well as dodging alliance patrols after the Second War, and how he met and fought Tyrion before. He mentioned how he saw the Paladin as only an enemy until the collapse of the tower and how he saved him. In turn, both he and Tyrion began to talk and learn from one another. Tyrion vowed on his honor that he would do everything to keep him safe, and he did. He told them of how much Tyrion lost to honor his debt. He risked being branded a traitor to be killed when he rescued him, and even healed when he was supposed to have been stripped of his powers. There he met Thrall and was overjoyed to see the new Horde embracing the ways of shamanism once more and called Tyrion his human brother. Eitrig smiled at the memories and spoke again. "Ever since then, I have been proud to stand with my people once more, no longer the pawns of the Legion and free to start anew. Still, I only wish that my sons were alive to see this day. I would not know how they would react, but to have them were with me would have been worth it. Regardless, I have heard many good things about my human brother. I am sad that he had lost his son to those fanatics of the Scarlet Crusade, but I am also proud that he reformed his order. Though the Knights of the Silver Hand were great enemies of my people in the past, they are brave and valued warriors worthy of respect. Besides, if ever the time comes to face the evils in the world and beyond it, I have no doubts that the new paladins are ready for that day." John nodded at that and ventured a question. "If Tyrion asks for your aid, would you give it?" Eitrig nodded without fail and replied, "I would give my aid and my life gladly for my human brother. My debt to him is great, and any aid I can offer to him, I will give so freely." John could tell that Eitrig was serious about that decision, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it. The orc then turned to look at the night elves and the blood elves who traveled with the Spartan, and he spoke to them as well. I hope that the meal is to your liking. I do not usually receive guests from the Alliance, only members of the Horde. Kaelin knew that she was treading on serious ground here, and despite her still lingering distrust of the orcs, she decided to be at least cordial to the orc who willingly gave them food and shelter here in his own home. It is, though I must admit that being here among your people is making me uneasy. Eitrigg nodded at that as he was aware of the situation concerning the night elves and his people. I understand that, and I suppose your fellow night elves feel the same way despite the fact you are all guests of the war chief. Do not worry, while you are here and in the war chief's protection, you are safe. However, I assume that your human friend has many other questions to ask, does he not? Jon nodded a bit, and they spent the rest of the day talking with one another until Eitrigg then told them to go meet with Varric for more answers if they wished to ask them. Jon agreed and decided to speak to the remaining orcs that he could speak to before he would be taking his leave to visit the trolls, and then the Tauren. He decided to hold off travel plans to the Horde lands where the Blood Elves were taking their residence or the Undead were having their capital city. However, he had a feeling that things were going to get very interesting either way. The next day, the Spartan journeyed to the Valley of Honor as he had been told that he would be able to find both Varric and Dranish there. The Night Elves had decided to rest for the day, and so did the Blood Elves, so the Spartan was on his own while they remained in Tarkel's home. The Spartan trusted that his companions were in good hands as he made his way to the valley. He was not disappointed at all as he was quick to spot Varric currently overseeing the training of several younger orcs of both genders while his son was also doing the same on another side of the valley. The elder orc turned when he noted that his recruits were looking at another direction than his own. He nodded a bit as he saw the reason for the actions of the young recruits and spoke to them in Orcish to continue with their training. He then moved towards the Spartan and spoke to him in greeting while using the common tongue. Greetings to you, Spartan. I am honored to meet you once again. I can say the same to you, Varric Sorfang. The two faced one another and Varric looked a bit to see the recruits he had been training still looking at the Spartan. He growled a bit at the way they were looking at an honored guest of the war chief, then barked an order in Orcish. The younger orcs, not wishing to court the wrath of the legendary warrior, followed what he wanted them to do. Once they were out the way, Varric snorted as he looked at them. Youngsters need to be told what to do at times, and that can certainly get annoying. At any rate, I take it you have a reason for being here. The Spartan nodded at that as he spoke to the orc. I was curious about a number of things concerning your people, namely spanning the whole 3 wars that your race partook in. I've already talked with Tarkel and Eitrigg, but they recommended that I talk to others such as yourself. Varric snorted a bit at that, though the snort was not made as a hostile action. You seem to be very interested in something that had happened long ago, and since you have talked with the others who were there, I am curious why you would want to talk with me of all people. I merely want to learn everything I can so I can make the best decision when the time comes. Huh. If only the other younger orc pups had your willingness to learn and make the right decisions in the future with what we teach them, then the Horde would have great leaders to lead it when we all go and join our ancestors Spartan. Very well, if there are any gaps in what you have learned, I'll do my best to fill in those gaps. Varric then told Jon the Horde's rise through his own views. He told them of the war they waged with the Draenei when they were duped by the Legion and by Gul'dan and his cabal of warlocks. He recalled how he had been a ruthless and brutal fighter as well as a tactician, and how he became Orgrim Doomhammer's second in command, and how. Jon spoke then to Varric, who watched his son training the younger orcs under his command with pride for his only son. The Master Chief had noted a considerable difference between father and son, and that was naturally their skin coloration. He noted that a vast majority of the Horde orcs, and even those orcs who were not part of the Horde, had green skin, while a handful of them, even Garrosh, had brown skin. I noticed something different between you and your son Varric. You both have different skin color for some reason, and after what I've seen so far here in Orgrimmar, this seems not to be a rare case. Varric turned and was silent for a moment or two, and then spoke. What you have seen is a reminder of the past, a past I personally wish never happened, but must accept either way. You know of our fall into the hands of the Legion already, do you not? I do. I had my suspicions, but I preferred to learn more before I make a serious decision. The elder orc nodded in approval as he looked at his son briefly, and then gestured for Jon to sit with him on a large stone bench covered in leather and furs. The Spartan did so, and they sat together while Varric spoke about what the Spartan noticed about him and his son. The reason I have green skin and my son does not is because of the same curse that befell our people when we were swayed by Gul'dan to drink the blood of that accursed pit Lord Manaroth and become slaves to the Legion. When we took to the practice of using warlock magic, demon worshipping, and partaking in demon-fueled blood, lust, our skin colors changed, and our eyes changed as well. Even those of us orcs who never partook in those things were affected by the use of warlock magic as well. These changes happened to us before we came to this world, and when we did, we were now the green-skinned beings the humans hated and feared long before. Even after our defeat by the Alliance, the changes we undertook in our lands long ago remained with us and have served to those who remember and those who understand the past to never forget what happened to our people when we allowed ourselves to fall into the clutches of the Legion. Even those like the war chief who had never been touched or had used warlock magic cannot escape it. Only those who had never been taken into the Horde or taken the blood of demons remained free and retained our original form and appearance. They are called the Maghar, and we hope that with them by our side, we can rebuild our people anew. My son was born before I crossed the dark portal. After his mother gave birth to him, I vowed to her that he would never follow the dark path, and he would be kept safe. I gave him to the elders of Garadar, the Maghar settlement, for safekeeping. He eventually came to me, and I was happy to see that he had grown up to be a strong and brave warrior. And I am proud that he fights with the same skill as I and his father did. And unlike other younger orcs, he is not as quick-tempered than most. I see. I also want to know something about the Warsong clan. What of them? You seem to have some level of distrust towards them for some reason or another. Why is that the case? Varric grunted and replied. It's not just the clan as a whole, Spartan. It is their leader Garrosh Hellscream. I distrust them and him for their actions as of late, namely when it takes into consideration their aggressive behavior towards the Alliance race of the Night Elves. That young one is too much of a firebrand like his father, and I wonder at times why he heads his father's clan at so young an age. You worry about Garrosh a good deal? Varric nodded seriously while looking at the sky above them before looking at the Master Chief. I do. There is no doubt that he is as brave and as skilled as his father Grommash, and he is as dedicated to the orc race as a whole. He led the defense of the Maghar settlement for years as well, so there is no doubt that he knows how to fight. He has many of the traits in him that was also in his father Grommash, but those same traits worry me as well. Make no mistake of my words, Spartan. I have great respect for Grom, for he did free all of us orcs from the chains of the Burning Legion, but there is no denying the fact that he was the first to fall to the corruption and drink the blood of Manaroth. He willingly doomed our race to becoming servants of the Legion because of his lust for power, battle, and death. When we fell and were taken as prisoners by the Alliance, he and his clan escaped capture, and he fought on with his curse while keeping his clan free of capture. After we were free from the Alliance and began to embrace our old heritage, I and many other veterans hoped for the best, as Grom was one of Thrall's closest friends, and the young war chief helped calm Grom's soul. But when we left the lands of the humans to go to Kalimdor, he couldn't resist the curse when it came back to whisper dark promises in his soul. He attacked the humans under Jaina's command, even when not given the order to do so by Thrall. And naturally, you know of his war with the Night Elves and his taking of the blood of Manaroth once more, and damning his clan to serving Manaroth once more. That was a dark day for us all when we discovered the truth of what happened to him and the Warsong clan. And we had to fight them in order to free Grom. There the war chief learned the truth from Grom when he was still corrupted on how he and the other leaders damned themselves for power. We rescued Grom in the end and freed him from the curse. He apologized deeply to Thrall. The young war chief was not very happy with this, and then they traveled together to face Manaroth. So many lives wasted all because of Grom's actions and his own decision to drink the blood of that accursed pit lord. John could see that anger there in Varric's face, having developed a level of understand orc facial expressions. However, he knew a bit of the history of Grom himself and spoke to Varric on the matter. Yet you cannot deny that his last act of fighting saved your people. Varric's face returned to normal as he knew that what the Spartan said was the truth, and he nodded slowly to that. Yes, I cannot deny that at all. I knew little of the final battle as I was never there. Only War Chief Thrall and Grom fought with Manaroth, and the War Chief does not speak of it often. I know little of what transpired in Grom's mind that day, though a part of me worried that Manaroth would twist him like before to turn him against the War Chief and become a servant of the Legion once again. But like you said, I am proud that he chose to fight it and defeat Manaroth, turning the curse against that demon and freed us all from it. His last act to finally free us and give us the chance to start anew. He deserves that respect and honor for that last act of his own free will at the very least. And I hope that he will be welcomed by the spirits and our ancestors back into paradise, with the dark whispers in his soul gone forever with that demon curse. Varric then sighed as he knew what he would say next would show more of his doubts on the matter concerning Hellscream's son. I only hope that Garrosh will not ruin what his father has done by taking his actions too far. We are no longer as powerful as we once were, and we cannot afford to fight in wars that will cost us dearly in terms of people, supplies, and time. He has his father's lust for battle, and I will not let that drag us into another war. I might be called a traitor, but if that pup even dreams of starting another war, I will make sure it will be his last mistake. I do not use the blood curse as an excuse. Like Grom himself, I partook the blood of my own free will. I will not hesitate to fight for my people, to defend our honor, and to defend the Horde, but I will not let anyone start a war ever again. I will do everything in my power never to let a warmonger drag the Horde into a needless war with either words, actions, both, or even by the steel of my axe. John could tell that Varric was serious in that, and he could respect that a good deal. The two warriors said nothing for a while until Varric decided to be the one who started the conversations this time around. I remember those days well, and while I make no excuses for my actions, I still hear them, Spartan. The cries of women and children, Draenei and otherwise. Even the screams of orc children when I fought against my own in the grip of the curse. But the cries of the Draenei, that last longer. The screams of the swine being slaughtered in Jagged Swine Farm remind me and many of my fellow veterans of their cries. I did my best to help my fellow veterans with the horrors of their actions, but I have never been able to forget as easily as I had hoped. That's why I do not eat pork at all. It may seem strange to some, for our people eat meat more than other foods, but that is what I do to forget to some degree what I have done. John nodded at that, considering what he had learned so far and from his own experience. It was to be expected to some extent that veterans had nightmares and recollections of past things that weighed on them. He had seen veteran UNSC Marines with that kind of problem, his friend Avery J. Johnson being one of them, and he had his fair share of bad memories as well. We can't change the past, but we can do what we are able to do here and now. It's not much, but at least we can show that we can change. We can grieve about the past later, focus on the here and now. It's an old saying that I heard of, but it works well. I can agree with that saying, Spartan. At any rate, I have enjoyed this discussion. Truth be told, you are the first human I have spoken these things to. That in itself is a rare thing. Also, I personally consider you to be a good asset had you joined the Horde. Though you are human, neutral, and you have no ties to the Horde, if you ever decided to join us, I would gladly ask for your aid and support. Considering the skills that you have as well as your experience and your open-mindedness, you would make an excellent ally, human or not. John shrugged at that, and Dranish walked over to his father and the Spartan. The young orc smiled in a wide fashion as he then asked the Spartan if he would not mind a simple competition of throwing axes at targets. The Spartan agreed to the challenge and joined Dranish into the range. The Spartan looked at the target before him and the smaller axes and tested them carefully, determining their weight, balance, shape, and sharpness. As the competition started, the orcs were impressed that the Spartan was willing to show his skills, and they were certainly good. Varric could tell that his son was developing a friendly rivalry with the Spartan, even though the Spartan was a lot different from the normal humans that he had heard about. Dranish didn't mind that and respected the human from beyond the stars, and that was good sign to Varric. He only wished that Garrosh would at least try to get along with the humans, just as his son was. He wasn't naturally going to hold his breath on the matter, however. As the Spartan and his group stayed for a while longer, Thrall had been in discussion with his advisors on how to best deal with the Spartan. Thrall himself had developed a level of respect for the human warrior and decided that it would be best that the Horde left him in peace, as he was not an enemy and had no prior history with the Horde, so they themselves had little reason to suspect him of being hostile. Garrosh naturally was against the idea of leaving the Spartan alone, stating that they couldn't afford to trust him as of yet. He wanted them to have the human watch just in case he decided to ally with the Alliance and fight them, since he was too dangerous a being to be ignored by the Horde. He stated that the idea that they should ignore him was a mistake. Garrosh had been very much against the Spartan. Even after nearly half a month after his defeat, the chieftain of the Warsong clan was still nursing a great grudge towards the Spartan and wanted that the Horde keep an eye on the human from the stars. Thrall took that into account and naturally saw that Garrosh was still angry for his loss, as he had been getting reports of the Warsong orcs still treating the Spartan and his company with some measure of hostility, and Garrosh was more than willing to show his discontent in words and action, though he hardly took direction action towards the Master Chief himself, and neither did his clan at the moment. The War Chief, however, knew that Garrosh did have some truth in his actions. As much as he wanted to trust the Master Chief, he needed to be assured that the Spartan was watched by the Horde, though in this case, by his people and not just the Blood Elves. However, he decided to speak to the Spartan about this matter directly, as he needed to see if the Spartan would agree to having observers from his people in his location, and quite possibly from the other Horde races as well. John was currently reading a scroll filled with Orcish runes and allowing Cortana to copy the information into her core. There were other scrolls with him as well, while Kaelin, Sandra, White Claw, and Jared were currently resting after a hard day of training with him and their Blood Elf companions in the Valley of Honor. They had done so to keep themselves sharp and ready, as well as keep themselves from getting bored from what they were doing right now. Naturally, they were in Tarkel's home, and the shaman was out on his own personal duties with the others of his order. He then turned when he heard the arrival of an individual, judging by the footfalls he heard. This person in question wore armor and was not a shaman. He reflexively reached for his assault rifle and turned slowly to look at the coming individual, and he recognized it to be Thrall himself. The Spartan stood up and saluted the orc leader in crisp military fashion. Thrall noted that and decided to do the same thing. Once that was done, the Spartan spoke to the War Chief. War Chief Thrall, I wasn't expecting you to come here all of a sudden. I'm sorry if I made no mention of my arrival. There is an important matter which we needed to discuss in private, which was why I came here myself instead of sending a message to you. Thrall sat down, and so did John, just as the others awakened, and naturally they were surprised to see the War Chief there with them. They didn't interrupt, and merely watched as Thrall turned his attention back to the Spartan himself. I have recently been in a number of discussions with my advisors, And while some of them are in agreement that we should respect your neutrality, not everyone was willing to let the matter of your presence slide. I take it the dissenting one is Garrosh. The same, he stated that we should not have you return without being observed and watched by our people, lest you ally with the alliance and become our enemy. While I personally believe that you are true to your word, and so do many of those I trust, Garrosh's words, while not exactly friendly, are not without some level of merit. There will be those among my people who might not take too kindly with you not being observed, and to be shown that you are worthy of trust as a whole. You may have helped my people and the Horde, but not everyone is willing to trust you just yet. I know the feeling. So in simple terms, you want some members of your people to work with me and act as my liaisons to your race. Yes, considering the fact that your Night Elf companions followed you here, and you already have an arrangement with High Priestess Tyrant shows that you have a cordial relationship with her people despite your neutrality. That is something I would like us to have with you. It might not make everyone happy, but it would be for the best as I know that neither of us gain anything if we were enemies. True, but I think it would be best that you should ask the permission of my Night Elf companions. Remember that they still have their distrust for your people, War Chief, so the idea of orcs in their lands might not sit very well with them, even if they happen to be in my base. Thrall understood what John meant by that, and directed his attention to Kaelin, Sandra, and Jared, and spoke to them. The Spartan speaks truth in that matter. I have to ask you, will you allow my people to assign some of them to watch over the Spartan in your lands? I assure you that I will only send those who are truly trustworthy, and they will not be a burden to your people and the Spartan. Kaelin and her companions were silent about this matter, and it was a serious decision for them. Their people had never given up their desire to avenge Cenarius' death, and the idea of orcs being in the lands of their people was not welcome to say the least. However, they knew that the Master Chief was a man of honor. So far he had managed to work with the Blood Elves well enough, so they had to trust him in the matter. Besides, as he was a neutral by choice, they didn't have much say on how he would do things when it concerned the other races of Azeroth. She decided to give her reply. We will talk to High Priestess Tyrant on the matter, but if the Spartan is all right with it, then we will abide by it. After all, he is a neutral party, and as he is well respected by the High Priestess, then he is free to agree to this or not. Thrall nodded in agreement as he looked at the Spartan, and both of them stood up as the War Chief spoke. Very well, I will send word of your decision to the others, and I must state that if the rest of the Horde leaders learn of this arrangement, then they might ask to do the same. I have no doubt that Lord Themar already has his observers in place, so that is hardly an issue at this point. So do not be surprised that when you decide to visit the other members of the Horde, they would no doubt assign some of their people to watch over you. John nodded and both of them shook each other's hands and parted ways. John went back to his reading and was soon joined by his companions as they looked at the things he was looking at, though only the Blood Elves understood the language as the Night Elves had little interest in learning the language of the orcs. As soon as he was done with his readings, John told them that he not planned to visit the trolls, but not before he would wait and see the results of the discussion that Thrall would have with the other members of the Horde. Sure enough, Thrall began to discuss his decision to have several of his fellow orcs to the rest of the Horde leaders in the meeting the next day. He explained that they were also able to that option. However, the War Chief reminded them of the stance that the Spartan was taking concerning his neutrality, and as such, they would have to choose members of their own race that had strong loyalty to them, but also were not in any way threatening to the Master Chief's chosen neutrality. He also mentioned that those chosen have to follow the rules placed on them by the Spartan while they were in his land, and to also avoid aggravating the Night Elves whose lands the Spartan happened to be taking residence in for the time being. He mentioned that since there were already 3 Blood Elves with the Spartan, then Lord Themar didn't have any reason to assign any more unless it was needed for other important reasons. The Blood Elf leader agreed with that and decided to take the time to see if there was a need for other members of his race to take residence with the Spartan. In truth, he had a small number in mind, though he kept in mind to keep the number small. This was too delicate a chance for him to make a mistake and foul the waters, so to speak. Cairn, Bane, Valjean, and Sylvanas nodded, as well as they were now focusing on figuring out who among their race would they assign with the Spartan as their race's representative to the Spartan as well. Thrall then decided to give the Spartan more time for him and his group to remain in Orgrimmar until the decision of the other leaders was made. 3 days later, Thrall sent word to the Spartan and they once more had a meeting, though in this case it was with only him, his companions, and Thrall's advisors with the exception of Garrosh. He told the Master Chief that the other leaders had agreed to send to him a number of their own people to act as their representative. Cairn and his son had returned to Thunderbluff and Mulgore to find those among their tribes that could be chosen for this mission. The same could be said for Valjean, and Lord Themar was thinking of sending another group of his people, though in a small group, to show that he and his people had no ulterior motive. Both John and Cortana mentally snorted at that, recalling Jaina's warning nearly a month before, but they didn't reveal anything at all for now. It was Sylvanas' plan to send some of her people that got the two's attention the most. As they ended the meeting, John decided that his next step was to go to the village of the trolls, and since the Albatross was still in lockdown and was not harmed when they came to check it out, it was a good sign. That was when Thrall came on his own wolf mount, and there were a small group of orcs with him. One John recognized to be Horde, but the other 3 orcs were unknown to him. One was a male orc who wore hard leathers as well as had a 2-headed axe on his back along with a powerful-looking longbow with a large number of arrows there in a quiver, and he was accompanied by a black and silver-furred wolf with blue war paint markings. On the orc's armor was, judging from what he could see, this male orc was a hunter like Sandra, and this would be helpful in the long run as he was going to need all the help he can get. The next 2 orcs were female. He looked carefully at them as he had determined that the males and females had very different features. The female orcs had a softer variant of the orcish features, smaller lower teeth, which were shaped like tusks, smoother skin, and less harsh bone structure, though there was no denying that they were far from frail. The first orc female was dressed in leather armor and animal skins. Judging from the way the others acted around her and understanding the meaning behind their actions, this female orc was a shaman like Thrall and Tarkle. The orc had the usual raven black hair of her race and had her hair in elaborate braids with leather straps with tufts of wolf fur there in them, as well as feathers, and there on the neck was a necklace with a wooden amulet with the symbol of the Horde as a whole and was inlaid with thin copper as well. The female shaman carried a spear that had a wide blade head and a series of short daggers that, while ceremonial in appearance, were no doubt well made and could be used in combat if needed by the female shaman. The last orc female was dressed as a warrior as she wore chainmail and plate mail along with her carrying a long broad-bladed spear as well as a dagger, a long sword with Orcish runes on the middle of the blade and with wicked-looking hilt guard, and a shield with elaborate Orcish runes that glowed red and were etched in black metal on the rim. There in the middle was a metal covering that was shaped into the form of an orc skull and had spikes there in the middle as well. The female orc had her hair in 2 tails and had them tied with leather straps which were held together by clasps of thin but strong iron as well. Thrall greeted the Spartan at this point. "Hail to you, Spartan. These are the members of my race who shall accompany you. You are already familiar with Harg Steelfang. He came recommended by both Varric and Dranish, and since he seems to be willing to work with you, I believe that he will be a good representative. This is Igram Dragonheart, one of our shamans. She is capable as a fighter as well, and will serve as the one who will be able to communicate with us if there is anything that be known to us while she is there in your location. This is Kargith Bladewind. He is one of our best hunters and has traveled to some of the furthest parts of the Horde lands, and those that have not been touched by both the Horde and the Alliance, so his information, as well as his skills, may be of you. And our last representative is Drogna Wild Fury, one of our newest warriors. She has great potential and also happens to be a former student of Varric Sorfang. She has served in the front lines for several years both here and in Strangle Thornvale. She has volunteered for this task." Harg smiled as he was eager to actually see the Spartan in full combat, while Igram wanted to see what was it about this human that had sparked quite a lot of interest from many of her fellow orcs, as well as both the veteran shaman Tarkle and even the war chief himself, who was considered one of the first shamans in the new Horde and a skilled warrior as well. Kargith Bladewind also expressed this same interest, though he was more concerned with the kind of dangers this armored human would be involved in. Besides, this would be a good chance to put his skills to serve the Horde more personally. As for Drogna, she had arrived earlier and had been able to rest and recover from her travels. She then heard about this Spartan and was curious as to who he was, as well as interested to see his skills, as she heard that he had bested Garrosh Hellscream in a duel and had also won a level of respect from her teacher Varric. It was then that the Blood Elf leader appeared through a portal, and he smiled a bit towards the Spartan. "Greetings. You can wager a guess why I am here, Spartan. I have spoken to many of my advisors, and while many of them have agreed that Aaron, Janna, and Tanis are more than able to hold their own, we have decided to dispatch several other of our kin to help with situations that you might find yourself in human." Lorthemar moved away to reveal 4 more Blood Elves who no doubt were going to be there to join up with Aaron and the others. 2 of them appeared to be males while the other 2 were females. One of the female elves was dressed in robes and carried a staff, while having an elaborate tiara on her head to hold the dark raven black hair in place. And considering her choice of attire, as well as the levels of arcane magic she was releasing with, was similar though in a higher degree than Aaron, there was no doubt in the Spartan's mind that she was a full mage. The next female appeared to be wearing robes and clothing that would normally be seen on those who were like Talia, so the Master Chief was able to easily see that the Blood Elf was a priestess, and the fact that she carried a mace as well as a number of potion bags on her person. She had long hair which was colored deep silver in 3 tails held together by golden clips. The 2 men were both dressed in armor and carried swords, and both looked like twin brothers, with the only difference was that the left Blood Elf had his blonde hair in braids, while the other Blood Elf had his hair in 2 tails. Another key difference was the kinds of armor. One wore mail and was no doubt a Blood Knight, while the leather armor told the Master Chief that the other Blood Elf was also a rogue like Aaron was. John scanned them, and he spotted them having magic in them as well, so that didn't surprise him as he knew from what Aaron had told him that all Blood Elves had magic in their blood. Lorthemar then introduced the new arrivals, starting with the men. The one before you, Talon Starshadow, one of our agents who has been traveling to several locations that have yet to be uncovered by the Alliance, and he has fought with a number of powerful foes and has much to offer to the need for intelligence. Next to him is his brother Callus Starshadao, a veteran Blood Knight, and is quite skilled in the arts of war as well as healing and support. He has already passed a majority of the trials that were placed before him and has proven himself to the founder of the Blood Knights, Lady Liadrin. The two men nodded silently, and that was when Lord Themar introduced the last two Blood Elves. The priestess is Valeria Goldenstar, and as you might have guessed, she is a very capable healer and even knows how to increase her ability to support others with magic, defend herself in battle, and fight as well if need be. And this is Lyra Silverfury, one of our mages, and has proven herself adept in using arcane magic in the field of battle, as well as skilled in other matters such as research and development. The four new Blood Elves nodded in greeting to the Spartan, and they were all ready to go out to this task that had been placed on them by Lord Themar. The two female Blood Elves, however, were curious as to why they were being assigned to work with this human male, and what he looked like underneath the armor and helmet. The Spartan nodded a bit in greeting, though he was now going to have to think on what he was going to do with this many people in his base. It was then that another voice spoke out. Well then, it seems that I have arrived just in time. The group turned, and there came none other than the Banshee Queen Sylvanas Windrunner, and she seemed to be in the best of moods for an undead woman to have. She gave the Spartan a smile and spoke to him. Greetings to you, Spartan. You can guess already why I am here. I recently returned to the Undercity and have selected 2 of my people to act as representatives of my faction to your base. Though I send only 2 of my fellow Forsaken, they are capable and willing to do what is needed of them when I ask it. Sylvanas then moved aside to reveal the 2 members of the Forsaken she had chosen to represent her people in question. One appeared to the others as an undead high elf, similar to Sylvanas herself, and wore the armor of a warrior and carried a 2-handed sword to further reinforce that fact. She had the same skin tone as the Banshee Queen and had the same glowing eyes, though her eyes were more yellowish in color. The other was wearing the robes one would associate with a mage, though he carried no wand or staff, and instead carried a sword. Sylvanas then spoke. These are my people's representatives, Alicia Darksteel and Derek Thornton. They have been chosen because of their variable talents and skills. My people are currently in battle with both the Scourge forces and the Scarlet Crusade, so they are the only ones I can spare on such short notice. As for, I have other duties to take care of. Farewell, Spartan. With that, Sylvanas took out a scroll and cast a portal to return to the Undercity, and John looked at the 2 Forsaken carefully, keeping in mind the warning of Jaina from before, and after a moment or two spoke to all of the new groups. All right then. I will be dropping by the village of the Darkspear Trolls, so if there is anything left to do, now is a good time to tell me. Seeing none, the Spartan moved out and headed to the direction of the village named after Valjean's father Sinjin. In the village of Sinjin, Ruskane smiled widely as he spotted the new visitors to Sinjin village, and he spoke out in greeting to the human and his original group, along with the new groups of Forsaken and Orcs. The troll focused his attention to the good to see you all came to visit the village of my people Mon. John nodded and replied in greeting. Nice to see you again, Ruskane. It looks as if you were expecting us. The Darkspear troll nodded with a chuckle and replied. I was expecting you to be arriving at some point in time, Mon, though not this early in the day. Valjean mentioned you would be coming here soon, and I have to be the guide for you and the others as well, with the fact you know me more than any other troll here in the village. Come now, we got some things to do, and my family wants to meet ya, and thank you for saving my hide back there. The troll then looked at the albatross and whistled a bit to the side, and out came several other trolls, and he spoke to them while pointing his spear to the UNSC heavy dropship. The other trolls looked at the machine with worried eyes, but they calmed down and nodded as they took positions around the massive dropship as Ruskane spoke to the Master Chief. I asked Makin there to keep watch on that flying ship of yours and keep the others from getting too nosy and curious about that machine. Until ya and your group leave this village, they will be keeping it safe as best they can. If that is all, let me guide you to the village Okimon. John nodded as he and the others moved through the area, while Ruskane guided them through the village of his people. Many of the trolls who were nearby were looking at the Spartan and his group with different modes of thought, one of which was why there were night elves among them at all, as they were part of the alliance. However, considering the fact that there were blood elves, orcs, and a pair of Forsaken with them, they were willing to let this situation slide for now. Ruskane directed the group to the largest hut, and no doubt the central hub of the power of the Darkspear tribe of trolls. There he found none other than Valjean, who was currently talking with his advisors. The discussion stopped, and the Spartan spoke to the troll leader. Good day to you, Valjean. The troll smiled a bit at that, and replied. Good to see you, Spartan. I had not been expecting you here this early in the day, but that is all right. I see. Anyway, I'll leave you and your advisors alone for a while since you have a lot to discuss. Valjean smiled in his racist fashion and spoke. Well then, Spartan, you and the others can make yourselves at home in Makin's village while I begin the process of choosing who else among Makin I can send to be representatives of my people in the place in Kalimdor you call your home or base. Though I plan to have Ruskane be one of them since he and you are already in good terms. I will send word to one of my people, namely Ruskane's family, to have some rooms, and what good and drink we can give you and your group while you all are here in my people's village. Ruskane will be answering any questions you might ask about this village, and even about our people he might not have told you before. John nodded at that and bowed to Valjean as a sign of respect to the troll leader. Valjean did the same thing, and soon Ruskane guided the group to the hut that was his home. There the Master Chief was greeted by the family of Ruskane. He and the others were allowed to rest for a while as he decided to talk with Ruskane's family. It was here that he learned more about the trolls and their culture in general, namely about their use of voodoo magic, which he was not entirely unfamiliar with since there were cultures on Earth that did practice voodoo magic. He also learned of the traditional views of the trolls, namely when it came to their positions of power and also when it concerned their women. Female trolls were treated mainly as mates, though many of them were also treated well if they had partaken in battles with the men. However, ever since becoming allies with the Horde and learning about the way the orcs and Tauren treat their females, with them reaching positions of power, many troll females had taken a level of interest in having more active roles in their society and had decided to do so. The male trolls were not completely pleased with this, but they nevertheless honored the plans of their female kindred. It was not easy, of course, due to trying to leave behind old habits and cultural beliefs, but there were those who did succeed in the matter. They also embraced the ideal of doing whatever it took. They still retained their culture, philosophy, and their practice of voodoo despite the negative look the Horde has towards it. Ruskane's father was more than willing to tell him that, if and when the Horde did fail the Darkspears, they would have their ancestral faith to fall back on. But until that day comes, the Darkspears would fight with all of their power for the Horde and Warchief Thrall. They will avoid using the darker aspects of their powers if the Horde races are watching, but they know the power they have will aid them when the time came. He learned of their belief of the Loa, spirits of power over various aspects of nature and life as well as death. This was a remnant of their past lives as part of the Troll Empire long ago, before they broke away from the bloody traditions of their people when it became too much for them to endure and stomach. As time passed, it was not long before the Spartan and his cohorts who had rested elsewhere had been called by Valjean back to the central hut. As the Master Chief arrived, he was greeted by the members of the troll leadership, Valjean and another troll who, judging from his robes and adornments, was the spiritual and mystic advisor to Valjean himself. The troll leader then spoke to the Spartan. "Greetings to you, Spartan. I would like you to meet Master Gadrin. He is the leading mage and priest trainer of my people, and is one of my trusted advisors." Gadrin nodded in greeting and spoke to the Master Chief. "I greet ya. Master Valjean has spoken highly of you, human, and I can see that the praise is not without merit. Great power I sense from you, even though it has nothing to do with magic of any kind." Valjean nodded, and then spoke in troll, and then walked 3 more trolls. 2 of the new arriving trolls were male, and yet were different from one another as well. One wore full metal armor, and was no doubt a warrior of his people, and carried a long, broad-bladed sword and a small shield to go with it. The other was wearing elaborate gear with 2 spikes with skulls on them on his back on a harness. Several items were on this male troll, and on his belt was a knife similar to the ones used by Gurkha warriors and special forces units in the past 21st century of Earth. In his hand was a weapon that resembled the same weapon he had seen Valjean also carry with him. He learned that the weapon as a fell glaive and resembled a larger Gurkha knife that was made into a sword with a secondary blade as the end of the handle and was used both for close combat and ranged fighting, no doubt being enchanted in some way to return to its owner. The third was a female Darkspear troll who was actually dressed in the same garb as the second male troll and like Valjean as well, carrying the very same weapon as the 2 of them. That was when Valjean spoke. "I would like you to meet Roken. He is one of the best scouts of my people and served alongside the previous champion of the Horde, Rexer." Roken smiled in greeting and replied, "Good to see you, human. I recently heard of the battle between ya and that young Hellscream. Shame I didn't see it for myself." Valjean smirked a bit. "Roken is one of the best of our shadow hunters, but he is on an important task and only came here to see ya. The one who will be accompanying you will be his companions, his apprentice shadow hunters Alandra and one of our warriors Jagdrell. They shall represent our people to you, human." The female shadow hunter nodded and spoke to the Spartan while looking him over in common. "I do not know why you have such a reputation with Master Valjean, but if he asks me to help you in any fashion, human, I will do so. As well I'm on." The group turned, and there was Ruskane as he was now wearing leather and chainmail armor and carrying several spears in a pack and a larger fighting spear in hand. Cortana then spoke to John in private. "I guess that wraps up the trolls for their representatives, John. I guess the next stop is none other than the lands of the Tauren. Time to get some rest and get ready to go." A day later, as the Spartan guided the albatross to the area of Mulgore, he had to admit that the place was certainly beautiful. Healthy-looking trees, clean and clear rivers, and lakes, large numbers of tall trees, the herds of large and small animals. There was plenty of wild game to hunt, as well as plenty of plant food for all of those who sought it. No wonder the Tauren had come here to settle in these lands. He had decided to visit Thunder Bluff, the capital city of the Tauren, under the personal invitation of Cairn, as well as Bane. Along with him were the Night Elves, the Blood Elves, the Orcs, the Forsaken, as well as the Trolls, all three groups who were assigned by their leaders to be representatives of their respective races to the Spartan. It was not exactly something that he was keen on due to the extra strain this would put on his supplies and space. But he knew that it was an unavoidable situation, as he needed to make sure he had cordial relations with all the races of the Horde if that was possible for him to accomplish while he was still here on this world, until he was able to be rescued by the UNSC if they ever sent ships in this direction and location. The only good news for him was that he was more than able to hold his own if needed, and both Vol'jin and Thrall assigned him with people who they knew were very much trustworthy. The two other groups sent by Lord Themar and Sylvanas needed to be watched, however, in his mind, as there was no telling what was brewing there in their minds. He cleared those thoughts away, as he knew that he had far more pressing matters before him, as he guided the Albatross into landing near where the Great Elevator was currently located. He spotted the Tauren capital city of Thunderbluff easily enough, and saw the Tauren architecture there, and saw that it was similar to those made by Native American tribes in the past, befitting the nomadic nature of the Tauren. He knew full well why they settled there in Mulgore, and considered the move to be a very good one for them to take. Each building was well tended to, and large numbers of Tauren were there below, many of them having different fur colorings as well to differentiate themselves from one another, apart from their manner of dress and what they happened to have on them. As he guided the Albatross downward and landed, he was able to spot a number of Tauren guardsmen move towards the Albatross with weapons at the ready to defend themselves if they were suddenly attacked. He could see through the cameras of the heavy dropship that the Tauren guards were not sure what to make of the ship that was before them, but they were not going to take any chances with this, and were ready to fight if it was necessary. It was not long before he spotted a Tauren that he was able to recognize. It was none other than Bane Bloodhoof himself, as he and the others walked out from the Albatross. The son of Cairn greeted them with a roar of laughter and spoke to the Spartan. "Greetings, Spartan. We have been expecting you. My father has already selected a number of our people to serve as our representatives to you. They await you in the chieftain's tent in the eastern side of the city. I shall be your guide." John nodded at that and spoke. "Thank you, Bane. Think nothing of it. I also vow that none of the people who follow you shall be harmed, especially the Blood Elves and the undead." As they were taken up by the elevators, the Spartan determined that Thunderbluff was separated in several different mesas and were all connected by very sturdy bridges which were made to handle the weight of the Tauren who used them. As he and the others moved through the mesas to reach the central one, that was the place where Cairn could be found, Bane told the Spartan a bit more about the Tauren culture and traditions, as he was the guide of the group. From Bane, he learned that while they were a peace-loving people and respected nature, the Tauren still tested themselves in the Great Hunt and pitted themselves against the beasts of the wild. Yet they also balanced their hunting with their respect for the land, so do not hunt all the animals completely, maintaining the balance of the land and respecting the Earth Mother, being blessed by her in turn, as they are also her children. Bane also explained the various tribes of the Tauren and their place in Tauren society as a whole, and how each tribe contributed to the Earth Mother as a whole as well. John naturally asked about each mesa area, and Bane gave the Spartan the answers he sought while John looked about, getting the feel of the city of Thunderbluff, doing the same thing as before, and determining while it was very difficult to attack this city by traditional means, it was easy to cut them off from supporting one another by taking out the bridges and denying them supplies, as well as critical reinforcements from the air. As John looked about, he noted the various Tauren that were in the area, and so did his companions, while they themselves were also being looked at by the Tauren. The Orcs and Trolls were greeted with respect, while the Forsaken and Blood Elves were only tolerated. John noticed the Cortana spoke to him while she was recording the different Tauren who inhabited the place, from children to adults and to the elders. Not a bad-looking race. These Tauren, you'd mistake them for Minotaur in Greek mythology, but they don't have any of the bloodthirsty nature that you'd expect from Minotaur. Compared to the Jiralhani, they look pretty harmless at first glance. True, but when they are angry or defending themselves, things can change very easily. That, coupled with the enemies they face, hardly makes them look harmless. "I know. Come on, we're reaching the tent now from the looks of it." The chieftain's tent. Cairn smiled in greeting as he placed aside his massive weapon and spoke to the Master Chief. Beside him was his old childhood friend Hemuel Rintotem, and on another side was Perith Stormhoof, one of the Holy Striders. Next was none other than Magatha Grimtotem, who looked at the new arrivals with levels of disdain. "Greetings, Spartan. I see that you have arrived in good time. I bid you welcome to Thunderbluff." John bowed down to show respect, and as he rose, that was when Magatha spoke. "What is this thing doing here in our lands, Cairn?" "Magatha, you know full well who he is. I have told you and the other leaders about him already when I returned from my stay in Orgrimmar, and it was he who rescued Mothral Firehoof from captivity by the hands of the Twilight's Hammer clan. Be that as it may, we do not need to have him here of all places. So why is he here? He is here because I have plans to send some of our people to represent us to him. Besides, I have a feeling within my old bones that he has a role to play in this world of ours." Magatha snorted a bit at that and replied, "What makes you so sure that this human has a role to play in our world at all, Cairn? Are we all not children of the earth, Mother Magatha? If he is here, then he is here for a reason, and only by being here will he find that path she has laid out to him." Magatha snorted once more at that and looked at the Spartan in a very intimidating fashion, but to her irritation, the Spartan hardly seemed to notice or care for her stare at him. Hamuel then spoke out to the others. "Peace, Cairn. Magatha, we are not here to get into another argument like before. It has already been decided, so we are here to show to the Spartan who among our people have been chosen to represent us to him. We should call the chosen forth." Cairn nodded and gave out a loud bellow, and soon 3 new Tauren came into the picture. One was apparently a druid and carried a staff, while the others was a shaman who carried a powerful stone war hammer and wore mail armor. Both of whom were male, and the last one was a female warrior who wore full plate armor and carried a massive 2-handed axe on her back. The 2 male Tauren had brown fur with silver patches, while the female had silver fur with black streaks there as well. All 3 of them carried themselves with considerable skill and power, that much both Cortana and John could see. Cairn then introduced them before the Spartan. "Before you are the representatives that we have chosen to help you in your task, Spartan. Halfa Rage Totem is our warrior, and she has proven a strong fighter in the tradition of her clan and is the niece of Henan Rage Totem. She is more than able to aid you if there is a battle that you might not be able to avoid in the future and where the strength of the Tauren is needed." Next is Thoril Rin Totem, one of Hamuel's best students and also is gifted in his own right as a druid. There is no doubt in Hamuel's mind and mine that he will be of aid to you ASND. He wishes to learn more from other druids as well. He and Bronze Skychaser also happen to be close friends and have fought together before in many situations, and as such, they work best together as a team. Both their skills can be of use to you when the time comes. John looked at the 3 approvingly and spoke to Cairn. "They are well skilled. I can see that easily. You choose your representatives, while Chieftain Cairn. I thank you for your words, Spartan. Would you mind partaking in the hospitality here of my people?" John, however, knew he had much to do and replied to the invitation with as much respect as he could. "Sadly, no. I have much to do, and the sooner I get back to my base, then I can get everything done much quicker. I am sorry if this decision might somehow offend you, but that is my situation. Besides, even with the defenses in my base, there is still a chance some people might get too nosy for their own good, so I must see to it all as soon as possible." However, instead of being angered by John's refusal to stay for a while and partake in their hospitality, Cairn nodded to the Spartan and spoke to him. "I see. You are a man of action and you prefer to settle things quickly. There is also truth in your words as well. Very well then, Spartan. You have my permission to return to your base in the lands of the Night Elves, and may the blessings of the Earth Mother be upon you all." John nodded, but replied before he turned to lead the others back to the Albatross with Bane ready to guide them back. "If it would please you, I will invite you to my base to partake my hospitality if it is all right with you, Chieftain Cairn." The elder Tauren laughed a bit and replied, "I would like that, Spartan. Farewell to you and your companions." As he and the others left, Magatha looked at the group with wary eyes. This might prove a problem, but she was not going to rest until her plans had been finally completed, and no matter what, she would never be denied the place of leadership she knew that she deserved. She looked at Cairn and spoke to herself quietly. "Soon you will fade away, Cairn, and when I deal with your son, then the Grim Totem shall rise and be stronger for it. Kalimdor belongs to the Tauren, and I swear on my place as crone and leader, we shall have it by force." In the Dawn's location. As the Albatross landed in the perimeter of the Dawn, the occupants of the Albatross stepped out of the dropship, and those who had never seen the Dawn before were quickly taken aback by the sight of the massive Yenesi vessel. Only those who had been in the base before didn't show too much surprise and awe as their companions did. John didn't have much time to think about this as he was now among them all. He coughed loudly, and that got the attention of the groups before him. "All right then, for those of you who I have worked with before, you already know what I am going to say, so you can take your leave for today. For those of you who are all new here, then listen and listen well, since I am only going to say these things once to all of you, and I won't repeat them." Kaelin and her fellow Night Elves knew already what he was going to say, and they moved away, though they were not too far from the Spartan. The same went for Aaron, Janna, and Tanis, but they did tell their fellow Blood Elves to stay there and listen with the others. "This is my base, and as such, I am the sole authority here, so seek me out if you have concerns or messages to give from your leaders. Do not go around in the Dawn's restricted areas. If I catch any one of you in said restricted areas, I am not going to hesitate in having you removed, by word, by force, or both. Next, this base of mine happens to be in Night Elf territory, and as such, you are to respect their lands. That means to wanton killing of wildlife unless for food, and chopping down of trees. There will be a solution to any need for lumber in the long run, so don't even dream of it. Next rule, this is neutral ground, so I will not take kindly to any attempts from your respective race to turn my base into a staging ground for attacks on the Night Elves, The same rules apply to the Alliance, as I will not allow them to turn this base into a staging area for attacks on Horde lands as well. Next, if you have legitimate concerns, then bring them to me, and I will find a solution that works best for that problem. And the last rule is simple. Keep your tempers in check and do not start fighting with the other races of the Alliance, who I have no doubt will send representatives of their own as well. I am well aware of old hatreds, cultural difference, and the whole 10 yards between the various races of both factions, and I am not in the mood for fights to break out. The same goes for the Alliance as well. Your war chief believes that orcs can live in peace with the members of the Alliance, or at least cooperate with one another, and that belief also extends to the rest of those in the Horde. I respect that belief of his a good deal, and as such this is now going to be a place where it will be seen if all of your races can coexist with one another. If that works, you all have helped Thrall realize his beliefs even more. Remember my rules, and we'll all get along fine. Break them. Then I will send you back to your leaders and inform them about what you did here to make me send you back. I do not care if I have to send you to them on your power, or I have to haul your alive but unconscious forms, so it's up to you if you are sent back in the way of the former or the latter. Do we understand each other? The orcs, trolls, Tauren, the new blood elves, and the undead Forsaken could see that the Spartan was dead serious on the matter, and as such they agreed to that. John then decided to focus on what both he and Cortana were going to do concerning the places he would be quartering all of them all. He doubted that it was going to be easy. The Tauren were already a major concern due to their size and height, and therefore there was little chance of them being housed in the Dawn. The undead were also another concern, as their odor might prove to be a problem to the other members of the Horde, and he had no doubt that the Night Elves were not going to like that as well. He would have to find some solutions soon in terms of where they were going to be housed, and how to best keep the peace between them all, even though the Horde representatives outnumbered the Alliance representatives. It was then that he spotted a portal opening before him. He quickly recognized the patterns in the portal to be cast by an Archmage, and he knew of only one Archmage who would be able to find him. Sure enough, the Master Chief was soon greeted by the sight of Jaina Proudmoore, and to his surprise, Egwene herself was with them. He moved over to greet them and try to find out what they were doing here in his base of all things. Good day to you, Lady Jaina, Lady Egwene. The Spartan gave them a bow, and both women smiled in greeting as well, and that was when the Spartan spoke to the two of them, while the members of the Horde were surprised by this chain of events before them, as they wondered just what was the leader of Theramore all doing here, as well as her chamberlain. The Master Chief was naturally the one who spoke first on that matter. Not that I am complaining, but why are you two here? Jaina replied. We are here for a very important reason. While you were with the Horde leadership, we had a large number of people coming into Theramore, many of them you might easily recognize. Before the Spartan could wonder just who were the people in question were, the two opened another portal. This time, the portal was a much larger one, and soon a large group of people arrived, and the Spartan as well as Cortana were able to recognize a good number of the people well enough. They were the people of the Alliance that he had rescued before, and in the lead of the group was an old man who the two had no problem recognizing. Samson Hightower. The old man nodded. He looked healthier and in much better shape, and he wore simple but comfortable clothing as well, and to the surprise of the Spartan, he was carrying a large number of tools and supplies with him. The same could be seen with his companions who were the same bands he had rescued before. All of them looked healthier than he last saw them, and all of them were smiling as they looked at their savior. With them were a number of humans, high elves, and half-elves who the chief and Cortana did not recognize. The old man spoke to the Spartan. Spartan, I have come back to repay you for your rescue of my life all those months ago. I and those you rescued wish to repay you in this fashion by helping you make your base a good community. But I thought you would return home to Azeroth. The old man nodded and a tear rolled down his right eye as he spoke. I did, but I've been gone so long that no one in my old village would recognize me. My family has written me off for dead, and they themselves have long disappeared, and those who are of my family have families of their own. I have tried to find a place for me, but I didn't find it. That is why I decided to come back here, for it was you who gave me back my life, and now, before I join my family in the afterlife, I wish to repay you for my freedom. When I left my homeland to come back here to your camp, I ran into the others from long ago. We talked it over, and I learned that they too have decided to return here to help you. So much for us all have changed in our lands that we have no other place to belong. There were others as well who were wanderers, and they joined us to find work and wanted to come with us. That is why we came back to Theramore Al by Sea and petitioned to Lady Jaina to allow us to return here to you and ask for us to reside here in your home. In exchange, we swear to be of service to you and to whatever ends that you have planned for yourself. John was incredulous at this and made that clear to the people before him. Are you all being very serious about this decision that you have made? All of them nodded, and that stunned the Spartan as he now realized that he had to deal with not just the representatives of the Horde, but an entire refugee population who were now asking to work under him. If he didn't know any better, then he would have thought that he was dreaming this. But the evidence was right there before him, and that was kind of thing that really got him into a serious bind, as he had no idea just how to respond to this whole situation that had just crashed into his lap faster than a force of ODSTs in their HEVs. He looked at Jaina and Egwene, and the former guardian spoke to him. They are speaking the truth, Spartan. They have been slaves for so long that they have been left behind by time and their people. They have no other place to go but here with you. Jaina then spoke. I know that you have your hands full already, Chief, and I have tried to tell them about your current situation, but they are not going to change their minds on the matter. And they are right in what they have said to you. This is the only place that they were willing to go to and settle down in. Cortana could tell that despite his stoic calmness to the others while in his Mjolnir Mark VI, John was getting more and more annoyed by the sudden increase of people in their base. The Horde representatives were going to be a handful, even though he now understood their cultures and history a lot more. But the sudden arrival of Samson Hightower and the former slaves he rescued months before, as well as some of their family members, was something he was not expecting. And while Spartans were trained to the bone to expect the unexpected, that hardly made it easy for them to deal with. There was going to have to be some serious redesigning done to the base to accommodate the new arrivals, and that meant that there was going to be a lot more work for him to do this time around. She then spoke to John in private. You're getting more and more annoyed, aren't you? You think. The A.I suppressed the urge to laugh at the show of sarcasm from her guardian, but she decided to help he the bright side of things. Look at things in this fashion, Chief. We have people here who can help contribute to supplying the base with food and resources, so we don't have to go too far from the dawn. Next, we have a core of warriors here from different cultures and racial backgrounds, so that's more than enough to make even the most maniacal idiot think twice in trying to jump this place. Next, this place being neutral ground for both Alliance and Horde, we can observe and learn even more from both sides when the time comes. And of course, with this place acting as neutral ground, we don't have to travel far. The leaders can come to us. Really, think about it, Chief. Our location is ideal, to say the least, being between the borders of both the Alliance and the Horde here in Kalimdor. Besides, we're not without support in this location. We can occasionally ask help from Darnassus through High Priestess Tyrant. And with Theramore, I'll getting brisk trade from both the Horde and the Alliance. With it being a port city, we can gain other supplies from them, and we can trade things at the same time. I know you don't like the increased numbers that much, but you did agree to this, so no sense backing out now. John replied to that easily. I know. All right then. I might as well talk to Lady Jaina about these arrangements. But I can bet that as soon as High Priestess Tyrant hears about these changes, she might start having second thoughts about allowing us here. And even if she isn't going to have second thoughts, I can bet that Archdruid Fandral Staghelm is really going to blow a gasket over all this. Don't we know it? The real concern for now, apart from the redesigning of the base, is the Forsaken, namely in the sense on where are we going to quarter them. There might only be 2 of them, but I doubt they are going to be winning any other friends outside of the Blood Elves. I'll think of something. As soon as the conversation was over between the two, they spoke to the Archmage, who had been waiting as patiently as she could for the Spartan to speak. I'll take them and Lady Proudmoore, but there is going to have to be some planning involved, and I believe it will include us asking for aid from you. Oh. 2 months later, John moved to the open area of the Dawn and looked at the area of his base, or rather his newly expanded base, and shook his head. He had never expected this to happen to him of all things, as he was now head of a rather bustling community of people. Apart from the Horde representatives who were present, there were also a number of peons who had been sent there by Thrall, who were helping in the growing of crops, the harvesting of fish, raising livestock, and the gathering of materials. Samson Hightower was now handling some of the housing needs, as well as several other construction projects, while the humans who were with him made homes and also helped with the farming and crafting, showing that the Alliance's respect for farmers was very well deserved. The High Elves also helped in the construction of the place, and also helped gather herbs that would be useful for making potions and reagents, as well as even making cloth and leather items. The Half-Elves decided to also help with the security of the place, as some of them with some of the humans began to be blacksmiths and soldiers, though they were armed with medieval weaponry, as he was not going to give them the UNSC or Covenant armaments, as they would have a hard time using them. He had no choice but to redesign the base in order to make extra room for the new residents of his base. The design of the walls had not changed, but this time, he had expanded the base by adding new walls of the same design, which were another good 1,000 feet from the original ones. That was why he had to go back to harvesting the granite as before, only this time they were twice as long and twice as thick, so he would have to use pelicans in conjunction with the albatross to ferry the much heavier and larger slabs to the base. Once those were brought in, he had to remove all of the mines and traps he had placed before and place those away for storage, which he naturally did carefully in order to avoid blowing himself up. He also dusted out the steam armor units that he still had on hand for this kind of work, as this plus the aid of everyone, including the mages from the Horde, had sped up the process. Once the new walls were put into place and reinforced, as well as now sporting another series of heavy support weapons like the pervious walls, John decided to set up towers with the remaining granite slabs, and these were positioned around the corners of the pentagon-like structure and were high enough to give a full view of the locations around him. The towers were also built to act as sniper posts and were reinforced to withstand heavy punishment with metal plating and instacrete to hold them. Altogether, there in each tower was a large room which was well ventilated and actually had a weapons locker in them, as well as some weapon stands where bows and arrows were stored, and in those weapons lockers were several sniper rifles, all of which were fully loaded, and stores of well-contained ammunition were with them as well. Once those were done, the next thing he needed to do was set up living spaces for the representatives of the Horde, namely for the Trolls, Tauren, the Forsaken, the Blood Elves, and the Orcs. Some of these races were rather wary of the Dawn's appearance, and therefore were not very keen on the idea of getting close to the vessel. Not only that, they were ill at ease in the ship when he allowed them to look at it. Only the Forsaken and the Blood Elves, namely the new ones, were very interested in the place itself, but he was not going to let them just wander about in his base just yet. Aaron, Janna, and Tanis were allowed since he was more familiar with them, and there was no need to explain the presence of the 3 Night Elves who were getting a lot more comfortable with being in the ship. This was not limited to the Horde representatives, but also to the peons as well. Naturally, in order to build those structures, they needed wood apart from stone and instacrete, and the only way to get wood naturally was to harvest lumber from the forests nearby. That would have been the best solution, but he also knew that the Night Elves were not going to take the despoiling of their forests lightly. He knew about the reasons for their anger towards those who deforested the lands, and what the result was between the Orcs and the Night Elves when the Orcs began to harvest the lumber that they needed. So he was rather wary on making an action that could end up antagonizing the people who he had already developed relations with them. It wasn't that he was not able to fend them off. It was rather his desire to not waste his resources and energy fighting others when they were not his confirmed enemies. Thankfully, Tyrant herself gave the solution, as she had dispatched a large number of wisps to help with the gathering of lumber, so there was no lumber harvesting operations in his area that would have brought a serious amount of anger towards him. He had informed Tyrant of the situation via the magical scroll that she had given him, and they had decided to use the alphabet and language of the island nation of Japan, known as Japanese. Since the language and alphabet was totally unknown in this land, and Fandral would not bother with learning what he deemed an inferior language, John and Cortana had provided the High Priestess of the Night Elves data on how the language and alphabet worked, and that was very helpful in keeping the Archdruid in the dark for now. She was quick to pick up on the use of the language and found it to be very useful in the long run. The wisps were able to magically extract the lumber the Spartan and his new wards needed in order to make their buildings and other needs without damaging the forests and angering the Night Elves. The supplies were small at first, but were soon picking up, and since one of the new Night Elf residents happened to be in good terms with the wisps assigned by Tyrant, the Master Chief could ask them when they needed to stop with what it was that they were doing. Cortana had been using her time studying just how these spirits of long-deceased Night Elves were able to extract good quality lumber without harming the trees, as such a process was amazing to her. She also pointed out that if they could actually have surplus supplies of lumber that they could sell to Thrall as his people were in need of lumber. She pointed out that if they were able to help supply the needs of the Horde for lumber in a renewable fashion, then it would make it no longer necessary for the Horde to maintain logging operations in Ashenvale, and this would help ease some of the tension between the Night Elves and the Orcs. It was a smart idea by the A.I, and John could see the results of such a situation. However, that was for another time to think about, as the two of them had other matters that needed their full attention, one of which was the arrival of more people, this time from the Night Elves themselves. He was surprised to see that a good number of Night Elves had arrived and wanted to take residence in the base that he owned. One such group was the family of Rayshaw. The escorting force of Night Elves pointed out that Tyrant had agreed to it in response to the Horde representatives as a way to remind them that while they were neutral ground, the land they were on was still Night Elf territory, and they should learn not to do anything rash that would be seen as a threat by her and the other Night Elves. That meant that Kaelin, Jared, and Sandra were not going to be the only Night Elves who would be taking residence in his base, as well as there were several new faces who were going to be helping him own in keeping the place safe from possible attack. One was a female Night Elf who was dressed in ornate but highly functional armor and carried some form of chakram weapon that was a lot larger than the weapon found on Earth and was tailored more for melee combat, as well as a large number of jagged leaf-shaped knives for throwing. John was quick to determine that she was a warden, a member of a special police force of the Night Elves, and she said that her name was Kina Starblade. She had been assigned by Tyrant to help maintain the peace in the base and also serve as a support if needed. Though she was a warden, she had not been among those guarding Illidan and had been elsewhere, and despite hearing of what happened to the Watchers, does not hold animosity to Tyrant. This, along with her dedication as well as her open-minded nature when it came to tracking her targets, was why she was chosen by the High Priestess for this task of helping maintain the lands that were given to the Master Chief for his use, and aid him if needed to hunt down threats in the lands of the Night Elves if he needed assistance. Another was a female druid named Kaisha Shadowwing who carried a spear instead of the usual staff of the druids, and she was a close friend of Kina as well. She also wore the same leather armor of the druids in battle. She turned out to be an old friend of Jared and apparently had been very interested in working with him once more, since she had been an adventuring druid for the past years since they had last seen one another. The next was a female Night Elf who wore limited armor and only had a top and pants of leather with furs lining the side, showing that she prefers agility, mobility, and speed. There were several intricate tattoos on her body, and to his surprise, She wore a band of cloth over her eyes. She had a pair of double-bladed war blades in each of her hands. The way the other night elves acted towards the woman told the Spartan that this woman was a special case, and he had read on just why that was the case as he had read about them. She was a demon hunter, a cadre of male and female night elves who had dedicated their lives to fight the Burning Legion. Only in their case, they decided to do that by using the very power of the Legion against them. They were supposed to have come from one of the strongest warriors of the Night Elves in the Third War, though the Night Elf in question was also condemned as the greatest traitor of their people, Illidan Stormrage. The new generation naturally couldn't follow the same path, so they trained to capture a demon and sacrifice it to ritually bind its powers to them by blinding themselves. While these men and women of the Night Elf race were among the greatest warriors of their people, they were mistrusted and misunderstood due to their pact with darkness, and were seen as people who were as dangerous as warlocks. However, those who did bond with them saw that their pact was noble in intentions as well as their tragic decision to be outcasts among their own people. There were rumors of blood elves and other races joining the ranks of the demon hunters, but they were rare already to begin with. The woman's name was Kali Shadowstalker and was an apprentice demon hunter from the contested lands of Azhara, and her teacher was the demon hunter Loramus Thalapides. She had been sent there to Darnassus to help with hunting any more demons that may still linger in the lands of their people, even though she would no longer be welcomed. When she arrived, she then heard rumors of the Spartan, and curious as to who this being was, she decided to go with the group heading to the base and was allowed by Tyrant under the warning that she would be watched, and she accepted that. The last three were all male night elves. The first was Tandris Moonlight, who was dressed in the usual armor and clothing of a warrior and carried a pair of swords to prove that he was one. The next was a rogue who wielded a pair of fist weapons who went by the name of Condora Ravenwing. And the last was a hunter named Dane Wolfheart, who carried a longbow like Sandra, but instead of using swords, he preferred to carry a spear in battle and had a pet hawk as his companion, who he called Silverwing. The three were longtime friends and were actually adventurers who had done a number of tasks for Darnassus well beyond the lands of their people and had even taken part of several missions that were extremely demanding for them. The fact that they were very much brothers in arms coupled with actual field experience made them valuable in battle, which was why Tyrant had decided to send them as allies to the Spartan should the need arise. These new faces were going to be a real test to his brain, but at least the new arrivals had the skill and ability to help him out and contribute in any fashion that would prove helpful in the long run. John placed those memories aside as he continued to examine his new base of operations after he had to redesign it from the ground up. The new base was much larger with two series of walls around the Dawn. Both series of walls were extremely strong, so they were not doomed to be easily broken into. There were several complexes there in the area of the outer walls, such as a pair of large pens that housed a number of the animals that were sent over from Darnassus, Theramore Isle, and from the Horde as well. These animals ranged from boars, pigs, chickens, cows, and some other animals. The next were storehouses for food items, and also storehouses for the building materials. There were also shops that sold the goods of those who worked in his base, as well as a training yard for those who were going to help him keep this base secure, and an armory as well. The residential areas were also divided with one section for the orcs, another for the Tauren, another for the trolls, the 4 new blood elves, the Forsaken, and the trolls as well. There was also a good complex for the handful of peons to reside in. The peons were pleasantly surprised to have a place of their own with many good things for them to use, and that made them happy that the war chief had assigned them here. They were so happy that they promised to do their best not to disappoint the efforts of the war chief, and also not to disappoint the Spartan at all as well. There was also a section for the high elves who were able to build their new homes with a combination of muscle and magic. The half-elves also resided in with the humans who had their own section for them to live in, though they were able to interact well enough with their high elf brethren. The night elves naturally built houses of their own that resembled the building style of Eastern lands which John had seen in the city of Darnassus in their own section of the newly expanded base. John also had a dock built at the sea's edge, and it was protected by walls and a path leading back into the base. This was where several boats were docked which would be used to harvest the sea for food. It was not a large dock by any standard, but it could handle trading vessels and was manned by some of the humans, half-elves, and the peons, though he made sure to remind them to keep the peace between one another. While the buildings were not that numerous in the new base, he needed to save space in order to be ready for the possibility of Alliance representatives coming here, since he had no doubt that sooner or later, the Alliance leaders would send their own people here in his base soon enough to establish their own connection to his camp, and since he was technically in Alliance land, he would have to accommodate them at some point in time. Both he and Cortana also worked with Samson and his people in the construction of a large bunker-style building with the remaining granite, with it being covered in mithril plating for extra protection. The building was built up to UNSC code and was furbished with a small armory for those people in the building to use and store ordnance and weapons, and had one of the hologram tables that Cortana and John had made installed with it, and the other devices there powered by the Dawn's fusion reactors. The rooms were well made and had comfort in mind while not being too showy, as the rooms were basic in form and function, having tables, a bed, chairs, a locker and chest for storage, and rooms for bathing, and basic hygiene, with supplies of water being brought in via piping. The hologram table was in the second floor, and this was the planning area as the building was able to receive incoming tactical and visual data from the security sensor net that the Master Chief had placed in the area of the base. It also gathered information from the helmet cameras of the Master Chief and any UNSC-made camera system, and lastly could access incoming data streams from the satellite that was still orbiting deep space. He and Cortana, however, had plans to deploy more of the satellite drones when they had the chance for more data to be available to them, if ever needed. The first floor's main room was the dining area for the people there to eat and relax, and there was a staircase where that naturally led to the second floor and the planning room where the hologram table was. The building was also ventilated, and there was also an air conditioning system that was installed with smart sensors to scan the body temperatures of the people there and adjust the temperature accordingly. The building would serve as a meeting area for the power players in the Alliance and the Horde, as well as any independent faction member that might find their way here and was not a threat to the Spartan. The mines and traps he had to unearth to expand the lands of his base were placed back once more, though in a much different pattern as he decided to create open paths for the people of his town to move through when they needed to move through the lands, and he would hand tack pads that would show the location of the traps and mines. However, to really throw any possible infiltrators' plans to get into his base right out the window, he had the tack pad armed with a DNA and fingerprint scanner, which would mean that it would only show the maps of the base's defenses if the holder's DNA and fingerprint matched the ones he had on storage in the database in the Dawn, as well as in his Mjolnir's own data stores, with Cortana being the one who would access it. Also, the maps were randomized as he would be moving the traps and mines into different locations every 2 days in the cover of darkness. This would ensure that there was going to be no predictable, hence exploitable route into his base. That was sure to give the enemy a serious amount of headaches when it came to getting into his base of operations. He also decided to spread out the load to make sure that he was not going to be overwhelmed by too much responsibility, so he decided to assign tasks to those he could trust. Cortana was naturally the one he trusted to hold the fort when it came to using the technological aspect of security of the base. He then decided to give some positions for those he had already began to trust even more. He assigned Kaylin was assigned as head of security for the ones who would be handling the defense of the base itself. She would handle this place in case he was not around, and since she already had years of experience, then he knew that the base was in good hands. For Sandra, he assigned her to act as the leader of the outside patrols and hunting of food, as well as gathering supplies that cannot be gathered from the farms here in the base, as well as act as leader for defense of the foraging, mining, and gathering parties that would be out. For Jared, he gave the druid the duty to help check the health and strength of the animals that were there and ensure that there were no sicknesses and poisons that might be introduced into the animals. He would also help with the defense of the base by helping with the use of his ties to nature. For Erin, he assigned her the task of being the lead officer for gathering information and compiling it for him and Cortana to look over. And she was also made into a spy to watch the other members of the Horde contingent to make sure that they were at their best behavior and also to act as the head of spying the lands whenever needed. So far, these were the only group he had assigned for those duties, as he had to see just how trustworthy the new members of his group were. He was not going to trust them all with much of the secrets just yet, but he showed that he was able to reward those who were able to contribute to the security of the base and were able to prove themselves to be trustworthy individuals. As John was done looking all over the place, Cortana spoke to him. "We've really moved up in the world, huh? What exactly do you mean by that anyway? Think about it. We moved from being the unknown arrival from who knew where to the head of what is possibly a soon-to-grow town in the middle of a planet that we know is not dominated by technology, but by magic. I could go on, but you already know just what I am talking about anyway. Still, being in this kind of situation is really different from what we are used to, so we have to do our best to foul up somewhere. When have I ever fouled up? Or when have you ever fouled up?" The A.I smirked and laughed a bit at that as she replied. "Touché. Anyway, we do have to consider what we're going to do once we make our move to speak to the Alliance leader, who we have not met yet. And I have no doubts in my mind that as soon as we get everything done, the leaders of the Alliance are going to want to send their representatives here to keep an eye on us as well. The good news is that we have enough land to give to them if they need it." The Master Chief nodded as he finished looking at the expanded base and decided to see just what was going on in the ground and see just how the people he was in charge of were getting along. He knew that he was going to have a long time ahead of him in getting everything fully settled down before he would make his move to visit the lands of the Alliance members of the dwarves, the gnomes, and the Draenei in the near future. One thing was certain in the mind of the Spartan. This was going to be a very interesting time he was in, and he was not going to have it easy. Then again, Spartans were trained for extreme situations, and while diplomacy and politics were to be left for the people who handled them, he was going to adapt to this soon enough. Chapter 9. Part 4. Full House. Thoughts. In the dawn, Kaylin woke up early and decided to get some time for herself to get her mind cleared from all that had happened in the past few months. She looked about and decided to get some shooting done. It was the only thing that calmed her mind somewhat. As she made it to the training yard, she took out her bow and began to fire arrows at the target. It was still very early in the day, and it was dark as night. But that was hardly a concern for her, as her eyesight was still at their peak in the dark areas. The sounds of her arrows hitting the target soothed her mind as she focused herself on getting her skills back on track. It had been some time since she had some time for herself, and therefore she was not keen on wasting it away in the ship. As she continued to fire several more arrows at the target, she began to think back on a number of things, one of which was her current situation and how she should be dealing with this matter. She had to admit that being here was not too bad, and yet it was not easy for her. She still had levels of distrust towards the orcs, and knowing that they were in their lands was not easy for her, even if they were under the watch of the human. At that train of thought, she stopped shooting with an arrow still in her bow and tried to think about what she could on the matter. However, before she could think about the situation a bit more clearly, she heard footsteps, and before she could stop herself, her battle-honed instincts took over, and she quickly turned and released her arrow through pure instinct. And as she was about to shout out a warning, her arrow was caught by the Spartan in his right hand. John looked at Kalen with a surprised look that was hidden in his Mjolnir Mark VI's helmet as he still had her arrow in his hand, barely inches from the visor of his helmet. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered as the shields would not have been damaged, and neither would the visor, but he caught the arrow anyway since there was no need for him to let his shield meter be depleted. He looked at the night elf's wide eyes and spoke to her. "You want to explain to me what that was about?" Kalen couldn't help but feel rather embarrassed about the whole thing and quickly replied, "Sorry, trained reflexes." John was not entirely convinced with the whole thing, but decided not to bother with the details for the time being as he moved over and handed the arrow back to the night elf. "Right? Why are you up so early?" The night elf took the arrow and placed it back into her bow and aimed once more at the target as she replied to the question. "I had a lot on my mind, so I needed some time for myself. Better to have it this early than later." The Spartan said nothing as he observed Kalen as she fired her arrow at the target, and he watched as she hit it dead center with each shot. He had to give her credit for being this good with a bow. Then again, her people had millennia of practice considering what he had managed to learn about them. He had no problem seeing in the dark, even if he didn't have his Mjolnir on, and after a while he looked to see that Kalen had stopped shooting and seemed to be relaxed for now. He said nothing and just enjoyed the solitude for a while. The night elf then moved to recover her arrows, and the Spartan joined her as he looked at her handiwork up close. When they arrived at the target, he quickly determined that her shots had been deeply wounding and critical, as well had this been a living target, and he spoke about that very well to her. "You shoot very well." "Yes. Well, I have plenty of reason to do so. Being a veteran and all in several wars kind of requires one to learn how to kill quickly and effectively." The Spartan looked at her carefully and sensed that there was more to it than that. However, he decided that it would be better to let her say it if she wanted to. Right now, however, he needed to know what she was thinking with the situation as it was right now. "Kalen, I need to ask you something." "Oh, what is it? Do you personally have problems with the idea of having the Horde here in your lands?" The night elf was confused by this and spoke out her confusion on the whole thing to the Spartan. "What exactly do you mean by that? It was your decision to allow them here in your location." "True, but I have no doubts that you and your people are not happy with the whole thing. I read all I need to know about the conflicts. Still, I need to know what you think of the whole situation in your perspective." The night elf thought it over and decided to speak about her own thoughts as he had asked her for own opinion. "I do not like them at all. Even after all I have seen, that hardly means that I have completely forgotten how many of my sisters and brothers fell before their people's weapons and magic. Even if there were those among their people who regret how things turned out, I still do not think I will forget neither the war nor the enmity between our race and theirs." John could see that she was telling him the truth, and she was honest about that, and he approved of that at least. He, however, hoped that her anger towards the orcs was not going to cause any trouble here. The racial problems with Erin and her blood elf kin were bad enough. Adding the current issues her people had with the orcs was no doubt going to make things a lot more interesting. "I see. I can only hope, then, that you don't let your anger become overpowering on the matter. I'll try to keep that in mind. If I do develop a problem, you'd be the first to know." The Spartan smirked a little at that and decided to take the time to go for a visual inspection of the place. Many of the people were already sleeping, and he naturally carried no weapons since firing them was no doubt going to cause quite the stir so early in the morning. As they made it to the outer wall, John moved up and quickly allowed himself to scan the area, while Kalen did the same, though she afterwards looked at the stars. John noted that and spoke. "You like looking at the stars?" Kalen smiled a bit and replied, "I do. I used to spend time with my parents looking at the stars, and I wondered about what was there with them, if there were others touched by the light of Elun. Or in other words, if there were other beings there somewhere. I guess you're living proof that there is life beyond the stars, Spartan." John noted the irony of that statement just as Kalen spoke to him once more. "What about you? Did you used to look at the stars, asking the same thing I did?" That question was more than enough to remind the Spartan of his past conversation with Kelly when they were kids back on Reach. That memory was bittersweet, sweet in the sense that it brought him back to a time when he was not as hardened as he was now, and bitter in the sense that he was right. There was someone up there looking back at them. Only they had the proverbial sword to his people's throat. I did, and you already know how that turned out. The night elf nodded solemnly at that and spoke to the Spartan. She realized that this was actually the first time that she had been in private with the man without anyone else in the way, and she was going to make the best of it. I'm sorry if I brought that up. Still, there is a part of me that wants to see the stars myself, though I doubt I can have that chance. John didn't know why, but he decided to keep that idea in mind for a much later use. For now, he decided to just have this conversation with the Sentinel. In truth, he hardly knew much about Kaelin herself, and since she was the first person he had ever met, a more serious conversation with her didn't seem like too much trouble since he had time on his hands. How long have you been a Sentinel? I joined the Sentinels when they were first formed at the end of the fall of the civilization my people once had long ago and served with them for a long time, right after I recovered from the death of my parents and trained to be one of the best. The fact that I have a high rank there proves that I have done my best to be there. It's been years since I was a child, so I hardly remember when I joined. But I had always wanted to defend my people for a long time, so I do not have any regrets towards my decision to be who I am. I see. By the way, Spartan, I have to ask something of importance to my mind for some time. Go ahead, I'm listening. How are you handling this world of ours? I mean, with all the magic and other races? Considering where you come from, this must be alien to you in more ways than one. John sighed a bit and replied to that question easily, though it was interesting to have that question asked of him by a resident in this world instead of Cortana this time around. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the whole idea of magic being common, mythical creatures being the norm here, and trying to absorb the possibility of divine beings actually being real. If I didn't see any of this with my own eyes, I'd think I've lost my mind long ago. Kaelin had no problem picturing the whole thing and smiled a bit at that, as this showed that the Spartan, despite his uniqueness, was very much still human. She then spoke to him with the same smile on her face. You should imagine how we feel, learning about the UNSC and seeing just how far technology could advance. If we had never met you before and saw all the things you have, including this ship of yours, we'd thought you were mad. The Spartan chuckled a bit, and that was not lost to Kaelin as she found the sound of him laughing to be nice. No doubt it was rare for someone of his caliber to be humorous, and to see it for herself was rather nice. It was then that the Master Chief once more to her. I am curious about one thing. You seem more comfortable with the technology one have with me. I recall you were not exactly thrilled with you saw it. Well, you never used it on any of my people with malicious intent for one thing. If you did, then I would certainly object, and we'd be fighting each other. I might lose, of course, but I would have done it either way. Besides, even if you used little of it, you healed my injuries with it, so it's not all bad. The conversation between the two lasted a bit longer, and as the light of dawn came, the two of them headed off to their own duties. Kaelin headed off to see to the others, while John got himself ready for the rest of the day to happen. He had no doubts in his mind that before this day was over, he was going to have to deal with a large number of problems that was soon to come. Later in the day, and sure enough, he was right. There had been a near battle between Kaeli the Night Elf Demon Hunter and one of the orcs, namely the female warrior Dragna. The whole thing started out when the orc contingent had witnessed the Night Elf Demon Hunter training in the yard with her blades. Kargith then commented that it was hard to imagine that she was willing to partake in the demon taint to fight them when she already had her skills to work against them. Kaeli replied that it was her choice to do so and she accepted the risks with it, and pointed out they were ones to talk about partaking of demon blood, citing their history as servants of the Legion, unlike her who took this power to turn it against the Legion. Essentially, she had called them merely pawns of the Legion, though not out in the open. Naturally, that comment didn't sit well with the orcs, though Harg seemed to be more understanding of the situation. It was only the female orc warrior Dragna who took serious offense to that and willingly challenged the demon hunter there and then. Kaeli agreed and wasted no time as they faced one another in battle, a duel of honor as it were. However, it was not long before the battle turned serious enough to warrant Cortana to get his attention while he had been talking with Samson on getting the latest information about that was happening in the lands of Azeroth when the old man had been in his former home after so many years as a slave. He arrived right in time when both were showing in their body language that the two of them were going to kill each other. He quickly moved in to put a stop to this before the two female warriors put one another in an early grave. He caught Dragna's weapon in mid-swing and did the same to Kaeli's left war blades, catching both weapons with his bare hands mere seconds before the two warriors could really kill one another in combat. The two were surprised at how quickly he had got between them and caught both their weapons with only his hands. Dragna tried to free her weapon, but that was not working as John had her weapon in a vice-like death grip, and while her eyes were no longer there and covered by his blindfold, Kaeli's face betrayed her surprise as she herself couldn't free her weapon from the man's grasp. John looked slowly at both the orc and the night elf in a wordless order for them to stand down, and after a moment of hesitation, the two women did so, and only when he could see them relax and felt their grips on their weapons ease did he relent to letting their weapons go. After the two women were in a calmer state of mind, he gave the two a chance to tell him what exactly happened between the two of them, and when he got the details right, He let them go, reminding them that while he can understand their respective thoughts, he was not going to let it turn to the point where they would kill one another. The two were rather reluctant on the matter, and he had no doubt that if given the chance, those two would come back to settle the matter between them. But this time, they had an idea of what they should expect if he caught them fighting. This was but the first of many headaches he had to deal with in dress, and was from two different sides, from harming one another through words, actions, and a combination of the two. The Tauren and the Night Elves thankfully got along with one another very well, so he hardly had any issues in this front. But the Tauren's relations with the High Elves who were using arcane magic on more than one instance was a problem. He had caught Thoril talking to one of the High Elves and stating that she should not use such dangerous magic such as arcane magic, and he suggested taking Druidism or Shamanism as it was more natural. As expected, the High Elf replied that she was not interested in learning such an art and pointed out that she had been using arcane magic for so long, it was as natural to her breathing, sleeping, and eating, so doing something like learn either Shamanism and Druidism was not in her blood. Thoril insisted that she could learn and he was willing to teach her, but that only served to anger the High Elf, and she replied that she was not interested. Thoril then replied that he now could see just why many of his fellow Taurens saw the High Elves and humans who used arcane magic as children. That really got things heated between the two, as the High Elf was angered by the way Thoril was referring to her as a child, and the whole situation was turning into a shouting match. The Spartan would have left that alone had it not been for the fact that the High Elf was summoning a fireball of all things, forcing Thoril to defend himself with a spell of his own. That was when he stepped in to put a stop to that before it really got out of hand. As soon as he got between the two magic users, he looked at the Tauren Druid, and the High Elf flatly told them to stop this nonsense right now. The Tauren did so willingly, while the High Elf was a bit slower in deactivating her spell. He then spoke to the Druid and reminded him that he had no authority to force the High Elf to change her ways by himself, and it must be of her own choice to learn Druidism or Shamanism. There was nothing worse than an unwilling student in his mind. Thoril thought it over and nodded at that. He apologized for causing the Spartan trouble. As he left, while John pointed out to the High Elf that if she ever did that again with others, it would only serve to further show to the Tauren that their use of arcane power was a mistake in their eyes. The High Elf was not happy either, but decided not to pursue the matter as she moved on. This really was something that John was not keen on having again, though he hardly was going to hold his breath on the matter. He then had to deal with the human side of the equation, as several of the humans complained about having the Forsaken in the place, citing that they are abominations to the holy light, and even if they represented the Forsaken of the Horde, they should not be allowed to move so freely even if there were two of them. Alicia wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but Derek snidely commented that the humans were being foolish and weak-minded about their beliefs, stating that they had never experienced the life of the Forsaken and shouldn't be saying things far beyond their grasp. That naturally didn't sit well with the humans, and the Spartan was about to intervene. The situation didn't end badly, however, as the female Forsaken sternly told Derek to stop and turned to the humans and stated that while she was not happy with their accusations, she knew that they had a point for their words. The Spartan took note of that quickly and wondered what exactly was the deal with that Forsaken female, and why was it that, unlike her fellow representative, she seemed to take a keen interest in maintaining good relations. But he also maintained a level of wariness towards her. She had to prove to him that he could trust her and the rest of her kindred, as he was still wary of Jaina's previous warning. In the Dawn's converted archive room, by the arrival of midday, the Spartan had to remedy at least a full dozen squabbles and near fights between the various groups that made up this base of their home. The various interracial relations between the orcs, humans, night elves, high elves, blood elves, Forsaken, trolls, and the Tauren have been a real test of his patience, though the trolls, orcs, and Tauren were at least in good terms with one another. One squabble had him going between the high elves from Samson's group with the blood elves, another near fight was between the high elves and the orcs, another squabble was between the night elves and the Forsaken. The list could go on and on. He was so tempted to send them all home to their respective lands so he could have some peace and quiet. But he also knew that if he did that, it was going to be taken advantage of by those who would love nothing more than to cause discord and trouble, and use to further complicate the situation. And for a brief moment, he began to understand just why he would usually hear the Marines comment that the only thing that comes a bare second to the problems the Covenant caused the UNSC was politics and the politicians. Thankfully, he knew that these representatives would be required to routinely return back to their respective cities in order to give their reports on their observations and progress, so he hardly had to worry about them too much. Keeping the peace with him being the mediator was a completely different thing for the Spartan. He was usually solving problems with more direct methods, so playing mediator was new to him. All of these things were straining on his patience, and it was only through hard training and years of discipline and experience did he keep his cool the whole time. As of now, he had requested some solitude and was alone with Cortana, who appeared next to him through a hollow tank while he drank a cup of coffee slowly, allowing the beverage to work its magic on him, and the near silence with the sound of the low hum of the data archives acting like a soothing balm on his ears. Cortana could easily see the stress on her protector's face, and she already had a very good idea as to why he was like this. "You all right?" John shook his head and replied as he placed down the cup. "I feel like I'm trying to keep several groups of team gangs from beating each other up, and the irony of it is, all of them are adults and even older than I am." "I can see that. You seem to be doing all right, though. For today, I can bet that for the next few days it's going to be even harder to keep the peace between them all." Cortana nodded at that, as well as she knew that with the complex web of relationships these various races had with one another, keeping the peace was not going to be an easy thing. Even more so when there was every chance that there were soon going to be more of them who would be joining from the other member races of the Alliance. The good news was that they were not going to have to deal with the representatives for too long. John had decided to set the rule that after the end of 2 weeks' stay here in the base, they would move back to their racial capitals to give their reports to their leaders and come back after 3 or 4 days, depending on their own decision to do so. This way it would be less of a strain on the current people who resided in the base already, both in terms of supplies, materials, and of course, their relationships. The Night Elves didn't need to leave as these were their lands to begin with, and the only Blood Elves who would remain are the ones who he had worked with the longest, namely Aaron, Tanis, and Janna. He didn't want the Night Elves and the Blood Elves, whose respective hatred for one another might boil over to open conflict, though it seemed that Kaelin and her comrades were getting a bit more tolerant of Aaron, Janna, and Tanis' presence. He had a thought of that being wishful thinking, but it seemed to be the case for now. It was not much, but at the very least, this would ensure that this would ease tensions even just a little between both sides if they were allowed to take time apart to cool their heads and think clearly on how to best deal with one another when they came back here to fulfill their duties. He planned to tell the representatives this later in the day and see how they reacted. As he finished his coffee, he grabbed a nearby box, which was a simple container filled with grape-flavored hard candy, and took a piece into his mouth. As soon as he did so, the tension in his face eased. To most, this kind of candy was commonplace. But for John, it was among the very few pleasures for him and fellow Spartans. This used to be a covert reward that Dr. Halsey used to give him and the others when they performed better than before, and they treasured these sweets very much. It was actually a minor miracle he even found these and kept them secret from everyone except Cortana. The A.I smiled gently as she looked at John. Having her maker's memories made her understand just why he acted this way to merely eating some candy, though she recalled that John usually got a slightly larger bit of grape candy from Dr. Catherine. She then spoke as John seemed to relax even more in a teasing tone. "Feeling better now, big guy?" John nodded at that, and that was enough as he took his helmet and placed it back on, ready to face the rest of the day since it was still going to be a long process of trying his best to help keep the peace. As soon as he was done, he took Cortana into the Mjolnir, and she then gave him the latest reports as she had handled the security, recording while he had been recovering from the stress of the day. That was what he needed to see after picking up his MA5C assault rifle and M7 SSMG and placed them on his back and right thigh as he did his work. Most of the time he looked to see that there was still tension among the residents of this base of his, and he couldn't help but sigh and wonder for a brief moment just how he had gotten himself roped into this sort of situation. But he had to admit that he should have expected this to happen the very second he made his presence known to the rest of the races of this world that he was now stuck in until he was rescued. Besides, he did agree to have the Horde sent these people, so it was his decision. The rest of the day proceeded slowly for the Master Chief as he would routinely move about and oversee the usual activities and also try to settle disputes as best he could whenever they would rise up and also get to know more of the people who lived there. There was little need to learn about Samson and his group as he had known of them before, and he went to the peons who were assigned to him by Thrall, checking their working conditions and current state of mind, so this would help him figure out more about orc culture only through the eyes of those who were treated as the lesser subspecies of orcs. It was a surprise for the peons, but they hardly complained at this. He would also do his best to speak to the other members to get the feel of the situation that was going to be his to deal with for a while. He also decided to have a communal meal for the rest of the day to cover the noon and nightly meal, having the orcs, humans, high elves, half-elves, night elves, Tauren, blood elves, trolls, and the Forsaken to eat together in an open area, while he observed them all in a less formal setting. The groups naturally kept to themselves, but there was interaction between the groups of the Horde with one another, and the same could be said for the members of the Alliance, though there was still tension between the Night Elves and the High Elves. Once the meal ended, thankfully without incident, though what was the reason was still up for debate, he spoke to the gathered groups, namely the Horde groups, and told them of his plans to allow them to return to their respective races' capital cities to give their reports to their leaders and come back if and when they chose to do so. This was met with some level of surprise, but it seemed that this decision was going to be agreed upon. He then reminded them of the incidents this day and how he was not going to let those events reach the point of no return. He was going to allow them to duel over matters that would be allowed or to argue to one another, but when there was intent to wound or kill, then he was going to throw them out for good. This was not a threat, but a promise. Afterwards, he allowed them to go about their business, and he went to work gathering more information as Cortana had her eyes on the base, so she recorded everything that was going on with the representatives of the Horde, and this helped her develop her translation programs for Orcish, Torahe, Gutter Speak, and Zandali. The presence of the Horde representatives at least provided Cortana an excellent chance to learn more of their native languages, and since they were all in one place, it was better this way, as this gave her a good sample size to work with when it came to translating the languages that was present in the Horde. However, this was not the only thing that John and Cortana were working on, as they would routinely be working and gathering materials together, namely mithril and true silver, as John decided that now was as good a time as any to begin working on a new arsenal that would prove to be an effective weapon if he encountered enemies that would be able to withstand his regular weapons. This was due to his encounter with the Naga from before, and also he knew that there were going to be more creatures that he had to be prepared for in the near future. They might have abilities and traits that would weaken or nullify his regular weapons and ammunition, so no sense thinking outside the box on this situation. He already had some plans and decided to implement them when the time was right. 2 weeks later. The next 14 days had been quite an experience for the Spartan, as he had been working to not only handle the base's various needs, but also to deal with other problems that had been cropping up recently. The problems included probing forces of the Twilight's Hammer clan who had been trying to find new areas to attack, and naturally he decided to remedy that by going out to hunt down these forces and eliminate them quietly before they could get word back to their other forces. Cortana naturally was his eyes in the sky, and when he went out he usually was joined by the representatives of the Horde to see him in action. When Cortana guided him to the target, he usually had a sniper rifle with him and quickly located the real threats, namely their warlock support casters. Once they were identified, the Spartan was quick to eliminate them quickly, cutting down the magical support of the Twilight's Hammer clan forces and any chance of backup. Once the warlocks were dealt with and several of the heavier support troopers were dealt with, the Spartan moved in and attacked, cutting down the Renegade clan's forces with guns, swords, knife, and hand-to-hand combat tactics, making sure to effectively eliminate the forces and keep his base from taking a direct attack. So far, the probing forces were not that hard to eliminate, though they did have heavier support forces in with them, who proved to be a challenge every now and then. However, this also allowed John to see the Horde representatives in action, as they were able to prove that their fighting skills were very effective with the situations that appeared before them. The Tauren proved their strength to be worth having in the Horde, while both the Trolls and the Orcs were good to see in combat, and even though there were only 2 of them, the Forsaken agents proved to be rather capable in their own right. The Blood Elves also proved to be effective in battle, though he could see that their use of arcane magic didn't sit well with both the Tauren and the Night Elves. The Twilight's Hammer clan were not the only problems John had to deal with, as roving bands of satyrs would routinely show up to cause trouble, as they would be around and would routinely come too close to the base itself. He had accompanied the Night Elves, who would sometimes go out and take care of the satyrs before they became a serious problem, and this allowed him to see the new Night Elves in battle, and he had to admit that both the Warden and the Demon Hunter were quite skilled at what they were trained to do. This also led to him and the others defending small villages that were in the area, as well as outposts owned by the Night Elves that would come under attack occasionally, and while the residents welcomed the aid, not all of them were happy to see the Demon Hunter. They were certainly confused and not happy to see the Horde representatives, with the exception of the Tauren, but so far, there had been no hostile reaction for the Night Elf residents of said outposts and villages. No doubt due to the presence of their fellow Night Elves, and the Warden convincing them that these Horde representatives were not hostile to them. The satyrs were not the only threats, as wild animals that were filled with corruption were other threats that he and the others routinely had to deal with, and reports of roving Naga were also enough to keep him and the others busy. The Horde representatives were helping in these matters, and so far, the results were pretty good in John's eyes, as he could see that if the Alliance and the Horde were able to put their differences aside, they were effective fighting side by side, if any threat cropped up to warrant such an alliance. High Priestess Tyrant had become aware of this and had sent several messages of thanks to John and the others in the base, as their forces, being spread thin as it was, and still trying to recover, couldn't handle all of the growing threats in Kalimdor's lands and their people. This was the sending of supplies and spare weapons that were taken in by the Night Elves for use in the base, all of which was deeply appreciated by the Spartan. So far, the Spartan had to give the Horde leadership credit for choosing these people well. Of course, that certainly didn't mean that it was going to be easy for the rest of the 2 weeks. When he was not dealing with roving bands of Twilight's Hammer clan forces, the wild animals that were corrupted by the Legion, the Naga, and the satyrs, he would be dealing with the still present tension between the Alliance and Horde groups. He had to make sure that the tension didn't lead to blood being spilled, and when there were arguments, at least he used the ideas of duels to settle it, which were not battles to the death. This was respected enough by the Orcs, and the Trolls were willing to work with that kind of arrangement for the time being, though the Night Elves were not too happy with it. That was no doubt due to their hatred for the Orcs and their deeds in the past. Thankfully, the Tauren, being peaceful beings by nature, preferred to settle disputes with words, so they were not into spilling blood unless for good reason. Through this, John managed to work a bit more with the others who he had been with for some time. He had been able to speak with Sandra and ask her questions on what she had been doing long before he ever met her. The female night elf hunter was more than willing to talk to the Spartan on such things about herself. John learned that days after the Third War, Sandra had taken the desire to see other lands, as she had been curious as to where the humans and other races came from, which was why she decided to leave the Sentinels behind and become a hunter. This was not well received by her best friend and actually commanding officer Kalen, but she agreed, and that was why she left the lands of her people. She had learned from a veteran hunter named Thawed who was more than willing to help her as her already well-honed sentinel skills would work well with her new life as hunter, and during her training, it was there that she got White Claw as her pet. She also told him about how she found the humans. They were not a bad people, though many of them could be just as villainous as they were heroic. They were not that bad either as allies and companions, and were not too bad in more serious company and had some very interesting ideas from time to time. The way the night elf female smiled was more than enough to give the Spartan an exact idea on what she was referring to and shook his head at this. She did, however, state that she usually took a special herbal medicine to avoid having children as of yet, no doubt because she had a serious life as a hunter and it was better not to have children in that kind of life. She wasn't adverse to the idea, though. It was just not yet time for her to be a mother in her mind. It was then that John asked her why there seemed to be rather few night elf children as far as he had seen in their city and villages, Rayshaw being the only exception to the rule thus far. Sandra explained that the night elves were immortal before and during the Third War due to the world tree and the blessing of nature, so they hardly thought having children was needed and only had a few every century or so. That was changing now that they were mortal and could age and die like the younger races, which was why night elf couples were now doing their best to have children to ensure that their people would recover. John understood that as he read the records of the wars and the histories as well. That was when he asked about her experiences with the other races. Sandra laughed a bit and replied to that as she told him that the dwarves were not a bad sort and neither were the gnomes, but the more lecherous ones of them were worse than the humans since despite the height difference, they had very creative ways to peek at people. She replied that she usually had to keep a dagger close at hand and also make sure to double-check any room she was sleeping in from time to time. However, they were quite capable and skilled in their own rights when it came to fighting in the field. All in all, she found the younger races to be rather exciting, and that was the reason why so many of those her age were willing to leave Kalimdor's shores despite the isolationism of her people. Not to mention it helped broaden her perspectives on things that her people were only barely beginning or even willing to embrace. Still, she did make it a habit to return to Kalimdor every now and then to see her beloved homeland and her people, as well as help out in whatever tasks her people need done. Apart from Sandra, he also took the time to observe the other members of the night elf contingent. He spotted that there seemed to be some considerable bonding going on between the new female druid who was an old friend of Jared while the two were currently handling some of the animals in the base. He hardly bothered with that or what Jared and his female friend did together as it was not his concern. He only hoped that they were a bit more secretive about their closeness. It was not that he was adverse to intimacy as he had seen public displays of affection or PDA as he had seen it before, but it was a distraction to his military mind. He had other things to do as of this moment, so he focused his attention on the warden and the demon hunter. The two females were certainly different in not just their appearance, weapons, armor, and fighting styles, but their abilities. While the warden preferred to teleport in and out of combat to strike fast and hard against her foes and unleashing a barrage of knives, as well as using a living shadow being as support, the demon hunter was able to use the powers of fell magic to attack the energy of spellcasters, cast a cloak of living flame around herself, and according to what he was able to learn, have the ability to turn into a demon form. He had not seen that yet. But considering what he had learned previously about her order, it hardly surprised him that she and others like her were hardly trusted by others among their very own race. Still, there was no denying that their abilities were exceptionally effective against magic users and had been very useful to see in combat, and in more ways than one. Cortana had been studying the records he had on the Horde in action as well as the new Night Elves, and the A.I was already finding ways to exploit any weak points in them and their tactics which John could use if the need came to that end. The A.I also was working on studying the magical energies that were present in many of the beings who were in the base. The presence of the Horde representatives and those of the Alliance gave the A.I a good sample size to run tests on how to synthesize the energies of magic and their effects. This could prove to be a vital key to fighting more powerful foes in the near future and would actually improve their abilities for defense and offense. Of course, he had to take a more direct approach to the members of the Horde, namely when he had caught the Forsaken Mage Derek attempting to enter the ship. He had covertly tracked the Forsaken Mage the very second Cortana warned him that the mage had gotten into the ship. So far, the mage had no idea he was there until he tried to enter one of the armories, and he revealed himself, aiming a BR-55 HBSR battle rifle right at the Forsaken Mage's head. The mage was surprised at how the Spartan had found him, and he tried to come up with an explanation as to why he was there while looking at the barrel of the weapon. While he had never seen this particular weapon before, He had seen some of the other weapons the Spartan had already used, so he had an idea of what this could do to him. The Spartan, however, didn't buy his excuse and demanded in a cold, emotionless tone what he was doing in the ship when he was not yet allowed to enter the vessel. Derek wanted to use his magic, but it was not long before the Spartan was joined by the Night Elves. Kaelin, Sandra, Kali, and Kaina were surprised at this and wondered just what was going on between the Spartan and the undead mage. Seeing that he was in a very serious situation, the undead mage surrendered and awaited the Spartan's judgment. He didn't have to wait for long, as the Spartan grabbed him hard by his robes and warned him that this was his very first offense. It was not bad enough to warrant him being thrown out of the Dawn, but it was enough to have him restrained from ever coming into the base. If he was caught there again, he would be sent back to the Horde lands and to stay there until Sylvanas chose a replacement. Derek couldn't see the Spartan's face, if he even had a face underneath that armor, but he could sense that he meant it. There was nothing to be gained by resisting, and after seeing the Spartan tear apart the forces of the Satyrs, the Twilight's Hammer clan, and the Naga, the undead mage decided to agree to the terms and left while being watched by the armored human from the stars, while he was quickly escorted by the Night Elves. As he looked at the Forsaken male, John made it a point to speak to Alicia and see just what she had to say for her partner's actions. This breach was a cause for concern already, and this further cemented Jaina's warning to be wary of Sylvanas to him from before. He left the Dawn and headed to the Forsaken section and easily found Alicia and spoke to the Forsaken High Elf. She was surprised by what he told her and spoke that she knew nothing of what Derek was planning and vowed to him that he would find out what he was attempting. Cortana had been listening to her voice and replied that while the woman was technically a living corpse, she was telling them the truth. She didn't have any idea as to why her partner had attempted to infiltrate the base of the Spartan. Alicia vowed to get answers soon and hoped that this was not going to force them to leave this place. John decided to take a risk, as he usually did, and replied that they were not going to be thrown out, for now. If there was ever an attempt like this once more, then they would be thrown out without question, and he would no longer accept any member of the Forsaken into the base ever again, as he would mark them as hostile. When questioned by Alicia the wisdom of the decision due to the Forsaken being part of the Horde, the Spartan replied that this only applied to the Forsaken, and he would make sure to prove his point to the rest of the Horde leadership as well. Alicia agreed to that, and as soon as Derek arrived, she spoke to him harshly and vowed that the next time he would leave, she was going to keep an eye on him no matter what he said. Derek gave her a smile that was supposed to show that he was all right with it. But John was not fooled. There was a level of hostility in the mage's eyes towards not just him, but his partner as well. This further confused the Spartan and told him that there was something more going on here that he was not yet able to see. There was something being planned, but until he had gathered more evidence to uncover what was going on, any premature move to uncover it would only make things get worse. After the end of 2 weeks, he gave the order for the Horde representatives to return to their racial capitals, and since they were in a massive force, he doubted that they would encounter trouble. Of course, the Blood Elves who were new to his base were not too happy with the fact that 3 of their kindred remained, but they decided not to argue, as this was still to their advantage. With that done, John now directed his full attention to other matters. 2 days after the Horde groups left, John sighed as he powered up the Albatross and got ready for his new trip back to Azeroth to make his last run in meeting the rest of the Alliance races. He knew already of the High Elves, the humans, and the Dwarves, but he was not sure about how much he knew of them completely, which was why he was making this trip to meet the rest of the races on this world. As he did so, he decided to pick up his MA5C assault rifle. However, this weapon was different from the regular assault rifles that John usually had on his person. It was colored the same way as the regular rifle, but actually had silvery edges in some areas of the weapon itself, and was actually much lighter than before. He also took a look at the bullets he had with him. They were still the same 7.62mm rounds as before, but instead of the usual copper and brass that made the bullet, they were all silvery hued. The MA5C he carried was constructed completely out of mithril, which he then enameled black and gray to hide its appearance. Because the metal was as strong as steel but lighter and could be made in any possible fashion, John and Cortana decided to use it to make this assault rifle. While weight was never an issue with the MA5C, looking for titanium proved to be very difficult, and with no record of any possible supply of the material, they knew that a substitute was needed until they found a viable source of titanium. Mithril was titanium's closest match in terms of durability and weight, but was also much easier to find and a bit easier to process than regular titanium. The process was long and arduous to say the very least, but the results were worth it. The weapon was just as strong and as reliable as the original MA5C and up to the finest UNSC standard. But it did have some modifications. Namely, the recoil systems were made stronger and more resilient to stress and corrosion. This meant that it could handle even more firing cycles and could also increase accuracy if and when needed. The assault rifle also now had an expanded magazine to carry a full 50 rounds worth of ammunition, increasing the amount of rounds he could put into the air and right into a target if needed. This new assault rifle variant can use the standard rounds and the new ones that he and Cortana had been able to make, which was soon going to be put to good use in the field. Cortana dubbed it as the MA5C Mark II assault rifle, and it seemed to fit the description, as while it was the same in design and function of the MA5C, it was a lot lighter and stronger. The bullets themselves were also different. While they were the same as his standard ammunition for the assault rifle, the bullets were actually made with a core of mithril and also coated by true silver, and their shell casings had been replaced by mithril. The reason for the mithril being used for the casings and the inner core of the bullets was the fact that since they were made from mithril, they were much lighter than regular bullets, and therefore the clips could carry more of them. With the strength of steel working for them, the mithril and true silver coated 7.62mm NATO rounds could be more than enough to work still as anti-armor bullets. But because of the coating of true silver, these bullets were also perfect in bypassing magical defenses or nullifying any possible magical supporting effects any spellcaster might use on themselves or their allies. Cortana had found a way to copy the energy needed to replicate magical enchantments to a level that was up to what was needed to pass as magic, though it was more of a neutral variant of the magical energy, having no ties to arcane, fel, druidism, shamanism, or holy. Nevertheless, the rounds would prove helpful once they were tested in battle. The A.I dubbed them as anti-magic rounds and wanted to see them field tested if they had the chance. These rounds could be carrying in at least 12 clips, giving the Master Chief a full 500 of these anti-magic rounds along with his standard FMJ rounds for the new MA5C Mark II that he had on hand. These were not the only things John and Cortana had worked on as he moved to get another weapon made from mithril. This was an SRS-99DS-2AM Mark II sniper rifle. Like his MA5C Mark II cousin, this Mark II sniper rifle was comprised entirely of mithril with some ceramics added in between to balance it out. It was still built to the standard of the UNSC, but was significantly lighter than the standard sniper rifle, and as such, was far easier to carry and could handle a full 6 rounds. The new sniper rifle was still compatible with the basic rounds, but it also could use anti-magic versions of the 14.5 by 114mm APFSDS and was useful in taking out any magic user at long range or taking out armored targets who would be wearing any enchanted armor system on them. With both weapons there, John took one of his katanas and placed it on the side of the rucksack that was on his back alongside the Mark II sniper rifle and took out a combat knife, which he placed on his back, and placed a pair of M6G magnums on his thigh armor. The rucksack naturally stored extra of the standard rounds as well as the anti-magic rounds, as well as the basic medical supplies, as well as MREs and water canteens. He then took his MA5C Mark II, and when he had the weapon in hand, Cortana spoke to him to turn around as they had a guest. He turned to look at the arrival of Jaina, who had recently come to speak to him to see how he was doing for the time being, as she had not been in the Dawn for some time, and wanted to see how he was doing for now. He quickly bowed to the Archmage and spoke to her. "Greetings to you, Lady Proudmoore. I admit seeing you is a surprise, but it's not bad." Jaina smiled in greeting and replied, "The same to you, Spartan, and I am sorry for surprising you with my unexpected arrival. I am happy to see that you are in good health, though judging by the way you seem to be getting armed up, I assume you are planning something?" John nodded and explained that he was planning to go back to Azeroth to finish his work in learning more of the other races there, namely the dwarves, the gnomes, and also, if possible, the Draenei if he could go there. This way, he would be able to complete his actions in knowing all of the races that called this world their home, though in this case, it would be the remaining member races of the Alliance, and afterwards, he would take the time to compile all of his information and take the time to recover and plan out his next set of moves while awaiting any possible rescue attempt by the UNSC. The Archmage listened well and noted something about his gear and looked at the MA5C Mark II. Something about it was different, and she spoke to the Spartan. "That weapon of yours, it seems rather different somehow." John explained what it was, and Jaina was intrigued. This was not the first time she had seen a gun made from mithril, but never one made like this, and before she could stop herself, she asked the Spartan a question. "May I hold this?" The Spartan was surprised but decided to agree, but not before removing the clip there and then ejecting the round that was inside of the weapon. He then placed the round back into the clip and gave the weapon to the Archmage as she placed aside her staff for now and held the weapon. Sure enough, the assault rifle was very light and could be easily carried by the mage, even though she didn't exactly have the same strength to hold and carry such a weapon. Jaina naturally had no idea how to hold the weapon and had some struggles with it until the Spartan moved and began to show her how to use it. "Here, place the butt of the weapon on your shoulder, move your right arm back to make a more comfortable position. Hold this part of the assault rifle with your left hand to steady it. All right. There, is that good?" John observed the Archmage posture with the assault rifle, and after seeing that she was doing well enough despite her lack of experience with such weapons, he nodded a bit. "Good. I took out the bullets so you don't have to worry about shooting anyone or anything. Now take a good look at the target and press the trigger gently." Jaina did as she was told by the Spartan and felt the slight kick there, and afterwards, she gave the weapon back to the Spartan, who reloaded the weapon. just as the three night elves who were the members of his core group arrived along with Erin and her companions Tanis and Janna. Only this time, the night elves were not alone, as Kaisha, Kalai, and Kaina as the others remained back in the base to hold the fort, so to speak. As soon as they were there, the Spartan decided to get going and finished making the checks on the Albatross until Jaina spoke to him. "Spartan, may I ask a favor?" "Yes. I'll join you on this trip of yours. Only this time, I would rather be in this ship instead of using my magic. I have been curious about how travel in this will differ from flying in the mounts we use for transport." John didn't see any problem with that and nodded as he and the others got into the ship. Once inside, he showed Jaina where to sit and how the straps worked to keep her there on the chair during takeoff to avoid injury. Once he got into the cockpit, he powered up the Albatross, and as soon as he got the all clear, he took off while the Dawn was on full system lockdown with Cortana's A.I copy watching over the base. Jaina and the others were soon released by the restraints, and they got to see the world once more in the viewing areas for Jaina. The Archmage was happy to see the lands once more, and while she was not able to feel the air as she normally would in a gnomish airship or at times, a goblin zeppelin, flying in the massive Albatross was a very different experience, as it was a smooth flight. She looked about in the vessel, and it was then that Cortana appeared in her outfit, and the A.I spoke to the Archmage in a humored tone. "How do you like the trip, Lady Proudmoore?" "It's different from what I'm used to. That much is certain." The A.I chuckled a bit and replied, "I can see that. Don't mind the ship, though. This is a military heavy-class dropship and serves as a command center and mobile base, so it's hardly the kind that caters for comfort." "I sort of guessed that early on, Cortana. At any rate, I have a feeling that this meeting with the remaining member races of the Alliance should be interesting. They've already gotten word of you and the Master Chief, so you can bet that they are very interested in meeting you two directly. Jelbin Mekatork has a lot of interest, and the same could be said for Magni Bronzebeard himself." Cortana nodded as the Albatross was moving quickly through the skies, with it making a beeline to the capital city of Stormwind. John already knew that since Stormwind was connected to Ironforge by a massive tram system, he could get there quickly to the dwarven capital easily enough and save himself the trip by foot or by air. As soon as the Albatross arrived over Azeroth's coastline, he began to scan the area to find a viable landing spot, and as soon as he found it, he began to guide the ship down to the ground, and soon the dropship hit the land gently. John scanned the area before he placed his hand on the nearby hollow tank, and was soon greeted by the ice-cold water feeling again that told him that Cortana was now with him. The A.I spoke to him once more as always. "You up for this last series of meetings with the rest of the major races on this world? We happen to be in, John." "Yeah, let's get this over with. I've got a feeling that after this, things for the both of us are only going to get a lot more complicated from here on out." "True, time to face the music, big guy." As soon as that was done, the Spartan moved out while carrying the Mark II assault rifle in hand, while Jaina was with him along with the others. Once they were out of the Albatross, the ship was soon on lockdown and no longer able to be accessed by anyone else but the Spartan and the A.I. Jaina was worried about that somewhat and voiced her concern. However, John replied that with it on lockdown, no one was going to have an easy time entering the ship. Seeing that he was serious about that, the Archmage decided to agree with him for now, and soon they were off to Stormwind. They arrived near Gold's Hire, and while the people there showed some level of surprise and hostility to the new Blood Elves along with Erin herself, they remained away due to the presence of Jaina and the Spartan Commando, as well as the Night Elves who were with them, though there was some level of wariness when they spotted the Night Elf Demon Hunter. So far, they made it to the city without much incident and made their way to the castle. It was here that they were greeted by none other than Prince Anduin. The young man still carried his bow and arrows on his back and smiled in greeting at the arrivals. "Good to see you all once more. It's been some time since your last visit to Stormwind, Lady Jaina, Spartan. You've picked a rather interesting time to arrive, though." "What do you mean by that, Prince Anduin?" "We have some guests here. Ronan and his wife Farisa and their 2 sons are here today to discuss the current situation with the Kirin Tor and Dalaran, and so is the leader of the Draenei Prophet Velan. They seem to be in deep discussion with some troubling things there in Outland that the Alliance should be getting ready to deal with." Cortana smiled at that and spoke John. "Well, at least we're spared the expense of finding one of the leaders of the other members of the Alliance. Lucky us." "Luck's got little to do with that, Cortana, but I guess this will help us more." Jaina smiled. It had been some time since she had seen both Ronan and Varisa, and it would be good to see how they were doing, not to mention seeing their 2 young children there as well. The Archmage was on good terms with Ronan and considered the man to be a lot wiser and more open-minded than most. Not to mention the fact that he was among those like her who believed in the idea of cooperation between the various races that called this world home. Besides, this would be a good chance for the Master Chief to meet the leader of the Kirin Tor as well and establish a wider understanding of the other beings that were considered neutral in the world of Azeroth. She then turned to the Spartan and spoke to him and the others. "Now seems like a good time to go in, but I believe it would be best that we are on good behavior. Varisa is a high elf and does not have much love for Blood Elves, so don't be surprised if she shows some level of hostility to your Blood Elf companions, though she might make the exception for a Farstrider, since she is a ranger herself." That was not lost to the Blood Elves, as all there of them already knew of Varisa. She was considered to be one of the best of the Windrunner sisters next to her sisters Sylvanas and Illyria. And she was known to be saddened by the transformation of her sister into what she was now, while not being in the best of moods towards Blood Elves. However, they had already arrived, so there was no reason for them to delay what they knew they had to do anyhow. In Stormwind Keep, as they all entered the castle with Anduin guiding them, it was not long before they arrived at the throne room, and there was Varian, Bolvar, and Tyrion who were talking to three new people. One was a Draenei who wore robes that resembled that of a priest, though in this case, the robes were more ornate and designed, signifying that this Draenei was of higher rank and no doubt was the Draenei leader, the Prophet Velen as he was called. The other two were a couple as they were rather close. The High Elf woman had all the features that would make her a woman who could easily catch a man's eye if she wanted. But she carried herself as a warrior and wore the armor and clothing of one as well. She also had a blue tabard that had some symbols on it along with a short sword on her hip and a bow with a large quiver of arrows on her back. She held the hands of two children, who were half-elves from the way they had both human and elven features. No doubt that this was Varisa Windrunner, and the man she was with was no doubt her husband Ronan, leader of the Kirin Tor. John activated the magical scanner in his helmet and saw that the man had a large amount of arcane power, so he was a high-ranking archmage. The Spartan too also saw that he carried both a sword and a staff as well. His robes were also elaborate and had metallic armor as well, and after scanning the metal, the Spartan could see that the metal was enchanted and was the reason why the man was able to wear it without being worn down. The Master Chief had read about Dalaran and knew that the reborn city was the center of arcane teaching in his readings in the libraries of Stormwind the last time he had been here in the city itself. The city served also as a training site for mages and sorceresses, and he knew that practically all of the arcane users in the Alliance, including Jaina, had been studying there. The city was ruled by the Kirin Tor and was what he would describe as a magiocracy and had a standing army, though not in the same level as the other member nations of the Alliance during the Second War. He also read about the time it had been attacked by the Scourge led by Arthas and Kel'Thuzad to retrieve an artifact to bring in the rest of the Burning Legion into the world of Azeroth. Afterwards, the city was rebuilt, and while still technically part of the Alliance, it was now an independent force that sought balance in the world that it was still very much part of. So far, this information was going to prove helpful in the long run, as he now knew just what other nations there were that he had to deal with who were not hostile to say the least. As they walked in, they were soon spotted by the King of Stormwind and his advisor and the head of the Paladin Order. The man smiled a bit in greeting, and that was enough for the others to turn about to see just who the king was directing his attention to. Ronan raised his eyebrow as he spotted the group. It was not often that he would see a number of night elves together, especially a warden and a demon hunter together, and he was surprised to see 3 blood elves as well. But what got the mage's attention was the armored human who was being accompanied by the said elves and Archmage Jaina Proudmoore. He turned to see Varisa's look of anger towards the blood elves, so he spoke gently to her. "Varisa, please do not start something. Besides, King Varian is here, and so is Bolvar and Tyrion. I doubt that they are the enemy since they had been allowed to come in here, and they are accompanied by Jaina herself." The High Elf replied to her husband's words. "I understand what you are trying to say, beloved, but I hardly doubt that it will be that easy. Besides, both Galdarin and Jiramar don't take particularly well with the Blood Elves." Ronan could see that as his sons were hiding behind their mother, no doubt recalling how their uncle, who was a Blood Elf, tried to kidnap them for his own devices. He smiled gently as his sons, and they seemed to relax as they realized that with both their mother and father with them, they were in very good hands. Ronan then directed his look at the armored human. The being wore armor that the mage had never seen before, and he could sense no magic there. Yet somehow he could sense the aura of a warrior in the armor and the weapons he carried with like the same types of guns he had seen carried by members of the Alliance. Yet these weapons were unlike anything he had seen as of yet. The massive rifle in the back would be impossible even for a dwarven marksman to carry easily, and the 2 guns on the thigh armor were unlike any pistol he had seen. And the weapon in the man's hands was certainly different from the ones he was familiar with, along with the sword on his back. All in all, the being had more than enough weaponry to turn him into an armory on legs. Varisa herself was curious of the man and spoke. "Who or what is that? It looks human, but I've never seen anything like that armor he carried nor those weapons of his." "I don't know either, dear, but if he's traveling with the Night Elves and both Jaina and Varian seem to be all right with his presence in Stormwind, it's a safe guess that he is not an enemy of ours." Velen himself looked at the massive and armored human before him. He was just as emissary Velustra described all those months before. There was power there as the man walked towards them, and while the leader of the Draenei was able to see that the power had nothing to do with magic of any kind, there was no denying the power there. The Draenei prophet decided to move forward and speak to the Spartan in the common tongue, hoping that his actions would not be considered as a hostile action by the warrior. Fortunately for the Draenei leader, John didn't react in a hostile manner and seemed calm as the Draenei leader was now before him. "Greetings to you, human. I have heard much about you from Emissary Velustra when she returned from her time with the Night Elves. I must admit that until I saw you and all that you have with you, I had some doubts about what she told me and the rest of the council that I am part of. Now that I see you in person, my doubts have faded. No doubt you know who I am." John nodded and replied, "You are Prophet Velan, leader of the Draenei." Velan smiled and replied, "And you Master Chief Petty Officer Spartan, 117 of the United Nations Space Command Navy. Emissary Velustra told us of your origins, so I will not ask of your story, as I have no desire to meddle in your affairs unless you will be willing to speak of it. I will admit that hearing of this group of humans who you come from having such a powerful empire in the stars in terms of technology is surprising to say the very least. Normally, it would have been quite an event had my people met your race, though I have no doubt that it would not be an easy meeting." John had to admit that he smiled slightly at that as Velan moved aside and allowed him to meet the people in the throne room. And as soon as introductions were placed aside, John was in a discussion with King Varian, Bolvar, and Tyrion about what had happened. Naturally, Varian was not happy with the news that the Horde had agents in where the Spartan was located, even though it was not really his concern, as the Spartan had already proven his neutrality, and after knowing that he had decimated the Defias Brotherhood with his solo attack in their own base of operations, he doubted that the Horde forces would have an easy time of subduing the armored human from the stars. However, he worried what would happen if the Horde would somehow gain the technology this man possessed. He recalled the meeting he first had with the man and the weapons he carried, as well as the ship and the armor. The idea of the Horde getting their hands on even a fraction of the stuff was not sitting well with the King of Stormwind. As the discussion ended, he asked for a shorter version of the chief's full story, as well as about himself and what he had become. Seeing no harm in that, the chief did so with Ronan, Bolvar, Tyrion, and Varisa listening in, while Velan was true to his word and stayed out of the conversation, and also managed to keep both the sons of Ronan and Varisa out of the conversation for now. Naturally, in line with UNSC protocol and secrecy, John didn't mention the augmentations to the king, though he didn't mind talking about the results of the said augmentations too much. Once it was over, Varian began to regard the Spartan with a good deal of respect. He didn't like the fact that the man had been placed into such a life, but there was no denying the results. Ronan was wrapping his mind around such concepts, and so did his wife, since for the two of them who had been so used to the idea of magic, the idea of humans having that kind of power without the aid of magic was rather hard to fathom, though the proof was right there as well. Both Bolvar and Tyrion were also impressed, though they were slightly disturbed by what the Spartan said about himself and his past. Still, both men didn't condemn the man. After all, considering what they had heard, the results were more than enough to prove that the actions were justified for the survival of their people. At this point, Varian voiced his dislike for the idea of the Horde sending their agents into the base of the Spartan to keep an eye on him. When Jaina protested that, Varian pointed out that while Jaina might trust Thrall as well as some of the leaders, there were those in the Horde who would take advantage of such a situation. Jaina nodded in agreement there, pointing out her action of being wary of Sylvanas, but not of Thrall, Cairn, and Valjean. Varian nodded a bit, but he still pointed out that while he had no doubt that the Night Elves were more than able to handle their affairs concerning the Spartan, considering the fact that he was in their lands, he was still not in agreement with the idea of them being the only representatives of the Alliance as a whole. John then asked what was it that Varian had in mind, and the king replied that he wanted to have some more of the Alliance races, which naturally included his race, and that of the dwarves and the gnomes, to have some measure of presence there to help their Night Elf kin to keep an eye on the Horde in general, and he had no doubt that the Draenei would want to have some of their own representatives there as well. John directed his attention to Velan, and the prophet replied, "I have considered sending some of my people to aid you, Spartan. Of course, I prefer that you are receptive to the idea. You see, while my people and I had determined that you are not an enemy, you are not yet an ally as well. As such, we have decided to give you aid if we can be able to do so. The reason we have not done so is because we do not know of your exact location, and we do respect the Night Elves, so we have not sent our people to their lands as of yet. If you agree to having a small group of our people there in your lands, then we shall send those who we know can be trusted of our people and aid you in whatever situation you need to take care of when the time comes. If you say no to that, we will respect your wishes either way." John was surprised, and so was Cortana at this as she spoke to her protector. "Now that's rather new. It's your call, Chief." John thought it over and considered the idea of having the Draenei in his base of all things. It would help a good deal in having some of the Draenei race present, so at least he could learn more of this Alliance race, as he noted that there were not that many of them in his travels as of now. The fact was that Velan was willing to agree to him. Saying no to the offer was kind of new to him in many ways, as most people would have wanted to keep a sharp eye on things that they didn't understand nor encountered before. Still, he could use all the help he could get. It didn't take long for him to reply, "I accept the offer, but I will have rules of my own to give to the representatives of not just your people, but of the Alliance as well." Varian and his advisors were curious, and so was Velan, as well as Ronan and his family. The king was the first to speak on the matter that was on their minds when the Spartan spoke those things. "What sort of rules do you have in mind?" The Spartan filled them in on a variation of the same rules he had given to the Horde representatives before, though this one was custom-tailored for the Alliance. And as he was finished doing so, Bolvar spoke that the terms were quite reasonable and fair for all involved. Varian thought that over, and so did Tyrion. While Ronan and Varisa were thinking things over, until Ronan asked permission from Varian to go back to Dalaran for a while to discuss some matters with his wife and the rest of the Kirin tour. Varian nodded, and this was where Velan also asked permission to return to the Exodar and convey a message to his people about what the Spartans spoke of, and if possible, find those willing to go to his base of operations to aid him as they can. As soon as everything was now in action, King Varian spoke to the Spartan. Well, you managed to get just about everyone scrambling for something Spartan. At any rate, I too will find representatives of my people as well. Bolvar and Tyrion will also help me to find any other viable candidates for our group. At any rate, I'll have to send word to Magni and Jelbin to expect you if you decide to pay them a visit. Jaina then spoke to them. I will handle it, and then I will head back to Theramore. There's still a lot of things that I need to take care of back there. I'll be seeing you all soon in chief. Jon looked at Jaina as she smiled warmly at him, and she spoke. Thanks for the trip. With that done, the Archmage made her spell and teleported towards Ironforge, and that left the Spartan and his group alone with King Varian and both Bolvar and Tyrion. The king then directed his attention to the Spartan and spoke to him directly, as Anduin walked to be with his father beside the throne. Ironforge is located in Dunmorrow and is a fair distance from here on foot. I have no doubt that you could use that transport of yours to get there. But I believe there is a better solution. Both Ironforge and Stormwind City are connected by two methods of transportation. The first is by Griffin, though multiple trips would take too long. The other way is by tram. The tram happens to be located in the Dwarven district here in Stormwind. You can use that to get there without any problems. Jon nodded and moved out with the rest of his group to the Dwarven district. Once they arrived there in the district, they were able to find the tram itself and boarded it. Once they were all on board, the tram was well on its way to the city of the dwarves. In Ironforge, as soon as the group stepped out of the tram that led them to the city of Ironforge, they were soon greeted by a large contingent of Ironforge dwarves carrying a fair amount of weapons and wearing heavy armor. No doubt they were the security force for the city itself. The dwarves were not alone, as a number of gnomes were there as well, and they were also armed. Jon fought down the trained urge to ready his weapons, reminding himself that he was not in enemy territory, and he quickly told Erin and her two companions to relax when he noted them tensing up after being surrounded by the dwarves and the gnomes. It was not long before two figures appeared towards the group of the Spartan. Jon spotted them easily enough and quickly studied them. Seeing the elaborate yet highly functional-looking armor the two personages had on them, the weapons they carried, and the fact that they were being escorted by a considerably well-armed force, the Spartan determined that these two must be the leaders of the dwarves and the gnomes. The dwarf leader had a deep beard in bronze color, and carried himself as a warrior king, and must be King Magni Bronzebeard himself, as Jon had read on the books in Stormwind City. The Spartan then wagered a guess that his companion was no doubt High Tinker Jelbin Mekatork, current leader of the gnomes as well. As soon as the groups faced one another, Magni spoke in his people's tongue, and Jelbin did the same, making the force that blocked the Spartans' group move aside and allow them to pass. Jon was quick to pick up on that and motioned his group to move forward. He could see that their arrival had attracted quite the audience from the rest of the residents of Ironforge, but paid them no mind as he focused his full attention on the two leaders before him. Magni spoke then to the Spartan in common. Hail to you, Spartan. I finally get to meet you face to face. Jelbin nodded as well, focusing his attention on the gear the Spartan had with him. I can say the same thing. I have been wanting to meet you for some time as well. Jon then spoke formally, keeping in mind that they were both high-ranking people in the city and should be respected. You are King Magni Bronzebeard and High Tinker Mekatork, I presume. Magni laughed a bit at that. Nicely done, Spartan. You are correct, and as such, I bid you welcome in my people's fair city. We received Lady Proudmoore earlier, and she told us to expect you and your party before she went back to overseeing things back in Theramore Isle. I'll have to give you credit, lad, for the company you keep. It must not be easy keeping the two groups from harming one another. Jon shrugged and replied, Nothing's ever easy in life. Jelbin nodded in full agreement to that. That is true. However, I would like to ask something. Jon wondered what the gnome leader was thinking about asking him, though he had a fairly accurate idea on what that might be, considering the way the gnome looked at him, or rather his gear. And Jelbin's next choice of words confirmed the Spartan's observations. I have heard of these weapons you have. While they are impressive to look at, I would like to see them in action. Magni raised an eyebrow at this and spoke to his ally. What exactly do you have in mind, Jelbin? A simple comparison of our technology to his Magni, namely a test of his guns against our own. One of my people's best marksmen and another from yours in a shooting competition with the man, so we can see what sort of power his technology has. There's no wager here, merely a test of technology, namely with the long rifles of our people. Magni thought that over a bit, and while he liked the idea, he wanted to make sure that the man in question was actually willing to go along with what his colleague had in mind. He turned and spoke to the Spartan in all seriousness. Well, I can't say that I'm against the idea, as it is fair and there's no reason not to have it done. But what about you, Spartan? You all right with what my colleague has in mind? John thought it over, and seeing no harm in that, replied, None. This brought a smile on Jelbin's face and Magni as they turned some of their guards and spoke to them in their respective native languages, and soon the word was out for the best marksmen of the dwarves and the gnomes to go head-to-head with the Spartan as he and his group were escorted to the place where such competitions were held. In the special shooting range. This location was constructed to serve as a shooting area for the elite dwarven riflemen and marksmen of the dwarven armies. In the shooting range were a number of rooms. Some were used to store spare parts and tools to upgrade or maintain the weapons used there. Another was used to store the gunpowder and bullets needed. And the last were various guns in storage. And the last room contained a number of various targets of different sizes, as well as other things that could be called upon for use by those using the range. It also had a large wall of stone that could be moved away on advanced steam-powered mechanisms to allow marksmen to practice the art of long-range shooting with long rifles on targets that would be ferried out from Iron Forge and placed into the lad by a pair of Griffin riders who were there as well. Here, the various marksmen of the Alliance came to train their skills in shooting as well as interact with one another, trading stories back and forth, and also showing each other's shooting skills. There were also friendly competitions hosted there between the groups there to see who could really do some impossible shots with their weapons of choice. Now, however, the place was going to play host to a far different kind of competition as a large number of people came in with the Master Chief and his group being led by Magni, Jelbin, their guards, and the others who resided in Ironforge. The Dwarven King spoke to the operators to open the stone wall, and they did so. The sounds of stone grinding on stone was heard briefly until the oiled rails handled the rest, and soon the wall was out of the way as the two leaders took to their seats. The gathered dwarves and the gnomes looked as two of their respective races' marksmen got into position, while the Spartan looked on to see the targets that they had in mind for the competition. Next to them were the other residents of Ironforge who were curious about this competition and also wondering about how the armored human would perform against two of the best marksmen of the gnomes and the dwarves. Dane Eagle-Eye and Hagen Ironsights looked at their custom-made rifles and were eager to put their skills to the test against this armored human and that massive rifle of his to see just how effective they were in battle. Both of them were confident of their skills and their weapons as they each took aim at their targets, which were a good 500 meters away from them. They loaded their weapons and took aim. John spotted the targets, which were simple wooden blocks with the basic targeting markers on them, and they were at least half a mile away, right in range for the long rifles that were being carried by the two marksmen. However, the Spartan could see that the range of the targets was too easy to reach with his sniper rifle and would prove hardly a challenge to his skills and his weapon. Cortana thought the very same thing as she spoke to him. Half a mile? That's too short a distance for the sniper rifle to show its full power, John. I think it's best we show them just what your weapon can do. You sure that's a wise idea? Yes. I can tell that many of them have some level of doubt on the power of the weapon and think it's merely a toy. I believe we should show them otherwise. Besides, you were challenged by them to a competition, so I think it's far better that we go all out so we don't have to worry about anyone asking questions when they see you in action. And this will be a good test of the new weapon anyway. We haven't tested the sniper rifle, and see if the mithril can handle the stress. John knew that Cortana was right and decided to go through with the idea. Just as the two marksmen fired their weapons, the Spartan checked, and they were able to hit their targets dead center, and as he looked back at them, they were reloading their weapons in the same fashion as a standard musket rifle. He then waited patiently while checking his own weapon just as the two marksmen fired 2 more rounds before they stopped firing. Once that was done, the audience turned and the Griffin riders who were there to get the targets moved out, and after a few minutes, the two came back, and there in the targets were the bullets deep in the middle. The audience cheered with the exception of the knight, elves who were with him, and Erin as well as her group. King Magni then turned his attention towards the Spartan, and so did Jelbin Mechatork as the Dwarven King spoke. I believe it's now your turn, lad. Show us what that weapon of yours can do. John nodded and removed the sniper rifle from his back with one hand and placed down his MA5C Mark II and decided to make some changes, just to make things interesting. He turned to one of the warriors there and spoke seriously. Do you happen to have a set of plate mail? The warrior trainer was confused by this, and Jelbin spoke. Why are you asking for a suit of plate mail? You already have an impressive suit of armor as it is. It's not for me. It's for the target. I would also like it stuffed with animal flesh to simulate a living target. This way you can see how effective this weapon of mine is. The two racial leaders looked at one another and decided to do it for the sake of seeing just what the Spartan was planning. They gave their consent, and that was enough to get the warrior trainer to go and get out a suit. No, I need a freshly made suit of armor, and it has to be strong and tough enough. Have it at least 2 inches thick and made of high tensile strength steel. The dwarf looked at the king, and Magno nodded. He shrugged and moved back into the storeroom and took out a set of plate mail. The Spartan looked it over and nodded. It was then that a number of gnomes returned with several packs of freshly salted meat. It was a struggle to place the meat around the target and tie it there with metal coil wire. Once that was done, The soldiers then placed the plate mail chest piece on. Once that was done, the Spartan examined the target and nodded his approval. John decided not to use the anti-magic rounds and stick with the basic rounds of the sniper rifle as he loaded the standard rounds in the new mithril clip and spoke to one of the Griffin riders who had been one of the pair that brought the previous targets of the two marksmen. Put that target a full mile and a half. The audience was surprised by this, and many of the marksmen, humans, gnomes, and dwarves who were there were surprised and rather confused. That was well beyond the range of any of their long rifles. Did this new stranger in armor think he could hit any target at that range with that mammoth of a weapon? This they had to see. The same could be said for his night elf companions, namely the trio who knew him first. They had already seen his guns in action, and Kaelin herself had already seen the massive weapon in action, but she had never seen this gun fire at that range before. She was actually interested in seeing just how powerful this gun is herself, namely with such a range to shoot at. Erin herself was curious just how the Spartan was going to accomplish this. The others watched on to see this action of his. Magni and his advisors who had arrived when the news reached them of the competition, as well as Jelbin, looked on in interest as the Griffin rider did so, and soon the target was well beyond the sight range of the audience, as well as the two racial leaders. They all watched eagerly at this as the Spartan took aim while standing up with the sniper rifle. He seemed to stand still and become like a statue. In his mind, the Spartan was already making the many calculations that were needed for a shot like this. Things such as wind speed, distance, bullet drop, heat distortion, wind direction, elevation, and target visibility ran through his mind as high speed with Cortana helping out with the other more complex data. He did all of this in a few moments, and when he was done and had the target dead center in the chest, an exact kill shot, he then gently pressed the trigger of the weapon. Boom. A massive roar filled the area, and the audience actually winced at the sound of the weapon. They looked to see a clean smoke trail, and as they watched, a massive shell of metal landed on the ground with the rifle still smoking. Magni then looked at the Griffin rider who had placed the target at the distance requested by the Spartan, silently telling them to retrieve it. The dwarf did so, and after waiting for a bit, the Spartan merely placed the massive sniper rifle on his back with a thump, just as the Griffin rider returned to the area. And then the Griffin placed the target down for all to see as the two leaders of their respective races looked at the target. Magni was utterly surprised by this as he looked at the fist-sized hole in the plate armor that covered the target both in the front as well as the back. The round had torn through the plate armor like it was nothing but paper. Jelbin was in the same situation as his dwarven counterpart, as he couldn't help but marvel at the size of the bullet wound that was there in the target, which was wearing plate mail and had flesh. The two of them looked at the wound and knew that the area where the bullet hit was where the heart of a human would be, ensuring a painful and bloody death when the person realized he had been shot, if he was still alive, that is. The two looked at the massive weapon which was still in the hands of the Spartan and couldn't help but gulp a bit at the implications of what they had just seen. The people who able to see the damage on the target were looking wide-eyed at the fist-sized hole that was there through the armor, the flesh, and the wood. The target was turned around to show that the hole was also present in the back, showing to their shocked eyes that the round had gone clean through the target. No round they had could be able to do that at such a distance. John's companions were also impressed. The same could be said for Kali and Kaina, who looked at the weapon that the Spartan on hand. John, however, decided to up the ante, so to speak. King Bronzebeard, with your permission, I would like to request another set of targets which have the same features as this one. Only this time, I need a full 12.5 at 2 miles, and all targets have to be in a line, as well as having solid steel shields in front of them. The audience, as well as Magni and Jelbin, were very much surprised by the Spartan's request, and the two kings nodded as the warrior trainer went to work and was not alone this time around, as some other students helped their trainer in getting a dozen more targets, and just as much meat and plate mail, as well as the shields. And while this was happening, the Spartan was taking his time and checking his sniper rifle and making some calibrations on it, as well as making sure that there were no flaws in the weapon itself. As soon as the targets were there, it took two Griffin riders to take the targets at the required distance and position. Once they flew back, the audience looked on, eager to see just what the Spartan intended to do this time. John relaxed himself, ran through the calculations in his head, factoring in the number of targets as well as the thickness of the shields this time around. As soon as he was done, he looked and aimed dead center like before and pressed the trigger. Boom. The roar of the sniper rifle was heard once more, and there was once again a trail of smoke that showed the path of the bullet as it left the sniper rifle. The Spartan looked through the scope and saw that the bullet had hit the target dead center as the vapor trail already began to fade. He looked at the wound there and nodded his approval a bit while Cortana spoke to him in private. Nice shot. The bullet went down a bit though. I know, but it's still a dead center hit. Jelbin and Magni looked at the Griffin riders, and the two of them moved out to retrieve the targets. The first 4 arrived minutes later, and soon the rest of the targets were brought in for the people to look at while the Spartan looked his weapon over. To the magnified shock of the gathered residents of Ironforge, the bullet had not just punched through the shield, the plate mail, the flesh, and the wood from front and back. The bullet did the same thing to all 11 other targets. The bullet had not only torn through the first target, but did the exact same thing to the 11 other targets, as if they were not even there to begin with. The audience were not the only ones who were stunned, as the Night Elves and Blood Elves who were part of John's group, as they had never expected that massive rifle to have that level of power. Both Kalen and Jared had seen the weapon before and saw the power it had when they had met the Spartan the first time he came to their lands, and on their missions of hunting the forces of the Twilight's Hammer clan, the Satyrs, and the Naga. But to know that it could do that to a single target at such a distance and do that to a line of targets. It was a very interesting experience. As for Erin and her companions, they were surprised to see the weapon in action at that range. Most of the time they had seen him use that weapon, he would usually aim at the warlocks and spellcasters and take them out easily. But this was the first time they had been able to see him take out targets at such a distance and being able to take out an entire line of targets. One thing was certain to the residents of Ironforge. This weapon that he carried was not merely for appearance. The evidence before all of them proved that. Many of the marksmen who were there to see the weapon in action were utterly surprised, as it had just outperformed all of their weapons, and it was a very odd feeling that many of them had in their minds as well as their bodies. It was then that one of the dwarves, Dane himself, spoke to the Spartan. "That was some impressive shooting, lad. You mind if I get to fire this weapon of yours for a wee bit?" John nodded and handed his weapon to the dwarf marksman. Dane had to admit that holding the weapon itself was something that really sent a shiver down his spine. The thing was huge. It was an effort for him to hold it and carry it to aim it. The Spartan spoke then to him. "You might want to consider finding a tripod to hold that weapon up, or use the mounting system and lie down on your stomach to stabilize the shot." "Why would I be doing all that stuff for, lad? The weapon packs a good deal of recoil for one." Don't worry, lad. I've shot straight with me taking in at least 16 pints of good old Ironforge beer and hit my target dead center. I think I can handle the kick this weapon of yours can throw at me." John was about to argue when Cortana spoke to him. "Let him do it, John. This should be interesting to see." John sighed and nodded to the dwarf. "All right then, go ahead." Dane took a good look through the scope of the sniper rifle and had to admit that the weapon was actually very impressive. The device used to enhance his sight range was impressive, and there were already targeting crosshairs there as well for him to look through. He spotted a small pine cone near a tree a fair distance away. He marveled at how the device attached to the top of the massive rifle was able to see something that small at such a distance. He aimed at the pine cone and pressed the trigger. Boom. Dane fell back hard to his back and coughed out in shock as the weapon unleashed such a blast that he had not expected before. As he fell down in shock, his grip on the weapon failed, and it flew out of his hands and was deftly caught by the Spartan. The audience were stunned as the dwarven marksman managed to right himself and cough out loudly, trying to get his breath back. When he did, he shouted, "By Maudimus and Vilmer's bread, that thing hits harder than anything I've tried. It felt like I got hit by the fist of an angered Tauren and nearly lost my shoulder." John took out the clip and removed one of the bullets and showed it to the two marksmen and both Magni and Jelbin as he replied. "The reason for that is this round. This is a UNSC 14.5 by 114mm APFSDS and has enough power to punch through at least 1/2 feet thick reinforced steel. And at 600 yards, I can use this to punch a fist-sized hole through 13 feet of flesh and bone. The reason I suggested that you lay down on your stomach to fire this is because of the recoil of the weapon. It takes some time to get used to this weapon, so I'm not surprised that happened." Dane managed to get up and looked at the weapon, and the Spartan was a glint of respect at his eyes and a smile on his face. "I'll keep that in mind next time, laddie. Anyway, if you don't mind, I'd like to shoot again." Magni then replied to that. "That will be enough for today, Dane. Me and Jelbin have a lot to discuss with our guest here, but you may get your chance sooner than you think. Before that, however, go get some rest and await any further orders from me." The marksman nodded, and that was the end of that as the rest of the people in the area moved back to their duties and locations in the city of Ironforge. The only ones who were there were the officers who manned the grounds, the leaders of the two races that called Ironforge their home and their bodyguards, and the Spartan as well as those who were part of his group. It was not long before both Magni and Jelbin took the group to the archives of the city of Ironforge. It was here that Cortana had been able to access the history of both the dwarves and the gnomes. She took a great deal of time in reading the languages of the two races. Both she and John were together while their group were given a place in the city to rest while they waited for him to return. They were also treated as royal guests by the two leaders, so there was a good meal waiting for them already. John and Cortana managed to learn about the two other dwarven clans and the War of the Three Hammers, as well as the current situation concerning the Dark Iron Dwarfs. He also learned of the fall of the gnomish city of Gnomerigan to the Trogs and the betrayal of Sicko Thermoplug, which would explain their presence in the normally dwarven-held city. He read their combined history and could tell that there were some differences between the dwarves and the gnomes already apart from their different physical builds. The gnomes, while wary of the orcs due to the Second War, seemed to be willing to give them a second chance, being kind and forgiving by nature, something that was odd in the Alliance considering the three major races of the Alliance have a bitter history with the orcs. They were wary of the High Elves, though not by much, and considered the Tauren and Night Elves as rustic. All in all, the gnomes are a friendly sort and would like to make friends with everyone. The dwarves, on the other hand, were serious in fighting the Horde and its member races, with the orcs being in the forefront of the ire of the dwarves. They have fought the orcs for as long as the humans, and while they respect the truce, they chafe in the idea of not being able to enter the borders at Duroder. He had no doubt, however, that there were more adventurous dwarves who would break the truce and wander on Orcish lands from time to time and do some things of their own. That was something he knew he had to make sure never happened on his watch. They also share a level of mistrust with the elves, and that included elves in general, and not to a specific branch, though the Wildhammer dwarves were known to have a strong alliance with the High Elves, though that alliance didn't extend to the Blood Elves, as the Wildhammers were at war with anyone who they saw as members of the Horde on general principle. With this information in hand, John studied more of the culture of both dwarves and gnomes. Their technological advances convinced him that it was far better for him to keep both the cache of UNSC and Covenant technology hidden in the Dawn. These people were already advancing well on their own, so his interference was not needed as of yet, though the tendency for the dwarves to drink this much beer and ale would have put them in drinking contests with the UNSC Marines, Air Force, Army, and Navy personnel, as well as the ODSTs, as he knew that there were a lot of them who fancied themselves as serious drinkers when in peacetime. All of that information was enough for him this time around as he focused on the city itself. The design was pretty good, and the city, by this world's standard, was high defensible. With only 3 possible access routes in and out of the city, the first being on foot, the second via tram, and the next by air, any direct or covert attack would have to be very well coordinated and planned to the letter to work. And it would be a logistical nightmare for any attacking force to ferry troops and supplies to siege Ironforge, considering the terrain and location. The dwarves could easily set up ambushes, bombing runs, and more. Plus, even if the opposing forces did manage to break into the city, the intricate passageways would give the defenders a serious tactical and strategic advantage. Of course, by his world's standards and methods, this place could easily become a death trap by establishing anti-air networks, destroying the tram, and establishing ambush sites of their own, as well as using scorched earth tactics. An attacking force would easily starve the residents of Ironforge into submission, and even the city would not stand to the sheer firepower of the UNSC, let alone from orbital bombardment if a direct assault was made feasible. He had seen enough of the Covenant to know that if they were attacking Ironforge, they would have used either scarabs, or if they had enough of wasting time trying to defeat the dwarves on the ground, just glass the mountain from orbit. No mountain could withstand a plasma barrage like that at all. Once he was finished, he had a chat with the 2 leaders. Both Magni and Jelbin were very eager to learn more about him, even though they both had learned much from their ambassadors. He told them the same things he had told Varian and his advisors, while still keeping the more sensitive information to himself. The 2 also asked about his weapons, marveling at the power they had seen. John explained some of the basics to them to fill in the gaps, and he explained that their respective race were already well on their way to making their own versions of his weapons, so he told them seriously that he had no intention of showing them all the intricate details since their technology was not yet at the level needed to get this far. Both Jelbin and Magni were not offended, as they had already seen some of the power of the weapons this human warrior had on him already. The fact that he had already said that their races were well on their way to reaching this level eased the initial annoyance they felt at not being allowed to study the weapons. They also asked about his armor, and like before, he gave details, but not the exact specifics, and replied that it was honestly unknown to him if and when their people would be able to reach the point that they could make armor like his. He replied that their steam armor was interesting to say the least, but it was not powerful enough to equal his Mjolnir. They decided to leave it at that for now, though they were rather intrigued by the idea of something that resembled their steam armor, yet was made to be like a suit of regular armor. They naturally asked what the name meant, and John replied to that, since there was no harm in telling them the story behind the name of his powered assault armor. When he mentioned to them the agreement of Varian to send a number of his people to help establish relations with him, as well as keep an eye on the Horde representatives in the area of his camp, both were more than willing to send a small detachment of their people there. John then reminded them that he was not going to allow them access to any technology unless it was deemed necessary by him. He also made it clear that he wanted those they would send will not antagonize the Horde representatives too much and cause incidents that would have the potential to spiral beyond anyone's control. While he was aware that in hindsight, he was asking a lot from them due to their race's history with the Horde, he wanted them to promise to him that their representatives would not cause a mess at all in his territory. He could understand disputes, disagreements, and arguments, and he would allow that as long as it didn't result in weapons being drawn and blood being spilled. If that happened, he was personally going to pack up the offenders and send them home. Both leaders could see that the Spartan meant it, and considering what they had seen, he had the power and weaponry to back up his promises. They decided that they would at least show that they were willing to play by his rules. After all, he was hardly an enemy of theirs, and what they could learn from the man's technology could be useful in the long run, and if possible, they could even ask for his help in matters that were of high value to them and the alliance as a whole. Besides, if Varian was willing to go this far with the man, then they were all right with that. Magni was the first to speak. All right, lad. We'll get some of our people to represent us in your base, and we'll make sure that they all will follow your rules once you lay them down. But I can't promise that none of my people will like the idea of working with the Horde all that much. I know that, and I'll be ready. The Dwarf King smiled at that, and spoke once more. You're quite an interesting one, Spartan. I hope that you have time to have a drink with me and my people, but I doubt that you have the time right. I am afraid so. I have much to do and a lot of things to consider. Besides, I don't drink much. Huh. You're missing out on one of life's greatest pleasures when you don't at least get roaring drunk at some point in your life. At any rate, lad, I'll make the call to those willing to go with you. It might take a while, so you might want to wait either here or in Stormwind itself. If you take the latter choice, I'll send them over via tram. That all right with you? That is fair enough, King Bronzebeard. I'll be waiting in Stormwind Keep for their arrival. Jelbin spoke as well. I too will gather those of my people who are willing to go with you to your base, Spartan. They will be very interested to see this location you call home. I will make sure that they will abide your rules, of course, though do not be surprised if they ask you a number of questions on many things. The Master Chief shrugged at that, and that was enough as they had their meal later on in a hall. The feast was pretty large, and there were some good amounts of beer and ale, and though the group ate the food that was presented to them, they all took little of the beer and ale. Once the feast was over, both Magni and Jelbin went about their duties as the Spartan and his group headed back to the tram station. He could already see that the Night Elves were happy to leave the place for now, no doubt due to their ties to nature, and finding themselves in such a place like Ironforge must be hard on them. Once they boarded the tram and were off back to the city of Stormwind, they relaxed a bit and took the time to rest and enjoy the view, though John busied himself with other matters, like determining just how much time it would take to get from Ironforge and Stormwind on the tram. In Stormwind, once they arrived into the city, they made their way past the Dwarven district and headed off to the throne room, where it seemed that he didn't have to wait for too long for the representatives of the humans of the Alliance and of the Draenei. Before him were two humans he was quick to recognize, Dana Tyr and Talia Valis. He had not seen them in months now, and despite only knowing them briefly, he knew that they were quite capable, and the fact that they had the respect of Tyrion himself proved that they were not to be underestimated. There was also another band of humans, at least 4 of them. One was a female mage, wearing the markings of the Alliance's 7th Legion, showing that she was not a traveling adventurer, but a professional soldier. It would make sense that Varian would be selecting one of his faction's best soldiers for this kind of assignment. The woman had short hair in red and had a circlet of gold with a series of gems there. There were also bracers made of gold with intricate patterns on them, and she wore the robes associated with mages, though she seemed different from Jaina as her robes were more elaborate with light red with silver and golden thread patterns as well on them. The woman was also armed. She carried a sword instead of a staff or a wand. He also noted that the sword in question was made from true silver as well. The next and the last of the group was a male spellcaster, but to the Spartan's surprise, the male was a warlock of all things. John could tell from scanning the man and detecting the power of fell magic on him. He knew that there were warlocks in the Alliance and the Horde. Thrall naturally had warlocks placed on a tight leash and watch, and so did the Alliance, from what he had gathered, as both sides have some rather dark history with warlocks. They were not trusted, but they were still tolerated as long as they didn't allow themselves to be fully corrupted by their dark powers and minions. John expressed his doubts on such things, but seeing as this male warlock was being watched by those around him, the Spartan was given a small amount of comfort in the fact that the man was going to be watched. John then directed his attention and that of Cortana's to the Draenei contingent. There seemed to be only a small number, at least 6 of them in all. 2 were male and 4 were female. The 2 male Draenei appeared to be wielding equipment and armor that were used by paladins, as he could see a good deal of the energy associated with the holy warriors, though it seemed that their powers were a lot more attuned than the other paladins he had met, with only Tyrion coming to a higher rank. The 2 wielded different weapons. One carried a shield and a one-handed warhammer, though John noted that the head of the weapon was made from a powerful glowing purple crystal. The 4 Draenei females were also different. One was a mage, as she wore the robes of one, and his scan of her showed a large quantity of arcane energy coming off from her in waves. She also carried a staff that had the same purple crystal as one of the male paladins had for the head of his weapon. The next pair of female Draenei were all warriors. One carried a sword that had a build similar to that of a long scimitar and carried a shield in her other hand, while the other was also a warrior and carried a pair of swords as well, while wearing light chainmail with sections of plate armor with it. The last was wearing leather armor and robes as well as a long halberd, and when he looked at her with the magical energy scanner of his Mjolnir, he was surprised to see her powers being similar to that of the shamans of the Horde races. The one thing that tied the group together was a strange symbol of glowing energy on top of their heads. Cortana was very much interested, as she had been able to scan the Draenei and saw the symbols actually having tendrils of power connecting to the Draenei themselves and seemed to augment their powers somewhat. This bore some looking into when the time came in her mind. John was then surprised to see another portal open, and in walked both Ronan and Varisa with a small group of High Elves. And thanks to learning enough of the High Elven language due to Cortana's translation programs and their reading of the archives, the Spartan recognized the High Elven name on the tabards of some of the High Elves and on Varisa, the Silver Covenant. The name of Silver Covenant sent a small shiver of dislike in the Spartan, no doubt due to the last name. He however placed that aside as he had been able to read the information on this faction and also reminded himself that this was not the Covenant he had spent many years of his life fighting to guard humanity. The Silver Covenant was considered as the premier militant arm of the Kirin Tor and served as the main military force of Dalaran after it was rebuilt after the Third War. He was quick to recall the High Elven wife of Ronan. Varisa had a high standing in this force. In fact, she was supposed to be the Ranger General of the whole force itself, and that was proven by the High Elven symbols on her tabard showing that exact rank. The vast majority of the Silver Covenant comprised of the High Elves who had survived the fall of Quel'Thalas and no doubt want nothing to do with their former kindred, the Blood Elves. There was a scattering of humans and dwarves among them, but it was predominantly a High Elf fighting force. And considering their inherent ties to the arcane to the genetic level and their long history, it was rather appropriate as well. John then realized that if that was the case, it meant that the two were occupying two of the most powerful positions in their home city. There had been families who wielded great power in the history of Earth's civilization, but this was the first time, at least for him, to hear of the husband being in a high political position and the wife being in a high military position. Cortana knew that as well and couldn't help but find the concept rather amusing. Imagine that John, the husband is the leader of the whole city, while the wife is the head of the military forces. Now that is a very interesting family. I suppose, but from what I have heard and seen, they deserve their respective positions. True, I guess both Ronan and Varisa wish to have some agents of their own. Thankfully, they seem to only be 4 in number. I guess all the extra room is going to come in handy after all. By the way, we might want to tighten the noose as it were around the Dawn's critical areas as soon as they arrive. John nodded as he looked at the group from Dalaran. There were 4 of them. One was a female dressed as a rogue, though he noted that the chainmail armor was constructed from mithril, and she wielded a pair of fist weapons on her hands that were like the Indian weapons known as katar. The other was a warrior in plate armor and carrying a 2-handed sword in her hand, while wearing plate mail armor that upon inspection by both the Spartan and the A.I was made from mithril as well. The 2 other High Elves were male and wore robes that showed that the 2 of them were mages, and both of them carried staves with glowing crystals on them. It was not long before a large group of dwarves and gnomes appeared, being led by Magni himself as well as Jelbin. The dwarven group was of 4 males with only 1 female in them. 3 of the dwarves were warriors and carrying an assortment of close combat weapons with them, as well as wearing armor. The last male dwarf was none other than Dane himself, and still carrying his treasured long rifle, as well as several pistols in a belt and a shotgun in a sling on his back, and smiling in greeting to the Spartan. The long dwarven female was wearing only leather and had a simple short sword and a blunderbuss on her. But she had a pack of tools and other things that one normally associated with a technician or an engineer. This told the Spartan that she was selected as the person to help her comrades maintain their gear, as well as no doubt learn more of his technology, if she was able to learn them. The woman moved off her goggles and whistled as she looked at the Spartan's gear and smiled eagerly, no doubt hoping for the chance to study them herself. The gnomish force were in the same number as their dwarven comrades. There were 4 males and 1 female. Only this time, one of the male gnomes was dressed like an engineer with his goggles on his forehead, and he nodded in appreciation as he played with his mustache as he gazed at the Spartan's weaponry and armor. John recognized one of the remaining male gnomes to be none other than Hagen himself, who was smiling at the Spartan, no doubt sharing the same thoughts of his dwarven friend when it came to the weapons they had seen before. Like his dwarven counterpart, he carried his custom-made long rifle in his hands, as well as his shotgun and a single blunderbuss pistol. The other 2 men were both rogues. They wore black leather armor, and both of them carried daggers in their hands. John had already been able to study much of the gnomes and knew that the 2 being rogues would be useful, as the smaller size and greater agility of their race made them capable of sneaking into locations in ways that would be unexpected and also attack foes in unconventional ways if the target in question was unwary. The lone gnome female in the group was dressed in mage's robes and carried a staff suited to her size. It was a bit surprising to John that for a technologically inclined race like the gnomes, there were spellcasters like mages in their society. However, he had read that gnomes did have a remarkable level of magical energy with their intellect, serving them well once they took the path of the arcane, and there had been gnomish mages before, so it was a tradition among them. Both Jelbin and Magni greeted Varian and Velan, as well as Ronan and Varisa, and then the 2 leaders greeted the Spartan as well. The 2 leaders then replied that these were their chosen representatives for their races to the Spartan, and while they would have liked to chat a bit, their duties still called to them, so they had to leave as soon as possible. With that, they left, but not before giving instructions to their representatives in their native tongues. Ronan and Varisa did the same thing, but not before the High Elf told her soldiers to until further notice and their return. The Spartan was effectively their leader. John then introduced himself briefly to the assembled representatives, greeting Dana and Talia, who were also pleased to see him once more. Once that was done, the representatives were told to follow him as he and his core group then moved out to head back to the still locked down Albatross. Once they were out of the city of Stormwind and in the forests of Elwyn, the representatives saw the Albatross, and they were very much surprised by what they saw before them. After seeing that the dropship had not been touched by anything or anyone, John spoke privately to Cortana, and the AI activated the Albatross remotely, and it was no longer on lockdown, and the Spartan guided them into the heavy dropship, though he had to deal with the looks of surprise by the others before they were finally able to sit down and allow him to get the ship into the air and back into Kalimdor. At the dawn, hours later, as the Albatross landed in the base, John sighed a bit as he walked out, and was still carrying his Mark II assault rifle and full weapons as he was soon joined by the group of Alliance representatives, while those who were already with him, namely Erin and her group, as well as Kaelin and the others, were out as well. The new representative were now looking at the massive ship in utter surprise, the Draenei representatives being the most obvious in their shock, as they had never seen a ship like this before. Even more so when it was a ship that was not powered by Nari technology, as the Exodar was. The others were also gawking at the sight. Both the dwarves and the gnomes slapped their heads at the exact same moment as they looked at the sheer size of the vessel. Those of their kindred who had come back to Ironforge after being rescued before had spoken of the massive size of the ship, but they didn't believe that something like such a ship could exist. But that began to change when they saw the Albatross for the very first time. The two races began to think about the implications of what they could learn from this human in armor. As for the Draenei, they were surprised as well to see such a ship, even if it was in such a damaged state, and since none of the magical technology they use on the Exodar was a surprise to them. When Velan had gathered them together to go to this human's base, he had told them about what he had learned of the human, and some of them voiced their doubts about such technology being possible. Velan, however, smiled and replied that this would change their minds. And it did. They looked at the ship and the Albatross they had just left, and continued to try hard to fathom the implications before them. The High Elves looked at the massive ship and were surprised as they could sense no magic at all from the ship before them. They could also see the sheer size of the Dawn, dwarfing many of the ships they had seen in the days of the Second and even the Third War. To know that this was made without any magic, but by machines and by human hands, was not easy for them to think of. Their people built their kingdom through the use of magic, so seeing such a massive ship, even if it was just half of one, and knowing that this was made without the aid of any magic, was not easy to deal with. As for the humans, they marveled at the sight before them. The three females and their only warlock companion couldn't help but stare at such a massive thing. Though humanity had technology in their hands, it had not gotten as far as it did with the dwarves and the gnomes, as a majority of humans believed in the power of the light, the arcane, and even the fell magic, as well as the power of good old-fashioned steel swords and blades, which was why there were not that many marksmen in their ranks as of yet. Like the dwarves and the gnomes, the humans understood the value of technology in the battlefield, though they had not taken it to full use. So seeing that this massive warship and the weapons as well as the armor before them, and learning that all of these things were made by human hands, really was a revelation to them. They still were curious as to what they could find about the man and where his people came from, and this was going to be a very interesting time. John then gathered them together and began to explain the rules he had for them. Like before, when he mentioned these rules to Varian and Velan, he made it clear to the new representatives of the Alliance that he was not going to hesitate to send them back if their offenses reached the point that he now determined them to be nothing more liabilities and dangers to the base and to the people here in general. He flatly made it clear to the human representatives that while he was human like they were, he was not going to side with them because of that if they ever got into a situation with the Horde representatives. As soon as the rules came to a close, it was there and then that the Horde representatives were detected by Cortana to be approaching the base at a fair distance from the place. She quickly informed John of their arrival, and the Spartan left the area and went out of the base to guide them through the still present defensive traps around the base, while mentally making the plan to change the setup later in the night when he had the chance. As soon as he guided in the Horde representatives back into the base and in front of the Alliance representatives, the atmosphere went from calm to tense faster than a grunt could turn and run in terror. The two factions' representatives were not the least bit happy to see one another here of all places, and that made the Spartan sigh mentally to himself, and knew that if had troubles with Horde representatives before, he was going to have even more to deal with now that these people were under his roof. Cortana's next comment certainly didn't improve his mood all that much either. Wow, the tension here is so thick I swear I could see it from here. You're not exactly making this easy, Cortana. I know, but it's the truth either way. Come on, big guy. Time to play the role of peacemaker before this gets turned into something rather ugly this early in the day. John sighed at that, and nodded as he got to work in trying to keep the peace between the two factions in his base. This was going to be a very interesting life from here on out for the next 2 weeks. That much was certain.
World of Warcraft x Halo. Chapter 10. Chaos in Silvermoon City. Thoughts. In the Dawn's archive room, John and Cortana were currently looking over the last of the reports that they had been able to gather concerning representatives of the two factions who were now in his base to begin with. The various races were interesting to watch in some ways in how they would act towards one another in a social sense. However, like anything else, John had his hands full when dealing with the two sides when they were going to clash on some matters. These situations partially allowed him to see the history between the two sides in action. So far, the data was now being organized by the smart A.I, and soon the full data was divided into key archive sections. Once that was out of the way, John spoke to Cortana as he was concerned on how much data she already had on hand and if it was a danger to her. "How are you feeling right now, Cortana?" "I'm all right for now, a bit tight on the side, but compare the original data I had inside me. This is very lightweight stuff." "That's good to hear. I think it's time we review the exact specifications of both the Alliance and the Horde." The A.I nodded as she brought up the files on both of the factions once more. Only in this case, this had little to do with the history, culture, languages, traditions, and more of the said factions. This data archive was focusing more on the details that both the A.I and the Sparta were a lot more familiar with. And that was the military and economic data, which they had been able to compile together that concerned the two said factions. John looked at the data and reviewed it piece by piece, and to make it harder to crack, it was in the Earth language of Italian, a totally alien language in this world, but was recognized in the UNSC. The files that he and Cortana had compiled on the Alliance as a whole showed that it had a number of advantages over the Horde. All of these advantages put the Alliance at a rather high advantage in critical areas if they ever went to war once more. The first was tactical skills and expertise. The Alliance leadership used their numerical superiority to overwhelm their foes with sword, shield, as well as lance and gun. They also used their skilled arcane magic users to support their allies and devastate their foes well. They also had good shock troopers with the dwarves and the Draenei as well, and both races have proven their mettle when they joined up with the Alliance. Their cavalry forces also played a key role, as both knights and paladins on horseback have proven themselves many times over and were seen as symbols of the Alliance's might in battle. They had technology as well. With the advent of gunpowder and explosives and steam, the Alliance had the proverbial one-up on the Horde. They already had guns as well as flying machines, armored vehicles, flak cannons, and bombs as well. So far, their vehicles and ships were effective in both breaking morale and destroying both infantry formations and buildings. The Draenei would also be able to add their own technology if they so wished to further fuel the power of the Alliance, if there was a need for them to go to war alongside their allies. The Alliance also had the users of Holy Light. The priests and paladins of the Alliance were respected and trusted for their powers of healing, restoration, support, and also being effective counters to the powers of darkness, as well as the power of necromantic magic. This power was the edge they needed in order to counter the undead as well. The paladins had suffered heavy losses in the Third War, but were in the process of rebuilding and learning from the past. The inclusion of the Draenei would add even more powerful users of the Holy Light to the ranks of the Alliance. The next advantage was the fact that the members of the Alliance had been unified for far longer than the Horde's own races, with the exception of the Night Elves and the Draenei, who were recent members of the Alliance. Even before the Third War, the High Elves who remained with the Alliance, the Dwarves, the Gnomes, and the humans of the Alliance had been allies for a very long time and stand unified in their struggles. However, John was aware that there were often problems with the Alliance under Tyron and Jaina here in the continent of Kalimdor, and those of the continent of Azeroth under Varian Rin, namely disagreements with certain actions and policies. The last advantage that the Alliance had was tradition and land holdings. These said land holdings and bonds of tradition were older than those found in the Horde, namely between the humans, the High Elves, the Dwarves, and the Gnomes. These races, with the exception of the Draenei, had ancestral holdings and therefore had no reason to migrate from their locations unless under certain conditions. This was a counter to the Horde, who had undergone great migrations in the past, and therefore the Alliance had the advantage of having a stable infrastructure to work with as well as a higher level of skill when it came to construction of their locations, with their capital cities being more robust and defensible. Of course, that hardly meant that the Alliance was invincible in any fashion. While there were excellent field commanders in their armies, there were lackluster ones as well. These officers who valued prestige, glory, and other things would be a weak link in the Alliance war machine and would be good targets of the Horde to break the advantage of the Alliance. Apart from these mentioned things, there were other weak points of the Alliance as well. Pride was one such weakness, and it was potentially fatal one if the Horde leadership turned that pride to their advantage in the right time and in the right circumstances. The people of the Alliance were sophisticated and intellectual. Pursuing anything that they knew stimulated their intellect, such as arcane and engineering. Therefore, They viewed themselves intellectually superior than their foes. This belief was still there even after the bloody wars that they waged with the Horde and recently the Scourge and the Burning Legion. They believe that greater brain power wins over primal force every time, and see that they can still surpass the Horde, even though they had already seen how much the Horde had changed when they fought side by side against the Legion. As such, they underestimate the Horde, including the new Horde under Thrall, and that pride could be easily used in the right way. Jon knew that while brain power was valuable, having a strong physical body and spirit were just as valuable to ensure a full and proper victory in battle. The next weakness was naturally arcane magic itself, and this was in the sense that those who used arcane magic were always targets of opportunity when they were seen in the battlefield. The Alliance's reliance on their arcane spellcasters in battle was a weakness, since if those said mages were slain in combat, the overall power of the Alliance army was decreased. The Spartan knew that the Alliance countered that by having mages in the rear and under protection, but that hardly meant that they were totally safe. The overall physical weaknesses of the arcane magic users were also something that could be easily exploited, as they had no way to fight back if they were ever separated from their escorts, and had little time to use magic. Next was overall physical strength. The dwarves, the high elves, the gnomes, and the humans couldn't match up physically to the raw power of the orcs and the Tauren, the latter being a lot stronger than the orcs. There were also reports of the ogres being part of the Horde from time to time, adding extra muscle to the forces that were already present in the Horde. The Horde's forces naturally outmatched the Alliance in this category, though the Alliance now had the Draenei to even things up. And the last was its own territory, though Varian made it clear that if any Horde force made any aggressive moves on any Alliance-held territory in Kalimdor, and a revanchist movement was already in full swing to the Alliance. The territory problem will be turned into an advantage if done right. However, it still stood that Alliance holdings in Kalimdor were weak at best, and there were few locations that were well controlled by the Alliance, and such weak spots could be easily exploited by an intelligent and determined foe. Once he was done looking the data of the Alliance over, Jon turned his attention to the Horde as well. The Horde itself had a very interesting history. In the past 2 wars, they had been under the control of the Burning Legion and had fought with the Kingdom of Azeroth and burned it to the ground, forcing the humans of Stormwind to flee to Lordaeron, and there found the alliance with the other human nations of the land, the High Elves, the Gnomes, and the Dwarves. The Horde aligned with the jungle trolls of the Old Troll Empire and with the Goblins along with their ogre enforcers. This Horde, which was once led by the war chief Blackhand, was now led by Orgrim Doomhammer, who had killed Blackhand as he was a puppet of the Shadow Council and nearly wiped the said council out as well. They also had the Demon Soul to enslave the Red Dragon Flight through the Queen, Alexstrasza. The Horde then launched an attack on Lordaeron, and while the Alliance was able to hold the lines in several key battles, they fared very poorly at first, namely due to the other nations and allies in the Alliance not entirely being dedicated to the cause of the Alliance. The Horde's dual offensives that started in a land assault on the Wildhammer holdings of Cosmodin and a naval assault on the islands of Zuldair, Tol Barad, and Crestfall to establish naval bases and rally points caught the Alliance with their proverbial pants down. The combined might of the Horde was enough for force a vast majority of the dwarves and gnomes to retreat to their city of Ironforge and cut them off from the conflict with the exception of those who were part of the Alliance armies on the field. They also established fortresses for their assaults in key locations in the land with grim battle, serving as the breeding ground for their captive dragon forces. They also used their speed and tactical skill to cut a path through the lands of the High Elves, killing, burning, and desecrating everything in their path until Alliance forces arrived. This attack on the Elves, however, garnered their full support to the Alliance and secured a much stronger force to fight back with, despite the initial successes of the Horde. The counteroffensive led by Lothar helped push the Horde back despite the treason of the nation of Alterac, their plots discovered by Uther, the first of the Paladins, and that led to the destruction of the nation and its Lord Paranold. This, however, allowed the Horde to siege the capital of Lordaeron. The Horde was betrayed by Gul'dan for his mad quest for power, as well by his servant Cho'Gall, and that split the Horde in half. The Horde under Doomhammer had to break their siege and slaughter traitors for their dishonor. This action, however, allowed the Alliance to regain their breath and counterattack the Horde bases and troops who were in shambles due to the mess. The Alliance's counterattacks pushed the Horde completely out of Lordaeron and took back the lands of Azeroth. Anduin, however, died into the war in battle with Doomhammer and was succeeded by his second-in-command Turalyon. The Alliance then pushed the Horde all the way back to the Dark Portal, and eventually, the Horde was defeated, with numerous orcs taken prisoner as well as many of their leaders rounded up, Orgrim among them. Of course, some clans escaped and were left to hide from the Alliance. The new Horde that was commanded by their new war chief was far different from the old Horde, and due to their new allies, they were a lot stronger than before, though they were recovering from the wars that they had taken part in. The Horde did have a number of advantages in battle. The first was the fact that they had a centralized leadership with clear leaders of the various factions who made up the Horde, and Thrall was recognized as the overall leader of the Horde. This allowed the Horde to have a better organizational structure than the Alliance, which was critical in warfare. Of course, this was countered by the fact that the races of the Horde have been allied with those who have their own interests than that of the Horde as a whole, namely the Blood Elves and the Forsaken. This was countered in Jon's military mind by the fact that Thrall was raised by humans, and as such, grew up with a human education in tactics, strategy, and warfare. This gave the war chief a unique gift, and that was the understanding of the tactics and strategy used by the humans in battle and how to best counter them. Jon knew that Thrall knew his enemy in a more personal setting, and that gave him the advantage in countering Alliance maneuvers than even the veteran leaders of the Horde in the first two wars. Thrall knew himself and knew his enemy, making him the best symbol of Sun Tzu's teaching of knowing one's self and one's enemy. The next advantage of the Horde was their physical strength and builds. Jon already saw firsthand that the orcs were physically stronger than the humans, and having the Tauren as muscle certainly helped. While the Alliance were no slouches in combat, when stripped of weapons and armor, as well as magical aid and technology, the Alliance forces were severely handicapped in the physical muscle department. The Draenei might add extra muscle in that area of weakness, but the Horde still had that advantage over the Alliance. However, the Horde did have weak points. The first and foremost was their savage nature and actions. Even after the orcs were freed from the demonic blood curse that turned them into blood-thirsty tools for the Legion, they still went into blood rages. While that made them very powerful and a danger in close combat, they had to sacrifice their tactical skills and higher thinking abilities to go into those rages. This was the same as the brutes themselves who would go into random rages in battle or when they were too badly wounded or were the last in their pack. While that made them dangerous indeed, as they could even kill hunters in battle, it made them fairly easy to predict, and with enough understanding and taking every opportunity open, could be easier to kill. The other races of the Horde were also prone to giving into their rage. Even the Blood Elves were subject to them, same thing, due to their history with the Alliance and their rebirth from what they once were to what they are now. Guile and subtlety were unknown to the majority of the Horde, and most prefer to let their fists do the talking. Though there were exceptions to the rule, ogres were the worst, as the idea of being subtle was unknown to them, and more than one plan of the Horde went down. The Crapper, as he heard one Marine had put it once, when the ogres just charged in without caring for the plan at all. The only Horde race that were not gripped in such rages were the Tauren due to their peaceful nature, and only unleashed their fury if they were truly in danger or enraged. The second weakness was their low numbers. The Horde, despite their innate physical strength and abilities, no longer possessed the numbers of warriors and specialists they once enjoyed in their past wars. Having great strength was good, but having great numbers and great strength was even better. Jon could identify with this weakness of the Horde easily due to his own experiences. Even after the many victories he and his fellow Spartans had, they didn't have the numbers among them in order to have a more powerful effect during the wars. Each member race of the Horde had different events that made them reach this point of having low populations. The orcs had suffered a large number of losses in 2 of the 3 wars they took. Most were lost not just in battle with the Alliance, but in conflicts between clan chieftains who cared more for their standing than their people, in the same fashion that claimed Eitrig's. After the Second War, they suffered even more when in the internment camps and when they were used as slaves and targets of frustration by the Alliance. Even after they were freed and eventually settled in Kalimdor, their numbers were further thinned by the battles with the Centaur, the future residents of Theramore Isle, the battles with the Night Elves, the battle with the corrupted Warsong clan, and eventually suffered their most devastating losses in the last battle alongside the Alliance and the Night Elves at Mount Hyjal against the Legion. As such, the orcs were too badly decimated, and both he and Cortana noted that it would take at least 4 to 6 generations at best for them to recover the numbers they once enjoyed before. The Tauren were another case of depleted numbers. Many of them had been killed by Centaur raids on their tribes, and also due to disease and starvation due to the disgusting habits of the Centaur and their overhunting of the native game in the plains. Plant food was also rotten and despoiled by the marauding Centaur, adding to the starvation and sickness that plagued them already. And of course, the war with the Burning Legion thinned their forces even more. Their alliance with the orcs and their spiritual strength allowed them to survive, but the damage had been done already. Even with the numbers of all the tribes that now were there, they were still not in the numbers needed to be a cohesive military force. The Forsaken were also in dire straits. As undead, they could not reproduce, and as such, had to rely on resurrecting their forces to keep their population steady. And while that would give them the advantage of having powerful fighters in both the art of magic and the sword, losses that could not be resurrected were lost to them forever. This, coupled with the fact that they were a minority of undead beings who were able to regain their free will from the Lich King, meant that they were very much limited in numbers to begin with, as the majority of the Scourge was still under the command of the Lich King. This made losing any member of their forces and having no means to bring them back a serious blow to their overall military, economic, and civilian strength. The Darkspear trolls were also limited in numbers, with many of their kindred taken by the mad witch Dr. Zalazane, and also the losses they had suffered in the wars with the sea, the battles with the Alliance, the Night Elves, and then fighting the Burning Legion. This meant that their populations were at an all-time low and needed many generations in order to ensure that their people would not die out completely. The Blood Elves were also in the same boat. Their numbers had already taken a sharp decline ever since the Second War when they were attacked by the Horde and their mortal enemies, the Trolls. They suffered even more with the invasion of the Scourge and the siege of their lands. Many of their people were slain and reanimated into the undead forces, and others were consumed to feed the ravenous hunger of the advancing undead. The fall of their capital city and the deaths of so many of their leaders, both civilian and military, and multitudes of their people was made even worse with the corruption of the Sunwell. The decision to prevent their corruption and madness also proved to be a double-edged sword, as the magical addiction that was genetically inherent in the soon-to-become Blood Elves claimed even more lives, namely the very young, the elderly, the sick, and injured. This further weakened the Blood Elves, and thus, their own populations were in desperate need of recovery and growth in order to be fully stable. All of these problems in terms of numbers for each of the Horde races convinced John and Cortana that while they could mount up armies to fight, the Horde desperately lacked the personnel to mount a successful military campaign that could take months or even years to complete and also replace any losses that could not be brought back. Entering in a battle with such limitations on personnel was an open invitation to disaster, and he hoped that any warhawk in the Horde, with one hot-headed orc coming easily into mind, would at least have the common sense to measure the losses that the Horde would suffer if they were ever dragged into a costly campaign with nothing to gain from it, but more death and lives lost. Another key weakness was technology itself. While they were powerful, the technology level of the Horde was fairly weak. They did grasp the rudimentary basics of technology and the sciences behind it, and they did possess advanced metallurgical technology and other forms of technology. But as a whole, the Horde had a disdain for technology, considering it more of an oddity and a curiosity, but not a tool that they would willingly use full-time. The majority of the Tauren and the Blood Elves naturally saw technology as an inherently destructive tool, which they want no part of. Any technology they had was geared towards everyday survival and problem-solving duties, not warfare. Even though there were Tauren who used guns, they were a minority, as many Tauren prefer to hunt the old-fashioned way. The Orcs also preferred to fight with close combat weaponry, as was their tradition and way of fighting. But this was a mistake when facing long-range experts armed with rifles and explosives. John could easily see Alliance marksmen aiming at Horde officers and leaders, taking them out and cutting the Horde's forces by the head. Alliance flying machines and steam tanks could easily raise hell in the front lines and break through the Horde's defensive lines with their low numbers while inflicting heavy losses on the Horde. The Horde relied on the Goblins for technological support and maintenance, though having seen the technology of the Goblins firsthand, he doubted that the Horde trusted Goblin technology that much as well. This made the situation for the Horde rather difficult, as apart from the Goblins, the only faction that had technological aptitude were the Forsaken, with a fusion of necromantic technology and human technology. This technological gap was a weakness that had to be overcome by the Horde if they wished to strengthen their military and industrial might. And of course, there was the racial tension among the Horde races. The Orcs, Tauren, and the Trolls got along well enough despite the presence of leaders who might be more aggressive. But the three of them were not very trusting of the other members of their faction, namely the Blood Elves and the Forsaken, and for various reasons. And all of the said reasons made very good sense in the Spartans' mind. And both the Forsaken and the Blood Elves were not very trusting of their allies as well, making the alliance with the Horde only out of convenience. As soon as the two of them were done with their work, Cortana directed her attention to her longtime guardian and spoke in a teasing manner. Now that we're gone with this part of the job at hand, I think it's time we go check and see just how our guests are doing. John rolled his eyes at that as he took his Mjolnir Mark VI helmet and moved out to see just what was happening in the base area that he was taking good care of. He had to deal with a number of issues. One such issue was naturally how to keep the two factions going at each other's throats. The two sides usually were talking and arguing about many things. The only good news that he got out of this whole situation was the fact that for now, the results of the said arguments didn't result in blood being spilled, and the various factions were keeping things civil, though he had a feeling that there was still going to be some tension there. Another problem was naturally the warning that was given to him by both Jelbin and Magni concerning the representatives they had sent from their respective races. Sure enough, the dwarves and the gnomes were asking him a horde of questions on his technology. He had a hard time explaining some of the basics, as their questions was seemingly never-ending. They had asked him about the Dawn, and he gave the details, though he avoided the intricate details as he had never shared the said details with anyone else. They had also asked him questions about the various vehicles in the dawn that they were able to see, and there was one point that the dwarven engineer was literally showing love hearts the very second she spotted one of the scorpion tanks, and said hearts and eyes grew even more when she gazed at the grizzly tank. The female dwarf, named Crona Thunderhammer, had asked the Spartan permission to drive the grizzly, and soon enough, her gnomish counterpart, named Dostel Cogmaker, also asked for a try in driving the vehicle in question. He shot down that idea when he flatly replied, "You two are not driving any of the tanks, not if I have anything to say about it." He naturally couldn't blame them for asking, though. The steam tanks that their people made for the Alliance were impressive on their own, considering what ran them and how they were made. Considering the world he was in and the technology level, what they made was leap in technology in many ways. But seeing the UNSC tanks and getting some idea of how deadly they were and their abilities and really made the two engineers very eager to study it in more detail. John did provide them with some of the vehicle's details, but not the more important ones. And he also made sure that he kept the said tanks on lockdown to make sure that the two of them didn't get any ideas on trying to take them out for a test spin. He shuddered mentally at the thought of those two trying to drive either tanks. The tanks were not the only ones the dwarves, the gnomes, and yes, even the humans were eyeing, though. They took an interest in every vehicle that the Dawn had. Even the warlock, whose name was Matthias Kelmore, took an interest as well, and he had to explain some of the things that were present there in order to have some peace and quiet every now and then. He made his way to the galley and was soon able to get some food out as well as a cup of coffee to have for the day ahead of him. As he sat down and took off his helmet, placing next to him to eat, he was surprised to hear squeals of laughter and wondered just what was going on. He got his answer as Rayshaw ran into the galley, being chased by another night elf child who was also female. The two children were not usually allowed in the Dawn, since there were some parts of the ship which were off limits to those who by law were not allowed in military warships, unless in unique circumstances. The children stopped, and they looked at the Spartan in surprise. The other child was very much worried, but Rayshaw, however, was not, as the young knight elf girl ran to her savior, and smiled happily in greeting, as any child would after seeing a good friend. As soon as she got there, she spoke in a very happy tone towards him. "Good morning." John couldn't help but give the young child a smile as well. Truth be told, he had grown slightly attached to the young night elf girl and greeted her. "Good morning to you, Rayshaw. I've taken your breakfast today." "Yes. Are you having your own breakfast too?" John nodded, and that was when Rayshaw spotted her friend who was still a distance away from the Spartan. The young child frowned a bit and walked over to her friend and spoke. "Naisha, don't be so shy. The Spartan's a nice person. You don't have to be frightened of him." John had to admit that was rather new to him. Most children he met on rare occasions would usually gawk at him and then run away. Others were even brave enough to ask him if he was actually real. Most of the time, he ignored it as he had duties that cut into socializing time. But for today, there was not much to do, and since he was trying to establish good relations with the other races who called this world home, there was nothing wrong with socializing, at least for today anyway. And at least it was with children who didn't ask way too many sensitive questions, at least he hoped not. As the two approached, Rayshaw introduced her friend once more to the Spartan, and he decided to shake Naisha's hand, making sure not to grip too tightly. He could easily see the expressions on the young girl's face. No doubt said expressions were due to the size of his hand on hers. After that was over, he allowed to sit down with him while he enjoyed his meal of eggs sunny side up, bacon, mashed potatoes, and peas. Once he was done with his meal, as well as the coffee, he decided to spend time with the two girls, and it seemed that the decision was the right one, as both night elf girls were getting used to him being around. They asked him about his home, and he gave the simple details while keeping more vital ones out of the discussion, though he made sure to mention that he had not been there in a while and only left it recently. It was not a complete lie, but the idea of telling two impressionable young girls that he had taken part in a war that saw his adopted homeworld of Reach reduced into a burning glass ball with millions of people dead was not the least bit good in his mind. Afterwards, they asked him several other questions, and they even asked to hold his helmet. He was not all that sure that it was a good idea, but he didn't stop them at all since there was no reason for him to do so in the first place. They looked at the helmet as well as the armor with fascination, and Rayshaw asked him a simple question, at least her mind. "How old are you?" John decided to loosen himself a bit and answer her. "I'm 46 by most human ages." The young knight elf looked his face intently and replied, "You don't look that old. I suppose, let's just say I look good for someone my age. Anyway, I think I have something you both might like." "Oh." The Spartan got to his feet and headed off to the kitchen and placed out an order and soon came back with 2 bars wrapped in foil. Naisha then asked the Spartan what were those things. "What are those?" "Chocolate." Kaylin watched the scene as John handed Rayshaw and her friend the 2 chocolate bars, and the young female night elf child and her friend were eating away happily at the gifts. The Sentinel couldn't help but find the whole scene rather endearing, as it was obvious that both Rayshaw and her friend Naisha were getting along with the Spartan. It was kind of surprising that before her was a man who could really be very dangerous, and he was very dangerous when in battle, yet seemed to be rather comfortable around children. She then decided to go in and make her presence known to the Spartan as she walked over to them. John spotted her and gave her a nod of recognition, and she smiled in greeting and directed her attention to the two young children who were still busy munching away at the gifts given to them by the Spartan. She then spoke to the children so she could have some privacy with the Spartan. "Children, do you mind if I speak to the Spartan in private?" Naisha looked up and was about to speak, but Raisha smiled and spoke back. "Of course." With that, Raisha and her friend took their leave, and Kaylin smiled at the happy children. It did her heart good to see smiles on their innocent faces, and it was something that she missed seeing for a very long time. It was then that she noted that John was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. She wondered why he was looking at her like that, until he revealed just why he was looking at her like that. "You enjoyed seeing them smile?" Kaylin nodded. "Yes. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello to you. I have to ask permission to leave the Dawn for a while." "Oh, yes, I got word from a patrol that came here last night when I was on watch. I used the data you gave me to guide them into the base. They told me that the Sentinels are rebuilding, but they still happen to be rather short-handed as it is. They need me to help prepare for leading my old team, and if possible, help give some refresher training for some new recruits in the Sentinels." John was all right with that. He would have to reassign someone to take Kaylin's duties, but that was something he could easily do at a later date. "It's all right with me. Your people need you, so I don't have any problem with that. How long do you plan to be there in Darnassus, by the way?" "At least 3 or 4 days at best." "Good. I wish you best, and hope you make it back here soon. I need your help to keep this place running after all." The Sentinel smiled and thanked the Spartan as she decided to pack up some supplies and more for the trip back to Darnassus for reassignment. As he was about to shake her hand and wish her the best of luck, the Night Elf surprised him by actually hugging him, allowing him to smell the odd but not bad scent of her hair as she hugged him as her hair was close to his nose. It was not the only surprise as the Night Elf gently kissed him on the cheek. It was not a serious kiss, just a brush of her lips on his cheek, but for reasons he couldn't understand, that action sent shivers down his spine. It took most of his will not to react badly as he bade Kaylin goodbye, and as soon as the Night Elf left the galley, he touched his face and tried to relax himself and get back to being objective. He picked up his tray and cup, placed them to the automated conveyor belt back into the kitchen for cleaning, and took his helmet and placed it back on his head. The very second he did that, he was greeted with the same feeling of ice water going down his spine, and soon was greeted by the voice of his longtime friend and ally. And he immediately could tell from her tone of voice that she was rather amused, and his thoughts on the matter were well confirmed as she spoke to him a very amused tone. "Nice way of handling the kids. They're doing very good right now, big guy. At least you approve. And by the way, nice move with Kaylin. You're getting into the spirit of things now, I see. You want to explain that to me?" Cortana chuckled at that and replied, "Maybe some other time. Come on, let's go see what's going on with the rest of the people here in the base." John sighed, knowing that he was going to have to deal with Cortana teasing him for the rest of the day. But at least he knew that Cortana's teasing was good-natured and not meant to test his patience and waste his time. As he got moving to the armory, he decided to take a BR-55 HB SR battle rifle and AM 6G Magnum. He then got the ammunition needed for the weapons, as well as taking a pair of combat knives to place on his Mjolnir Mark VI. With everything placed in, the Spartan decided to move out and see just how the rest of the residents were doing. Outside of the Dawn, John moved about to see just how things were for the residents. He dropped by the peons, and they were already hard at work with the crops and feeding of the animals. One of their representatives showed the Spartan what they had collected so far, and seeing there was plenty to have, he replied that he was pleased. This seemed to be somewhat foreign to the peons, though they were smiling somewhat at the praise. Even more so, since the praise in question came from a human. He then made his way to the docks, just as Samson was looking over the latest catch of the day by those of his fellow humans who had gone fishing with the boat. It was a good thing to see that the men were doing their part in feeding the people here, and Samson was more than happy to be having a chance to help the man who had saved his life and that of his fellow former slaves to the venture company. He gave the news to the Spartan, and John was happy for that, and he made it clear to them all. With that done, he made his way to the High Elf section to see how they were doing in this day. As soon as he arrived, he spotted them working on some of the supplies that were magical in nature, namely potions and salve for various uses, as well as making some new weapons and armor for the people there. He talked with them and was happy that for this day, they were not causing any trouble with the others, namely those who were from the Horde faction. However, both he and Cortana could tell that they were still not very happy with the idea of being near them for this day. He then made his way to the area where the supplies were being held, and there he was able to meet the engineers from Ironforge, and they were happy to see that he had decided to pay them a visit. The two had taken their residence in the armory and the blacksmith to make the weapons of tools in the place, and it seemed that the action was a good one. They were still interested in getting a chance to use the weapons he had, as well as take them for a test spin. He naturally was not going to let that happen just yet. As he left, he decided to drop by the training area to get some skills sharpened up. As he arrived in the training area, Dane arrived carrying his long rifle and a tankard of ale in hand as well. The male dwarf grinned warmly at the Spartan and spoke to him. "Hey lad, good to see you coming out of that flying ship you call home. Care for a little spot of shooting?" John thought it over, and seeing that he had little to do for the moment, decided to indulge the dwarf marksman. "Why not?" Dane grinned widely at that. "Great, let me finish me drink, and we can get down to business." The dwarf was true to his word and downed the drink easily enough and took his rifle in hand and took a good look at the target and then put his trigger finger in his mouth for a second and placed it around. Most people would have been disgusted with that action, but the Spartan recognized it easily. That was the old way on how to tell the wind direction as well as the speed. This told him that the man was a good marksman and, considering the skills he had seen before, fitting. Dane grinned and spoke. "Ah, the air's good for shooting today, lad, so you mind if I go first?" "Sure." Dane grinned and began to fire a few rounds off, and then the Spartan took his turn as he took out his BR-55 HBSR battle rifle from his back and took a few shots as well, with the dwarf looking on in approval as he observed the weapon in action. Once the Spartan was done, the dwarf noted that the Spartan removed some sort of rectangular object from the back of the weapon and replaced it with a new one. He kept that in mind, and as soon as the giant of a human was done, he spoke. "You've got great shooting skills there, lad. You mind if I test this thing? Or does it have the kick of that last weapon I used?" "No, go ahead." John handed Dane the battle rifle, and he watched as the dwarf began to fire the weapon. And he could tell that the less powerful recoil of the weapon was a pleasant surprise for the dwarf as he continued to shoot away with the rifle. Once he was done and satisfied with the whole shooting, he looked at the rifle with a look that showed his amazement towards the weapon. "This thing's a lot more comfortable than that mortar in rifle form you carried the last time. It's lighter too. The battle rifle's a versatile weapon and can be effective in most ranges, but it's not perfect in long range and short range. Still, it's a valued part of the arsenal and is every effective in the hands of a skilled and experienced soldier. That much I can see, but I still am amazed that you don't load these beauties the way we do. How do you manage that? Or does it have something to do with that thing you placed into it?" John gave a brief explanation of the basic mechanics of ammunition magazines, and when he was done, Dane was stunned and impressed at that. "You mean to tell me you can actually fire these weapons multiple times, and those things carry more than one bullet?" "More or less. Most of my people's weapons are automatic, semi-automatic, and single shot. With automatic mode weapons, you can unleash a storm of bullets, but that's not recommended since you use up too much ammunition, accuracy suffers, and you put too much stress on the weapon. Those kinds of weapons, however, are effective in the right situation and hands. Semi fires only a certain amount of bullets, conserves ammunition, but you have to lead the bullets a good bit for more accuracy. And single shot speaks for itself already. We use magazines in more of our weapons, so we can carry more rounds than a regular person armed with the kind of guns that are in the same category as yours." Dane thought over the implications and replied, "Nice, you have some very impressive gear, lad. At any rate, you care to shoot with me a bit more?" John nodded, and after trading a few more rounds with the dwarf marksman, he made his way to the rest of the base to oversee everything else that was happening in his side of the deck, as it were. He made it to the Horde section and decided to see how the others were handling their stay in his base so far. As soon as he got there, he was greeted by Horde, who seemed to be in a rather relaxed mood, not usually seen among orcs as he spoke. "Greetings, Spartan. You're just in time." "Time for what?" "A sparring match, of course, if you don't mind. I'd like to test my skills against yours." John sighed a bit and followed the Korkrone guard to the orc section where he and the others were. As soon as he got there, Hard presented the Spartan a dull but well-made sword with a leather grip, and he wielded the same thing. Around them were the other orcs, all of them eager to see how this encounter will turn out, as Hard also carried the same weapon as John did as well. John decided to at least oblige Hard and place down both his battle rifle and magnum, but not before placing them in safety mode. The two squared off, and they were soon fighting with one another. John decided to control his power and speed so as not to accidentally kill Hard in combat. After all, Hard was a fairly easygoing orc and seemed to be a lot more capable in controlling his temper. Their swords were making a lot of sounds as they slashed and stabbed at one another. They made even more sounds as they blocked and parried each other's attacks well enough. All the while, the other orcs were observing the whole thing, and they were soon joined by their troll and Tauren counterparts. As they looked at Hard and John trade blows, the others were able to relax for the moment to look at how they would fight. After half an hour of mock fighting, the two of them stopped, and Hard was feeling rather good to have tested himself against the Spartan for today. The arrival of the other Horde representatives, excluding the representatives of the Forsaken and the Blood Elves, had allowed John to speak to them all and see that they were in a much calmer state of mind than before, and thankfully, Most of them were heeding his rules since there had not been any incidents of violence between them and the Alliance representatives. For that, both he and Cortana were thankful, as they were not in the mood to deal with such things once again. John then decided to check on the Alliance representatives after talking with the Horde members and knew that it was going to be a long discussion for them as well. As soon as he got there, he traveled to the human section to see that Dana, Talia, Lissa, and Matthias had moved in with Samson's people, and that made more sense to him as they were already set up, so no need to build too many buildings in one place. So far it seemed that they were doing all right, though Dana had to admit that working near where Horde members was not easy with her, and the same could be said for both Lissa and Talia, no doubt due to past experience and racial tension. Thankfully, the four of them were busy helping the people in the base, so they didn't get into any trouble with the Horde representatives. Talia busied herself with tending to the injured and sick, as well as helping educate those in the Holy Light who asked for it. Dana busied herself with keeping the peace on patrol with the others who were on patrol, and Lissa was busy with both those duties, as well as doing research. John then moved on to see the High Elves, and they were also staying with their kindred and helping along as well. They were taking their time in helping in the defense of the base, while also doing what they could to gather all the information that they would need to send to their leaders back in Dalaran shortly should they decide to go there. In fact, the two male mages were planning to report in the next day to Ronin and Varisa, and they were going to make sure that they were going to show the two leaders of their nation what they had witnessed by far when they were in his base. This meant that their female companions were going to be handling the matters that they needed to handle here in the base itself. He noted that the other High Elves seemed to be very happy to have their kindred from Dalaran there, and thankfully this group of High Elves had not gotten into a serious altercation with the Orcs and the Blood Elves, as well as the two Forsaken who were also residing in the base itself, along with their fellow members of the Horde faction. Afterwards, he took the time to speak to the Draenei faction who were there. The Paladins, Warriors, and a lone shaman were currently getting ready to go on patrol around the base, yet all of them were in the same place altogether. So he had time to talk with all of them at once and see how they were handling the situation before them, namely in being close to the members of the Horde. They naturally were not too happy being near the Orcs, and they told him why as well. John and Cortana had read about how the Orcs, after being corrupted, were used to attack the Draenei, who lived among them in their old land, as a way to test them, and also eliminate an old threat to the Burning Legion. But hearing it from the other side of the fence was enough to explain why they had such animosity towards the Orcs. Thankfully, the Draenei who were here with him in his base were kind enough not to let the past cloud their judgment or make them do irrational things that could get them into trouble. The same thing happened as well when he and Cortana traveled to the other member races of the Alliance. The dwarf had set up their own residence near the Dawn, no doubt to try and study in any possible fashion the frigate, and the same could be said for the gnomes who had also taken to living close to the ship as well. The gnomes naturally were not hostile to the Orcs, but the dwarves were another matter entirely, as they were not very happy with working with the Horde, which was something that John and Cortana expected, but at least they had not tried to kill each other just yet. By the end of the day, John was thankful that while there were heated arguments from time to time between the two factions and inter-faction disagreements, there had been no fists launched or weapons drawn. After all his time here in this world, the Spartan developed the habit of counting the small blessings that came to him. He always had a feeling that with all the past histories and hatreds that connected the races of the Alliance and the Horde, there was always a chance that he was sitting on a container filled to the brim with C, 12-shaped charges, or even a Nova Bomb with a timer counting down. He had been able to keep things ironed out, but he doubted that he would see the last of such things that were still simmering underneath the surface. If there was something that he learned in his years as a soldier and student in the arts of war, it was this old saying that remained true in time. Anything, everything, and something can and will go wrong at some point in time. After 4 days, Kalen had returned to the Dawn and brought some news from Darnassus for the Spartan to listen to. Apparently the tension between Tyrande and Fandral was growing a bit more, though it seemed that Tyrande was still a number of steps ahead of the Archdruid and managed to keep her secrets from a man. John hoped that this power struggle between the two leaders of the Night Elves was not going to result in a Night Elf civil war, which was the last thing they needed to happen in their lands. John pretty much had a routine down pat. He would usually wake up early, have the usual training exercises to warm himself up early in the morning and make sure that any stiffness in his body was gone. He then would routinely train in the usual combat exercises taught to him as a child and make routine repairs and maintenance checks on his Mjolnir Mark VI, as well as his weapons. He had also decided to have a section of the base turned into a massive training course that mirrored the same training course that he had been training in back at Reach, and another training course that mirrored the same training course that he and the others took part in when they were in team training. He recalled fondly that this course was where he met Kelly and Samuel, his closest friends in the Spartans, and actually make him chuckle a bit at how badly they lost the first time they did it. He had gone ahead and rang the bell before them. They had lost according to Chief Mendez and had no dinner. That also resulted in Samuel nearly pushing him off the second time they did the training, but they became friends along with Kelly as well. He had also taken to showing a bit more of UNSC culture to his guests to show them some of the things that came from where he had come from. He decided to select some materials that would not be too surprising to his guests and still appealing to their senses. Thankfully, the Dawn's database had some useful data caches that he could use, namely in the media department. He set it up and actually managed to start playing some of the music that was stored in the data caches. The music ranged from modern to classical and a few other genres that were known to exist in the UNSC. The first song he played for the people was a classical favorite of Dr. Halsey, the music from the French composer Debussy. The music was very interesting to the ears of the Alliance members, namely the humans and the High Elves. Even the Night Elves and the Blood Elves found the music to be rather interesting. The next set of music he played as a somewhat softer version of the music known as flip music. This was the favorite music of an old friend of his, Avery J. Johnson loved this type of music, though he hardly shared his friend's taste in the music. The song had a rather unique name, and it was the same as his armor. The song was Mjolnir. The music was treated with curiosity by the others in the Alliance, but it was actually attractive to the dwarves, the orcs, the trolls, and even the Tauren found the music oddly interesting. John explained the title of the song, and naturally Aaron, Sandra, and Kaelin asked why the song title was the same as his armor. He told them the history of the word Mjolnir, namely in the mythical origin of the word. The dwarves found the story of the word Mjolnir to be very interesting, and so did the others, and when he explained the story of Mjolnir only being carried by the strongest, which was Thor, and pointed out that the armor he and his fellow Spartans wore was too powerful for any regular person to wear, and it was only due to their augmentations that they could use it. Naturally, they asked what happened to regular humans who tried to wear the armor, and despite his personal reservations, he told them. Naturally, he made sure that there were no children in earshot, as the members of the two factions were feeling a bit queasy, as he spared no expense in saying it thick and strong. Hopefully this would be enough to convince anyone with ideas of trying to study his armor to think twice on trying to take it from him without his notice. He wasn't going to hold his breath, though. He also played a few movies as well, giving a brief explanation of the films in question and how they worked. The films were mostly stories about Earth's past, as well as stories that were used for simple entertainment purposes. One such film he found was based on some old novels which some of the members of the Alliance amusing, and others were a bit new to the Horde, and that was to be expected in his mind, since he and Cortana could guess that movies was nigh unheard of here in this world that they had landed in. Of course, not everything about UNSC culture was something he was willing to divulge. However, in his case, he didn't need to. He had been called in by Cortana, had called him to go to one of the Dawn's living sections, as she had just told him that Dana and her companions had found something that they should not have found. He was confused by that, and hoped that it was not bad. As soon as he got into the room, he was surprised to see the women were looking at some sort of book, and that surprised him a good deal. What was that doing here in the dawn of all things? He spoke out to the three, and that was enough to get their attention. What seems to be the problem here? Dana held the item in front of the Spartan with a deep red blush on her face, which was the same for Talia and Lissa, as the female paladin spoke. What in the name of the holy light is this? John looked calmly at the item and seemed not to be affected by this, but in reality, he was not very pleased and mentally face-palmed himself, while Cortana couldn't help but be utterly amused by this sudden turn of events as she also looked at the item in question. Apparently, during the many conflicts the Dawn had been in before, as well as when the ship became part of the hasty response attack force to the Ark to stop the Prophet of Truth and the Loyalists, someone had forgotten to do a routine inspection of the lockers of the frigate's personnel. It was an accepted fact that UNSC personnel usually had some form of contraband on them, and depending on circumstance and the contraband in question, the punishment was variable. And this item in question was contraband, but hardly harmful, at least to the adults in the late teens. He could understand the reactions of the women from the Alliance. After all, it was not every day that they saw fellow women in swimwear of all things, and they were in positions that would have really grabbed a man's attention. Later, he managed to explain to the human women what they found. He told them that it was a magazine that was read by men and was considered as a basic form of entertainment for the men who were in the UNSC military when they were of duty and they were not with women who they were in a relationship with. It was not easy explaining to them what they were reading, but at least he managed to keep them from going off the wall on this. The magazine was not alone, as it turns out that the offending UNSC Marine or sailor had a stash of the stuff hidden in the locker, and John had no idea what to do with the stuff. He knew that if anyone else got their hands on it, this was really going to cause trouble in the Dawn. This was one side of human culture from the UNSC that he was not very keen on revealing just yet. That, however, was not the only time, as it seemed that there was more than one member of the Dawn's crew that had a hidden stash of these said magazines, and this time, it was found by the Night Elves, and that actually made them raise their eyebrows. The situation started out innocently enough with Kaelin and the others taking the time to rest in the Dawn, and naturally Sandra decided to look into some of the lockers, and in that said innocent search, they found the items in question. Cortana was quick to alert him to that situation, and the Spartan was quick to go to the area and see just what was going to happen. The very second he entered the room where the night elves were in at the time, he was able to see that they were very much surprised by this, and when they saw him, he could see that they were very much curious as to what was going on, though he could swear later that he saw a smirk on the face of Sandra, while Kaelin was rather surprised by this. The male night elves, including Jared, had raised eyebrows at this, and the other night elves were looking on in surprise at what was it that they found. John sighed and explained to them what they found, and when he was done, the night elves were somewhat perplexed by this, though it seemed that the men didn't mind all that much as far as he could see, though the women were still very much confused and somewhat amused by the whole thing before them all. John was soon greeted by Kaelin later when he was eating in the Dawn's galley to find out more of what it was, and there he decided to point out that if she removed the armor plating, as well as her greaves, pauldrons, thigh and arm guards, her outfit would very much be the same as that of the human women she had seen in magazines. That comment made her look at him in surprise, though he could have sworn that there was a slight gleam in her eye. After a few days, Kaelin and the other night elves were requested to help deal with some matters back in Darnassus, as Tyrant had sent a message concerning some matters that she needed to have dealt with beforehand. This left him with more time in his hands to do some routine work, and decided to go to Azeroth for a quick trip to get some more materials, namely more mithril for more of his and Cortana's projects. He had left Dana in charge of the place while he was away, as he had developed enough trust towards the human paladin to hold the base while he was away. As he flew over the place, he decided to take only the Pelican while locking down the other vehicles. One of the gnomish rogues, by the name Nichols Copperwheel, tried to sneak into the Dawn using the air duct vents that were about his size. Thankfully, Cortana had alerted him to that particular action, and he managed to convince the rogue that sneaking around like that in his ship might be fun to some people. But it was asking for trouble from him. After all, the gnome's path would have taken him to the engine room, and who knew just how much trouble he was going to get himself into. He had managed to seal up the air duct entrance, and made sure to increase security around the Dawn. It wasn't that he was trying to show hostility towards the gnomes, but he wanted them to know that too much curiosity was asking for trouble, which was why he made sure that there were security systems in the vents that were not deadly, of course, but were going to provide more than enough incentive to keep the gnomes, or anyone else for that matter, to try and sneak around in the Dawn in a way that was sure to invite trouble. En route to Azeroth, John sighed a bit as he looked over the approaching continent of Azeroth and began to reset the scanners of the Pelican dropship for scanning the area to locate any veins of mithril. He had been able to develop the sensors well enough to detect metals, and with the satellite overhead providing more information to him, naturally helped with the hunt for the metals in question. It was not long before the adjustments were done, and he focused himself into locating any and all metals. Cortana appeared next to the Spartan via the Pelican's hollow tank and spoke to him. "You all right, big guy? Yeah, let's get this over and done with so we can get some work done. By the way, I think it's time we go back into space and deploy more of the satellite drones into space to give us more information. The one we have is working fine, but having more eyes in the sky will be a lot more effective in the long run. I know, we'll get to work on that soon enough. In the meantime, we should make this quick. Hopefully we have enough tools and explosives to get the metals we need." John nodded at that. On the side was a regular MA-5C assault rifle with a regular loadout, though. He carried some of the anti-magic rounds just to be safe, and he also had an M90 shotgun and a M6G Magnum. Most people would have wondered just why he had this much weaponry, and he merely would have replied that it was a precaution. They flew over the area known as Strangle Thornvale. He located a good enough site to operate in, and soon found a good number of metal nodes. And apart from mithril, there was gold and silver as well, useful materials to be sure, and he decided to get to work. He decided to let Cortana handle the rest, as he leaped out and laid at the beach to secure it. Once he was done and determined that there were no other threats nearby, he gave the signal to his A.I Companion that it was all clear to land. Cortana guided the Pelican to a good spot and began to lock it down before allowing herself to be transferred into the Mjolnir. "All right, John, time to get to work. Let's get all the materials in and get back to the Dawn as soon as well." John nodded as he began to get the tools and explosives out, having already tagged the metal nodes with his Mjolnir. As soon as he had everything placed in proper order, he went to work with Cortana, making sure that no one got the drop on them while they were working. Unknown to the Spartan, he and Cortana were not alone entirely, as he was being watched by several other eyes, but by those of another race entirely. The woman was dressed metallic armor, which was somewhat similar to the uniform used by the Sentinels, though she had leather and black there in her outfit. Wore boots/leggings with armor that reached to the upper areas of her thighs. She also had gloves on with armor, and wore a cloak of some sort which was made in the color of blood red, held there by black pauldrons which were rather small and light. She also had some sort of chakra made from black leather with a large pink gemstone thereas. Well, the clothing she wore would have made her a drop-dead gorgeous woman. And in truth, she was one. Her hair was deep red like her cloak and had a figure that would have made any man worth his manhood look on lewdly. However, she was no ordinary woman, as she had 2 curving horns on the sides of her head and her eyes were glowing like topaz crystals. There was also an aura around her that radiated power and strength. To add to that, was the fact that despite being surrounded by two massive red dragons along with Ronin and Varisa, she seemed to be highly respected by all of them, and the two children of the leaders of Dalaran seemed to be in awe of the woman. She was Alexstrasza, the Life Binder, aspect and queen of the Red Dragon Flight, and is recognized as the guardian of all life in Azeroth. She was one of the 5 strongest dragons chosen by the Titans in the past to oversee things on Azeroth when they left so long ago. And she was named as queen and leader of all the dragon flights, showing the level of power and trust given to her by the Titans. She came there to Dalaran as she had heard rumors of this new arrival, and while she would have preferred to remain in solitude to help heal the hurts of the land, and also help in the recovery of her flight, she decided to see what she could learn more of this stranger. She had seen the fall of the dawn many months before, but she had sensed nothing, and it was not hitting any location there that would be filled with people. And at the time, she was still trying to find a solution to some important concerns that affected her flight in particular. Now that she had heard rumors of what this Spartan was doing in this land, she became curious, and she decided, along with her consort and one of the younger members of her flight. As she looked at the Spartan, she turned to Ronin and spoke to the Archmage. "So, this is the man you spoke of?" "Yes, Lady Alexstrasza. He is the Spartan who has been rather busy as of late in the lands of the Night Elves." The red dragon closest to the Dragon Queen in human form looked at the image a bit and replied, and was undeniably a male voice. "He certainly is different from the ones I've seen in my many years. If what you say is true about him, Ronin, then he is not from Azeroth at all." "Yes, he claims to be from a group of humans who have embraced the ways of technology than magic, and have built an empire that spans the stars of their world." "I see. What do you think, my queen?" Alexstrasza turned to the dragon. She smiled at him in her humanoid form and spoke to him. After all, he was her consort and had helped in freeing her from her captivity so many years before. He seems to be an interesting sort, and if what Ronin said is true, then he worth watching Coriaceltras. His actions will need to be monitored, so we shall know what his purpose while he is here will be. Varisa was a bit surprised by this, and she spoke with respect to the Dragon Queen. "Begging my pardon, Lady Alexstrasza, but you wish to have him watched? The Alliance and the Horde, as well as we have already sent many to watch him. So why would you wish him watched by one of your own?" The Dragon Queen nodded, and Coriaceltras decided to take that responsibility and took his disguise of Krasis, once more with a burst of magic, and spoke to his queen. "I shall go immediately to watch him, my queen." However, the Dragon Queen shook her head at that with a smile. "Not this time. I need you here with me. For now, Coriaceltras, you have been one of my most active agents, and you have done much for Azeroth and all life. There is nothing that I know that can equal all you have done by far. However, I believe the time has come for others of our growing flight to take their place as guardians of life. Besides, you and I have some lost time to catch up on. Oh, yes, I think it's time to add some new members to the flight, and since you're my consort, I think it is time you did your other duties as such. Do you not agree, Coriaceltras?" As soon as that left the Dragon Queen's mouth, the disguised red dragon actually looked embarrassed by what his beloved queen had just said to him. Ronin tried his best not to laugh at his mentor's reaction to his queen's suggestion, while Varisa was thankful that her children were not in earshot, as she had managed to send them away earlier, so they would be in the care of their watchers. It was then that they noticed that the Spartan had stopped working on his gathering of the metals. He was now crouching behind a large boulder nearby, with his weapon in hand, and scanning the area. And even though they didn't see his face, there was no denying that he was focused on something. This made Alexstrasza raise her eyebrow a bit as she observed the Spartan. "Interesting, it seems that he has noticed our scrying attempt on him, as if he can sense magic somehow. This makes watching even more promising. I think it would be best that we allow him to return to his base of operations for now. And when he gets there, we shall pay him a visit." Coriaceltras recovered well enough from his embarrassment and spoke to his queen. "I'll agree to your wish, my queen, but who will you send to watch over this Spartan?" The Dragon Queen merely smiled, and that was something that made everyone in the room rather curious about what was going on in her mind. Back in Stranglethornvale, John looked about the beach and the lands beyond to make sure that he was able to see what the heck was looking at him. He had been working on the metals when his military senses turned on and went into overdrive. That was more than enough to make him drop everything he was doing earlier and quickly go for cover while grabbing his assault rifle. As soon as he reached the boulder, he quickly took cover and began to look about for the source that had triggered his senses. He scanned the area before him with his assault rifle at the ready. He had sensed something like this before when he was repairing his Mjolnir Mark 6 months before with Cortana, but he had to focus all of his attention to the Mjolnir's repairs, and it was a brief thing, so he let it slide for now, and with Cortana helping him in repairs and maintenance, he was not having the best of sensor capabilities. This time around, however, he was very wary of what had happened and was on full alert. He began to filter through the vision modes of his helmet and scanned every inch of the area around him. Seeing nothing but still feeling uneasy, he spoke to Cortana. "Cortana, Can you scan the area for anything that would explain what the hell I'm feeling right now? Hold on. I'm accessing the satellite for a more open picture, as well as accessing the Pelican's own scanners here on the ground. John waited for a second or two until Cortana finally spoke to him. There's some considerable spiking in the energy wave frequencies all of a sudden, but I can't get an exact fix. Too much interference, whatever it is, it's certainly different from what I've sensed. Hold on. I lost it. It's gone, John. John felt his danger senses drop, and that told him that Cortana was right on the money on that one, and he slowly began to relax. Whatever that feeling was, he was going to have to remember it. This world had a lot of things that still gave him a hard time accepting it to be fact and normal. He shook his head and placed down the assault rifle and went back to work. He did not like some of the things in this world, while he managed tolerating others as well, and some were actually very good. Hours later, he finished his work and soon packed away the gathered materials into the Pelican and secured his cargo. Once that was done, he powered up the Pelican and was soon on his way back to his base, but not before checking the fuel gauge on the Pelican and loaded up the fuel tanks with the water from the sea into the Pelican systems. Once he was assured that the Pelican had extra fuel to compensate for the new loads, he took off and headed back to base, unaware of the fact that he was about to get a visit from one of the most famous beings in Azeroth. In the dawn, the people in the dawn turned to see the Pelican dropship arriving at the base, and soon the Spartan came out and was greeted by Sandra, who had just finished a good deal of hunting outside of the base for the day's meal, and the hunter was more than happy to see the man return safe and sound. White Claw himself was there as well, and it seemed that the wolf had began to develop a level of trust towards the massive armored giant of a human. So you made it back safe and sound, Spartan. Nice to see you here. Kalen's currently out on some patrol matters, so do you mind if you join me for a meal? John thought it over and nodded as he replied as well. Why not? The two of them moved to an open area, and Sandra gathered some firewood and got a fire pit at the ready. She placed the wood down and quickly got her trusty flint and tinder ready, and started a fire in record time, much to the Spartan's appreciation. Nice, did that in record time. Sandra looked up with a smile and replied, Thank you for the compliment. Now then, I'll be right back with the meat, so don't go anywhere just yet. John nodded, and sure enough, Sandra came back and had with her a side of deer meat, and as soon as she cut off some of it to feed White Claw, who was more than happy with the food from his mistress, she went to work cutting and readying the meat to roast. She took out some honey, herbs, and wine to add to the flavor of the meat. All the while, John noted how well Sandra was doing with her food preparation, and before he could stop himself, he was also admiring how she looked at her leather armor, as she had no doubt removed her chainmail for cleaning purposes. He had to admit that seeing her in this situation, readying food, and wearing well-made leather armor had a rather interesting effect on him. Something that Cortana was quick to pick up. Careful, John. You're giving her the... What was that term again? Oh yeah, the once-over. I'm not going that, Cortana. That I was not convinced, as despite the serious tone that John used to say that statement, she could see past it and see that he was indeed affected by his staring at the night elf. Yes, you are. I know you, John. You don't have to be shy about it. Truth be told, she is an attractive woman. In fact, I have to say that being surrounded by this many females is something most men your actual age can only dream of, so there's no reason for you to not enjoy it a bit. You're impossible sometimes, Cortana. I know, but at least I'm honest about what I think. Anyway, I think that you might want to get your thoughts back on track. She's looking at you. John got his focus back, and sure enough, Cortana was correct as Sandra was looking at him with a curious gleam in her eye, and she spoke. Are you all right, Spartan? You seem oddly silent for some reason. Nothing, just thinking about something. Sandra wasn't entirely convinced by his statement, but since she was no stranger to Spartan body language, she was not able to find out if there was any truth in his statement. As they got the food cooking, she looked to see the Spartan remove his helmet in order to eat some of the food that was there. The night elf hunter took some simple wooden plates and a cutting knife and began to cut some of the meat off the spit roast and gave some to the Spartan and then some for himself. As the Spartan ate his food methodically, the night elf got the chance to admire him once more. She liked it a lot when she was able to see his face. The hunter also began to have some very interesting thoughts take form in her head concerning the Spartan before her. However, she was more than willing to entertain those said thoughts as she looked at each action he took and began to have very interesting thoughts. Only these were focused on having the man take off his armor and also other articles of clothing. The hunter then stopped herself as she blushed warmly at her thoughts and spoke to herself. Easy there, girl. You'll have time for that at a much later time. Besides, until I can get to know him better, I am threading on unknown waters here. She began to eat her own food, and as she enjoyed her very own meal of well-cooked and flavored, it was then that her trained hunters I noted that the man was looking at her as well. It was faint, but there was no denying that the Spartan was looking at her. She smirked a bit more and decided to try her luck a bit and position herself in a position which was still comfortable and showed a bit more of her form to the Spartan despite her clothing being leather armor. Her action had gotten a reaction from the Spartan, A slight one at that, as he merely widened his eyes a bit, but that was enough to put an even bigger smile on her face. Well now, this is not as hard as I thought. Anyway, this is a start. I will have to be a bit more forward at some point in time, but let's try a test. Sandra spoke then to the Spartan. Can I ask you a question? The Spartan looked at her and gave a nod, and that was a good start, and she decided to speak out her question to the man before her. How do people view you and your fellow Spartans when they meet you for the first time? John thought it over and replied, most of the time, that depends on who sees us. If they're civilians, they look at us with awe, shock, and fear. I can see why. What about fellow soldiers like the Marines, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force? Most Marines can't believe we're actually real beings before them, not just propaganda cooked up by the spooks in O&I. Other Marines see us as allies and fellow soldiers. Others call us freaks and inhuman. The ODSTs most of all. Sandra was shocked by that, as she had expected the people who the Spartan protected would show more gratitude to their protectors, and she made that clear to the Spartan. But why would they view you as freaks? You use your abilities to defend humanity as a whole, just like any soldier. So why would they do that? It's natural. We're not exactly human to begin with. We were normal children at first, but after we were taken and became Spartans, we ceased to be normal people by any standard. Sandra nodded at that, and couldn't help but feel a good deal of pity for the Spartan, and showed it in her sad expression and in her words. Even so, they should at least recognize your achievements and the sacrifices that you have made in order to safeguard them. I'm not trying to sound overbearing or anything, since I have never experienced the things that you have experienced in your own world, but you deserve to be remembered and recognized in any fashion. John could see that Sandra meant it, and while he could understand some of what she was saying, he simply replied to that with the same stoic attitude that he had when he was thinking about something serious. No soldier should be honored for doing what is required of him. I don't do what I do for recognition or fame. I do it because it is my duty as a Spartan. Sandra saw that he was serious about something like that, and she had to admit that it was an admirable trait, as most humans would be boastful about their accomplishments. But John was not, focusing only on what had to be done. She smiled at that and spoke out her own thoughts on the matter. Maybe what you say is true, Spartan, but that certainly does not mean that you should not be remembered. I can bet that back there in your world, your people remember you and no doubt honor you, and those who did the same things you did. No matter what you might think, you are deserving of honor and respect. John thought it over and nodded a bit. I suppose you are right in that regard. By the way, have you ever revealed your face to anyone in the UNSC? No. Only key personnel have seen my face, but the majority has not. Really? So, I guess that means that we all here in the base are the only ones who have been able to see your face without having to be. That's quite a surprising thing, and I personally happen to like it a good deal. Do any of them comment about you when they see you? They do. And some of the responses can be interesting. Really? How interesting are we talking about here? However, before that conversation could go any further, there was a cry from some of the people in the base. John turned and spotted some of the residents pointing in the sky, and he looked there, and to his surprise, he saw 3 massive shapes heading this way, towards the base at a considerable speed. He was surprised as to what was going on, and it was soon that Sandra spoke to him. We need to see what they are quickly. The Spartan nodded as he placed on his helmet once more, and the 2 of them headed to one of the towers there, and John quickly lifted one of the sniper rifles there and looked through the scope to identify just what was coming this way to his base of all places. The second he saw that the 3 objects in question were giant lizards with horns and wings and had red scales, he couldn't help but feel like he had just been handed the surprise of the year. There was only one kind of creature in the fantasy books that he had briefly seen being read by civilians and soldiers that came close to these 3 creatures. Dragons. Honest-to-life dragons. I wonder what the others would say about this. Cortana also spoke to the Spartan, voicing her own take at what she was also looking at. Well now, we've got dragons this time around. Looks like we're going to be in for the long haul, Chief. Better as Sandra if she knows what sort of dragons those happen to be. The Spartan nodded and told Sandra what he had just seen, and to his surprise, the woman smiled and replied, "Those are members of the Red Dragon Flight. Don't worry, they're the guardians of life here in the world of Azeroth, and are considered to be good beings even among us night elves. However, I think it would be best that we tell the orcs to hide." Why is that? I'm not all that sure about the details, but there's some dark history there. The red dragons despise evil races, but have a marked dislike for the orcs, so that might be a problem. John was quick to put 2 and 2 together as he recalled what he learned about the Horde in the Second War. The fact that they had enslaved the red dragons, and their queen would no doubt make the red dragons hostile to the orcs. That was the last thing that he needed, a trio of angry dragons doing who knows what to his base the very second they saw orcs. He had difficulties enough trying to keep the more hot-tempered members of either faction from going to blows. Dealing with massive fire-breathing creatures that he had little to no data on was only going to make things even worse. Great, let's get this over with. As the Spartan and the Hunter, along with everyone else, arrived to see the 3 dragons, John spotted a portal appear in the base, and out came the 2 high elf mages from Dalaran. Their names in his memory were Mariel Suntreader and Onender Dawnward, and were very capable in the arts of arcane magic, though they stayed away from the Night Elves who still had a very marked dislike for them. He gave him a nod of recognition, and they moved up to him, with Mariel speaking first. Good to see you again, Spartan. No doubt you've seen the 3 dragons coming here. They're not enemies, so please try not to act hostile. The second he finished his words, all 3 dragons in question landed before the Spartan and walked towards him. The largest one of them was ahead of the others too, telling the Spartan and his A.I Companion that this dragon in particular must be a high-ranking one, if dragons did possess a society of sorts that was by human standards. To his surprise, and Cortana's own, the leading dragon spoke to him in the human tongue and in a female voice no less. So, I finally meet the Spartan at last. You are unusually tall for a human. John had no idea what to do in a situation like this. Before him were a trio of massive dragons who had deep red scales and seemed to be staring right at him. The meaning of fear was not lost to the Spartan, though he rarely felt that particular emotion, and he was able to avoid feeling fear at most, if not all of his life. He focused on trying to find out just what he was going to say to this creature, as it evidently could speak the human languages easily enough. Even though she couldn't see his face, Alexstrasza could tell that the Spartan was confused as to who or what she was, along with her consort Coriaceltras and her flight's newly chosen representative to the man before her. She, however, did not, that there was no trace of fear, and that was admirable to her in many respects. She then decided to speak once more to put the man at ease and show that she and her companions were not threats to him. Be at ease, Spartan. My kindred and I are not here to fight you. John decided to take a chance and hope his luck held out. While his Mjolnir was nigh indestructible by most standards, he was not going to take a risk and anger the dragons in some fashion. He didn't like the image of what they might do to him after all. He placed aside his assault rifle and then spoke to the now obviously female dragon. Who are you exactly? I am Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, Queen of the Red Dragon Flight, and Guardian of Life here in Azeroth. I have heard much of you from Ronan and Varisa when I came to Dalaran and decided to meet you for myself. However, I have to commend you for something. And what is that something that you want to commend me about? Exactly, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. You were able to sense our scrying attempt while you were in Stranglethorn Vale. And while some people can sense it, you're not of this world and from a technological world at that. So to be able to sense that attempt is a very interesting feat. I see. And the other 2 with you from your flight are who exactly? The one to the right of the female dragon spoke in what was no doubt a male voice. I am Coriaceltras. I'm the consort of Queen Alexstrasza, and serve as her chief advisor to her in many key affairs affecting our flight and those under our protection. John nodded and directed his gaze at the other dragon, who seemed to notice that, and despite not showing any expression, at least in human terms, the Spartan could tell that the dragon was somewhat amused by the direction of his gaze. It spoke in what was a female voice, though despite not knowing the exact age of this one dragon, this one sounded like that of a teenage girl to the Spartan. I am Marlon de Trassa. I happen to be the one chosen by both my queen and Lord Coriaceltras to serve as my people's watcher in your encampment. That confused the Spartan a good deal, as he had no idea that this was going to happen to him of all things, and he spoke that out to the Dragon Queen. Forgive me for sounding confused, but you want one of your people to watch over me? That is correct, Spartan. You are not from this world, and that makes you an anomaly and something that should be watched. Do not mistake that for a threat, however. As I have stated before, I have learned much about you from Ronan and his wife, so I am assured that you are not a danger. Still, as the Lifebinder, I have a duty to watch the world, and since you're new here, I wish to know what you plan to do while you are in this world. John had to admit that her argument made some sense, but he did have rules to his place, and Dragon Queen or not, he had to make it clear to Alexstrasza that he was not going to budge on the matter on keeping the peace in his base. I will have to discuss some matters concerning your plan to have one of your people here, Queen Alexstrasza, but one thing I have to stress out is it's not going to be easy having a dragon here. No offense, but I don't exactly have the room. The 3 dragons seemed to understand, and Coriaceltras spoke as well. You need not worry about that, Spartan. We dragons can assume a more humanoid form, and I believe we should do so to ensure that you will not have to worry about yous being in our natural forms and causing some disturbances. Sure enough, the 3 red dragons transformed into their humanoid disguises. He saw the appearance of Coriaceltras and recorded the high elf look of the male red dragon, and vowed to keep an eye on the dragon in question if they would ever cross paths once more. He also did the same for Alexstrasza, though he had to admit that the horns might make her stand out a bit more than most. Marlon de Trassa's disguise was that of a human female, wearing normal working clothes, but having on chainmail, and she seemed to favor 2 simple short swords that were on her back. She had her hair blood red like her scales, and was short, only up to her shoulder with a long tail reaching to the back of her waist. The now disguised female dragon was rather attractive. The only possible indicators that she was not a human was the aura she radiated, which was beyond that of most of the people in the base, when John looked at her and her people's leaders through magical scanner system he had with him in his Mjolnir. All three dragons radiated great power, greater than most he had seen by far, and it would make some sense, as he had a feeling that being magical creatures, dragons would no doubt have power beyond that of most mortal races. He then decided to escort them into the large bunker that was his field command center in the base next to the Dawn. As soon as they were in the building, the Spartan began to explain some things about what he wanted for Marlin de Trassa to follow while she was here. The most serious one was his desire for her not to make any dangerous actions towards the Horde orcs who were in his base. This naturally did not sit well with the dragons, namely the Dragon Queen, as she was still able to remember just how much suffering and pain she had to endure when she was used a beast for breeding by the orcs. Once John had fully explained the rules to the now transformed Alex Trassa, Corey Asseltrass, and Marlin de Trassa, he was informed that they were willing to give in to his rules. However, they had made requests of their own. The first was that their representative be given the authority to defend herself from harm if she was in danger. That request was something that John could agree to. The next was that she was allowed to come and go as she pleased to give reports of his actions to them. Yet another thing that the Spartan agreed to, as she did have that right to do so. And the last was that the young dragon was not to be left alone with the orcs, as both Corey Asseltrass and Alex Trassa wanted her to be safe. They knew that the current Horde had no desire to court the wrath of the Red Dragonflight, but that hardly meant that the orcs would not mistake her as a human and might do something that could result in harm to the young dragon. John agreed to that request as well, and soon after finalizing some things with the two older dragon leaders, he bid them farewell and soon decided to get some things done and get a room for the new guest to his base. Ever since the meeting between him and the apparent leader of the Red Dragonflight and accepting the residence of a disguised Red Dragon, he felt like he had one heck of a meeting place in the lands of the Night Elves at this point. The good news was that things were a lot more stable for him. The disguised dragon requested him to refer to her as Marlin instead of her formal dragon name, so it would be a lot easier for him and the others. That was a good thing for him, and he managed to spend some days getting her to understand some of the things he had at his base. The female Red Dragon might look like a human female teenager, and at times acted like her appearance, but John kept in mind that she was far from human, and the fact that she was a lot more powerful than a good number of the members of the two factions here in the base who used magic. The fact that everyone knew that she was a red dragon in disguise was more than enough to make people careful not to offend her. Thankfully, Marlin didn't let that get to her head, as it were. After a week or so, John was finally convinced by Erin to visit the Blood Elf city of Silvermoon. She said that it was time that he visit the Horde who were in the Eastern Kingdoms, so he would be familiar with them, as he was already familiar with the Horde who had taken residence in the land of Kalendor itself. The Spartan couldn't find any fault with the idea, as the rogue did have a point, so he decided to pack up some supplies and carry only basic gear and go with her back to Silvermoon. The other members of the Blood Elf group decided to remain in the base and kept an eye on things, or rather, the others would keep an eye on them as well as a copy of the A.I Cortana. The only ones going with the two of them were naturally Janna and Tanis, as they were keen to see their home city once more. Kaelin and the others didn't quite like it, but they knew that it was the Spartans' decision to do so, and they had no say in it as he was a neutral party and he was allowed by Tyron to come and go as he pleased when it was needed. They only warned him to be careful, though the Spartan noted that both Sandra and Kaelin were very serious about that request, and both female Night Elves were looking pointedly at Erin and Janna. This was not something he enjoyed, but placed it aside, and thankfully Cortana decided not to mention it as he prepped the Pelican for the trip. It was not as spacious as the Albatross, but it was a lot more economical in the long run and didn't take that long to fuel up when needed. As the Pelican flew overhead towards the location of Silvermoon City, the Spartan made sure to fly at a high altitude while relying on the scanners to see what was on the ground. He could see the corrupted lands below, and he didn't like what he was seeing. He had seen the devastation of battlefields scarred by plasma fire and more, and the destruction of entire worlds by the weapons of the Covenant fleets, as well as the corruption done by the spores of the Flood. But seeing the lands hit by the plague of undeath was something that was very new to the Spartan, new and troubling as well. And the same could be said for Cortana, as they spotted the moving forms of the undead Scourge for the first time, and since they had been able to read up on the events following the rise of the Scourge and fall of both the kingdom of Lordaeron and that of Quel'Thalas, they could understand just why these lands were heavily contested by various factions. However, it was going to take a serious amount of time, resources, manpower, and magic to clean up the mess left behind by the Scourge. The Spartan placed such thoughts out of his mind as he was focused on making sure to avoid hotspots that would be in the area, since if the Pelican was spotted, who knew what might happen? He flew with the directions given to him by Erin, and soon enough, the Spartan was able to see the city of the Blood Elves itself. The massive city seemed to be beautiful at the very first glance, but the Spartan already knew not to judge through the first glance as he kept in mind the history of the Blood Elves. Silvermoon City. As the Pelican landed on the area, There was a natural response from the Blood Elves who were in the area. They stopped when they spotted the UNSC dropship and wondered just what the ship was and what was it doing here in their city of all things. A number of guardsmen appeared and were ready to attack if the occupants of this strange vessel were enemies. The back of the massive ship opened, and to their surprise, they spotted 3 of their kindred Blood Elves walk out, and soon, the 3 of them were followed by a behemoth of a man in green and black armor with a golden faceplate. The guards watched in absolute confusion, but were wary nonetheless, as they had their weapons at the ready at the group. Aaron spoke to them in their native tongue of Thalassian, something that John was quick to understand due to Cortana having completed a translation program for the High Elf/Blood Elf language. Who are you? And what is that? My name's Aaron Firestar. With me are Tanis and Janna, a Farstrider and one of our people's Blood Knights. As for the giant behind us, we call him Spartan. Spartan? What sort of name is that? It's the only name he goes by. It's an odd name for a human to have. I'll admit that much, but that's the only name we have for him. Human. The guards looked at the Spartan incredulously, and the head guard spoke once more as the other Blood Elves who were nearby heard that and were already looking at the Spartan with wide eyes. No offense meant, but are you sure that thing is human? I've never seen humans that tall before, and certainly no humans wearing that sort of armor before in my life. And what is that thing you all and him just came out from? It's hard to explain, but let's just say that he's not from the lands of the Alliance, or even that of the Horde for that matter. You can send word to Regent Lord Lorthamar and tell him that the Spartan is here to see our city for himself. You expect me to believe that the Lord Regent knows this human? Aaron sighed and wished that her fellow Blood Elf was not this dense, and replied, Yes, Lord Lorthamar assigned me and several others of our kin as our people's representatives to him. He might not look like it, but he has weapons and technology that far outshines anything the Alliance has. He's not part of the Alliance or the Horde either. He's a neutral party in this. Neutral, huh? All right then. I'll send word to Lord Lorthamar if he does know this human. In the meantime, you make sure that you and the others keep an eye on this human. As the head guard ordered one of the guards to go and send word to their leader, the Spartan began to scan the city, even if it was just a section of the said city before him. He spotted a number of massive statues. One would expect them to be merely statues, but his magical scanners said otherwise, as auras of magical energy were there around the massive forms. No doubt these were golems, secret guards that would no doubt come to the city's defense if needed. They also spouted words about one Prince Kale that who the Spartan knew well enough is his readings and knew that this was propaganda in the making. The guard were also well armed and equipped and carried themselves well enough to show considerable military experience. However, their numbers were few at this area, which would only be counteracted with the golems and possible traps. This matched up to his study of the Horde races having a lower population than the Alliance races. He studied the section a lot more, noted that while the city looked serene and beautiful, the overuse of magical energy was everywhere he looked with the magical scanner mode. That, coupled with the magical addiction of the Blood Elves, told the Spartan that while there was beauty here, there was also danger and some sort of dark center. In a way, it was almost like ancient Rome in its waning years in his study of history. The Roman Empire was at its fall, and while it retained the outer beauty, it was rotting inside its inner core. Cortana likewise noted that and spoke. I think we'd best be careful here. While I think we can trust Erin and her comrades to a good degree, I think the rest of the people here are not exactly friendly, and we have to be wary. Right. John then decided to take a pair of combat knives and lock down the Pelican while leaving his guns in the drop ship. He was more than able to hold his own without his guns, so he was hardly worried. It was not long before the guard sent to meet Lorthamar came back, and soon told their leader that their regent didn't know who the Spartan was and allowed him to tour the city before he would ask for a discussion with the Spartan. The Blood Elf head guard didn't quite like it, but seeing the order of their leader, made him place that train of thought aside and spoke to Aaron. All right, you can show him around, but make sure that he does not go to places he's not supposed to. We have a lot to worry about, and watching over any unknown being is not something we concern ourselves with. Aaron smiled and, without any hesitation, takes the Spartan's hand and pulls to show him around. Instead of refusing, the Spartan decided to play along and follow her while Janna and Tanis followed as well. Aaron took pride in her home city and did her best to show the sights to the Spartan, and she was happy that she was finally able to take the Spartan away from the land of the Night Elves and have some private time with the man. She showed to the Spartan the areas and buildings in the Walk of Elder section and moved out show to him the other parts of the city. The one place she told the Spartan that she could not take him to was the walled-over section, known as the Dead Scar. John had asked what it was, but Aaron refused to answer, though she did as best she could not to show it. John was not fooled and wagered a guess that the name had significance to the Blood Elves. The group moved on to the bazaar, and Aaron was eager to see if there was anything that she could find a good use for, namely new potions for her to use, as well as poisons to add to her weapons. Janna herself was eager to get some new gear, while Tanis bought some new arrows for this work as a Farstrider. The bazaar was a very active place as John scanned it, though he noted that he was being looked at the blood elves, men, women, children, young, old, the works. There were guards and adventurers, as well as those of various professions walking about who would look at his direction. So far, none of them were doing anything that would be considered a hostile action, but John was not going to let his guard down just because everything was calm. Once they were done with the bazaar, the group moved on to the rest of the city. They were still being looked at by the passing blood elves, though the majority of the stares were on the guest of the three blood elves. Some were looks of confusion, others were wariness and curiosity. John was not going to lower his guard just yet, as he did have some weapons. They moved to the Royal Exchange, and there John saw the rest of the city of Silvermoon. The place was impressive indeed, and was no doubt showing a great deal more economic and trade clout than the bazaar. It was then that the group turned to see a small number of blood elves dressed in some form of heavy armor. John scanned them to determine that this group had a good deal of energy that was similar to that of the Holy Light, telling him that they were blood knights. The woman in the middle of them, however, wore a badge of office, and no doubt was a high-ranking blood knight. The group stopped, and then the woman spoke to the Spartan. "Greetings to you, Spartan. Lord Lorthamar spoke of you when he returned from his trip to Orgrimmar. You helped save several of our people as well. That is something that I had not expected from a human. That is if you are truly human. I am, just not the kind of human your people are familiar with. I can see that. I am Lady Lyderin, leader of the Blood Knights. You have to be commended for helping our people, even though we still have some level of doubt toward your actions and your intentions." It was then that Cortana suddenly spoke to the Spartan. "John, I'm picking up some powerful energy spikes coming from the north of the city. I'm sending you the visual package now." John was quick to look as the mages come to him. To his surprise, he spotted a portal appear in the middle of what appeared to be some sort of military-style barracks of considerable size. He mentally commanded the image to be enhanced. Cortana was quick to result, and it was soon shown in more detail to the Spartan. He spotted an apparent blood elf who had several objects floating on top of his body like a halo of sorts. He had a long cloak and crimson armor. The others with him, however, were only looking like blood elves to some degree. They had black wing-like protrusions, cracks on their bodies that were releasing green energy in mist and lighting form. They also had odd tattoos, and as well as some form of glowing eyes, similar to the blood elves, but darker and fiercer. Their skin tone was also off. The aura of pure fell energy coming from the group was enough to tell him that something was seriously wrong with them. He turned and spoke to Lady Lyderin. "What's there at the northern end of the city?" "Farstrider Square. It is the military district of the city. Why do you ask?" "It's under attack." Before anyone could respond, John took off at high speed, stunning the blood elves around him as they had not expected him to move that fast, with the exception of Erin, as she had already seen him in action before. Lady Lyderin had no idea what was going on, but she was not going to waste time gawking as she recovered and took out her sword and ordered her fellow blood knights to follow her. Erin and the others were more than willing to come along. It was not long before they heard cries and oaths that actually confirmed the Spartans' words. This bewildered the blood elves as they knew that the only way an attacking force could attack Silvermoon City was through the front gate or by teleportation, and they were well defended. The only way someone would have been able to attack the city without them knowing was by teleporting by other means. They arrived, and soon enough, they spotted the Spartan who looked over the area, and to their horror, they spotted their people who were in the square fighting with demons. And that was when they spotted a figure who they were all able to recognize. Prince Kael'dats. They should have been elated by the arrival of their people's noble leader, but to their horror, the prince was commanding these demons to kill their own kindred and then vanishing into the barracks. As soon as the prince was out of sight, the Spartan was quick to move and take the fight to the creatures before him. They joined him as the Spartan quickly used his combat knives to slice apart the first 3 demonic elves that tried to face him. In other instances, Erin would have loved to see the Spartan do his blade work in battle, finding his abilities inspiring, but that was not in her mind as she was reeling by what she had just witnessed. As she and the others were soon joining the Spartan, she and the others, including Lady Lyderin, were horrified when they finally got a closer look at the attackers. They were blood elves, but they were no longer elves, but monsters. Even though they siphoned magic to stave off their addiction, Lyderin and the others with John maintained their control, so not to let their addictions control them. Before them, however, were their people who had willingly given over to the addiction and took it to terrifying heights. The groups fought on killing more of them with the Spartan in the lead as he slashed and stabbed with his knives, sending dark-colored blood from the creatures before him as he cut them down. The blood elves who were there fought as best they could and were soon joined by a number of surviving blood elves who had been able to hold their own in the initial assault. Lyderin ordered some of them who were able to recover to call on the guards to secure the area and keep the civilians from danger. The guards did so, and as soon as the fighting on the outside ended, The Spartan quickly moved into the building to chase down Prince Kale that's with his combat knives still covered in black blood that dripped off the blades. Lydrin was relieved that some priests arrived with the reinforcements and quickly ordered them to check on the wounded and save many of them as they can. She quickly moved to follow the Spartan with her own blood-covered sword. She was also joined by Aaron, Tanis, and Janna. As soon as they went in, they saw several more of their fellow blood elves in the building. A number were dead and horribly torn apart while there were some still alive. The group moved to see more dead fell blood, elves who were no doubt slain by the lucky ones of their people or by the Spartan himself. The Blood Knight's inner halls. John rushed down and saw that a large number of blood elves had been killed, and to his and Cortana's utter shock, they spotted a number of blood elf guards with their bodies torn up and those demonic elves actually drinking the blood of their own kindred. He couldn't help but feel sickened by this and quickly readied his combat knives. By the sun, well, no. John recognized the voice as that of Aaron and Janna, as well as Tanis. He gave a quick turn to see them and saw that their faces were showing great horror and shock at the sight before them all as they looked at their twisted brethren attacking the others and feeding on them like rabid animals. The gorging fell blood elves looked and grinned as they readied themselves to kill both their former kindred and this new human in armor. However, they were not going to get that chance, as one of them got a combat knife right in the brain as the Spartan tossed it right at him with deadly accuracy. He rushed in quickly and landed a powerful bone-crushing punch into the chest of the fellblood elf before him and sent the creature flying hard into a wall. He turned just as another fellblood elf charged right at him. However, this creature was soon intercepted by a sword strike by Lady Lydrin, who had decapitated the former blood elf. Her face twisted in grief and rage at the same time. She looked at her former kindred, twisted and perverted into a demonic mockery of his former self. And it seemed that Lady Lydrin recognized the one she had just killed. Martin, by the Sunwell, what happened to you? The Spartan knew that now was not the time to grieve, and he made that clear. We have no time for this, lady. The leader of the Blood Knights looked at the Spartan and nodded grimly as she hefted her still bloody sword and replied, I know, Kale, that says a lot to answer for, and I will have those answers. The same expression was present in the other blood elves as they, along with John, moved deeper into the headquarters of the Blood Knights. The sight continued to horrify them. Many apprentice and senior Blood Knights were badly wounded or worse, torn apart by their former kindred who were now nothing more than demon spawn. Occasionally, they would find survivors. Some were barely able to hang on to their lives, as well as their sanity. The sight was difficult for everyone there as they tried their best to save those that they could, but it was not going to be easy as for some reason. The healing magic that was present in all Blood Knights seemed to begin to weaken, and this terrified the Blood Knights. Even Aaron, who was not much of a magic user, felt something was horribly wrong. Those who they were able to save were barely able to move and had to be taken out for more serious treatment. Those who were too far gone had to be given a quick and painless death. John could see that taking that choice of killing their kindred to end their suffering was torture to the Blood Elves, and Cortana saw that as well. She commented to what they had just witnessed. Something is seriously wrong here, Chief. Those were not Blood Elves, they are different. No kidding, something is wrong here. I can feel it. You might be right. It was not long before they reached a chamber and Lydrin realized just what was going on. They are after the Naru. Before John could reply, Lydrin rushed and opened the door. The others followed, and they were now in a room where 3 Blood Elves were somewhat in some form of stupor, and there were some of the fell blood elves there. They readied their weapons until a male voice spoke to them. It had an elvish tone to it and was undeniably speaking Thalassian. No, we have what we came for. Leave them alive for now. The apparent leader of the fell blood elves appeared before them and smiled insanely at the assembled group, and she spoke. You are too late, dear Lydrin. The Naru is now with Prince Kale. That's soon the destiny he has promised shall come, and we Blood Elves shall reclaim all that is ours. You're not Blood Elves anymore. What have you done to yourselves? Answer me. Lydrin was utterly enraged. The slaughter she had seen and the twisted and demonic forms these elves had taken were utterly horrifying to her. She was no fool and knew that her people always skirted the edge of being corrupted with their feeding of any source of magic to heal their addiction, no matter what they said about it. The sight of the beings before her was more than enough to convince her that they showed to her the future of her people if they ever allowed themselves to fall this far. The fellblood elf laughed and replied, What you see is the future. We are more than elves now. We shall rule the lands once more, and we shall burn away all those who dare to stand against the destiny of the Blood Elves. With the power we have in our command, and the gifts of our new master, we shall rule. Master, what master? The fellblood elf smiled even more in an undeniably demonic fashion and replied, He gave us this power, Lydrin. We no longer feel the pain of addiction. He freed us from it, gave us power beyond anything that can be offered by this world, as he soon shall free all of you from the bonds this wretched world filled with those who are no longer worth our time and are nothing more than insects. With the Naru under the control of the prince, we shall bring our new savior from the blackness, and we shall join his mighty legion and burn this world. That was enough for Liadrin to realize what, or rather who this new master was, and that discovery was enough to send her to her knees in utter horror and shock. No, no, you sold yourselves. You sold yourselves to the Burning Legion. That is madness. Have you lost your minds? The fell-blood elves, however, laughed, and soon vanished through a portal that appeared behind them. As the magic faded, the silence in the room was deafening, and soon the only thing that broke the silence was the moans of the three magisters who were now free, yet still reeling from the attack, and also the words of Liadrin as she looked at the ground. "WW, what have you done, Prince Kael? How could you sell us to the Burning Legion? Please let this be a lie. By the Sunwell, please let this be a lie." John then touched her shoulder armor and spoke to her seriously. "Now is not the time for this. What happened was no lie, Lady Liadrin. You saw it, we all saw it. But what matters now is that you do what you can to help your people. You will not be able to do anything for them if you are just staying here." Liadrin looked at the Spartan and, after a minute or two, nodded as she finally got up and took her sword. She turned, and as soon as some of the still-alive apprentice Blood Knights arrived on the scene, she gave them orders to check the survivors and gather the last remaining energies from the Magisters. They were going to need it when they finally dealt with a new threat that has arisen. As soon as she was done giving her orders to her followers, the leader of the Blood Knights turned to the Spartan and spoke to him. "I have to thank you for your help, Spartan, but now I must report to both Lord Lorthamar and Haldurin Brightwing of what has happened." The Spartan nodded at that and decided to help Liadrin out in some fashion. His reports on the matter might help out a bit, though he doubted that it was going to be that simple. Later, Lorthamar was utterly stunned by what he had just been told, and the same could be said for his fellow leader Haldurin Brightwing. It had been a serious blow to them to see the forces Kael that had brought to Silvermoon, and even more so when they were told of the taking of the Naru that resulted in the deaths of many blood elves who were there in the building. The Lord Regent leaned down to place his head in his hands and try to think up what they should do for a situation like this. Of all the things to learn about their kindred who were in Draenor, this was the worst kind of news. The two looked at Lady Liadrin and the Spartan along with Erin, Janna, and Tanis. The leader of the Blood Knights remained silent as she waited for the plans of both leaders. Lorthamar looked at the Spartan and spoke to him first. "Spartan, I have to thank you for your actions in helping our people when this savage attack occurred, and the evidence you and Lady Liadrin have provided is troubling to say the least. To know that our own crown prince has willingly sided with the Burning Legion is a blow to the Blood Elves in more ways than one. We will gather whatever forces we can and answer this threat. Considering that, I believe that I will have to ask you to leave Silvermoon City as we have to prepare for the soon-to-come conflict. We will find out the truth, and we will be ready to answer this threat." John nodded and took his leave, with Erin, Janna, and Tanis joining him. The three Blood Elves had no idea what to do, and they were not happy that they were not going to get the chance to help their people once they go to the location in Draenor. John, however, had a surprise for them all when they were about to board the Pelican that was still there in the area of the Walk of Elders. He turned to them and spoke to them quickly. "Gather your gear and make sure that you have everything that you need. We're going to Outland." This was enough to make the three Blood Elves stop in their tracks for a moment, and soon they were now moving at a much faster pace. And the three of them had grim looks of anticipation as they were more than ready to go to Outland to find out for themselves just what had turned their people into those horrors who had just attacked Silvermoon City. In the dawn, John looked at the Albatross dropship and loaded in the supplies and weapons he might need in this mission. After the incident that involved his trip to Silvermoon City, he decided that the situation was something that he had to take part in. The actions of the Prince of the Blood Elves troubled him greatly, and the information that he got about him consorting with demons was enough to warrant further investigation. And of course, the fact that this would present a serious threat was more added incentive. He knew that if it did happen the way the Third War turned out, this world would be inflamed in war, and no doubt, despite his desire not to get too involved with anything that would be messing with the affairs of the Horde and the Alliance, he was going to get dragged in anyway. So he might as well take the initiative and deal with this as well. Cortana agreed with the idea and suggested that they were going to have to go for a full combat loadout, since there was no telling what they would be fighting against. The supplies he had comprised of spare packs of ammunition, both the basic rounds as well as the anti-magic rounds that had been improved by Cortana's study of the magical energies of the members of the Alliance and the Horde, as well as some other different types of ammunition, including the recognized shredder rounds, as well as a large number of grenades and weapons. These weapons included a small number of the new Mark II assault rifles, a small crate of the new Mark II battle rifles, which were also made of mithril and were colored black and gray in order to hide the silvery sheen from sight. He also had a small number of the new sniper rifles, as well as an original sniper rifle for support, along with a small number of the new Mark II assault rifles and some basic M7 SMGs. These were his light weapons, as he also had a single Spartan laser with him as well, as a recharging pack on the off chance he was going to be needing some more serious firepower. These were not the only weapons, as he carried a pair of plasma rifles, a carbine with a good deal of its cartridges, a pair of beam rifles, 2 plasma pistols, a pair of spikers, and lastly was a pair of Covenant energy swords to help with his own set of combat knives and his own custom-made katana swords which were near the driver's chair. As much as he wanted to save the Covenant weapons and ammunition he had with him, this was going to be a serious mission which happened to be in another world entirely, and therefore he was going to have to go all out and go heavy with the weaponry and firepower. There were also spare medical kits, MREs, water canteens, power packs, tac pads, bubble shields, and other units of equipment that he might need in the long run. These supplies were going to be stored in the Albatross, which was going to also serve as their main source of transportation to Darnassus, as he had been told by Tyrant that there was a working portal there in her people's capital city that would take him to Outland. He had informed Tyrant of the situation that occurred in Silvermoon City and his personal feelings that something major was going to happen that might have serious effects in the near future of not just Outland, but the land of Azeroth as well, and in extension Kalimdor itself, as well as its denizens. She was more than concerned and agreed to aid him by allowing him to go to the city and make his way to Draenor from there. And she was going to allow him to take those who were going to go with him to the lands of the orcs. She also made sure to keep the whole situation out of the attention of a certain archdruid who might make a heck of a ruckus the very second he saw the other races that were going to be coming to the city itself. The Master Chief double-checked everything and then turned to see Kaelin and the other Night Elves, including the males in their group, approach him. The female sentinel was very much worried by what the Spartan was planning. When he said that he was going to the former homeland of the orcs, which was Outland, she was not happy with the idea of going to that place. The woman had heard more than her fair share of rumors of the homeland of the orcs, and none of those said tales were the least bit helpful nor encouraging. Are you sure you want to do this? I do. I have a feeling in my gut that there's something serious coming this way, and I don't think it's anything good. Kaelin could see that the Spartan meant it, as he quickly made a catalog of his gear in a tac pad, and she turned to the others to talk to them, get some idea on what they should do. They didn't know much about Outland, and they had no idea what was going to happen when they got there. Going there was not something that she and any of them were sure they were ready for. Kaelin naturally spoke first, as she was the highest in terms of military rank here in the group, though she would have to ask some questions to the others to see if they were all right with her decision if she decided that they should go with the Spartan. Do we go with him? Sandra was surprised, and the same was said for Jared and the others. Her longtime friend was naturally the one to speak out first. Are you sure that it's a wise idea? I honestly don't know. Have you ever been to Outland, Sandra? The hunter shook her head and replied, No, I haven't gone to that place, and I doubt that I ever would. I've heard my fair share of rumors about that place, and I know that it is a place not even the older members of the Alliance go to unless something of great importance requires it. Kaelin sighed mentally at that. She had hoped that Sandra's years of traveling would have included some time in Draenor, but that seemed to be hope that was misplaced. She then directed her attention to the male Night Elves who were recently brought in by Tyrant to help them, and asked them the very same question, and they also shook their heads, showing that they too had no idea what to expect in Outland. It was the same when she spoke to the others of the group that they were part of. The dwarves had little idea of what to expect when they would go to the lands of the orcs. Dane was thinking about this seriously with a frown on his face, while his fellow dwarves were not too happy with the move either. Their engineer Corona was also not very happy with the idea of going to the lands of the orcs as well, though she seemed to also be interested in getting a chance to study the possible resources in the said location. The gnomes themselves were also not very keen on the idea of going to the former homelands of the orcs, but they then replied to Kaelin that if the Spartan intended to go there, then so would they. Talia, Dana, Lissa, and Damien, however, were willing to go along with the idea, and they made it clear that if the Spartan intended to go into the land of the orcs, then they were bound by their duty to go with him. She then turned her attention to the disguised female red dragon and see what she had in her own mind. Marlin could see that Kaelin wished to know where she was on the matter, and she replied, This is a serious matter to say the least. If the Burning Legion do plan a return, then we should do something about it quickly before they get the chance to cause more havoc. I will have to send a message to both Queen Alexstrasza and Cori Asseltrass and inform them that I'm coming with you. If we can stop the Legion before they set themselves up in Azeroth, then all the better for everyone in the lands. Kaelin sighed, and it was then that Erin and her fellow Blood Elves arrived on the scene, and it seemed that they were also getting everything that they could get into order. They were not alone, as the others were with them. The Tauren were already present, as well as the Trolls and the Forsaken. Erin moved forward and spoke for just about everyone from the Horde representative group. We're coming along as well. Kaelin did not like that, and spoke out her thoughts on the matter. Why would you want to do that? Erin replied with a heated look in her eyes. Isn't it obvious? I want to know, why has Prince Kael that has done these things to us? He was supposed to help guide our people to a new future and finding a cure for our people's addiction. Instead, he came back with a force of our people, who have been turned into demonic versions of themselves and didn't even hesitate to kill his own people. We have to know what is going on. We need to know if he has indeed sold our people to the Legion, so we can stop it. Kaelin looked at Aaron and the other Blood Elves and saw that they were all dead serious in the desire to get answers to what had just happened in their people's home city and why was it that their prince had turned on them. Cortana had already revealed to them what had happened in Silvermoon City, and even she and the others were utterly stunned at what they had seen before them. She sighed and replied to their desire to go with the Spartan. All right then. It was then that the other representatives of the Horde faction arrived, and they were also carrying a great deal of supplies, and it was Harg who spoke for them all when he faced Kaelin. We are going as well. If there's a great danger to the Horde's member race of the Blood Elves, we are bound by Horde law and tradition to help them in dealing with this situation. Besides, if the Burning Legion is behind this, then we all have a serious stake in this matter, which is why we're going with them. The Legion care little for Alliance or Horde. If they succeed, we all will suffer in our lands. Our people will burn. We cannot let that happen. Kaelin could see that they were all determined to do this, and she knew that they were right. The fact that the Burning Legion was involved was also something of great concern for not just the Horde, but the Alliance as well. The Alliance was still recovering, and they were still in a dispute with the Horde. So if the Burning Legion did return at this critical hour, then they would be completely caught off guard. She turned to the dwarves, the gnomes, and the high elves. She could also see that they were also not very keen on the idea of going into the former homelands of the orcs since they had no idea what they were going to encounter there, let alone working in the field with their Horde counterparts. But they all knew the stakes if the Burning Legion were involved. They were going to do what they could, and that was that. The Night Elf sighed at the situation before her and spoke. I guess that means we're all going to go, but we should inform our respective leaders of what is about to happen, and we need to do it before we go to Darnassus. High Priestess Tyrant has already given us permission to deal with this situation and go through the portals that would take us to Draenor. That seemed to be the right course of action, and soon each member of the Alliance and the Horde were quick to send messages of their plans to join the Spartan in Draenor in order to find out the severity of the threat that was coming their way. This meant that it was going to have to be a day at best before they would get a reply. However, there was no doubt that if the Burning Legion were indeed involved, then their leaders would want them to investigate this situation more closely. The Night Elf Sentinel moved to see the Spartan who had just finished his work, and she spoke to him in private away from the others. The others have sent messages to their people's leaders about what is about to happen. We're all going with you, and I can bet that Lady Tyron will send some sentinels to hold the base here until we get back. You guys don't have to come with me, you know. Kaelin, however, replied seriously to the Spartan. Yes, we have to come with you. This is not just about the Blood Elves' current situation that is at stake, but the world itself. If the Burning Legion is planning to return, then we are doomed. The Alliance forces and that of the Horde are not enough to face them again the way they are now, and even if we did inflict heavy losses to them, there's no telling how many more are getting ready to attack us again. It's risky, and I have no doubt dangerous, but if we do manage to halt them, then we save our world from a powerful invasion and save countless lives. If we don't, if we ignore this, then we repeat the horrors of the past. John saw that look of conviction he admired in Kaelin and then replied, Say no more. Once we get the go-ahead from the leaders, we move out. Here, I know you Night Elves might dislike guns, but no sense not having a backup weapon. John took out a modified M7S SMG that was made from mithril and was color black as well. He then took out a special strap-on bag filled with ammunition for the said weapon, and there were some anti-magic rounds there as well. He also attacked a carrying strap to the weapon to allow Kaelin to carry it on the move along with the bag. The Night Elf was surprised by this gesture and couldn't help but feel something stir in her. This was a gift to her from the Spartan, and it was something that would protect her, and she was happy. However, her unease with using guns was there, and she spoke to him about that. I appreciate the gift, but I have no need for such a weapon. My bow is a good enough weapon for me. John already had a reply to that. There's an old saying back in UNSC, it's better to have a gun and not need it than to need a gun and not have it. You might not like having a gun, but better that you have it when something goes wrong than not have it when something does go wrong. Here, you'll need something to defend yourself as well in close combat. I made this before and you can have it. John moved toward a nearby area and took out a sword, not the katana-style design, but a simple long sword made from mithril. He had it made as a viable weapon and decided that it would be best that Kaelin had some extra protection. The Night Elf Sentinel was amazed at this and couldn't help but feel happy that the Spartan cared enough for her safety to give her these things. She decided not to refuse them and made that clear to the Spartan as he handed her the sword that he no doubt had made himself and was giving to her as a source of protection. Thank you. It didn't take long for the actions of the members of both factions to get the messages from their race's leaders. They were given the authorization to go with the Spartan to put a possible stop before the plans of the Burning Legion. This was a good sign, as all the leaders from both factions were able to understand the dangers presented by the return of the Burning Legion into this land at the most unstable time. With that done, the Spartan readied the Albatross, and once he and all of those who were with him headed off to Darnassus, it was the closest one in the bases area, and it would be a much better choice to go to with the time frame that they had. It was not long before they were soon in Darnassus. Once the Spartan and his A.I Companion landed the Albatross, they worked on moving out the supplies they had, though it was going to be a while before they could get everything to the city itself. Thankfully, Tyrant had managed to put out the stops, even if this was skirting the edges of her authority as High Priestess. She had requested a number of the Sentinels to help move the supplies that the Spartan had to Darnassus under heavy escort, and even had some of the city guard help with the effort. This was something John had not expected from Tyrant, and he made a mental note to speak to her about this, as he was worried that she was going to attract unnecessary attention from Fandral, who no doubt would love to use this chance to get under Tyrant's skin. As soon as they were in the city, he made a beeline to the Temple of Elune, with Kaelin following him. But he didn't have to go very far, as Tyrant was there and overseeing some matters with a high-ranking Night Elf Sentinel. Kaelin then recognized the Night Elf Sentinel and spoke to the Spartan. "That is General Chandri's Feathermoon, one of the most recognized heroes of our people and overall commander of the Night Elf forces when High Priestess Tyrant is not in overall command." John committed Chandri's face to his memory and saved that for another time. The way that both women spoke to one another showed respect, trust, and admiration, all of the things shown between those who were fellow soldiers and had worked together for many years and through many difficult times. And after briefly recalling his studies in a Night Elf history, he recalled that Chandri's had been a key figure in the first war between the Night Elves and the Burning Legion, all the way to the Third War, which would explain why she was well known among the Night Elves' military wing. She was someone worth respecting and deserved respect and kind as well. He kept that in mind, and as soon as he was before the two, he waited until Tyrant and Chandri saw him. Both women smiled and walked to the Spartan, and Tyrant spoke to the Spartan. "It is good to see you here, Spartan. Your arrival was expected. I have asked those guards not on duty to help move your supplies and tools into the portal that will take you Shatrath City. I appreciate the actions you took, High Priestess Tyrant, but I have to admit you're skirting the edge of your authority here." Chandri's did not like that, but before she could defend Tyrant, the High Priestess smiled and replied, "That might be true, but we are dealing with the Legion here. With my people still recovering and Malfurions still trapped in Emerald Dream, I have to make tough decisions to safeguard our people and, in turn, the other races as well. We must be ready for anything, but if you and the others with you can cut this down, then it will be a great blessing to all of us here. I will send word to any of our people and from the Alliance to go to Draenor at all possible speed to aid in this matter." John nodded and replied, "Thank you, High Priestess Tyrant. This just proves even more that you are just the kind of leader your people need. Your beloved will be proud of you." Tyrant smiled warmly at that and nodded. "Thank you, and may the blessings of Elune be with you and those who follow you, Spartan." John nodded, and he went to work as he gave orders for the group to take what they could and move out through the now open portals. Tyrant looked as the assembled force of her people. People from the various races of the Alliance and races of the Horde entered the portal, all of them being led by a man from the stars. It seemed odd to some, yet to her, it was highly appropriate. Chandri's then spoke to the High Priestess as she looked at the force that was now moving through the portal itself. "Are you sure this, Lady Tyrant?" "Yes, I do, Chandri's. The Spartan's neutral stance might be the key to helping the two forces working together. The fact that he is willing to go to Draenor, despite the fact that this is a threat that can be handled by either our side or that of the Horde, shows that he recognizes a true threat and is willing to work with either side, even if it is for his own reasons. Even so, the others follow him into this battle, and who knows what will happen with them when they arrive there. But even if they do work together, do you believe they all stand a chance? Maybe, who is to say? All we can do is hope that they will succeed. That is why I will pray to Elune that her grace and blessings reach them." Unknown to Tyrant, she was not the only one to be hoping for the success of John's decision to go to Outland. In the Exodar, minutes before, Velan opened his eyes and felt himself return to the land of the living, finally seeing clearly the vision that recently came to him. He had been feeling the arrival of visions lately, and he soon was able to understand what the vision was about. From the stars, a vessel marked by battle and fate. In it, a being of flesh and machine melded, forged for war and a master of battle, defying all before him, winning against the darkest of fates, guarding life yet not being part of it. Guided by a being of light, reason, power, she has fought dark hunger made flesh and lived to tell of it. She is the light to brighten the way. He is the sword and shield of life. United in purpose and bonded by loyalty, they're followed by a force from two sides, some guided by the word of law and leadership, others by personal choice to a land shattered by darkness and desire for power. From their combined hands shall arise blades of light, both of magic and machine, to strike down royalty immersed in hatred and life and undeath, to kill the hopes of the deceiver, and cut down his power at the very core of his return. Velan stood up, and just as he finally saw the full vision, he was informed of the Spartans' decision to go to Draenor and find out on his own what were the plans of the Prince of the Blood Elves, and why was it he was allied with the Burning Legion and now a traitor to the very people he once led. The leader of the Draenei smiled and replied to the message. Tell them to go. The time for us to give our aid to the Spartan for this mission he has taken of his own free will. As the leader of the Draenei readied himself for what else needed to be done in this world they now called home after fleeing Tempest Keep, he felt that the waves of change were now on the move, and the best thing that his people could do was not fight it, but ride with it and grow with it as well. In Shatrath City, as soon as the Spartan, Kalin, and Aaron stepped through the portal, they were soon followed by the others, as well as a number of the Darnassus guards who were requested in the transportation of the supplies and weapons they needed in this place. The Spartan was quick to study Shatrath City, and he determined that the city appeared to have been devastated by some sort of war that happened some years in the past. The scars were there to see despite the reconstruction in the place. The location they had just arrived in looked like some sort of terrace-like structure, and, judging by the design of the city, they were close to the center, which would be the seat of government of the city itself. One thing he did notice was the apparent lack of guards in the city. That was something of a concern for the UNSC super soldier, as it was not right for a city to be defenseless like this. He scanned the area and still found no trace of armed personnel to speak of. Something was not right. Cortana agreed as well with her partner and spoke. We'd better look around, John. The lack of guards is not a good sign. Either this city is under attack and they're out fighting in the field, or they have somehow been slain. I rather doubt it. If they were all killed, this place would have been overrun and we would not be able to come here without anyone attacking us on sight. The Spartan took out his MA-5C assault rifle and signaled the others to move out and look around for any clues as to why the city seemed to be deserted. But that didn't last long as they spotted a number of people in the area. John was relieved and decided to ask Jared to speak to one of the people there, as the person in question was a male night elf. While this was going on, he turned to Marlin and spoke. Marlin, can you take your original form and go scout around the city and the surrounding lands to give us some idea of the layout of the land? And if you spot any force that might be hostile, tell us quickly. All right. Sure, I'll be right back. Marlin took off in a different direction, and with a flash of her dragon magic returned to her red dragon form, and was soon in the sky of Draenor, which was rather unnatural in the Spartan's eyes, though not by much, as he had been to worlds with some passing similarity in his long military career. It was not long before Jared returned and gave his report on what he was able to learn from his fellow night elf. The guards are currently helping with the forces outside of the city. Apparently, Kaeldet's forces have been launching routine hit and run attacks on the city for a while now, and seem to try to lure the defenders away for a major strike. So far, the defenders held them off, but they had to leave to hunt down some of the staging bases outside of the city since they got work of heavy siege weapons being brought into play. John thought it over and could see that the plan was solid. If the attackers were able to harass the city defenders long enough to weaken them, and then launch siege attack, it would make taking the city a lot easier. Of course, there was a chance that the information could be bait to lure away the defenders, make them risk leaving the city, only to have it open to attack from another angle. That was when Marlin showed up and landed before the Spartan, startling the people in the city, as they had not expected the arrival of a red dragon into the city of all things. They're a large force heading towards the city. They don't seem to have heavy siege weapons, but they have a large number of soldiers, mages, warlocks, everything. I saw at least 300 to 400 in that force alone. That looks like a heavy assault force intent on taking the city. Right when it has no defenders, looks like the information about siege engines was bait after all. The Spartan quickly turned to the group and spoke out in a tone that demanded full attention and brooked no interruptions. That attacking force has to be stopped, and since the defenders are not here, we're going to be the ones to do it. Marlin, how far are they from the city, and how fast are they moving? They appear to be at least 3 or 6 hours from the city, and they seem to be moving at a fairly fast pace, almost like they were possessed. John mentally calculated the information with Cortana's help and knew that this was bad news indeed. While he didn't like the idea of not having all the relevant information on his new targets, as well as any visual information, he had worked with far less in his career. Spartans learned to adapt, and now was a very good time to do just that. All right then, we'll divide into 2 respective teams. One group will have to make a march and set up a defensive position to await the incoming force, while the other will move in from the side and catch them in a pincer formation. It's risky, but if we can catch them off guard, we might be able to keep them off balance long enough for the defenders to make it back into the city and come to our aid. Hart spoke at that. You want us to hold off a possible 300 to 400 strong army of rogue blood elves with who knows what sort of demonic support by ourselves? Dana replied. Why? I thought you orcs didn't mind a good fight. Hart grinned, showing his teeth as he replied. We love a good fight, but I have to say that by orc standards, this is by far the most reckless and hastily conceived plan ever. I like it. What do you have in mind, Spartan? John quickly went through the groundwork and requested that those who were skilled in close combat to take up defensive positions to let the enemy come to them. This way they would not waste their energy in chasing the enemy. It would be too risky for their force to engage the enemy in open combat, since the enemy had the advantage when it came to numbers, and attacking head-on was suicide. Normally Spartans like him took on suicide missions when it came to that, but this was a different kettle of fish, so he had to do things differently. Once he was done with that part, he made sure to have the other specialists in the group be ready. John quickly reached one of the crates and punched in the code to open it. The magnetic seals turned off as he gave the proper code, and he took out a pair of the new battle rifles. He got out several packs of rounds for the said rifles, both normal and anti-magic rounds, and gave them to Dane and Hagen. Both the marksmen were quick to take a liking to the rifles, and John quickly showed them how to work the weapons, as well as a quick loading and reloading weapon. Once that was done, and the two marksmen were able to the actions and procedures well, he gave them his orders. The two of you are going to be the long-range marksmen alongside those of the group with skills in archery and long-range combat. Provide long-range support for the others, and make sure to take targets of opportunity. Targets of what? Take out their officers, healers, magical support, those targets of opportunity, and one more thing. No friendly fire. That simply means don't shoot those in the allied group, no matter your inclinations. The two marksmen were quick to pick up the meaning of that warning. They were not to shoot at the Horde representatives who were with them on this mission. Hagen was all right with that, though Dane didn't quite like it. John was quick to pick up on the dwarf's discontent and replied seriously. Those bullets happen to have special markings on them once they leave the weapons. This way, if anyone from the winds up with bullet wounds, I can find out who fired at them. So as much as you dislike it, shoot the enemy blood elves who appear and not the Horde forces. Understand me, Dane? The dwarf grunted, but nodded at that. I get you, lad. Don't worry. The only targets getting shot today will be the enemy. John then directed his attention to the magic users of the group, namely those with healing powers and support magic. I don't need to explain what I want from you all since your abilities speak for themselves, but all the same, keep out of the fight and use your powers to support the others unless you are attacked, and make sure that you don't use up too much of your magic, which will leave you drained and incapacitated. Understand? The groups from the Alliance and the Horde nodded in understanding, and John also decided to further elaborate the plan of attack, as he directed the rest in skirmish formations, and also on how to use whatever they had on hand to win the battles they were going to be in with the force that Marlin had spotted approaching the city from another attack angle. He then turned to the Red Dragon and spoke seriously to her, as he knew that her abilities made her unique among the party in terms of overall offensive power. Marlin, can you use your fire breath to attack the Blood Elf forces from the air? The Red Dragon nodded while in her true form. I can, but that would mean I would have to get lower in to attack them. I personally don't look forward to that, but I'm ready for this action if you want me to. The Spartan nodded as he understood that as guardians of life, Red Dragons, as far as he understood of their culture, abhor taking life unless they have to or the targets are from the identified evil races to begin with. He then reached into another crate and opened it. He took out communication units that were able to work at a full 3 to 4 mile radius. These would be invaluable in this operation for obvious coordination and command reasons. Once he had them all, he distributed them and explained their functions with exceptions to Aaron, Kaylin, Sandra, Dana, and Jared, as they already knew how they worked as they had used them before. Once that was done and the communicators were tested and were able to work with all members of the group, he took everything into account and planned out their ambush of the approaching Blood Elf force. It was not the best of plans, but it was far better than nothing. With that done, everyone moved out. John hoped to himself that this was going to work soon. He was betting a lot on this mission already, even though he still had some level of work about how this might turn out. Speed was critical, and when they got there, they were going to have to make sure that once their enemies were in range, they had no chance of escape. In lands beyond the city of Shatrath, the Blood Elves who were on the move were eager to finally put the city under their command. Its strategic location and resources would prove critical to the war effort that they were undertaking and to the plans of the prince. Officially, they were under orders from Illidan to take the city once and for all to cement his control of Draenor completely. In reality, they were under orders from Prince Kael that's to secure the city and take the Nara there, even with the one they had taken back from their Kinderback in Silvermoon City. There was no sense in not having a spare to fall back on. However, there was another matter that they had to deal with, and that was to deal with those who dared to turn their backs to the Sunstrider family and serve the very enemies they had been sent to destroy. Once they took the city, they were going to make sure that the traitors were going to be executed in the most painful way possible for their betrayal. There was much going on, and soon, Their leader and their new master were going to break free of that half-night elf mongrel, and they were going to truly bring forth the destiny of the Blood Elves. They all were eager to finally strike the now defenseless city. However, they were going to be in for a surprise as a sudden bright red beam smashed into a number of them, and a massive explosion engulfed the ones hit by the beam itself, and they were killed easily. That was soon followed by the sounds of what appeared to be gunfire and flying arrows on two sides, and soon the advancing force found itself caught in a crossfire as 3 more of their officers were suddenly blown to bits by the massive red beam that came out of nowhere. Targets eliminated, moving to secondary firing position. John carried the Spartan laser and moved to a nearby rock wall to get cover and get enough defense to aim the weapon at the next target. John usually preferred to travel light in battle, but this was the kind of situation where firepower won over speed. He aims the weapon once more at the Blood Elves, aiming this time for a collection of mages. Judging from their robes, and soon the red beam of the Spartan laser reduces them to nothing but a fine red mist. The others were quick to provide fire, as Dane and Hagen unleashed their weapons fire, while Kaelin, Sandra, Tanis, and the others with skills with ranged weapons and magic continued to rain havoc on the ranks of the Blood Elves. John then placed the Spartan laser aside and moved to a nearby area to retrieve a case he had left behind and took out a Mark II sniper rifle and began to fire the massive weapon, unleashing roars into the valley. He and the others unleashing bullets, arrows, and blasts of magic were soon joined by a massive roar that further shocked the Blood Elves as Marlin came out from the sky and unleashed a wave of flame over them, while moving quickly through their forces from above. Kaelin and the others were unleashing more of their arrows into the Blood Elves, cutting down more of them in the fight as the Blood Elves were still reeling from the sudden attack itself. John was quick to capitalize on their disarray as he quickly ordered his 2 teams to move forward into a more defensive position while supporting the other. Marlin came once more from the sky, only this time from an angle behind the Blood Elves, and unleashed a blast of fireballs. Those streaked down like missiles and was soon followed by gouts of flame to really make the situation more chaotic. The Blood Elves managed to recover well enough despite the attacks that had just reduced their numbers to at least 300. They were quickly able to use their magic to locate the origin of some of the attacks that caught them off guard, and soon they were unleashing attacks on it. While the fireballs, ice blasts, and lightning bolts, as well as shadow magic-based attacks, seemed to be a wave, they were used to suppress the attackers for them to move closer and finish them off. John knew that, and quickly ordered Harg and the others he had designated for close combat work to get ready for an incoming attack. The orc member of the Core Crone Guard replied in Orcish, eager for the chance to finally close in the gap and face the enemy. John guided them to areas where the Blood Elves were heading while he continued to unleash more blasts from the sniper rifle, along with attacks from both Hagen and Dane, who were already getting a good number of kills with their battle rifles. It was not long before they had the mages and warlocks of the Blood Elves hiding and ducking for cover as the rest of their forces closed in. John moved to use his Spartan laser to further weaken the incoming attack force. The Spartan got out 3 more shots before he was warned by Cortana that the weapon was now out of charges and he had to leave it to be picked up later. He reverted to the sniper rifle and quickly gave Harg and the others the all-clear to attack while he gave the rest the order to engage at will. Their attacks had withered the 400-strong force to nothing more 150, which in hindsight were a more manageable number. John moved down the rock face, not minding the drop, and fired a blast in mid-drop from the sniper rifle that took down 2 Blood Elves, and as soon as he landed, he fired another round that tore into another to try to move it on him. He was quickly made aware of an incoming attacker and quickly sidestepped it, and was a bit surprised to see a Blood Elf with 2 swords moving in. No doubt he used some potion or was assisted with magic to make him move fast enough to close in on him. The elf grinned manically, thinking that he had the advantage. He was proven wrong as the Spartan quickly reversed the sniper rifle and introduced the hard butt of the weapon into his face, sending reeling back, hitting the land with his neck at a bad angle, showing that his neck was broken. The Spartan quickly placed his sniper rifle aside and used his MA-5C Mark II assault rifle to cut down 3 more Blood Elves charging at him. He turned and spotted 2 preparing to fire lightning bolts at him, but they were suddenly hit by 2 arrows, each one in the chest and the other in the throat, killing them. He turned to see that both Kaelin and Sandra were smiling at him while loading new arrows. He barely had time to react when he heard several clashes of steel behind him and looked to see Aaron and Janna blocking some of their own kindred from attacking him from behind. The rogue/mage used her magic to unleash a powerful flash of light that blinded her foe, allowing her to kill the female warrior in combat, and Janna used her shield like a battering ram, and then moving it aside to allow her to strike with a following-up stroke to kill her own foe. Both Blood Elves gave him a nod, though Aaron was smiling warmly, silently stating that she had paid him back for protecting her like before. John managed to put that aside, and thankfully Cortana knew that they were in a battle, so she didn't distract him, though he could feel her amusement over the whole situation. John also checked the progress of the others under his command. Harg and his fellow orcs were busy fighting with the Blood Elves, and they were seemingly doing all right as the core Crone Guard member was able to lead his fellow orcs, while speaking in Orcish as he cut down several more of the Blood Elves. Thoril and his fellow Tauren were doing well on their own as they used their magical powers, raw strength, and weapons to even up the odds against their foes. The same could be said for Ruskane and his fellow trolls, as they were able to hold their own with the use of voodoo healing magic to keep them in the fight for as long as possible. The two Forsaken were also doing their part as they fought the Blood Elves, though the Spartan could see that Alicia was not happy with what was happening before her as she continued to fight while her partner supported her with his magic while defending himself from attacks. He also checked on the Alliance group. Dane and Hagen were supporting their fellow dwarves and gnomes with the battle rifles and their own weapons when needed. The two gnomish rogues were able to use their size and agility to surprise their foes quickly and effectively cut them down while they were supported by their female counterpart. The dwarves were mixing it up easily on their own with their heavy armor and their weapons, so they were able to do well on their own. The humans were already doing well on their own, as Lissa unleashed a great deal of magical projectiles, as well as summoning a water elemental to defend both her and Talia, while Dana helped them while Matthias unleashed his fell energy bolts and used his minion, a massive dog-like pet, to defend him from retaliation. The Draenei were able to hold their own as well, with the paladins using holy magic when needed and smashing down their weapons on their foes. Once they were done, the others of their race would use their own magic to heal and attack, as well as their own weapons. They were also followed by the other Night Elves were able to hold their own, as Jared and his female druid companion unleashed their nature magic into the fight, while Kaeli and Kaina are able to fight as one, with the Warden teleporting in and out, cutting with her moon sword and unleashing her throwing knives, while the Demon Hunter cut and slashed with minimal effort and skill in battle. In this stage, the enemy force found themselves cut down to a lower number when they started, and it was brought lower. Then Marlin came back into the scene and unleashed several more fireballs to hit the Blood Elves, and then she turned into her human form to fight with both her swords at the ready. Despite realizing that they were facing one of Alexstrasza's flight, the Blood Elves didn't seem to care, as they continued to attack, despite the fact that their once large force of 400 had been cut down considerably as the Spartan continued to coordinate the attacks of the two groups. He then spoke to Marlin as he fought his way to her. Go back to Shatrath City, and if the guards are there as well as their standing forces, have them come here quickly. We might need some backup soon. Marlin didn't argue and quickly moved away and transformed back to her dragon form and took off to Shatrath City to find if the guards and the city's military were already back, while the others were busy fighting the foes before them all. That was when John looked to see Aaron, Sandra, Janna, and Kaelin, who were currently fighting with a large band of rogue Blood Elves, that he spotted a mage casting a spell at the four women group. He quickly aimed his Mark II sniper rifle and fired one massive bullet at the magic user. The results were enough, as the Blood Elf was now sporting a bloody grapefruit seized hole where his chest was as the bullet tore right through him. However, the spell was cast. He had no idea what that spell was, but he doubted that it would have been good. It was then that John spotted two more Blood Elf mages aiming powerful fireball spells at the four women, no doubt intent on killing all four of them in a combined blast. And there was no doubt that it would kill or critically injure the four women and leave them open to counterattack. John realized that there was only enough time to reach them, and he had no bubble shield with him. So he had to make a decision to save the four women from being killed, and he knew this was going to hurt. He rushed quickly, dropping his Mark II sniper rifle and rerouting his Mjolnir shield energy to the front of his body to full power. This action had compromised his shields in the back, but thickened the shields in the front of his body. That was all he needed, as he had already placed his MA-5C Mark II assault rifle on his back. The four turned and spotted the fireballs heading right for them, as they realized that they were in serious trouble. They tried to move away to escape, but they couldn't make their bodies move at all. No doubt they were being held in place by some sort of spell. The four women could only look in horror as the fireballs came towards them, magical fusing into one massive mass of flame and death. However, it was then that the four of them spotted the Spartan appear right in front of them, and boom! The explosion deafened the women, and the flash of fire blinded them briefly, and they were thankfully still alive, but that was when they spotted a flying form move past between the four of them and hit the ground fast and hard. Kaelin, Sandra, Aaron, and Janna were stunned as they looked at the Spartan who had managed to defend them from the attack, at the cost of being hit by the combined fireball that had been aimed at them and sent flying back and hitting the ground hard. They looked at the man as he tried to stand up after hitting the ground, but he was undeniably in pain from the attack, even if they couldn't see it in his face, as smoke rose from his armor and sparks of golden energy were over his form. In that moment, the two night elves felt white-hot rage fill them at the attack, and the same could be said for Aaron and even Janna. The four of them directed their attention to the blood elf mages who had attacked the Spartan with their combined attacks. Kalen and Sandra wasted no time and unleashed several of their arrows right at the mages and their forces. Several of the arrows killed the blood elf warriors that tried to block the mages from harm, but they were soon engaged by both Aaron and Janna. The two blood elves were utterly angered by what happened to the man who had nearly gotten himself killed saving them, and even though they were spilling the blood of their own kindred, they were not going to change at all. They saw in the eyes of the attacking blood elves that they were no longer their kin, but willing servants of the Burning Legion and Illidan. Aaron buried her swords into the stomach of a male warrior, while Janna cut down another warrior before her. They were soon joined by both Sandra and Kalen, who were still unleashing arrow after arrow at their foes. The Night Elves were filled with anger as they unleashed their wrath on the Blood Elves who have attacked the Spartan with their arcane magic. The two of them were going to make sure that those who hurt the man were going to pay dearly for it. John groaned as he felt his body in a whirl of pain, but that disappeared as he felt his Mjolnir-esque biofoam dispensers finished loading his body with the biofoam as he quickly assessed his injuries. Several third-degree burns, injured muscle tendon in the chest, cracked left rib. Nothing too serious. It was then that Cortana spoke to him, her voice very much in a state of utter worry for him. "John, are you all right?" "Yeah, give me a second." John quickly took a lot of the bios of the Mjolnir Mark VI and was happy that the armor was in good hands and was already back to full recovery. Its systems were not compromised, and Cortana was in good hands as well. He got his MA-5C Mark II assault rifle from the ground, and the Spartan got up to his feet and spotted a pair of blood elves about to attack the four women he had saved earlier with spells like before. Despite the injuries that he had before, the Spartan quickly got himself back into the fight and shredded the two mages and quickly moved to the others. However, he didn't have to move that far as the four elven women had finished the battle before them, as the two mages were now dead before them. The four of them turned to see the Spartan standing before them, and apparently he had recovered fully from the attack that was thrown at him. The relief in their faces was like beacons, and they were soon joined by the others. Horde was there, and his mouth was slightly open as he looked at the Spartan, who seemed to be fine despite him taking blows from not one, but two fireballs at once. He had tried to help, but found himself being attacked by a group of blood elves, and he had to fight them. Once he was done fighting them off, he directed his attention to the others, and they were all able to rally together with their alliance counterparts. The young orc was the first to speak to the Spartan. "By the ancestors, you managed to survive that attack. How is that possible?" The Spartan, however, directed his attention to the sudden arrival of more of the blood elves who were heading to the city of the Draenei. He counted them as he zoomed in to see their numbers and spoke out to his group. "We don't have time for that. We've got more of the forces of Prince Kael that's coming in fast and hard." He began to move, but that was when Thorl spoke gently. "No, Spartan, you should rest. We can handle it here." The Spartan looked at the Tauren Druid, and while he knew that Thorl meant well, he was not the kind of guy to take things lying down. He was able to move, fight, think, and command well enough, so no bed rest for him. Besides, he felt no pain as of yet from his injuries due to the biofoam in his body. Not only that, he had a healing rate that was a lot stronger than regular humans due to his augmentations. "I'm fine. I can still move and fight, so I don't have the time to rest." Thorl could see that no amount of word from him were not going to convince the Spartan otherwise, and nodded as he spoke. "Very well, Spartan. If that is what you wish, then so be it." The others decided to get back into the whole battle before them, as they turned to face the incoming force of blood elves as John moved forward and readied his Mark II assault rifle. However, as they got ready for another serious battle with the forces heading their way, the attacking blood elves stopped in their attacks and were now in full retreat. Talia spoke as she panted after using a good deal of her mana to heal the others who were recovering from the battle. "Why are they retreating?" One of the male Draenei paladins turned and pointed to Shatrath City as a massive force of the city's defenders were coming in. The forces that came into play were a large number of Draenei and a force of blood elves, along with a man who was human who wore the same robes that one associated with mages or archmages. That was more than enough to tell the Spartan and those of his group the exact reason why the attacking forces decided to break off the attack and head back to their base of operations. Marlin appeared and transformed back into disguised human form and was now among them. John sighed and moved towards the incoming force that were coming in their direction. He knew that they were not the enemy, but he was still as cautious as ever. A female Draenei wearing heavy plate armor and carrying the same kind of crystal hammer that Darren wielded walked up to them and spoke seriously. "Who are you people?" John replied to that as he focused his attention on the female, as he could see some elaborate marks on her armor, which he was quick to see was a military rank. No doubt she was head of the force of defenders before them. "We came from a land of Kalimdor and passed here through the portal located in Darnassus." The female Draenei officer looked at the group and tried to find any possible lie there in the words of this human. She also had to admit that looking at the force next to the man, she was very confused as to why there were members from the various races that made up both the Alliance and the Horde, and why were they working together. She gave the two Forsaken a dark look, and the same could be said for the Orcs and the Blood Elves, though hardly made any dark intentions towards the Tauren and the Trolls. A moment later, she spoke once more. "How can I be sure that you speak the truth?" Darren then stepped forward and spoke to his fellow Draenei. "Sister, they do speak truth. They do not come here as foes, and they have helped defend the city." The female Draenei looked at Darren and to the Archmage, who seemed to be a high-ranking resident in the city, and he nodded in approval. The Draenei officer sighed and replied, "Fair enough. You can come into the city and rest, but you will all be under guard while we send word to Prophet Velen if you were expected to arrive, and to Adal as well. And I will speak to the others in the city to determine what to do with you all." As soon as she was done, the female Draenei officer made several hand gestures and spoke to her fellow Draenei, and since John had been able to make the translation program for the Draenei language, he was able to understand more of the language. The only problem was the program was incomplete, and therefore it was not much. Thankfully, Darren and the rest of her Draenei companions were able to understand, and they were soon moving out back into the lands of Shattrath City. While they were on the move, the human who was wearing the robes of the Archmage looked at the assembled group of races from the Alliance and the Horde, and also to the armored human who was their apparent leader. He rubbed his beard and wondered just what was he going to do with this new situation before him. However, he gave a smile as he looked at the collection of Tauren, Forsaken, Orcs, Trolls, Blood Elves, Humans, Night Elves, High Elves, Gnomes, Dwarves, and Draenei. He had just seen something that was not normally seen between the Alliance and the Horde unless in dire situations. Cooperation. Khadgar wondered just what was going on here and who this human was. Maybe a chat with Adal might shed some light on this new arrival to Shattrath City. For now, however, they had to figure out what was Kael'Thas's next move on the city as well as Illidan's own plans. He had no doubt that in his fortress of the Black Temple, the former Night Elf Demon Hunter would be brooding over many things once more, and as soon as his plans had been thwarted, he would be enraged by this a great deal. Of course, it was not just Illidan and Kael'Thas that he and the others here in Shattrath had to deal with. The Burning Legion was still here, hungering to take what they can to continue their burning crusade, and while there was no evidence to speak of, he had a feeling that someone in this world was now an ally of the Legion. He doubted that it was the former Demon Hunter, so it was still up for debate on who this new ally of the Legion was. In Shattrath City, John removed his helmet and began to slowly remove his Mjolnir Mark VI armor slowly. His wounds had healed well enough, but the others of his group requested that he be healed, and in order to avoid causing any more complaints to his group, he decided to get some treatment. As the Spartan removed his armor while in one of the rooms in the city, he took a deep breath of the air in Draenor and frowned as he tasted something utterly alien in the air itself. It was hardly fatal, but it was still sending a shiver of unease through his body. The others were currently in other rooms. As the Gnar leader of the city spoke that they were welcome here and they would be called upon for a meeting, John decided to have the others retrieve the Spartan laser and his sniper rifle as well. He was not keen on leaving those things behind for anyone who he didn't know or trust get their hands on them. John had no idea just what was going on, and why was it that the leader of the city seemed to be rather open in allowing them into the city it controlled. This kind of hospitality, while welcome to some people, made John rather wary as to why the Naru was welcoming them so easily. He had learned all that he needed about the Naru from his Draenei companions, and Cortana had spent most of the time trying to find out what she would be able to record about the Naru in question. As soon as he was finally bare of his Mjolnir Mark VI armor and only wearing his pants and boots, with the military-issue gray shirt he normally wore underneath the Mjolnir, he waited for the healer to show up, and he didn't have to wait for too long as Talia came into the room. He was somewhat surprised why it was only Talia, and decided to ask her just where the others were. "Where are the others right now?" The priestess replied, "They happen to be moving out the supplies we have, not to mention keeping them in storage and safe." Kaelin spoke to the others to keep an eye on the supplies and make sure that they were not lost, since there's indeed no telling just how long we are going to be here. The Spartan raised his eyebrow at that, as he had not expected Kaelin to take serious charge on the whole situation, and he couldn't help but mentally smile at that, and decided to chat with the Night Elf Sentinel at a much later date. "I see. Well then, let's get this over and done with." The dark-skinned woman nodded, and she began to use her powers of the Holy Light to heal the Spartan. The Master Chief then felt the injuries in his body began to heal, and he took his time to relax. However, it was then that he noticed the wide eyes of the priestess as she looked at him. As soon as the magic healing was done, she spoke out her amazement. "Remarkable. I know that healing magic derived from the Holy Light is powerful, but I have never seen anyone heal as fast as you." John shrugged and replied, "I'm a fast healer. Talia nodded as she still was trying to get used to seeing the way the Spartan's body reacted to the healing magic she had just used on his body. Once she was sure that her eyes and senses were not deceiving her, she moved out to give the good news to the others who were naturally waiting on word of the Spartan's condition. Once he was alone, he checked his wounds himself and found them to be fully healed. With that done, he decided to get on his shirt. He, however, decided not to wear his Mjolnir for the moment, as he would have to make a full inspection of it to make sure that there was no residual damage to his form. Once he was done with his inspection of his own form, he decided to go out and explore the city in more detail. He didn't need to worry about the Mjolnir, as it required his Spartan neural interface to activate the systems in the powered assault armor, and it was only made for his size to begin with, so he hardly had to worry about it for now. However, he planned to return soon enough to it to make sure that other people didn't become too nosy for their own good. Once he was outside, he was greeted by Sandra, who apparently had been on her way there. The night elf hunter smiled in relief at the sight of him, and without any hesitation on her part, moved up and kissed the Spartan right on the cheek. That caught John completely by surprise, though he hardly showed such an emotion on his face, and he looked at the smiling night elf as she spoke. "Good to see you up and about, Spartan." Talia said you were fully recovered, and it seemed she was right. John raised an eyebrow at that, and recalled that Sandra was a lot more forward than her fellow night elves due to her longer experience in the outside world and beyond the borders of Kalimdor. However, being kissed in public was a very new thing for the Spartan, and it was a bit unsettling as some of the residents of the city were actually chuckling and looking at him. He placed that aside, and the two of them moved to where the others were. They had repurposed an old storehouse that was still intact as a place to store the supplies the Spartan had brought with him on this mission. And while they were walking there, Sandra spoke to the Spartan. "I am sorry if that kiss might have surprised you, but you did save my life after all, and it was the first thing I could think of to thank you for what you did. It was not a problem. I saw through my helmet scanners that some sort of energy was holding you four in place." Sandra nodded and explained. "Somehow, one of the mages had cast a magic trap in front of us, and when we stepped into it, it triggered and held us in place. We were unable to move, so they could target us specifically. But thanks to you, they failed." John said nothing as they walked together, and Sandra then spoke once more in a slightly lower tone. "I have to be honest, this world, I feel something foul in the air, not here in the city, but outside of it. It feels wrong, really wrong." John looked at Sandra and saw the worry and fear in her face. He decided to do something that would at least calm her down, as he himself felt something was wrong in this world. It had little to do with magical senses, as he had none himself, but it was deep in his gut, and his gut never lied to him yet. He reached out and held her hand gently, keeping his strength to a controlled minimum as he might crush her hand. Sandra felt him hold her hand in a silent gesture, and she smiled even more at him and squeezed his hand back in acceptance as they made their way to the location where the others were. As soon as they arrived, they were met by Kaelin, Aaron, and Janna. The three were happy to see him safe, though they were a bit confused as to why he was out of his armor. But they placed that aside, as seeing the man safe was more than enough for them. The other members of the group were also relieved. Marlin commented that she too was happy that he was able to avoid getting too badly injured and that he was recovering well. Harg and his fellow orcs also commented on the fact that he had risked his life to save others, a noble thing to see in many respects, and the fact that he was willing to stand and fight even after all that was a sign of strength and valor. They respected that very much. Thoril and the other Taurans shared the same sentiment, and so did Ruskane and the other trolls. Alicia was also impressed, though. As for the Alliance members, they too were happy to see that he had managed to survive that combined attack on his person. Dana, Talia, and Lissa were happy to see him alive, while Matthias was warm at best, as had just been busy taking care of some of his own private affairs, though under the watch of the others the whole time. Hagen and his fellow gnomes were also pleased and showed eagerness to find out just how his Mjolnir protected him from the attack that hit him hard and fast. The dwarves were in the same boat as well, and the Drenii members were also happy to see that he lived. The ones who were the most pleased with his survival, however, were the women he had shielded, though Janna was not as open as Kaelin, Sandra, and Aaron. The blood elf rogue/mage was very happy to see him alive and hugged him quickly, not caring for the glares directed at her by Kaelin and Sandra. After he moved away, Kaelin, despite her desire not to do something foolish in front of anyone, moved in and hugged the Spartan, whispering her thanks and relief that he was alive. John had no idea how to react to that, but he decided to let it slide for now, though he could bet that once Cortana found out about this, she was going to have a field day with it, and he didn't have any problems picturing her amused face when she spoke to him. As soon as that was out of the way, he saw that his group were all right, their injuries already treated. He then made his way into the warehouse to check the gear and inventory the whole arsenal and the supplies he had on hand. Thankfully, the supplies and weapons had not been tampered with, and so far, the security in the place was not too bad. He double-checked everything and soon locked the place down and decided to head back to the place he was staying in to wear his Mjolnir once more. Only this time around, he was not alone, as the others followed him like a defense detail, which was somewhat ridiculous in his mind, but he hardly bothered with it. Once he got back and managed to get the Mjolnir on once more, he came out to find the same Draenei female officer with a small number of other heavily armed and armored Draenei with her, and surprisingly enough, a number of blood elves who were different markings on them. He wondered who they were, but it seemed that the investigations would have to wait for a better time, as it was now time to meet the leaders of this city. As John and the others were heading to the place where the Nara waited for them, they were unaware that the prophecy spoken by Velan about him, along with his A.I Companion, was now received by the Naru in the city itself, and it would reveal this prophecy to the ones who were connected by it after offering another core prophecy with a certain blood elf leader who had just arrived into the city itself. In a room where the Naru was, Adal glowed, and soon, those who were in the room turned when the doors opened as the guards there in the chamber looked in that direction, along with Lady Lydrin and General Tirzalan, along with the leader of the Sons of Lothar forces, Khadgar. They turned, and soon enough, the Spartan appeared with his group. The leader of the Blood Elves was very much surprised to see the armored man, who was assigned to be watched by one of her Blood Knights, and that said Blood Knight was with the man as well. She had seen the man himself. "Spartan, what in the name of the Sunwell are you doing here?" John was surprised at the arrival of Lady Lydrin. He had only met the leader of the Blood Knights when he had been to Silvermoon City under Aaron's request, and when he had helped with the discovery of Kale that's planned to take the Naru from them, when the city had been infiltrated by the prince and those transformed blood elves under his personal command. He had no idea what she was doing here of all places, but it must be of great importance for her to be here instead of helping with the mess in Silvermoon at the moment. "I could ask you the same question, Lady Lydrin." It was then that the Naru spoke out to the gathered force, though it seemed that the Spartan was the focus of the conversation this time around. "So, you are the Spartan, a human from beyond the stars itself. Your arrival here was expected." That was enough to make the Spartan stop dead in his tracks as he looked at the Naru. He scanned it and was surprised to find that its power levels were remarkably high, so high in fact that he was briefly worried that he might fry the scanner system by continuing to look at the Naru even more. Cortana was naturally more than ready to comment about what they were both looking at right now. "That thing's giving off a lot of power. It's amazing. The energy is equal to at least a Covenant space station's power reactor. And it's alive too. This is very interesting." Adal then threw another surprise into the whole mix as it spoke once more. "And I sense that your A.I Companion is in your armor as well. Good, she will be vital to fulfill the prophecy that you both shall play a part in." That statement confused the Spartan and Cortana at the same time. John had no idea what was going on before him, but he was not going to stand by and do nothing. He was going to get the answers he needed, one way or the other, as he spoke. "Prophecy? What sort of nonsense are you spouting out?" The people there in the chamber were surprised, and General Tirzalan naturally stepped forward with his sword drawn and spoke out. "Show respect to Adal human." The Naru, however, spoke gently at this point, no doubt to calm the Draenei general who was the head of the defense force in the city itself. Adal understood the general's reaction, but Velan had passed this prophecy to him before the arrival of the Blood Elves to this place, and as such, he was going to play his own role in this world of Outland. "Calm yourself, General. His question is a valid one, considering that he is from a branch of humanity that has embraced the ways of technology and not magic. But he does have a part to play in this world, even if he is not part of it." The Draenei in armor looked at the Naru and moved away, and as soon as that was over, Adal spoke once more to the Spartan. "You wish to know why I know of you, Spartan? My kind who you now know as the Naru have traveled paths in the great beyond and have met many beings before. Through these meetings, we have learned much of other worlds, and even at times, our beings far beyond the stars and galaxies. And in one of our journeys, we have met a race leaving a galaxy behind, leaving their technology, their power, their legacy for those they have marked as their inheritors. I believe that you and your A.I Companion know them as the Forerunners." To be continued. Author's notes. Sorry for the delay. Power outages are a pain in the ass. Not to mention the fact that I have gotten the chance to finally play StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty. Love the game and enjoyed the campaign missions a great deal. Not to mention I got to play an old classic, Knights and Merchants as well, along with other real-life issues, such as passing my school papers for application for the master's course. Hopefully you all can understand my situation and cut me some slack on matters like this once. Maybe I should try my hand in making a StarCraft story for the sake of expanding my horizons a bit more. There's a thought, but I believe that it can wait for a better time. I think that the work is not too bad, but I think the various situation I am in might have affected my work. If that is the case, please feel free to point out any errors and corrections, okay? Well, this is the end for the story for now. I am now going to direct my attention to the other stories that I've already been working on, and I might also post some short stories to get my eye in and get back on the horse, so to speak, when I go to working on the stories I had put on ice before. At any rate, I hope that this chapter, despite being rather long, is good for all the readers involved, and if there are complaints, suggestions for improvement, corrections, and all the usual stuff, then you all know the drill on how to send them my way. Okay, the swimsuit magazine stuff might be a bit much, but it's there now, and I happen to like it, so it's staying. But I have made the choice to add the movie night thing, and also have some music being played by Cortana, just for the fun of it. And also because the two things were requested by Laser Crusader for the sake of adding some extra spice to the story. So here it is. And now we have a red dragon in the mix. A female red dragon who is also from the pole and will soon play a key role in the rest of the plot in the coming stories. Though, I changed her name a bit to suit the way dragons name themselves, in terms of male and female, to lessen the sense of confusion. I have plans to have different members of the group of the Master Chief to go on several situations that will allow him to know them better, as well as develop a rapport with each of them. This will also help in the long run when we get to the other arcs in the story itself. And if anyone asks if John will get frisky with said female red dragon at some point in time, well, that is going to have to be considered carefully since it's really going to be one heck of a challenge to do. Now that the Master Chief and company are in the world of Draenor, the arc will officially start, and you can bet that things will be very interesting. We will be following the path of the Burning Crusade quest that John will be part of, but considering the things the Chief has on his arsenal, things are going to be different, and you can bet that as soon as they launch the attack on Tempest Keep, we're going to have a match between the Mad Prince and the Spartan. And what's this? The Naru have met the Forerunners before. Does that mean that the Naru had something to do with the events after Halo 3? I won't answer that just yet. You'll have to find out on that. Here's a taste of what to expect in the coming chapter on what the Naru will give to the Spartan. Kale that's raged as he unleashed bolt after bolt of fell magic at the Spartan, who continued to evade his attacks and using the area of his own room as a defense. The Blood Mage then spoke out as the Spartan hid behind another pillar, ignoring the wounds that he had on his body that were inflicted on him by the Spartan. You can't stop me, human. I will save my people, and our new master shall arrive and aid us in rightfully reclaiming what is ours. John looked at his Mark II assault rifle and saw that he had few rounds left, and his M6G didn't have enough rounds as well. He knew that he had to strike down the Mad Blood Elf Prince now, before things got really bad. However, he decided to try and reason with the madman. He knew already the history of Kale's people and could understand his motives, but he certainly did not approve of his plans. You want to bring that demon to Azeroth? What makes you think he will listen to you? I have pledged myself to serve him, and he shall reward my people well. And through him, we will finally free ourselves of our addiction. By drinking demon blood, and in turn, become demons yourselves? That's nothing more than pure madness, Prince Kale. You're not saving your people. You're damning them to a fate worse than death. What would you know, human? You are not of this world, and you have no right to judge me or my plans. John moved quickly when Cortana warned him of an incoming attack, and the pillar he was behind was blasted by a fireball. He moved and unleashed several rounds from his assault rifle, the anti-magic rounds slicing through the magical barrier that Kale had erected around himself. And as soon as he was in cover, he checked his weapons and knew that time was running out. He had to strike fast and hard once he got an opening to take down the now Mad Prince. So, you're willing to sell your people to the Legion to save them, knowing full well what the price of your decision will be. That is not your concern. Soon the Master will come, and all of the lands taken from the Blood Elves will be in our hands once more. And all those who dare to harm us will die. Even those who had nothing to do with the events that doomed your people. All will feel the wrath of the Blood Elves. The Orcs will pay for their attacks long ago. The Alliance will pay for abandoning us to the Scourge and treating us like dirt. And that bastard Arthas will die once and for all. John saw that he had no other choice in dealing with the Mad Prince. And he had to help the others who were still out there fighting with the forces that Kale had with him. He had to hurry. The forces needed help, and they needed it now. With that in mind, he then placed his assault rifle on his back and took out his new Enhanced Covenant plasma swords and got out of his hiding place to face Kale. The prince smirked in a very mad way and spoke out to the Spartan. "Fool, now you will die." John placed the handles of the weapons before his chest and replied in a serious voice. "Not today." As he said it, the blades of the enhanced plasma swords came online, but instead of the old blue whitish color of plasma, this color was now gold with silver laced into it as it glowed with pure energy, but not just plasma energy. This did not escape the notice of Kale as he spoke. "What the hell is that?" John snorted and charged in, no longer cutting back on his full power like before as he moved quickly towards Kale, not giving the Mad Prince a chance to cast magic. He leaped up at high speed with both golden blades at the ready and replied in mid-leap as one energy sword was poised to cut Kale clean in half. "The Naru send you their regards, and I intend to deliver it." Chapter 11, Part 1, Revelations and Missions. Thoughts. In the chamber, John looked at Adal with a great deal of intent as he was trying to figure out just how this energy being of utterly unknown origin knew of not just him, but of the Forerunners as well. He and Cortana were still there, surrounded by the residents of Shatrath City and also by those who worked with them in their base, and now he wanted to figure out how they knew about the Forerunners. How do you know the Forerunners? Adal replied in a serene tone. Many years ago, before we came to meet the Draenei, our kindred would explore the universe and beyond in world ships we have made with magically fused technology. Through these methods, we were able to travel to many worlds and observe them, along with finding other races who could help in fighting the darkness of the Burning Legion and other forces of darkness. We also traveled to other dimensions as well. In one such journey, we encountered the Forerunners, and through them, we learned much of your dimension as well. We spoke to them well, and learned of the war they had been in with the parasite that you know as the Flood. And through them, we learned of your people, or rather, your version of the human race. In the long conversations that we had with the Forerunners, we learned about their passing of the mantle to your race, Spartan. Mantle? The core philosophy of their race that speaks of their sworn duty to defend all life in the galaxy, to ensure that all races lived in peace and free of conflict. As we learned from them of their past history, this was something that we have found to be interesting. Through them we learned of your race, humanity, as it were. They spoke highly of your race, stating that you're kindred and they were alike in many ways, though your race's aggressive nature was a bit unsettling for them. John could not help but agree to a degree with Adal. As a student of history, he knew that while humanity was capable of great things of peace, beauty, artistry, and more, they were just as capable of horrible and violent acts as well. However, he decided to shelve those thoughts for another time and spoke once more. What happened to them? They left your galaxy after the firing of the weapons they left behind to fight the threat you know as the Flood. Many of them died, but not before storing all the other races of the galaxy, including those of your former enemies, the races that formed the Covenant in the Ark, and then purging the galaxy of all other life to prevent the Flood from consuming the galaxy. Once that was done, those of their race that yet lived moved on and were there to oversee the reseeding of life in your galaxy to allow life to start over. Once they were done, they left your galaxy to settle elsewhere. It is in this exodus that my kindred and I encountered them. Through this, we watched over your race's development, from your time as cavemen as it were, and all the way to the rise of your empire, and then to the war with the alien races known as the Covenant. However, we left halfway through the conflict as our concern now came to fight with the Legion as they had invaded Azeroth, as well as make their plans for a full-scale recovery and counterattack after the fall of their leader Archimonde. As such, we have not been able to see the end of the war, and as such, we have no part in your arrival here in this universe. The Spartan looked at the Naru, and he was a bit frustrated, with good reason as well, since there was no way for him to see the expressions or signals that would have told him what was really going on. He had no idea if this Naru was only playing him along. He was not the only one, as Cortana herself was getting annoyed, as despite being able to scan the energy creature, she was not getting anything that could tell her if this thing was lying to her and John. Adal seemed to sense the emotions of not just the Spartan and the 8th dot, and spoke in a sagely yet kind tone. I understand that you're not fully convinced, but I assure you both that I have not lied to you. Your coming here to this universe was not the least bit expected. Yet by coming here, you have placed yourselves in a vital role in the coming battles that will shape the races of this world and beyond. I wish to also state that we Naru have done nothing to bring you here, even though we have the power to cross dimensions. We have no desire to force anyone to side with us. Only if they are willing to do, so will we take them to form the soon-to-come Army of Light. Army of Light? Yes, there are great powers at play in the war with the Burning Legion. And for now, the focus is here in Azeroth itself. This world holds the distinct and dubious honor of being the only world that has resisted the Night of the Legion. It was here that a vast number of their greatest agents and soldiers died, weakening the Legion to a degree. And without a strong leader, they are fractured for now. For now? You mean that their leader will return? Yes, while his physical form is lost to the twisting nether, the Dark Titan, Sargeras will not remain silent for long. You are familiar with him, are you not? John nodded, as he had indeed read all he could concerning the one known as the Dark Titan from his time in gathering information in the land. He then commented on said being as well, since he seemed to be remarkably similar to a certain figure in his universe's religions. I have. He sounds like Satan, though. Who? The central antagonist of a faith where I come from. It's a long story, but I doubt we're here to discuss religious matters, right? Adal glowed a bit and nodded. You are indeed correct. The matters before us right now pertains to the blood elf Prince Kael. That's when he and his still oblivious master, the corrupted demon hunter Illidan, came to Outland. To recover from their disastrous defeat in the land of Northrend, they mounted an attack here, and a foolish action as well. Cortana then replied, that's because you all have a common enemy, right? In that you are correct, Lady Cortana. The greatest enemy that all life faces in Azeroth and beyond is the Burning Legion, along with other forces as old or older than even the Legion itself. Illidan and Kael's attack here was supposed to focus his control over Outland. However, it has not worked the way they have foreseen. Kael's greatest scholars, mages, and more have sided with us to fight for a common goal, and that is to defeat the Legion. You must know that Kael serves a new master now. There is no doubt that the Blood Elf's new master is a member of the Legion, who that is may soon be revealed to us. But as is stated, time waits for no one. Even with the defection of his forces, Kael still commands a considerable force that are all fanatically loyal to his mad plans. Not only that, there is rumor around the lands that he and Illidan are gaining allies from the demon gates that remain operational. These gates must be shut down to stem the tide of the Legion forces streaming into Outland itself. Yet these are but part of the danger. The two have established bases to attack vital places held by the Alliance and the Horde here in Outland. If these places fall and are taken by the Legion, then they will gain a foothold and turn the resources of this land to their own purpose. Outland may look like a ruined and useless world, but its treasures and resources, plus the wells of power, remain intact. They knew this, and, as such, have established mana forges in key places here as well. Kael has been working to create powerful weapons of magical might with these forges, publicly to support his former master, but to secretly prepare his new master's return. The kidnapping of our fellow Naru from the Blood Elf capital of Sylvamoon and Azeroth is part of this vile plan. He intends to use Muru for the chance to bring his master back into the world, to finish what they started in Azeroth. Outland is not a ruined world, but it still has strategic value. It is a world in which the Legion can unleash more of their invasions, and where forces opposing the Legion can break their advance. Lydra nodded in agreement. Adal speaks truly. Securing and holding Outland is critical for the survival of all life. We have to break any chance of Kael's new master from the Legion from returning and rallying the Legion forces already here. They are disorganized and led by lieutenants who, while powerful, are not as strong as the generals of their forces and commanding much larger forces. If they are united and secure this world, then we are doomed either way. The others in the group, led by the Spartan, now could see that their actions were the right ones, and it had been a wise move. However, they were also aware that they were too few to actually mount a counterattack of this scale. Sandra then spoke to the Spartans seriously. We have to return to Azeroth and tell the Alliance of what we have learned. If this is true, then we are in serious danger. John agreed with Sandra and replied, I know, we need to send word back to Tyrant and the other members of the Alliance, as well as the Horde leadership, to get ready and if possible reinforce both garrisons they have watching over portals here to Outland, as well as other outposts. He then turned to Dana and spoke to the Paladin. Are there other Alliance garrison here? Dana thought it over and knew that there were some, but she had no idea where these might be. Not many maps were made by Alliance mapmakers when it concerned Outland. There are some outposts that I know of, but they are located in areas that are too risky to go in alone and unprepared. The largest by far is Honor Hold, located in the Hellfire Peninsula. It served as the primary base of the Alliance during the expedition led by the Sons of Lothar when they chased rogue orc forces years before the Third War. Now is the primary Alliance town in this world. There are others, and if I recall right, that was when Adal replied. There are other Alliance bases and outposts as well, but they too are under siege. In order to ensure that the Alliance recovers, then these locations must be freed from their state of siege. The Stair of Destiny, which is used by both the Alliance and the Horde, is under siege as well by the Legion, and it is the largest area for reinforcement from Azeroth to be sent. If it falls, then the situation becomes dire. The same can be said of the Horde outposts here in Outland as well. They too are under siege, and they will need all the allies they can get in order to. John could see that this situation he was now in was going to be a very serious matter that they were going to have to deal with soon. But he also decided to wait and organize things first before making his move. We will need to set up a base of operations. Adal then spoke as well. That you will. Shatrath Cody shall be your haven, Spartan. This place will have to serve for now. John was surprised by this and asked the question that came to mind the very second that the Naru told him that this city was going to serve as a base. Are you sure that you are willing to allow us to use this place as a base of operations? Yes, the Alliance and the Horde will need all the allies that it can get, and you also have a stake in this matter as well. Though you are not part of this world, you know that if the Legion succeeds, you will be taken into it as well. For now, there is work to be done, I believe. Take your time to gather whatever it is you need and be ready. Kael'thas is no doubt now aware of the failure of his followers, and he will soon make another move of his own, and that is something that we all must be prepared for. John knew that, and so did Cortana, after taking the time to bid farewell to the Naru. John decided to use the place where he had been recovering in to plan the next phase of the operation. He picked one from each of the group to go back to Azeroth and tell their leaders of what had transpired and what was about to happen here in Outland. He also ordered the others to begin searching for any clues that would explain if Kale's forces had other plans apart from attacking Shattrath City. He, however, then spoke that he might have an idea as to why Kale that would allow an attack like this on Shattrath City before. Kale might have known that eventually his followers would find out that he had aligned with the Legion, and while he knew his most fanatically loyal followers would go with him, the others would not. Even if it would cost him a great deal of his forces that were now in residence here, he considered it a good trade-off, as only his fanatics will remain to see things through. That made sense, and Adal agreed with him. This also convinced Lyderin that they had to stop Kael'thas, and that was why she decided to send her own report to the Silver Moon Council, as well as requests for all able-bodied and willing adventurers and soldiers that could be spared to make their way to Outland and prepare for the offensive against their former prince. Out in the field, it was not long before the combined Alliance and Horde members were back out in the land that they had been fighting in before looking about in the field of battle. They were looking for any clues on the bodies of the slain forces of Kael'thas Sunstrider. The chance of finding any important documents on them was not very high, but anything that could give them a clue as to what had happened to make the Blood Elf Prince turn on his own people and side with the Burning Legion, as well as any plans and documents that could be of some use. Tanis and Aaron were there, along with a few of the others who were the representatives of the Alliance and the Horde who were assigned to work with the Spartan. They were currently in the lead, as these were their people, and they wanted to know just what was it that would make them side with the Legion. So far, the group, with them focused, looking on the bodies of the warriors, as well as the mages. They had no idea what they would find, but the extra coins of copper, silver, and gold would be useful for them, as well as also selling anything that would not be needed. They, however, recalled that the Spartan had requested them to make sure that if they did find anything related to the reason they were here in the very first place was kept intact. So far, they were able to salvage a lot of things, though they were not finding much just yet. Janna, Derek, Sandra, Dane, Dragna, Ruskane, Talia, Thorol, and Hagen moved back to the portal to inform their race's respective leaders of what was to come. It was here that the troll shadow hunter Zalandra found some sort of device on the mages that had attacked the Spartan earlier, and it looked strange. The device in question had vials on them, as well as some tubes that ended with needles. The others looked on at the now empty vials in the hands of Zalandra as the troll shadow hunter. As she smelled it, she recoiled with disgust all over her face as Dana spoke. What seems to be the problem? Teach vials reek o demonic blood. This surprised many of them, even more so in Tanis' case as he looked on with shock and utter disgust. The vials seemed to have some sort of connection tub to needles, and he was quick to realize what was going on. They were injecting demon blood into themselves when fighting. Dana did not like this, as she used her holy magic to look for sure, and just as she did so, the traces of demonic blood glowed malevolently at the presence of her magic, making the paladin even more worried at the implications of the blood elves doing this. Aaron, on the other hand, felt like she had been stabbed in the back. The thought of her people willingly giving into their addictions was hard enough, but actually taking in demon blood was horrifying to her, as she recalled seeing the forms of those who they now knew drank the blood freely. She could not take it anymore, and quickly turned away to head back to Shattrath City, and the look of shock on her face was easily seen by the others in the group. Tanis knew that they had to report to John, as this would explain why the mages had managed to hit him hard with their magic. The energy in demon blood could help with the addictions, but too much could easily empower their magic greatly, at the cost of becoming corrupted and diluted monstrosities. How could his people become this addicted? He would never know, but either way, this had to be reported. We need to head back to the city soon. We might need to report this discovery apart from what else we can find. The others agreed with that, and soon found a number of documents from some of the slain mages which was not ruined by blood. Some of the documents appear to be merely mundane material, but the others detailed the locations of the mana forges, as well as the current state of the demon portals that were unleashing more and more of the demons that were plaguing the land around them. These would prove useful soon enough, so they had to make sure that they found all that they needed before calling it a day. However, there was something in the documents that seemed to deal with something called the cipher. This became something of great interest for the others. They headed back to do what they could to find out just what the cipher was, as well as find out any possible means to end Kael'thas and Illidan once and for all. In Shattrath City, Kaelin looked over the city that served as their base of operations for now, and was sure that this world was different. Instead of the lush forests and rivers she would be familiar with, this place was like a desert and barren as well. It was certainly not a place for any night elf to feel welcome, and those of her people who had managed to survive in this place deserved her respect to have done so in such a place. However, she was not focusing on that as she moved back to join the others as John looked over the documents and then managed to consult a map provided to him by one of the Drenii residing in Outland. He and Cortana copied the map and began to locate the 4 mana forges. He had learned that these would soon tear the Netherstorm region to pieces, and that was a vital location as well to Outland. The other thing that worried the Spartan was the fact that the mana forges were connected to Tempest Keep. Tempest Keep, as far as he was able to piece together, had been the former stronghold of Velin and his people. Before Illidan, Kael'thas, and Lady Vashj, one of the Naga people's best agents and their followers had come to set up when he fled from his failure to kill Arthas at the behest of his own master, who Jon had learned eventually from Tyron was none other than Kil'jaeden. Tempest Keep was built with Nara technology, so it was a safe bet in his and Cortana's mind that they would use Nara technology to power these mana forges in battle. His concern was what Kael would do next. So far, the assault on key Alliance and Horde positions followed the usual pattern associated with traditional assault methods. But ever since he came here, he had a feeling that there was more to that than just sieges. He turned to face Tanis and spoke to the Blood Elf. "What else have you found?" "This, documents that seem to talk about a cipher, whatever it is. Kael seems hell-bent on locating it. We have no idea what this cipher is at the moment, so we're in the dark." Jon shook his head at this and decided to go and see the files they had gathered, which could be useful in helping determine what this cipher was, as this brought back memories on his own search for the activation index. "Does anyone have an idea what this cipher is?" The others were not sure, until one of the Draenei residents spoke. "There may be one who will know. There is an orc by the name of Ornok Tornheart who lives in Shadowmoon Valley. He is not part of the Horde, and is traded with the Horde and the Alliance, and has been here for many years. It is a risk, but he may have answers. Another would be the Earthen Ring. They're the ones who would have greater knowledge of the device as well, and, as such, going to them would fill in the gaps." Jon nodded, but that was when he turned his attention to the fact that there seemed to be someone missing from the meeting, and that was none other than Erin herself. And this was also when the others showed him the vials that they had recovered from the bodies of the slain Blood Elves. Jon moved into the terrace to look for Erin. It did not take long for him to find the distraught Blood Elf rogue. He could easily see that the discovery of the scope of her people's addiction to demon magic was not very helpful to the mind of the young woman. He had to admit that the discovery of the Blood Elves and Kael's command using the blood of demons as some form of booster was troubling. When the group brought this to his attention as well as that of the others, the reactions were not good, and that was when he noted that Erin was not with the others. Janna told him that the discovery had hit Erin hard, and she was currently trying to make some level of sense as to how this was made to happen to their people by their own leader. Jon walked over to her and reached out to her. She flinched at his action, but did not force his hand away from her shoulder. This allowed him to sense with the scanners of his Mjolnir that she was very unhappy and was no doubt going to be in a very foul mood. And he was not disappointed as she turned to him and was actually trying to hide her face from him, something that she would not normally do. "Erin, I am sorry. I can't believe this. How could they have fallen so badly to let themselves be controlled by their addictions when we have spent so many years trying to not let ourselves be ruled by it? How could the prince allow this to happen to them?" Jon could tell that the woman was truly shaken and decided to speak to her once more. "You are not at fault here. The only way to get those answers is already known to you. All you need to focus now is to deal with what is happening here." Erin looked at the Spartan who still had his helmet on, and she could easily see her very own face looking right back at her, and she knew that he was right. She could not stay like this forever. She needed answers, and so did everyone back in Silvermoon City, and moping around here was not going to give her the answer she needed. She nodded at that and replied, "You are right. So what do we do now?" Jon thought it over and replied as he gestured for Erin to follow him. "We have at least learned of several vital locations of Kael'thas operations, but he seems to be interested in an artifact known as the Cipher. We have no idea what it is, but we need to find answers to the question on why he would want such a thing. So far there are sources, the Earthen Ring, and an orc by the name of Ornok who can provide us the answers." Erin nodded and decided to get herself ready to do what she could and eventually find her answers on what had happened to her people who were in this place. Once things were settled, Jon decided that they needed to focus on denying Kael'thas the Cipher, and in order to do just that, they would have to make their way to the Earthen Ring to learn more and then find this orc that was mentioned to them. However, it was also here that Jon decided to head back to the Dawn to get something. He allowed the others to get what they needed before they made their way to meet the Earthen Ring. It was not long before Jon came back and had a crate with him, something that he felt would be of good use in what they were all about to take part in. This mission was going to be something that was going to be a great test of their abilities, and Jon decided that he was going to have to go all out for that. However, he had to make sure that one of them had some new protection for what was soon to come. He opened the crate and removed what was a suit of UNSC Marine body armor, the M52B body armor vest along with the inner ballistic assault vest. He checked it to see if it was still in working condition. Once he was satisfied that it was going to work up to the standard, he decided to give it to the rogue while she was cleaning her swords. Jon walked over to Erin and gave her the marine body armor complete with the full set. The equipment surprised Erin, and she made her surprise evident in her next question. "What is this?" Protection with what we're all going to be facing this will come in handy. Put it on. The Blood Elf rogue looked at the armor with a very curious eye as well as some level of worry. She had only worn light armor, such as leather, and never anything like this, and worried that it would be cumbersome and heavy for her to use. She made that clear to the Spartan, though she made sure not to sound offensive. She did know that he was doing this to make sure that she would be all right, and that made her feel happy for some reason or another. Are you sure I can wear that? It looks rather heavy and cumbersome. I don't wish to sound ungrateful, but I won't be of much use if I can't move fast enough. John smirked a bit in his helmet and replied, "Don't worry, it's not as heavy as plate or mail, but it will help you a lot. Test it out." Aaron was still not totally sold, but decided to put it on to see if what the Spartan said about it was true. It took some time for her to latch the armor on over her leather armor after putting on the black inner vest that went with it. The feeling was a bit different than what she had worn in the past, as the inner part of the armor seemed to be almost like gel. However, she noted that as soon as she fully latched it into place on her body, as well as her leather, the armor was actually quite comfortable and was actually not as heavy as she had previously thought. It was also here that the inner part of the new armor actually began to mold to her body shape in mere moments, and it felt rather comfortable as well, much to her surprise, and she did not sweat as much as she thought despite the fact that she was still wearing her leather armor. She moved around a bit to find that the armor was actually segmented and could move well enough with her body motions, which were impressive indeed. She then donned the rest of the equipment, which she found was quite impressive in their very own right, as they were lightweight and did not weigh her down at all. As soon as she was done, she looked at the Spartan, who seemed to be cocking his head to the side a bit, no doubt a bit amused at her reactions to wearing the armor he had given her. He then spoke to her in a calm, yet undeniably slightly amused tone. "So, how is the armor?" "It's different, although it would be heavy and hard to move in, but it's actually quite light and feels rather comfortable as well." That's the M52B body armor suit worn by all UNSC Marines. I had it retrofitted to have stronger plating as well as a few other things to make it a bit easier for you to use. The reason it's lightweight is that instead of traditional metal armor, it uses ceramics. See ceramics? It's a special type of material that has the strength and durability of metal, but half the weight, so it's a lot lighter and easier to move in. Originally, these suits were using titanium alloy plating as armor, but we switched to ceramics since they were just as tough and durable as titanium, but was not as expensive to use, though this does have a thin titanium shell in key areas. That's why, despite its appearance, it's a lot lighter and also easier to use. Aaron was impressed and also greatly touched, while she knew that the Spartan had his own reasons for doing this. The fact that he had willingly given this suit of armor from his own stores was a sign that she was important to him. What was the level of that importance was still unknown to her, but she was happy either way. "Thank you for the present, Spartan. Don't worry about it. Take good care of it, and it will save your life. Now then, we have to work on some other matters, so I hope that you will be up for the task." The Blood Elf smiled warmly at that and replied, "I will not disappoint you." As she followed him, she could not help but touch her new armor, finding it to be very well made. Another thing that made her very impressed with the way the Spartans' people actually lived and how different their technology was to the one she had already seen in her very long career as a rogue, and the fact that he had given it to her for her safety made her all the more eager to be with the Spartan. She turned and saw that Kalen and Sandra were not too happy with this as they glared at her as they began to move out. They needed to meet with the Earthen Ring first and then locate this orc named Oranok. Along the way, they needed to gather supplies and resources that will be of good use in the time to come. However, that was when he was called in by Adal, and when they arrived there seemed to be a large table there before the Naru. John wondered what this was about until Adal spoke. "Before you go, Spartan, you'll need to be properly equipped to face the demons of the Burning Legion. I have no doubt that you have never faced demons before, so you will need power to fight them. Ow. I will imbue your weapons, and if needed, your armor to make sure that you will be able to fight them in an equal footing. This will be your edge in facing them, for while they can be harmed by traditional means, that will take too long." John had to admit that it was a good offer, and Khadgar himself agreed with the idea as he spoke to the Spartan. "Adal speaks truly. You will need all the advantages you can get if you were to face the Legion, and this is something that will help you in what you must do greatly." John nodded and decided to get his weapons and place them there, and naturally, he would have to remove his armor yet again. It was going to delay his plans, and it was not something he wanted, but facing demons was unknown to him, and any power he can use to even up the odds was undeniably welcome. As soon as the process was over, he was going to make sure to test everything out in a more thorough fashion. However, he did have one important concern. What a Cortana! We shall also help her if you so desire. While she is a machine, we can imbue her with some energy to ensure that she will not be affected by the presence of the demons. They do have great power, and while she is not alive per se, it is better to be safe than sorry, or worse, dead. Cortana then replied to that. "Can't argue with the logic there, Chief. Yank me. I'll be all right, so don't worry. You always worry me." Cortana smiled at that and allowed it for now. One thing was certain, however, it was going to be a very interesting day. This was going to be an interesting day. Chapter 11. Part 2. Relic Retrieval. Thoughts. In Outland, had he not been in this world and this dimension as it were, he would have scoffed at the idea of demons being real, but ever since his time here, he was a lot more open-minded in his state of mind. These creatures were not like anything he had fought before, and that was why he and Cortana knew that they had to be properly armed. And while he and she were not sure what was in the mind of this Nara named Adal, he was not going to make any snap judgments right now. As he looked at the land, he also recalled why he had to shelve his plans to make his move to go and locate this orc and the item known as the Cipher of Damnation, whatever that was. This orc might very well be the only source of information that they were going to be able to find, but what they learned thus far was not good. It was going to be at least several weeks to at least 2 months worth of travel on foot to reach this orc, as well as moving from landmass to landmass. And considering the dangers that were going to be there in this land, then that was going to be a very long trip, which was not going to be the least bit safe, even more so if this Illidan and Kael'thas decide to get in their way. Had he been able to bring any UNSC vehicles with him on this mission, then the trip would not take too long. But he doubted that it was going to be that simple. This world was totally unlike Azeroth, and therefore the resources that he could normally use, namely water, to fuel the UNSC vehicles. He was also concerned with his supplies of ammunition for all of his weapons, both UNSC and Covenant. He had to make sure that his supplies would be all right, and that his equipment that he had brought with him were going to be enough to provide him with supplies. This city already had the baseline materials for making ammunition, and he had the gear, though he hoped that he would be able to find any new materials to make more unique ammunition. He placed that aside and turned to see the rest of the city and was soon joined by the night elf warden Kaina, and she seemed to be deep in thought about something. He said nothing at the moment since he knew that interfering into something that he was not aware of was not the most productive thing that he could do. The night elf warden herself said nothing for a while or so before she finally spoke. I never thought I would be here in this place of Outland, nor possibly facing the betrayer himself. John decided to reply to that, as he was curious what that meant. What exactly do you mean by that, and who is this betrayer? He is, or was Illidan Stormrage. You no doubt have heard of him, Spartan. He was the brother of Shandu Stormrage, and was one of the first demon hunters in existence. His crimes were such that he had been buried in an underground prison for 10,000 years, and the first of U.S. wardens watched over him. Her name was Maev Shadowsong, and she had trained all her life for this duty, as she had seen the dangers of arcane magic firsthand. John listened to what she had to say about Maev and Illidan. He was aware that Illidan was released by Tyrant despite Malfurion's warnings to aid in the war when the Legion invaded. And as soon as it was told to him what happened to Illidan and how Maev took it upon herself to hunt down and imprison Illidan again. But as Kaina explained how Maev became so consumed with vengeance and hunted Illidan to this land, even at the risk of never coming home, he could see why she seemed uneasy being here. She embodied our mission well, but also was a symbol of the perils of being in this position of responsibility and duty. And if Illidan is here and alive, then you worry that she is here as well. I do not know this world. It feels wrong to me and no doubt to the others of my race. I do not know how any one of us can even fathom living in this dark and barren world. I do not know why I think these things actually, but it is hard not to displace this battle that is soon to come. I do not know what will happen where we are indeed here in this world. John shrugged and replied to that in his very own fashion. You will gain nothing worrying about it. Focus on the here and now. And just because you are a warden, you do not need to think that you will be taking the very same path that Maev took. She is not you, and you're not her. Kaina looked at John and gave a nod. I suppose not. Anyway, I will need to take my leave. I will need to have my gear checked out once we begin to move to find this orc who can tell us of this Cipher of Damnation. John nodded as Kaina did just that and headed off to get her gear checked out. As for him, he decided to wait a bit longer and hope that whatever was being done to his equipment and weapons would be over soon. For now, all he could do was wait and plan out his moves when they would soon be on the move and to deal with the situation. It was not long that he was able to see one of the Draenei guards of the city came towards him. And from the looks of things, he was about to see just what was done to the Mjolnir and the rest of his weapons for the battles with what this world was going to unleash upon him. As he came in, he made sure to go and recover the chip that housed Cortana, which was under his watch and in a special tack pad that was made to store her chip for now. Cortana herself was in the best of moods as she had taken the time to clean her systems and Riemann matrix to keep it working in the proper order. He was soon joined by Kaelin, Dana, Aaron, and Tanis, as well as the others of his unofficial team, to head to the place within the higher echelons of the city, where Adal had his gear taken, as well as the weapons that he had with him on this trip to be enchanted. As they headed there, they were watched by the residents of the city, as well as the Scryers and the Alder forces who were there as well. John looked at the Mjolnir Mark VI and the caches of weapons that were wheeled out to him to look at with the others. Adal was there, as well as Archmage Cagder, and the two seemed to watch as the Spartan looked at his newly imbued weapons and armor. John took one of the new MA-5C assault rifles and noted that it actually had some new changes to it. The first thing, or rather things he noticed, was there were several glowing crystals inside the weapon in several places. He checked the crystals and felt some sort of energy coming from them. A calm and soothing energy, but filled with an inner fire as well. He checked the other weapons that were of UNSC manufacture and saw the same features in them as well. There were even some crystals in the pommel of the combat knives, and even his katanas which he brought along had them. And when he turned to the weapons of the Covenant, they were glowing differently. There was a white golden glow in them, and when he activated one of the energy swords, he was mildly surprised to see that instead of the traditional deep blue-white blade of plasma energy, it was replaced with a deep golden color and seemed to actually hum at a different tune. He then deactivated the weapon and noted that there was a deep white crystal in the middle of each handle of the energy sword, right where the battery pack-out usually be. He turned his attention to his Mjolnir and noted that while it remained basically the same in form and appearance, there are also glowing crystals in several areas. One was in the middle of each forearm, the upper arm, the thighs, the ankles and shoulders, two on the back and one larger one on the chest. The helmet also had a crystal there as well, above the visor. As he looked at them, he also noted strange inscriptions in an alien tongue that glowed deep gold as well, even more so when he placed his hands over them. He looked at Adal and spoke seriously. "What have you done with my weapons and my armor?" Adal replied to that easily enough, as the Spartan waited for the answers to what exactly had happened to his equipment. "I have placed these weapons and your armor in what we Naro call a light forge. It is a place where we imbue a vast portion of our magic, and at times of great need, our very essence into things that are needed in times of war. It has been some time since this city's light forge has been used, and it has taken some effort to awaken it. The weapons made by your people, the UNSC, have been imbued to be resistant to demonic magic, so they cannot be easily destroyed or corrupted by demon magic or that cast by warlocks and necromancers. The crystals in them also have the power to imbue the bullets with the power to counter demonic powers. They will be able to bypass any shield and magical barrier made by the Legion unless the barriers and shield in question are much stronger. These bullets also will be able to allow you to inflict much greater harm on those who have demonic blood flowing in their bodies, as well as having been mutated by magical powers that are related to demon magic. They will still retain their lethality on regular foes, but are more attuned to harming demons and denizens of the twisting nether, and you will no doubt find plenty of them here in the ruined remains of Draenor. For although the hold of the Legion here is not as strong as it once was, many of its scattered forces are still strong here. The corrupted remains of the orcs who serve both the Legion and kill Jaden's agents will also be present, and your weapons will be more than able to hold them. As for your more exotic weapons, they too have been infused with our powers in the light, so they in turn will be just as effective in harming the foes that we have already mentioned. They have crystals from my own body which will serve as a powerful source of the energy needed to harm those of demonic origins, and as such will be helpful should these creatures be able to resist your attacks. The weapons you use for close combat have been infused with my kindred's powers as well from my own body, so they too will be useful just in case close battles are unavoidable." Adal then turned to the Mjolnir, and he was soon able to explain the changes that he had been able to place into it to help the Spartan combat the enemies that he was about to face. "Your armor has also been enchanted to give you a much better chance in facing the forces of the Burning Legion. The crystals that have been fused into your armor have the power to create a strong magical barrier which works in the same way as your armor's technological shields would. But their power is focused on resisting the magical attacks of those who use demonic or shadow magic by deflecting them. They also block physical attacks by weapons of demonic origin as well. The inscriptions placed there on your armor also serve to shield your body and mind from any attack of demonic magic that is aimed to weaken you physically or mentally. Demons will no doubt attempt to weaken your mental resolve and even attempt to corrupt you and turn you on your allies. And while your mental armor is not to be underestimated, even that will not be enough should you face demons of great strength who may be able to break that mental armor. These inscriptions of power will be able to give you a much-needed measure of protection should it ever come to that point, and when you face such foes. They also will serve to protect you from demonic curses to a degree that is cast in your direction and serve to heal you as well. Both the inscriptions and the crystals can help heal your wounds alongside the technological systems of healing your armor already has. They in turn will also help counter most poisons of demonic origin. And they too will help you be able to see those with demonic taint in them should they appear normal to you. Though you have already developed the ability to see magic through your technology, this should make it much easier, as some demons and their agents are more adept in hiding themselves than even the most gifted of rogues. John was surprised by all these changes, and he had to admit that they seemed very useful indeed if he was going to be in this world for a very long time. The same could be said for those who were with him, for such gifts were very powerful for only one man to have. Though her people worshipped nature and had their own pantheon of divine beings, Kaelin and the other Night Elves were able to appreciate such gifts, and she herself was pleased that Jon was able to get such useful tools to fight the Legion with in the coming times. She had been worried how he might fare against demons, as she herself had been fortunate to have survived the Legion's assault and that of their Scourge allies so long ago at Mount Hyjal. This realm they had come to was going to be a serious test in her mind, so they were going to need all the advantages that they were going to get. She and the others were not the only ones who were impressed as Cortana, who was in her memory chip, appeared, and she was also showing an expression of interest. All of these upgrades certainly sound promising, and no doubt we're going to need all of the advantages we can get Jon. I know. The Spartan and the Ape thought. I turned to face the Naru, and Jon was the first to speak to Otto. Thank you. Cortana said likewise. Thanks, these new upgrades will certainly help us a great deal. Otto glowed a bit and replied. You are quite welcome. You both will need to wield these powers, as you are to succeed in what it is that you will need to do in order to make sure that the Legion will not be able to succeed, even with the aid of Prince Kael'dats and his loyalist forces. You will have to be wary of Illidan and those who follow him, however. While he is not entirely aware of what is happening under his watch, do not expect him to let you attack his base of operations. No doubt the defeat of Kael'dats' forces will reach his ears, and he will not be pleased at all. The Nara was very much right on that regard. In the Black Temple, a dark figure bristling with power was deep in thought. The former Night Elf was currently brooding darkly on his throne deep within the Black Temple in silent contemplation. Were it not for the fact that he was breathing and his body moved, anyone who was not familiar with the former brother of Malfurion Stormrage would have mistaken him for a dark and evil statue that was too lifelike to be real. His twin blades rested near his throne as his wings moved slightly as he brooded over many things. One such thing was the news of another failed assault on Shattrath City by Kael's forces and the sudden appearance of a new force that was surprisingly comprised of forces from both the Alliance and the Horde. He had been receiving reports from his agents who had infiltrated the Alliance and the Horde towns and bases in Draenor of increasing numbers of Alliance and Horde forces, which possibly meant that the two sides were making separate operations to try and stop him. This made the former demon hunter growl deeply at the thought of these Cretans trying to usurp his plans to return to Azeroth and finally have his long overdue revenge against all who have scorned and wounded him. Tyrant and his brother would be spared, but his dark heart vowed that if Furion ever came to face him again, he would not hesitate this time around. And most of all, he would finally settle his defeat with Arthas, the Death Knight that had been a thorn on his side from the very first day they had met. Illidan recalled in deep bitterness the corrupted and soulless human who had persuaded him to acquire the skull of Gul'dan to gain more power, and the results of it. Then he recalled his defeat by the hands of that same human who took the power of the Lich King as his own. Those thoughts filled him with hatred and loathing, and he planned to remedy that once his forces were fully assembled. Holding and controlling this outland would help him, and when all he needed was ready, they would march on and then strike at his foes, and this time, nothing will change the fact that Arthas would die. For even though he was now the Lich King, not even the innumerable forces of the undead that he could summon would matter before the might of the Legion. After all, the Legion created the Scourge, and they were going to unmake them. And when they did, he would be there to carve off Arthas's head and present it in the crown of the Lich King to kill Jaden. This unknown force was of some concern to him, but not enough to warrant his full attention. Even though they were made of forces from both the Alliance and the Horde races, they would not be enough to make much of a difference without larger numbers. The news that they had a red dragon as an ally did not bother Illidan either. This dragon, according to his spies who had been there yet far away from the battle, had reported that its powers were not in the level of the Red Dragon Queen herself, and as such was not too much of a danger. The same could be said for this green and black armored being that his spies spoke of. They will be dealt with mere Cretans who will feel the bite of my blades and taste the fullness of my fury. Soon, all will burn by the fires of my hate, and Arthas's head will soon be on a pike in this very throne. The time for dreaming of his death will soon be over. Soon, those dreams will one day become reality. However, it was here that Illidan decided that he should at the very least visit someone who had been able to keep alive for some time, someone who he knew would know what it was like to be trapped in a prison for so long. However, unlike him, the person in question was a prisoner of her own making, and no one could free her but herself. With that plan in mind, Illidan moved to recover his blades and made his way to the deeper parts of his temple and base of operations. He wondered just what was her reaction going to be when he appeared once more before her. So close yet, so far as well. Deep in the prison, Illidan looked about in the dark and unwelcoming cells in his fortress. Even without his eyes, he moved with a grace that spoke volumes of his ability to see the world differently, a gift from the dark Titan himself that he had used for his own gain and at times that of the Legion. For now, however, he placed such memories aside as he had more important matters to deal with. He made his way deeper and soon was before a figure that he knew all too well. Akama, it has been some time since I've visited this place, has it not? Almost several days, Lord Illidan. Has she made any attempt to escape? Before the broken Dreamy Eye could speak in order to answer the question placed before him, another voice was soon to join them. I'm still here, betrayer. I will not remain locked in here forever. I will be free, and you will suffer for all you have done to me. The voice was filled with unrestrained venom and hatred, and was mixed with an aura of power as well as strength. But instead of being worried or frightened by the voice in question, Illidan laughed deeply and moved away from Akama and entered the cell. The specially made lights came up to reveal their prisoner. The prisoner was a night elf who wore the very same armor that the night elf wardens wore. But she was no simple night elf. She was on the most recognized wardens and was seen as the strongest of them all, yet also a symbol of the folly of allowing one's self to be taken over by the need of vengeance at the expense of all things that made life worth living. She was Maiev Shadowsong, and so long ago, she was the one who watched diligently over Illidan for his internment in that infernal prison for nearly 10,000 years. When Tyrant freed him years before, Maiev went out of her way to track him down and bring him back into that barrow prison. No matter where he went, and no matter how many followers he had with him, she was there to chase him with her very own followers and her desire to bring him to justice. But over time, things changed. The deaths of her sisters and her closest friend Aisha at the hands of the Illidan and the Eye of Sargeras had driven her to the limits, and she became obsessed with capturing him, willing to risk even coming to this damned land and fighting against odds that eventually led to her capture. She had tried to finally capture him and take him down, but Illidan's skills had improved greatly since leading the Blood Elves and the Naga in battle in this world, as well as his slaying of many powerful foes ever since his arrival. He managed to outmaneuver and overpower her when she was now alone, as her other sisters were now dead and gone. But instead of ending her life, Illidan took her prisoner and kept her alive. There is no doubt that this was not as an act of mercy in Illidan's part, for when he took her prisoner, he subjected her to the very same abuse she had done when she had caught him the first time. And now here she was, a prisoner in his own kingdom and something to amuse himself with. And that drove Maiev to the greatest depths of fury and vengeance. Illidan loved that as he decided to taunt her again. It had been some time since he had done that after all. Still you rage about your desires to have me buried in a cell, Maiev. I had hoped that spending time here in this prison would show you that all you have hoped for has come to nothing. Maiev growled darkly at Illidan, and the former night elf knew it as he chuckled darkly at her and replied, I trust that you have been fed. Spare me your pathetic attempts, Illidan. The only thing that will make me feel complete is to be able to plunge my moon sword into your black and corrupt heart and take your wretched corpse and toss it back into that dark hole that was your home. The chance to see your corpse rot away and fade into nothing is justice for all the things that you have done. Illidan frowned a bit, but he was not too angry and decided to reply to that. Nothing would please you more than that, I see, my dear warden. Do you still hear the Maiev? Do you still remember the cries and screams of your fellow watchers as they fell and died around you when you pursued me all those years ago? Silence. Do you remember how they screamed along with Naisha as the ruins of the tomb of Sargeras fell down on them? Do you recall the sounds of the boulders crushed them into nothing but pulp, and how much agony they felt until they died? And Naisha, despite Maiev's whispering, oh, her beloved friend's name, Illidan's hearing picked it up, and that made him smile even more as he tightened the pressure on the warden. Do you remember seeing the ruined and bleeding bodies of your watchers as you continued to pursue me? How they died by my blades and by that of my followers, or by starvation and thirst as you, and they tried to eke out an existence away from Kalimdor. And how the last of your followers finally fell when you so foolishly led that attack on this very place, and how their bodies were left to rot in the grounds, or were feasted on by my soldiers and the scavengers that roamed the wastelands. Damn you! Illidan grinned and made sure Maiev would see it all. And you claim that I killed them? I did spill their blood in battle, but you could have prevented it all had you not interfered with my plans to end the Lich King. And then you and those who still followed, you came here to imprison me, even though it was clear that there would be no easy escape for you. You led them to their deaths, Maiev Shadowsong, and you know it. Tell me something, dear warden. Do they scream at you in your dreams when you sleep in this cell, Maiev? Do they curse your name in your dreams? Do they point their fingers at you and call you mad and insane for chasing me? Do they look at you with disgust at how willing you are to hunt me down, even if it will end their lives? Tell me, Maiev, tell me. Maiev snapped and tried to strike at Illidan and slammed his fist into the bars of her prison cell. She ignored the pain that came with her actions. The pain of her hand was nothing compared to the pain that was now inside of her heart. Illidan was the heart of this pain as he had been able to strike deep into her heart. The memories that he brought back to her mind drove her to an even darker level of rage as she glared darkly at him and desperately wished to have her hands around his neck. Illidan sensed that easily and taunted her again. I struck a nerve, I see. You wretched demon. I will have my revenge. I swear it. And this time, you will die. Then come out and claim your desire, Maiev. Use your power to strike me from behind. Maiev was desperately tempted to do just that, but that would prove impossible as the cell was ensorcelled with special wards that were able to nullify her abilities as a warden. Illidan had the place specially prepared for her, and that infuriated her. There was no form of escape for her through her powers. The only way to free herself from this wretched cell was with a key that was designed to open the complex lock and also deactivated the wards. She gritted her teeth and curled her fist harder to the point that she felt pain as her armored fingers began to dig even into her hand. I will kill you, Illidan. I will escape soon, and I will see you dead for all you have done and what you have unleashed on this world because of your corrupted desires. It may not be today or the day after in this damned world, but it will come soon. Illidan laughed at that and replied very calmly, but mockingly as well. That will be very good to see in this case. And if you do escape, dear Maiev, I shall be waiting for you, and we shall soon settle this old chase. And soon, we shall see who among us will be favored and who will finally be released from our personal prison. With that, Illidan left the place, leaving to take his time to prepare for what was soon to come. This allowed Maiev to relax a bit, but she turned to glare at Akama as she spoke once again once it was clear that Illidan was no longer anywhere near the two of them. How much longer must I wait, Akama? You swore to me that you will help me take my vengeance on Illidan once his guard was down. I will not have you lie to me, Broken One. I have not lied to you, Maiev Shadow Song. You will have your chance, but Illidan is too cautious, and he will not be easily caught off guard. Once he has lowered his full guard, then the time is right. I cannot act now, for his other lieutenants watch over me. I will need allies to free you and take the fight to Illidan. Maiev growled deeply at that, but he also knew that the broken Draenei had a point. He was indeed being watched, and that would prevent him from freeing her directly. All they could do was wait and plan. But her fury from Illidan's recent visit was not fully abated, so she spoke with the same fury and venom as before. Pray that the day that your hoped for allies come here comes Akama. I will not remain idle for long. Illidan will die by no one's hand but mine. Akama nodded, and while he could have retorted against Maiev, he did not do so since she was his ally, and she had every reason to try and strike at Illidan for all the things that had happened to her. He knew that despite his plan to overthrow his former ally, Illidan was right in what he had said to Maiev. She was indeed blinded by her desire for revenge, and that was how she was captured in the first place. But this also made her focused and determined. He turned away and decided to plan and wait for the right time, hoping that soon, the light would be able to bring the allies he was hoping for who would be able to help the two of them to end Illidan's hold over the land. His plans to finally cleanse the Black Temple of all darkness and restore it to the glory it once possessed had not faded even after so many years of being like this. And when it came to pass, he would spend whatever time left in his old form to make those plans become reality. As for Maeve, she ignored the broken Draenei who was her warden and unknown ally for now. All she thought of was to finally be free, to hold her chosen moon sword in hand once more, cut down all who stood in her path, and finally finish what was between her and Illidan. That was all that she could do, and she was going to enjoy it for all it was worth. Back in Shatrath City, the Spartan decided to take the Mjolnir to a private changing room, and it took at least 2 strong and well-trained Draenei warriors from the city guard to carry the large table that held his now fully changed his armor. He repeated the very same methods of placing the Mjolnir on his body. As soon as he got the armor on, as well as his helmet, and it went back to full operational status, he began to run some tests in the BIOS to see if anything had been altered. So far, it seemed to be very much working in order, and that was a good thing. Making spare parts for the Mjolnir was expensive and very intense, and he had doubts that the Dawn had the necessary equipment for such a task, even with the supplies on hand. Once the BIOS gave him the signal that everything was working in the software suites, he went to work on the rest of his systems that were needed. The Mjolnir seemed to be working fine, and his sensors were up to the situation, and he took the chop that held Cortana and placed her into him. The feeling of ice-cold water flowing down his spine told him that Cortana was now in his mind, and she spoke in a very nice fashion. Well now, it seems that everything is working all right. How are you feeling, Cortana? I'm okay, though the new energy from the crystals and the inscriptions seems a bit different from what I am normally used to. Is it bad? Not at all. It feels rather warm, and I feel safe as well as ready for anything. Anyway, let's get some things over and done with. We have a lot to take care of, and we still need to find a way to transport our supplies and equipment around here in this world. John nodded in agreement, and they were soon running the usual tests. Once that was done, he went back to Adal and Kagdur so the 3 of them could get to finding out a solution. He also needed to get as much information that he was going to be able to his hands on. This world was unlike anything he had seen, and he knew that getting every bit of information that he could was going to be the key to his and the group's survival, as well as Cortana. 2 weeks later, John moved ahead of the rest of the group he was leading since he had a scout to make sure that their trip was not going to lead them into a trap. The place known to many as Outland was not the least bit welcoming, and he had no idea of the place, so he had to be extra careful. One thing he learned during the UNSC Covenant War was to be ready for anything, and he was not taking chances. This world was undeniably alien to him, and the dangers were just as relentless. He was not alone either, as Kaelin and Aaron were around, as well with the two elven women serving as support while the others followed. Before they left the city, Adal had warned them that with the presence of the Blood Elves on Draenor and Illidan's actions, the world's delicate balance was not going to be stable for long, and as such, they had to be ready for anything that was to happen. The various forms of life in this place was hostile to some extent, and there had been more than a fair share of battles that he and his group had to deal with. In an effort to be able to have their supplies and gear on hand for anything without any UNSC transport, a massive cart was brought along. This was no ordinary cart, as it was made from enchanted ironwood and reinforced by bands of enchanted mithril. The cart was able to move without labor animals, as the inscriptions were able to make a field that was, in Cortana's words, the magical version of the anti-gravity. This impressed John a great deal, as this solved the transport problem, and since it was able to be guided easily enough, that eased his mind. The cart was very strong and sturdy, and therefore could carry the things that he would be needed. It was also rather massive, almost as big as a UNSC elephant, and was wide as 3 elephants that were side by side, and as long as 3 elephants placed end to end. It would also serve as a form of transport, as it could actually carry him and the others in both groups should they go into the air. Normally, the best way to move around in this ruined and transformed world was with airborne transportation, which was with griffins and giant bats. But considering that they had forces from the Horde and the Alliance, there was a considerable amount of risk if the people in the town saw them. Plus, it would be rather expensive to pay for the transportation and the supplies. This was why they decided that once they were at the edge of the land masses that floated around, then they would use the massive cart as a form of airship, as there were specially enchanted and reinforced leather bags that could be filled with magically gathered gases that could be used to lift the cart loaded with the supplies, equipment, and everyone in it. This in turn would make the cart become a form of airship with the magical enchantments. And while it would be seen as risky, they were going to be ready to defend themselves and their Red Dragon companion. Marlin would then leave the airship/cart and transform into her full form to fight the airborne threats with them, supporting her with magic and their ranged weapons. Once they were on the next landmass, and Marlin would tell them that it was indeed safe to land on the landmass, they would land, deflate the bags, store them away, and repeat the process and avoid attracting the attention from the two factions. Before they left, once the cart/airship was finished, John decided to allow the two groups to gather anything else they would need, namely camping equipment, as well as tents and other camping supplies. The massive cart would serve as their source of supplies, and as such it was to be protected by everyone who was not scouting about ahead of the main party, while any supplies that could be carried on the back was carried on the back. Adal was pleased and gave all of them the blessing of his own people, and that included not just the Alliance members of the Spartans group, but the Horde as well. And while there was no doubt in John's mind that not all of the Horde members were not into being blessed by a being not of their own faith, the blessing was very much welcome. And now here they were, and the first 2 weeks of their travel through the lands of Draenor, they had landed on what was called the Hellfire Peninsula. John had read the records that Cagdur had given him and Cortana, so they both would know what the place was. Apparently, the Hellfire Peninsula was the site where some of the most brutal battles between the Alliance and Old Horde had taken place long ago. This place was supposedly once a lush and verdant world, and even the Draenei in his group and that of the residents of Shatrath City. But because of the corruption and curse placed on the Horde by the Legion, the world had changed. And now it was like this barren and hellish world that was hostile in such a level that John and Cortana could not help but feel that once they showed the UNSC High Comm these images and videos, there was going to be a lot of things that would make it interesting. And he could bet that the Covenant separatists were also going to be curious about it all as well. They were also aware that soon they were going to be nearing the location where the Alliance had a very well defended town/city in this place. The one place called Honorhold, and that would be their destination to get more information and also get more maps to work with. As they moved on, John and the scouting party were not spotting any creatures and hostile forces, and that was something that they were happy for. The creatures and beings that called this utterly alien and hostile world were unlike anything the Spartan II and the Ada I had ever seen before, and it was not easy to feel a bit unnerved at times by the sights. Spartan IIs were not the kind to be easily frightened or stressed out due to their training and experiences, but being in this place was not a normal thing. That frame of mind was balanced out in John's mind by the company that he kept. And naturally, there were times that they had no choice but to fight when they encountered hostile creatures that were the kind one associated with living things, and the others were the ones associated with those that came from one's nightmares. A good number of the attackers were demons of the weaker variety, and they served to show the strength of the light magic enhanced weapons given to John. He was thankful that the weapons he had were more than able to help him in battling the creatures, but he was not going to relax just yet. They still had to be tested against more powerful creatures, and until that happened, he was not going to be complacent with them. Once the day was close to what would qualify as nighttime, and they were not under attack by the hostiles that called Outland home, they would hunker down, set up a perimeter, and watch in shifts to make sure that they were not suddenly blindsided. Marlin was not allowed to transform into her true form, since the appearance of a red dragon was going to cause a commotion and attract attention. Therefore, the teams worked in a shift of at least 4, 2 from the Alliance representatives, and 2 from the Horde. They would move around, and when their shift was over, the next 4 would wake up and do the next shift. John, usually the one who did not take as much sleep as he would be along with the ones moving around the perimeter to support them, as well as keep the peace between the group. Despite the long times the two sides had spent together in his base of operations, he doubted that the old hatreds that had been there were just going to disappear right away. And if they did crop up, he would be ready to stop them if things got out of hand. It was going to be at least another week or so before they reached Hold, and that was something that was a bit of concern. 2.5 weeks later, going into an Alliance-held town was normally not too much trouble, but that distinction only applied to those who were part of the Alliance. John knew this, and there was no doubt in his mind that the Horde members of his group were not going to be easily welcomed. And considering what he had learned and seen for himself of this land, there was no doubt in his mind that the guards in this place were not too trusting of strangers and were going to be downright hostile to the Horde. And no doubt the same could be said if they were to go into a Horde-controlled town in this place, known as Draenor, which was why he spoke to the 2 factions to come up with a plan. They managed to agree that if they were near an Alliance-held town, then the faction from the Horde, to avoid being attacked or harmed, were to stay at least a 3 days travel distance on foot away from the said town until the rest of them came back. That very same rule applied to the Alliance faction if they came to a Horde-held town, and hopefully that would help keep things from escalating to the stage where things could go very bad very quickly. This was put to the test when they were now reaching the outer areas of what appeared to be an Alliance-held town and was called Hold no less. That much could be seen by the keen-eyed members of the group, as well as the Spartan, as soon as they arrived on the outskirts at least several weeks after leaving the landmass of Shatrath City and landing in this place known as the Hellfire Peninsula. He turned to Erin and told her that she would have to be in charge of the camp for now and help keep the peace between the other factions. That was a considerable act, as this left the Blood Elf rogue / mage a great deal of responsibility, and everyone knew it. Erin nodded, but not before giving a warning glare at the 2 female night elves who she knew were going to be rather ecstatic that she and the others were not going to be around. Kaylin and Sandra feigned innocence as they smiled back at Erin, though Sandra was a lot more obvious about it, angering the Blood Elf, but she kept herself cool to make sure she did not seem ungrateful to the Spartan who was still there before her. Cortana, on the other hand, knew already that there was a lot of tension there between the ladies, and she was as amused as ever at these events. If any of the UNSC personnel and even Dr. Halsey found out that John was now being fought over by several undeniably attractive but totally alien humanoid females, they would have busted a gut. Johnson himself would have laughed a great deal at this and wished he had a camera drone to record all this. John ignored that and gave the Blood Elf a communication device so that she could report anything that would happen straight to him. She thanked him for it, and therefore that eased the situation a bit. But naturally, she was still giving her rivals the evil eye whenever she could, as the Spartan and the Alliance members were now getting ready to move out. Erin naturally took relief in the fact that when they came to a Horde-held location, then the situation was going to be reversed, and she had every intention to make the most of such a situation. John and the Alliance group moved ahead of the rest, and soon as they approached the Alliance-held town of Hold, they were greeted by a number of footmen, as well as high elven archers and dwarven riflemen, who looked at the Spartan warily as they had no idea just who, or rather what he was. Though thankfully they didn't try to attack him, as they were able to see that he was under considerable Alliance escort, and as such was not someone who was a danger to the town that they held watch over. After some time, the group were allowed to enter Hold. As soon as they were into the town, the collected members of the Alliance contingent were relived for different reasons as they looked at the town that they were in. It was like any other town, though more in line with Stormwind, due to the location it was in and the need to be prepared for any and all possible assaults. John looked the place over and decided that heading to the town hall was first in his mind to see if there was a way to see if the Alliance was making a move in getting ready for the actions of the Blood Elves on the side of Kael'dats. It was something of a long shot, but it was far better than doing nothing. He was not alone either, as Dana, Kaylin, Sandra, who was accompanied by her pet wolf, and Talia were willing to join him while the others decided to do their own thing for the time being. He naturally was ready for anything, and if his group was in trouble, he would be ready to intervene if needed. The Spartan was carrying his trusted May 5C ICWS assault rifle, though this was the one that was made from mithril and had the true silver anti-magic rounds, and this was one of the few weapons that had not been enchanted by Audal. There was also a BR-55 HBSR battle rifle on his back, which was also made from mithril and had the same true silver anti-magic rounds as before, and he had a pair of his combat knives at the ready if he needed them. He and his escorts were already getting attention from the residents and a number of the guards as well. The looks of surprise and confusion directed towards him and his gear was something he was able to expect and ignore, but he was aware that there were also looks directed to his escorts. A good number of the men, they were thankfully the respectful type and did not make too many comments, but there were those who gave the females a series of looks that were not too polite. John knew that it had to be expected, but when he was able to hear some of the male residents speaking lewdly towards Kaelin and Sandra due to their garb, he could not help but look at their direction. He said nothing and revealed nothing, but his unspoken warning was not something that one would or could ignore as the men looked away. The meeting with the people responsible for the operation of the town of Honorhold was not too productive, but not too bad either. The latest news was not too bad in most situations. So far, there was no activity that warranted the town to fortify their location, or was it under attack by any of Kael'Dat's forces or Illidan's for that matter. But that did not mean that John was going to relax either, as he knew that with what was going on, things were about to change, and he doubted that everyone was going to like it. Once they left the town hall of Honorhold, John decided to go to the tavern, as he had a feeling that he might get more information from the bartender tavern. He knew that traffic in towns were a lot more focused where the tavern was. As he and the others went there, it was not long before they arrived at the tavern. The second that he and the others walked in, the patrons who were there turned to look at them. John ignored them and headed to a corner of the tavern and began to look for a place where he could properly sit down and not worry about the chairs breaking apart. He found one, and as soon as he sat down, the four others in his group sat down next to him. Kaelin and Sandra placed aside their bows, while Dana placed her sword and shield aside, and Talia placed her staff aside as well. They were eager to have a properly made meal and have something to drink that was cool and fresh. It was not going to be long before they were greeted by the bartender, and the burly man gave a nod to the Spartan and his companions. "Good to meet all of you today. I am the innkeeper, and this here is my slice of heaven in this messed up world that we know as Outland. You need something?" Kaelin nodded and replied, "Food would be nice." The man nodded and replied, "Food and drink coming up. Let me send you a menu with one of my workers here to take your order." The man left, and soon a male dwarf who wore the usual clothes that were those of civilian along with an apron came to them, and had a block of wood that had some paper on it, as well as another bit of wood along with what appeared to be a bottle of ink on his side and a feather pen on the other. He gave the ladies a smile and a slight bow of greetings to John as he handed them the menu. "Here you all go. That's the menu for the day. You have any questions about what you want to eat? Feel free to ask them." After a while, the ladies made their orders, and John did likewise, and soon the dwarf was off to get the orders done. This allowed John to keep himself occupied with plans and how to find the orc that they were looking for. They had a general idea of where he was at least, and that was in the place called Shadow Moon Valley. He had asked of the location, but many of the people were not too keen on speaking too much about the place, which was more than enough to tell John that the place in question was hardly a good place to be. He then decided to reach for the special communications unit that he had, which had its twin device with Aaron. He knew that he needed to check up on the camp and see how it was getting itself set up. He placed the device to his ear and spoke to it. "Aaron, can you hear me?" In the encampment. It had been hours since the Horde representatives had placed camp, and already it seemed that things were calming down. Aaron, Tanis, and Janna were busy taking shifts around the perimeter while the others were busy doing their own works. The Tauren were also helping around, though. The Blood Elf rogue/mage noted that their druid was not showing a good deal of comfort in the area. She knew why, and truth be told, she couldn't find any fault in it. This was the first time she had ever set foot in this place. Before the Third War broke out, she and many others heard stories about the Alliance expedition that came into this world to try and pursue the old Horde to stop whatever it was that they were doing. And most, if not all, of the stories she heard had little good to say of this place. The land felt wrong. The wind felt wrong. The water looked wrong. In fact, the whole feeling of the place was wrong. She did feel a large amount of fell magic over the place, though, and it had been hard to not feel her people's hunger for magic react to the place. She could easily see why those who followed Kael'Dat would find this place appealing, but to her, after what she had seen back in Silver Moon City, all she could feel was fear and disgust. The idea of becoming a monster and an addict to the power of fell magic sickened her a good deal, and that was why, despite the craving speaking gently to her in honeyed tones, she closed her mind to it. She then heard the communicator device beep, telling her that she was getting a call from someone. who she knew of already, and that buoyed her spirits as she took it and spoke as soon as she heard John's voice. Spartan, we're here. How is the camp doing? All right thus far. No sign of danger, but we're not taking any chances here as well. There's no telling what else we're going to encounter here. Any Alliance patrols found you and the others? None so far, and for that we're very thankful, but we're still keeping watch. Good. Remember, keep out of sight and do not engage. Move if you have to, but keep in touch and inform us of the new location. I understand. We'll handle things here, and the very second we see anything, we will call you and handle it as best we can. Understood. Spartan 117 out. As she placed the device down, the Blood Elf rogue/mage spoke to Tanis and Janna to look about the camp as well as do some long-range work. That was right into the Farstrider's alley, as it were, and he was more than ready for it. Back in the inn, John sighed as he placed the device away as the orders that were made by his companions arrived. He allowed them to eat, as they were no doubt in the mood for some properly prepared meals that were not only under a solid roof, but well away from their Horde counterparts. John looked around the area of the inn to see if there was anyone in the inn that would be considered as either an ally or an enemy. That would sound odd, but John was not going to take chances at all with the world that they were in. As the others were eating their food, the Spartan himself decided to grab some of his own food, and that included some roasted beef with some vegetables, as well as a few apples and bananas. The food was indeed worth the time and effort to buy, as he placed out a purse of gold, silver, and copper coins to pay for the meal. The dwarf waiter nodded and took the purse and headed off to give the payment to his boss. The Spartan began to relax a bit while keeping an eye out. The rest of his group were currently doing what they needed to do and wanted to do. This included repairing their weapons and armor, which was needed since they had spent days traveling and fighting against the creatures and unnatural beings that called this place their home. There were some injuries, and while they did have healers in their group and supplies, the battles had been taxing, and more than once, some nearly bit the dust. But thankfully they were able to make it all out through the trip, and now it was time to recover and stock up on what they needed. They would even buy some new weapons as well to replace those that were too broken to be repaired. Kaylin herself mentioned that she might have to get some new arrows as well as have her bow repaired as well as her armor. Sandra was in the same boat, as well as buying some new food for her wolf pet, who was currently chewing up the large hunk of lamb that was given to it to feast on. The Night Elves were not the only ones, as Talia and the other magic users of the group needed to buy more mana potions as well as healing potions along with other ingredients that they would need for reagents or for crafting work. The other warriors were also gathering what supplies they would need for their own needs as well. This included arrows, bolts, bullets, gunpowder, metal bars, smithy tools, and whatnot. There was no telling how long it was going to take before they were going to get what they needed, so no sense not stocking up. Cortana was silent for the time being, as her guardian and longtime friend was eating as she was compiling the data that she had gathered on their trip here. One thing was certain to her, and that was it was going to be something that she was sure Dr. Halsey was going to study intensely for a very long time. John was able to drink half of the grape juice that he had when he heard a beeping from the communication device. He looked briefly at it and took it up and spoke to it. Aaron, go ahead. I have just spotted a very large number of people heading to Honor Hold, all well-equipped and well-armed. That got the attention of the Spartan easily enough, and he was now all business, and that was something that did not escape the notice of the ones with him as Kaylin, Sandra, Dana, and Talia looked at him, waiting for him to tell them what was going on. John remained calm as he focused on getting more details. Do they have any markings? Yeah, and they appear to be that of the Alliance. Not too big to be an army, but not your average size group either. I get the feeling that this must be some sort of guild from the Alliance. A guild? What sort of members do they have? A good number of warriors, some hunters, a few rogues, a good number of mages, a good number of priests, a few warlocks, and a few paladins. All of them have tabards of a sort, and all of them are definitely organized and appear to be moving as a whole. They appear to be heading for Honor Hold too, so don't be the least bit surprised if Honor Hold is going to be filled up very quickly. And exactly who are the races in this party that you have spotted? Mostly humans, a few night elves, dwarves, gnomes, and a few Draenei as well. That means that all of them are Alliance members and are not going to be a danger to Honor Hold. I'll admit that it was a good move to have us camp out here instead of waiting for you and the others. If they caught us in the open, we would be in real trouble. Are they sending out any scouts? No, but I can see that a good number of them appear to have some wounded, no doubt from the battles they had in coming here from the Dark Portal. They no doubt are going to be in Honor Hold in a few hours, and that is where things are going to be interesting. John nodded at that while back at the inn and spoke to Aaron. All right, make sure to keep a good watch. If it comes to it, move out of the area and keep away from Honor Hold until we got to your location. Avoid any and all contact with them as best you can. Understood. As he placed down the communication device, the Spartan told the others what had happened, and thankfully there were not too many people who were close to hear his words. The Master Chief also made sure to remind that if they neared a Horde control location, They would have to get ready to do the same thing and camp outside of the town site range, and that of its defenders to avoid being attacked by them, while defending themselves if they are attacked. Kalen and the others nodded at that, and it helped ease the situation before them. But it was not going to be long before something else was going to happen in the town, or rather in the inn. A large number of adventurers came into the inn, and a good number of them happened to be human men and women, along with a scattering of night elves who were male and female, and a pair of male Draenei who appeared to be warriors. John watched them and did so carefully so as not to attract attention to himself and the others as well. Once their meal was over, the 5 of them took the time to relax and then move out to meet with the rest of their group. This allowed John, who carried his helmet for the time being, to spot their coat of arms, as it were. It was a lion roaring with 2 swords in the background, as well as a shield, with a pair of spears crossed over with a hammer on the back as well. John decided to keep that on record as he and his group moved out. However, one of the armed men, who apparently had gotten rather drunk, had spotted Kalen and was smiling lecherously at her direction, and he soon spoke to the night elf. Hey, they're gorgeous. Care to share a drink with me? Kalen looked at the man, who, despite not looking bad in the least, was not the kind of person she was interested in. That was why she shook her head and replied, No, I have other things to deal with. The man grinned at that and stood up and headed to Kalen's direction and began to speak in a drunken state. Don't be like that, miss. I'm sure that I can't be that bad for company. I can even help you and your other friends as well, come on. Kalen frowned at that and was about to reply in a more forceful tone to stop the man, but that was when John stepped in, deeply glaring at the man while remaining calm. Back off and sober up, soldier. The man turned and glared at the Spartan, and quickly all activity in the inn ceased as everyone turned to look at what was going to unfold before the 2 men. The drunk soldier then spoke to the Spartan while glaring darkly at him. Who the name of the light are you anyway? I've got no business with you, just with the pretty lady. John did not back down in the least and replied calmly. She happens to be part of my group, soldier, and a trusted ally of mine, so is my business. She refused you, and as a man of honor, you should accept that refusal. Do that, and we won't have a problem. Don't, and then we will have one right here and right now. It looks like John was about to step into some hot water. There was only question in the standoff in the minds of everyone in the inn. Who was going to back down first or throw the very first punch? Chapter 12, Part 1, Old Regrets. Thoughts. In the inn, the standoff went on for a while longer between John and the drunken Alliance soldier that tried to make a pass at Kalen earlier. The man's fellow guild members were ready to move to their comrade's defense, and John knew it. Fighting this many people was not new to him, as he had faced many odds since then, but he knew that fighting here was not a good idea. There was always a chance that word of the fight would reach the attention of the Alliance back in Azeroth, and that was something he was not in the mood for. He did not feel the Alliance High Command and its leaders all that much since he was a neutral party, but he knew that going into a fight was not a wise idea. And that was why he was hoping that the man before him would finally get it into his ale-addled brain to leave well enough alone, though judging from the smell of the man's breath, he was not going to count heavily on that. The standoff would have continued had the man decided to end it and strike out in a drunken fury at the Spartan. Stay away from this, you bastard. The man lashed out with a fist, but John casually knocked it aside and struck at a nerve cluster at the neck area that was going to send the man to unconsciousness. Once he struck that spot in the way that he was taught, the effects were there as he fell down on the ground in a clash of armor. That was more than enough to have the others reach for their weapons, until a male dwarf wearing some of the most outlandish but fully utilitarian armor he had ever seen got between him and the other Alliance troops. The man carried a massive one-handed warhammer and also a large one-bladed axe, and spoke sternly to the men under his apparent command. This is enough. All of you simmer down and get back to your drinks. The soldiers under the dwarf's command looked at their leader and decided not to counter their leader's command. They moved away and placed away their weapons, and 2 of them helped get their unconscious friend, though John noted that one of the people in the guild, a high elf mage, looked at him with a slightly dark stare and directed a slightly annoyed look at Kalen. That told him that just maybe the woman was someone who had some attraction to the man that he had managed to take down. He did not bother with those details, as he was now facing the leader of the group, who was now also looking right at him. The dwarf soon spoke to him, and while he seemed relaxed, the Spartan could hear the tone of wariness in his voice. I have to apologize for the mess you had to deal with, laddie, but you have to excuse my men at times. Hours of trudging through this blasted land and fighting through all the demons and monsters that call this place home ain't exactly conducive to calm tempers. John could see that the dwarf was sincere. At least he could tell he was sincere, since he was no expert on dwarven expressions and attitudes. Fair enough. I heard of you, laddie, the Spartan as they call you back on OL Ironforge when I was last there, and the stories about you seem to be fairly accurate considering how tall you happen to be. I never thought I'd be running into you myself. The name's Karan Steelpike, leader of the Griffin Raiders. Hard to believe you would be here in this light, forsaken wastelands. What brings you here and your companions? John thought it over and decided to inform Karan of his reasons. And it was obvious the dwarf was interested as he rubbed his beard and listened to the tale carefully. As soon as it was over, the dwarf spoke seriously. That's quite the tale. Strange that Prince Kael that would willingly side with the Burning Legion of all things. The Blood Elves weren't always bad, but that blasted racist human marshal just made things worse, and the rest of his lackeys too. And now they're with the Horde, but this is something I did not expect, let alone hear about, since news in this part of Alliance-held land is pretty scarce right now. I take it the Horde's up in arms over this. Pretty much. Can't say I blame them. Unlike the others of my kin, I respect them high elves, lost count of the times they saved my hide back in the Second and Third War. No matter what name they us or flag they fly, I ain't going to forget the ones who gave their lives for the right cause and the right reasons. So you got dragged into this of your own choice, eh? Yes, if the Legion win, then nowhere in this world is safe. True, but hard to believe you work with both Horde and Alliance. Takes a lot of balls to keep both sides from trying to go at each other's throats on the first try, ain't it? It does. You got my respect, laddie. If you can keep them from killing one another with things as they are right now, then you deserve a bloody medal for your trouble. Anyways, I'll make sure that my men leave ye and your friends alone for the time your party are here. John nodded at that, and soon he and the others of his group left the tavern to do some looking around, and he also wanted to ask how the others were doing. Though it was clear that he was going to have to check on Kaelin to see how she was handling herself. He knew that she was more than able to handle herself, but he was not sure that wasting her energy on a drunken soldier was going to help. Not to mention, he wanted to make sure that she did not injure herself, which could very well hinder her or weaken her on the off chance they would have to fight the things that happened to call this land home. Or if an inherently hostile band of Horde members decided to attack them when they least expected it. Later, Kaelin looked at John and could not help but feel some measure of happiness in her. He had stood up for her and defended her from a very rowdy drunk with less than noble thoughts towards her. Part of her mind said that she was not some fragile maiden. She was a sentinel who had fought in many wars and could handle herself just fine if she needed to. But that did not mean that she did not have any problem with John's actions, as he was very sincere in his actions to keep the man away from her, and that was something she enjoyed. With that in mind, she decided to speak to the Spartan once they were at her room in the inn that they had been able to pay for. She had no plans to rest there just yet, since the day was still fairly young and she had work of her own to do. "Thank you for doing what you did back there." John shrugged at that and replied honestly. The man was being too intrusive, and I can tell that he needed to cool off. I'm happy, though, that it did not become something that would have led to trouble. Kaelin nodded at that, and was feeling pleased that she was not going to be bothered by anyone for now. She also felt happy that John had stood up for her, as it reminded her of the time he had willingly stood before Fandral Staghelm when protecting Aaron. The last thing she wanted was to be accosted by a drunkard who had less than altruistic intentions to her person, even if by law she and he were to be on the same side. The Sentinel looked around the hold and hoped that there was going to be a chance to finally get some much-needed sleep before they moved towards the rest of the team. Later, John took the time to find a person who had a map of the rest of the lands beyond Honorhold. The map they had was only for the area around Shatrath City and the outlying territories. The rest of the land beyond it was still unknown, and John knew that they were going to need all the data that they could get. On his side were Kaelin and Sandra, as well as Sandra's summon pet. The three were a bit more relaxed, and soon he managed to go to a nearby map maker and got the map he needed after paying the gnomish map maker a good amount of silver coins and 2 gold ones as well. Most would have called such an action expensive, and the gnome was ripping the Spartan off. But John cared little for the details for now as he took the map. He would look it over and allow Cortana to scan it while she was in his Mjolnir's helmet. And once she was gathered the details, she could make a 3D map for them to gain an even better sense of the lands. He also checked on Erin and was relieved that she had not reported anything that could be seen as a danger to the rest of the Horde members with him. The Blood Elf was a bit uneasy about the land she was in, and he then informed her to take the time to meditate and not allow what she had seen to cloud her senses and her judgment. Erin agreed, and she wished him to be wary. Even though he was in an alliance town, she had no doubt that there would be trouble. He agreed, but decided not to tell her about the altercation in the inn earlier. The last thing he was in the mood for was friction between both sides over something that was in his mind a trivial matter. As soon as things began to calm down, the Spartan began to relax a bit, though he made sure to keep an eye on his Mjolnir's motion sensors to make sure that there were no hostiles in the area around him. He also made sure to scan everyone with the special magic scanner to see if there were those who could be wielding demon-fueled powers. He was soon taken to one sector of Honorhold by Kaelin as the Night Elf decided to see if she could find some spare supplies and also some new arrows for her to use in combat later on. The Spartan did not argue with the Sentinel, and they were naturally followed by Sandra. They soon arrived at the market and headed for the place that dealt with weapons. John looked at the weapons, and he could see that this place had quite an array of items that were useful. There were even old-fashioned forms of bullets, no doubt for the various old-style firearms he was looking at. Kalen looked at the collection of arrows carefully, and he could see that she was very critical in buying the best kind of arrows she would need for combat. Made sense to him quite easily, since choosing the right arrows would be important for anyone to use if they were archers. Once she made her purchase, she used her own money for that requirement. As she and John moved out, they made their way to another blacksmith, and she decided to check on her gear to see if they could be repaired, since she did not want her gear to get too damaged for her to use when she needed them. This time it was John who paid for the repairs, and she was pleased that he was willing to do that for her. John was pleased to some extent that he did not waste too much of his funds, since there was no telling what else he might need the money for. The armor she had was fully repaired and would be ready for use later when she would need it. As for the night elf in question, she was hoping that she was going to make the most of their time here. This was balanced by the fact that she knew that they had a serious mission before them, and this could play into something that would make things very dangerous back home. As they left the area, she looked around to get used to the sight of the land that was once home of the orcs. The world made her feel very uneasy, but she decided not to let it get to her as she followed John, and she focused on doing her best to deal with the current mission that they were now part of, even if this was not what they were supposed to be doing. But that did not mean that she was not going to try and spend some time to be with John himself, as she privately recalled her own personal thoughts of a not-so-pure nature when it involved the Spartan 2 commando as well. She had no plans to go that far, but she did admit that she was not against the idea to be closer with the Spartan. She was, however, aware that she was not the least bit alone either, since Sandra was there as well with them. So she was going to be rather careful with what her plans were when it concerned a chance to be close to the Spartan. As the pair moved about, it was not long before they finally made it to a fountain park that was made in honor Hold, and the Spartan and the A.I were naturally surprised to see such a beautiful sight this far in the land of Outland. But at least there was something that would help lit the spirits of the people here. Kaylin seemed to be very pleased as well by what she was looking at, and she was moving forward to ouch the plants growing there, and she enjoyed feeling the trees there before her. John decided to observe the night elf in question and think back on how they had first met, if he was honest to himself. And it was a good thing he met Kaylin, since despite her less than stellar first impressions of him, he was willing to help him out, and at least she was more or less accepting of his situation. Her skills and knowledge were very helpful, and he had no doubt that having her helping him navigate his way in this world was a very wise decision. Though the constant teasing that Cortana gave him when it concerned the female Sentinel he could do without right now. The teasing he could understand to a certain extent, since in human respects, Kaylin was very attractive, and the clothing she had on at times could be quite the distraction. He had no doubt that a lot of the UNSC's male personnel would have been quite taken in by all this, but he doubted that she was in the mood for that. She was a war-hardened soldier like he was, and had no doubt seen a lot of brutal and difficult things growing up, and he could easily respect that, as well as her conviction and determination to do what she could within her power to protect her world and her people. These observations on her person made John willing to trust Kaylin, though he did wonder at times what to do with the way she acted at times around him every now and then. He was not completely blind to be sure about the whole attraction thing, partly due to Cortana teasing him about it every chance she got. And if he was a regular man, he could easily see just what would attract any man towards Kaylin. In terms of physical beauty, long ears, eyebrows, and purple skin aside, Kaylin had all the right traits to make any man, and even some women, sit up and take notice. But he hardly qualified as normal, to say the least, with all he had seen and done over the years since being replaced by his Flash clone and taken into the program. Still, he admired her for her dedication to duty, strength of will, courage, and more as well. As she continued to admire the plants there before her, he decided to take the time to think on another matter, not this time with the mission that he had taken though. More into the fact one, what he would do once he located the target in this world and stopped this Kale that's from doing what he liked. Once he did this, he still had to deal with the task of finding a way home, and options apart from magic, as confusing as it was to him even now, were very limited. Maybe the Naru can help. If what they said is true, then perhaps they can open a portal back to UNSC held space. Still, John thought about it carefully and realized that he still needed transport back to the UNSC if he did make it there. He had to be in a planet that was still within the sphere of influence of the UNSC and hopefully get a communication system online and try to contact any UNSC vessel. He had done that back in Azeroth, but he had already begun to suspect that this world was far beyond the range of any UNSC beacon and comm system, and even Cortana eventually agreed to that idea in private. They kept in mind that when they had tried to escape the fall of the rebuilt installation after fighting Guilty Spark, the portal collapsed, so they would have been sent anywhere beyond the sensors of the UNSC. Or he could be in a new galaxy, as far-fetched as it sounded, but he kept in mind that when the portal collapsed, he was aware that the Ark was beyond the galactic rim when he saw the map of the Ark last time. This made him worry, and he can bet that Cortana might know of that possibility as well, and thus it would have to be something that they would need to work on. This meant they were going to have to make some plans on how to map out the current star system that Azeroth's world is in so they can at the very least try and match it to the Milky Way map that they had still in the Dawn's databanks, which was thankfully uncompromised due to the intense security locks that were present in the Dawn still. He turned to see that Kaelin had finished her observation of the plants and was now on the move to look at any part of Honorhold that she had yet to explore. Thus he moved from his current place of observation to accompany the night elf female as the day wore on in this undeniably alien world that he and Cortana had come to. They were soon joined by Chandra, who was quick to comment to what she had seen with her longtime friend Kaelin, and John merely stood by the side to observe the whole thing take place before him and get used to seeing the two act like the friends that they honestly were. They soon decided to drag him along with them, and while he protested a bit, Cortana soon spoke to him in private. "Why don't you just relax for the time being, John? We're going to be leaving this place soon enough tomorrow, so no sense not making the most of the day." Cortana, "Relax for now, John. It's not like you've got anything better to do. Unless you plan to go and get drunk and start a bar fight like what those old vids used to show. And waste time trying to explain myself to the local authorities? No thank you. Then go out and mingle. At least these two lovely ladies are people you already know and are not complete strangers to you and me as well. And you do happen to trust them after all, so why not loosen up? Not enough to lose your sense of self, but enough to show you are still in the core a human being, right?" John sighed at that, as this was similar to some of the recent discussions he had with Cortana, and as much as he might not say it, being able to socialize with others was nice. He was also quick to remind himself that the two had become good allies of his in this world, and over time he had grown to trust them enough that he had accepted them despite their obvious difference from humans, and even the Covenant races who now made up the Separatists. The one thing that obviously made him worry still was how to deal with their willingness, or rather Chandra's thus far, with the flirting bit. Sure, he had gotten his fair share of comments from female Marines, though he usually ignored the whole things, and he could, but from human like female beings? Not so much. But he went on to join them and did not argue when the two night elves took him to another place that sold food out in the stalls to buy something good to eat while moving around in Honorhold for a bit longer. The fact that both women seemed to be in higher spirits than normal seemed to make him realize that this was indeed a good way to unwind, and he decided not to argue any more for the rest of the day. He only hoped that this did not come to the point that something he was not that used to would happen and that he would have to work hard to deal with said problem. Thankfully, it seemed that both Kaelin and Sandra were not going in that direction, and this day was going to be a lot smoother since they were able to meet more of their race. John merely followed them, and was also making sure to be watchful for anything that may catch him off guard. Soon he was joined by several other members of the Alliance half of the party he commanded, namely the female priest who had healed his injuries back in Shatrath City, and one of the High Elves who was part of the Dalaran delegation, and it seemed that they too were getting a lot more relaxed in their current location, and that was something that helped him observe them all while getting used to working with a diverse group in a place like this and a situation like this one. And naturally, he was asked to join them in the whole affair, and he was willing to do just that to make sure that he was not going to be seen as being unable to socialize by Cortana. He could have gone to the leaders of Honorhold to get a more thorough idea of things between the Alliance and the Horde, but decided against it since he doubted they knew who he was, and he was not in the mood to have to repeat himself here in this land before the people in charge. It was soon going to be night, or what passed as nighttime in this unknown world, and John knew that now would be a good time to get some sleep. He contacted Aaron first to see how the Horde members of the group he was now leading in this world was doing right now in avoiding Alliance patrols out of Honorhold. And so far it seemed that they were not in a dangerous situation, such as encountering Alliance forces or patrols, and as such, he was not too worried. He then told her to make sure that the others were all right and out of sight until they got back to them. They were going to sleep in the city and meet up with them once everything was settled. Naturally, the Blood Elf was none too pleased with the idea of him being alone with the Alliance delegates, two Night Elf women in particular, and John could hear that in her tone. After assuring the Blood Elf that everything was going to be all right, he logged off, but not before Cortana teased him about his current situation with the Elven ladies. He snorted at that and tried to convince his longtime friend that he was not going to get to that stage anytime soon, since he had far more important things to do. He had a feeling that Cortana was hardly convinced, but he decided not to drag the issue on for the sake of his nerves and state of mind. And it seemed that despite her getting a lot of amusement from the whole thing, she was willing to let the matter slide for now, and for that he was thankful. Once the others checked in with him, they all decided to get some much-needed shut-eye, and soon they began to look for rooms to bunk down, as this was by far he most recognized in /tavern in the whole of Honorhold, and they were all in the need for some much-needed rest, as tomorrow they would be very busy on matters that involved their soon-to-come mission to stop Kael'thas and his followers, as well as rescue the apparently captured Naru. The only ones who had decided to stay with the Spartan were his two Night Elf companions, and he did not do anything to dissuade them, since he did trust them. John took a room as well, and since he had gotten enough money for the payment of all the rooms, he paid for the rooms. He moved up and looked the place over to see if there was anything that was out of place. He took the time to check every nook and cranny of the room to see if there were any physical listening devices and also any type of magical listening charms, spells, and whatnot, as he had already learned that such things were possible, especially with magic being the culprit. Once his search was done, he also scanned his own Mjolnir's internal computer system and communication system to determine if the armor was somehow transmitting data to the beings back in Shattrath City. While many trusted the Naru here in this reality, and they were indeed very benevolent, he was not going to give up his habit of being wary. Once he was able to scan at Wella's side, Cortana did the very same thing herself, and also to her own computer code sequences and Riemann matrix at the very same time. Soon she spoke to her partner once she was done with her examination and also her own scanning of the room. All right, room is clear in all ways, both in the tech area and the magical area. Plus, neither me nor the armor are sending data to anyone, and me are not supposed to. You could go grab some shut-eye, Chief. Thanks. Can you watch over the place? Sure thing. There's enough power on the helmet solar cell for the flashlight system for me to contact you via speakers, so you'll be fine. You need some sleep anyway, John, so get as much sleep as you can. Something tells me we're going to need every last bit of it for what we're about to get ourselves into. The next day, John was awake hours before what could possibly be early morning, though he doubted it would be considered close to a regular morning. But he did not mind that as he quickly scanned the room and was happy that the bed was reinforced and able to handle his weight, and finding the room to be clear, he got his helmet and wore it. He got the system back to full power, and as the systems came online, he was greeted by Cortana, who was in a good mood. Nice to see that you're finally awake, big guy. How was your sleep? Not bad, better than most. Anything happening while I was out? Nothing, and you should be glad to know that no one tried to go in here and catch you unawares. And while I helped play a part in it as best I could, you can bet that Kaelin and Sandra were helping in the defense of your room. What do you mean? Cortana chuckled, and she replied, Go outside and see for yourself, big guy. John did just that as he got his helmet and then got his MA-5C assault rifle and locked it on his back and opened the door and then looked around. He saw that both Kaelin and Sandra were on either side of his door. The two night elf females looked as if they were sleeping, but he could tell that they were alert and ready to spring into action if they felt something was out of the ordinary. The Spartan raised his eyebrow at that and then spoke to Cortana as he moved back into his room. Just how long were they there? The whole night. I detected them when they came into the room to see if anything was going on with you. As soon as they were done watching you sleep peacefully, they headed back out and they stayed there. The reason I knew they were there was what Mom would call female intuition, and I was right. I see. I guess I should wake them up. Do it gently, considering their posture. They might accidentally think they are under attack. John did that, and thankfully his actions did not get misinterpreted by the two. Kaelin and Sandra smiled, and the two of them greeted him, and he did likewise. Once that was done, he asked Kaelin to check on the others, and the night elf did just that, and that left him with Sandra, and the female night elf was pleased to have some time with the man. She started things off by speaking to the man. How was your sleep, Spartan? Been better. How about the two of you? The two smiled a bit and replied that they were all right and did not have anything happen to them while they had been there outside of his room. John was not entirely convinced and had spoken to Cortana to find out if the two night elves were lying to him or not. He only relented when the A.I confirmed that they were telling the truth, and she had not detected any sign of injuries on them, and they were not acting as if they were injured and trying to hide it. That was soon forgotten as he and the two headed down to get some food, and they were soon met by the OT rest of the Alliance members. After he had paid for their food, though the others willingly contributed funds to pay for their own meals, went to gather supplies, and also get as much information as they could manage. He also checked up on the Horde members, and it was good news on his part to learn that no one from the Alliance had found them yet. Thankfully, throughout all of this, the band of Alliance soldiers he had dealt with before had not shown up and had caused trouble for him and the others. Proof at least that their dwarven leader had kept his promise to keep his people on a short leash, and for that John was pleased since he was not in the mood to waste any more time with drunken members of other groups. As the day wore on, he managed to get a more updated map of Outland and had Cortana scan the map and store it in for reference on the off chance the map they had was destroyed, ruined, or lost. No sense not having a backup map in his head and that of his Mjolnir's database for him to use when things went bad. Once the map reading was done and they compiled whatever data they could get, John asked them to finish whatever shopping for supplies they all needed to do as they were soon going to move out and enter Horde territory. This naturally did not sit very well with the members of the Alliance group with John and Cortana, but they decided not to make too big an issue out of it. They had to trust the man who was leading them right now, and all of them knew that they had very serious skills to offer into the field on what can possibly be a very dangerous mission for all of them to be taking part in at this very moment. That did not mean, however, that they were happy with the idea of being in the land of the other faction, that technically they were in something of a Cold War in. The Horde members, on the other hand, were very eager to finally be in territory that was familiar to them. The orc members were more interested in this land, as they were familiar that this land was once the home of their own people. Many of them, however, were born many decades after the orcs left Draenor, so they did not have much memory for the land. The other Horde members took things differently and for different reasons. John and Cortana were more than willing to do what they could to help keep the peace between the Horde and the Alliance members of this group of theirs. But their real concern was the other members of the Horde party who were not natives of this land. The trolls, blood elves, Tauren, and the undead would not be able to feel comfortable here in this land, even more so for the Alliance as well. All that he and the A. I could hope for was that they were going to end this quest soon and make sure that it was going to be a chance to end whatever new threat was going to come their way. In the meantime, they were going to make sure that when they left Alliance lands here in Outland, they were going to be all right and find out what they can to help stop the incoming danger that came with the kidnapping of this Naru and the plans that the former Prince of the Blood Elves had in mind for the rest of the world of Azeroth. The Spartan decided to make sure that everything was ready for their leaving Honorhold, but not before he asked one of the Alliance members to go back to the world of Azeroth to see how things were faring for the world that they all had left behind earlier, and if there was any possibility that Kael'thas and his servants were making new attacks on the world of Azeroth while they were here in this world, since it was not unlikely in the Spartan's mind that the prince would make such a move. Risky to be sure if one was not yet at full strength, and when every other power was now well aware of one's dark intent. But also a worthwhile gambit if you have the right target in mind, the right number of people, the right set of skills, experience, equipment, and the determination to do so. And if what he learned of the former Prince of the Blood Elves was any indication, defeat by the hands of this Lich King aside, Kael had that in spades. And if what he experienced with those fell Blood Elves who injected themselves with demon blood was any indication, they were more than willing to do anything to achieve victory. That was why he was going to make sure that he had some eyes at least, since even with the copy of Cortana holding the fort in their base back on Azeroth, it was limited in its operational window and doctrine. Days later, John checked the map that he had acquired concerning their next destination. The orc that they had to look for was naturally in territory that was between the Alliance and Horde lands. But even if that place was not owned by either faction, the residents of that place were anything but friendly. The very name of it also made the Spartan feel even more uneasy, and the rumors pertaining to the location did not make things any better. Rumors about such things and the kinds of sentient life that inhabited places with names like this were not usually considered as viable information by John. But after all he had seen since landing on Azeroth and coming here, he was willing to be a bit more receptive to details, no matter how odd they would sound to him and Cortana at first. For now, they were going to be in Horde land, and the Spartan knew that this trip was going to be a different situation altogether, so he would have to be ready for anything. He and Cortana were also aware that there was the fact that the Alliance members of this group they were leading were not going to be the least bit welcomed in Horde land, so they would have to be out of sight, just as the Horde members were when they were still in Alliance-held land in this place. He also wondered just what sort of orc was the one that he and the others had to find about the Cipher of Damnation. The name alone was something of concern for the Spartan, so that told him that the orc in question must have some rather deep ties to the artifact. As he looked over everything, and recalling just what had transpired ever since coming here, he hoped that he lived long enough to return home. He knew that even with the war over, there were still going to be things done there. Those duties would naturally include peacekeeping efforts, reconstruction, relocation of displaced colonists, and more vital tasks in the rebuilding of the UNSC's shattered interstellar empire. He also felt that the insurrection would come back now, that they had no more reason to hide from the UNSC, and they no doubt would make the most of the period to rebuild and go back to their old ways. All he could hope for was the chance to have a portal form, and somehow send him back to his own reality. He had seen enough of the portals to know that despite it still being something that flew in the face of physics, then it was his only option. The only technological equivalent he knew that could match these portals was the teleportation grid found on all the Forerunner structures he had seen thus far. And on a much larger scale, the slip-space portals made by ships back home. If it could connect to a world that was in the UNSC, then it would naturally point in the right direction. But right now, he had to do what he could to put an end to whatever plans the former Blood Elf Prince Kael had in store for Azeroth. That train of thought, however, moved into another direction, as he knew that if everything he saw was true, then portals worked both ways, meaning that whatever was going through the portal was bound to bring something back. And that troubled him as he began to think of the implications of that particular train of thought, but he decides not to think too deeply on that for now, since there had to be more data on hand before he could make a more informed choice on whether pursuing the idea of learning how to open a portal through the use of magic was a good idea. It was not long, however, that his sensors picked up something that definitely was not anything he had any familiarity with. He quickly stopped, and the rest of the group noticed this, and soon enough the Spartan took out one of his SRS 99D AIM S2 sniper rifle and moved forward, and his posture was quick to tell the others to take his actions seriously as all of them took out their weapons, and those who could use their magic got ready for battle. It did not take very long for him to finally spot what had alarmed his senses, a pair of humans fighting off the native beings that called this outland home. Thankfully, none of them were fell elves, but that did not mean that they were not dangerous in the least. John zoomed in and soon spotted the pair, with his sensors that were attuned now to the various forms of magic on the land of Azeroth, picking up the signs that said that the man was using holy magic while the woman was using arcane magic. Judging by the way the man fought, his clothing/armor, and weapons, he would be a paladin. The woman was wearing the clothes of a mage, and the unleashing of fireballs from her staff and hands confirmed it to the Spartan. He had no idea who they were and what they were doing here in what would be considered Horde territory, but he might as well find out. He quickly located the most common threat to them and pulled the trigger. The roar of the sniper rifle was heard, and soon the bullet sailed through the air and slammed right into the head of one of the fell orcs that had been attacking the pair. John wasted little time and routed his targeting to the next set, firing another round just as the others came to see just what he was shooting at. They soon spotted the paladin and the sorceress and the fell orcs heading their way, and the same could be said for the fell orcs as they roared out their anger and attacked the new arrivals. John fired another shot and, this time around, killed 2 fell orcs with 1 round, as the massive .50 AP round tore into their throats and cut their windpipes hard and deep, dropping them as the others soon attacked. The paladin and sorceress had no idea just who had come to their aid, but they were not going to complain in the slightest, as this gave them a chance to catch their breath, and then they moved to join their rescuers. They were not too sure about the Horde members they saw there, but the fact that the Alliance group were not attacking the Horde, there was something worth keeping in mind. John placed aside the sniper rifle and moved to the more suited battle rifle, and began to pick his shots as he was soon joined by Kalen and Sandra as the 2 night elves fired their arrows from their bows to hit their target's dead center with arrows. Erin was not going to let the 2 show her up as she moved in and engaged the nearest fell orc in battle and soon cut down with several precise cuts her first foe of the day. She was not going to be alone for long as the other members of the Horde began to close the gap and fight the fell orcs. The other members of the Alliance wasted little time to take down the fell orcs, and so did the Horde members who were now deep into the fight, but it was the orc members of the Horde that did the most damage to the fell orcs. John saw this while reloading his weapon, and he had no doubt Cortana did likewise. He had read enough of the orcs' history to know why the Horde would not take kindly to their former kindred, and it was something he could relate to easily enough. After all, there was one among the Spartan Tus who went rogue among them. Soren, even recalling his former Spartan, sibling years after what happened, made his blood boil. While he could to some extent understand Soren's reason for leaving and siding with the Innies, he could never forgive his former brother for his betrayal and siding with the insurrection. The situation with the orcs and the fell orcs reminded him of that to a certain extent, and he could understand why many who have embraced the new Horde look upon their now fell former kindred with disdain, anger, and horror. No doubt a reminder of the actions taken by their kindred who were the grip of greed and lust for power, unaware that they were going to be nothing more than expendable pawns for the Legion to use. He placed those thoughts aside for now, however, as more of the orcs came at them, and he had to fight more with the others to end the threats before all of them. One fell orc was gunned down by him, and another managed to lunge at him with a spear. He sidestepped the weapon, and he smashed a side kick to the ribs of the orc. The sounds of broken bones and the scream of rage was heard from the fell orc, and soon that was ended as John fired a 3-round burst into the face of the orc in question. He turned and fired a burst into another attacker before he stepped another attack from a secondary attacker. In the same motion, took out a combat knife and quickly stabbed the orc at the back of the head, severing the neck bone right at the base of the skull, killing his second attacker very quickly before he used his battle rifle to kill yet another fell orc while the rest were attacked by the others. They were not alone, though, as another band of fell orcs came out from the woodwork to engage them all. But John was quickly able to spot them alongside the others as he quickly told the combined Alliance and Horde forces to break into 2 bands. One to continue with helping the 2 humans and the other to fight off the incoming force of orcs that had appeared spoiling for a fight that was now in full swing as the other half of John's little team were now engaged. So far, though, they had not lost anyone, but the Spartan had no doubt that there would be injuries since no one got away scot-free from injuries in a fight. John quickly unleashed several more bursts from his battle rifle, and then moved to using his sniper rifle when he spotted some of the fell orc warlocks, now recognizing them for the aura of magic they released, and this he focused on them first while letting the others deal with the regular fell orcs. This was indeed going to be a very long day for him and the others, but at least they were going to make good time and possibly cut down on the number of threats that resided in this place for anyone to deal with if they came in the same direction they did. Soon it was not long before many of the fell orcs were slain by both the Alliance and the Horde. But as John predicted, they did not leave the fight without some of them getting injuries, so John and the others would need to stop for now and heal. John quickly had some of the ones who could still use their weapons and be able to move to secure the area and help provide security and tend to the wounded members of their forces here right now. Naturally, he decided to talk to the two and hopefully find out more about why were they out here on their own. Not to mention, they could at the very least provide some intel on the land and what kind of dangers were there. Not to mention, they might also have some useful information regarding the current actions of Kale and his loyalist Fell-Blood elves. There was no doubt in his mind that at this very moment, the Alliance and Horde were getting ready for this incoming war with the former leader of the Blood Elves, and he, reluctant or not, was already part of it. He also took the time to study the Fell Orcs he had fought with to allow Cortana to run some DNA tests later, as well as some more data that he felt was going to be useful in the right time and the right moment. The orcs were very similar to the regular orcs, but this was the first time he had been able to see one himself. And already he could see just why these orcs were not seen with good intent by their kindred. Their bodies radiated a lot of the energy that he and Cortana, now acquainted with the ones using Fell energy and the biological changes done to the Fell orcs, compared to the original orcs, was very obvious to the two of them. They definitely underwent some serious biological changes, all of which seemed to focus on increased speed, strength, pain tolerance, and more. If I did not see this for myself, I get the feeling these Fell orcs were similar to how the UNSC created the first Spartans, and then you and the others. John growled mentally at that, as there was some truth there, but the idea of being turned into this disgusted the Spartan. We're nothing like them, Cortana. Never said you were a big guy. Still, the principle is there, but we can discuss this later. We have guests to talk to. And sure enough, the paladin and the mage was walking towards them, and thus John placed aside his weapons to show to them that he was not a danger to them, even though he was with Alliance members. That was simply because he had Horde members with him too, and that odd sight was naturally bound to get attention from anyone who did not expect this to happen unless something really important was up.